Chapter 1951. Deadlock. Wu Yong controlled clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building and took the lead. This move immediately made the immortal GU houses around him start attacking once again. Duke Long snorted. He suddenly disappeared and appeared to block Wu Yong's path. His expression was grim and was about to attack clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building when Dragon Palace also attacked him. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Duke Long stared with wide eyes as he had no choice but to dodge. One skill to dominate the world. Facing the Dream Path killer move, no matter how strong he was, Duke Long did not dare to test it. His evasion immediately made Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and others let out a sigh of relief. Duke Long's mighty image that gave a feeling of being invincible was broken by this action. The three regions' immortals' falling spirits became concentrated again. Fortunately, he dodged it. Thin beads of sweat covered Wu Shuai's head. Dreamy light smoke might be a Dream Path killer move, but it had a limited strength. Facing such a powerful Duke Long, it was like using a small fish net to capture a giant shark. Duke Long could not resist Dream Path killer moves. The giant shark could definitely be trapped, but what about after that? The shark would struggle to break free and could tear the small fish net. Back to the present, even if Wu Shuai captured Duke Long, it was far beyond Dragon Palace's ability to force such a powerful expert inside the palace, let alone suppress him. The final conclusion might very well be Dragon Palace crumbling apart while Duke Long would be temporarily trapped inside a dream realm. But there was Feng Jinhuang who could deal with dream realms and quickly rescue Duke Long. So, Wu Shuai's move was only a bluff. Duke Long took the bait because he was not aware of this Dream Path killer move's details. This was also why GU Immortals kept their killer moves hidden and would not display them easily. And when they showed their killer moves several times, they would actively modify them. Duke Long retreated. The three regions' immortals led a massive attack once again under Wu Yong's lead, using this opportunity to gather and attack. HMPH, besides Lord Duke Long, Heavenly Court also has us. You will definitely pay for underestimating us. With us around, don't even think of succeeding. At the crucial moment, Zhu Q by Kang Shuai, Zhao Shan He and others of Heavenly Court's main force stepped forward, welcoming the violent attacks without fearing death. A bunch of old geezers. How much time do you even have left? Hua Cai Yuan sneered. Countless thunderclouds shot out from beside her. Boom boom boom. The thunderclouds detonated ahead of time. They were all accurately intercepted by Yu Zhuzi. How much time? We never cared. As long as we have a breath of life in us, we will crawl out from our graves. Yu Zhuzi shouted and pushed forward the back of his hand. A large patch of jade powder flew forward like fog. Retreat! Facing the unknown killer move, Hua Cai Yuan did not dare to test it and immediately retreated to be on the safe side. We will never lose this battle. Do you know why? Zhu Shongxin wore a white robe and had thick eyebrows and a square face. He used information path methods, shooting out countless white arrows. Because since 3 million years ago, we have always been the pioneers of the eras, the backbone of humanity, the heroes of Central Continent. We will never forget the disgrace of becoming slaves to variant humans. We will never forget that peace is something we have fought for using our lives, and we will never forget that the happiness of the people needs to be guarded by each generation. As for you, you are petty people who don't care about endangering humanity for your selfish interests. Short-sighted fools who cannot even see the future. Come, no matter what methods you have, no matter how many times you attack, you will only receive defeat. Zhu Shongxin shouted loudly. His endless arrows became stronger with his words. Using attack as defense, the arrows forced back 5 elements Grandmaster, Yi Hao Fang, and other rank 8s. They could only prioritize defense, the offense they had just started, as well as their morale shrank rapidly. Look, this is our Heavenly Court's perseverance. Zhu Q and Prince Feng Xian combined their skills. Flames surged and formed a completely new defensive line, firmly blocking the charge of several rank 7 immortal GU houses. HMPH, a bunch of babbling geezers. The immortal graveyard is already destroyed now. After killing you, let me see who else will stand up in Heavenly Court. A famous expert in Northern Plains history, Liu Hui had just finished speaking when he felt his vision darken. Duke Long suddenly appeared right before him. Boom! Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Liu Hui's whole body let out a bright green light. His defensive killer move was activated with full power. But it only lasted for a second before it shattered. His whole body was slashed into pieces. Liu Hui died immediately from Duke Long's one attack. 5 Elements Grandmaster and others quickly retreated in fright, entering their respective sides' Immortal GU houses. Duke Long swept his gaze around the battlefield and shouted, "You colluded with the Otherworldly demon and attempted to overthrow Heavenly Court. You are all traitors to humanity. You don't understand, even if we battle to the death, our 3 Chi will still remain. This is the Grand Chi of humanity, it will last forever with mountains and the land itself." Triple Chi Retraction. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, the whole sky turned dark. 3 Chi flocked and gathered into Duke Long's body from all areas of Heavenly Court. Duke Long's translucent blazing Chi expanded wildly, giving a heart-shaking feeling to everyone. Immortal killer move, Great Chi Hand Explosion. Duke Long stretched his left arm and spread his 5 fingers, his palm pointed towards a rank 7 Immortal GU house. At the next moment, he clenched his left hand. Bam! Great Chi exploded, the rank 7 Immortal GU house split into pieces, exploding into countless fragments. Immortal GU were all destroyed, the GU Immortals inside also met with calamity, none survived and only bones, blood, and meat pulp were left behind. The 3 regions' GU Immortals were horrified and stupefied. Heavenly Court side cheered loudly. This is Heavenly Court's power. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Qin Dingling's eye shined brightly. Fang Ding, however, was silent as he was shaken mentally. The shock was not only to Duke Long's strength, there was also a kind of turbulence going on in his mind. At this moment, Fang Ding began to understand the spirit of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. Yes. Fang Ding thought inwardly, if there were no Heavenly Court in history, could there be the current human race? Generations of Heavenly Court GU Immortals cleared away obstacles with their blood, making countless sacrifices to bring about the rule of humanity. Comparatively, Fang Yuan and these people disregard the big picture. Destroying Fate GU is giving the variant humans a chance to rise up. They are indeed traitors to humanity. Swish! Right at this time, a sword light pierced through the battlefield, bringing forth a soft sound and a bloody figure. Juqiu slowly fell to the ground like a sparrow whose wings were cut, her body was directly slashed into 2 halves. Immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. It was Fang Yuan. He was sinisterly roaming at the edge of the battlefield in his immemorial sword dragon form. Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court's Immortals were furious. Fang Yuan sneered, "I am here for my own interests. I don't give a damn about what you are, you can be noble or insignificant for all I care. Today, I will destroy Fate GU, I will kill whoever dares to stop me, if an Immortal blocks me, I will slay the Immortal, if a demon comes, I will slaughter the demon in my way. Heavenly Court? Since you obstruct my path, you will meet with the same outcome. HMPH, demon. You need to be executed. Kill him. Murderer, I will crush you to pieces. Heavenly Court's Immortals cursed. Roar. Di Zhongsheng recovered and collided into the defensive line again. Dragon Palace cooperated and used dreamy light smoke. Wherever the Dream Path killer move went, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals evaded. Feng Ju Ji gave a light sigh, activating a killer move and turning it into a Song Warrior. The Song Warrior threw itself into the dreamy light smoke. Dreamy light smoke thus had no more offensive ability and returned like a python that had eaten its fill. Feng Ju Ji could not directly break the Dream Path killer move, but he was able to block it by using this method. Destiny Song resounded once again. Di Zhongsheng roared discontentedly but was without options, and was once again suppressed by Feng Ju Ji. Far away, Spectral Soul and his servants had already arrived in front of a treasury. Looking back at the battlefield, Fairy Z Wei sighed, I did not think Triple Chi Retraction still had this use. Duke Long's battle strength has risen to an astonishing level. Adding on Feng Juji's assistance, Heavenly Court's defensive line looks to be on the verge of collapse but is actually able to keep on lasting. According to overall strength, Heavenly Court was naturally stronger. But they had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower and were thus extremely passive. Even Duke Long was shackled by this. Duke Long could easily kill rank 8 GU Immortals or rank 7 Immortal GU houses, and Fang Yuan could similarly kill Heavenly Court members easily by using 5-finger fist heart sword. Duke Long had to leave the defensive line and choose to fight Fang Yuan far away. If these two were allowed to attack the other side's GU Immortals, Fang Yuan would not feel even a little heartache, but Heavenly Court needed enough manpower to defend the place. Duke Long would never let Fang Yuan continue his slaughter. On the contrary, if Fang Yuan endured Duke Long's attacks, wholeheartedly attacking Heavenly Court's main force was also an option. But if he chose to do this, he would have to bear Duke Long's heavy attacks. Fang Yuan was not willing to do this. After all, he and the other 3 regions' GU Immortals allied only because of the situation. Sacrificing himself for them was too stupid and too risky. Thus, Fang Yuan and Duke Long pinned down each other. Feng Juji instead became the core of the battle. He took charge of Heaven Overseeing Tower's defense while blocking Dragon Palace and Di Zhongsheng. His battle strength surpassed both enemies' and allies' expectations time and again. Old man Jing Yuan narrowed his eyes. Now, we just have to see who can break the stalemate. The crucial point is Fate GU. Heavenly Court has already harvested the success Dao marks, but the refinement path GU formation is destroyed. Can Yuan Qiongdu alone be able to restore Fate GU in time? Master, if we interfere now, can't we seize Fate GU? Spectral Soul laughed. What will we gain by snatching it? Don't think that they are fighting with all they have got, they are still holding back. There is more to this situation than meets the eye. The past venerables have gotten involved in this battle. We will talk after plundering this treasury and getting back the door of life and death. Yes, Master. Chapter 1952. Responsibility and Sacrifice. Little Do, what are you lying on the ground for? A gentle and soft voice could be heard. Senior Sister. The young Yuan Qiongdu opened his eyes and saw a girl bending over to look at him with her bright and smiling eyes. The girl's gaze moved to Little Do's hand and let out a gasp. What, Little Do, you refined a rank 3 GU again. You are really amazing. But I am not happy. You know I don't like cultivating refinement path. Yuan Qiongdu stood up while mumbling. Don't be so dispirited, your talent is envied by so many people. The girl patted his shoulder and consoled. But Yuan Qiongdu was still dispirited and his head slumped forward. Ha ha, how about this? I will share a secret with you. Few days ago, I found clues to a GU master inheritance in my father's study room. It is hidden at some corner of the mountain. What do you think? Do you want to search for it? Senior Sister's beautiful gaze turned towards Yuan Qiongdu. As expected, teenage Yuan Qiongdu could not endure boredom. His eyes brightened when he heard what was said. There is such a fun thing? Wonderful, our sect's mountain has inheritances left behind by predecessors after all. GU Immortal inheritances are extremely rare but GU Master inheritances are plentiful. Tell me the clues quickly, Senior Sister. Okay. The clue is a line of a poem. I have been pondering about it these few days. I will read it to you. Senior Sister did not conceal it, and this was only a GU Master inheritance. Her father was also Yuan Qiongdu's master, a GU Immortal existence. Yuan Qiongdu clapped his hands after hearing it just once. I understand. The clue is solved like this: match the first and last characters, then match second and the second last characters. It gives us a location. Senior Sister pondered for a bit and jumped with joy. So it is there. Little Do, you are really smart, you guessed it immediately. Let's go find it quickly. Yuan Qiongdu moved ahead. Wait for me. Senior Sister quickly followed. Don't worry, Senior Sister, I will give this inheritance to you. I won't snatch it from you. Ha ha. Yuan Qiongdu's figure disappeared into the depths of the mountain forest. Finally, the two found the inheritance inside a mountain cave. This is a fire path inheritance. Yuan Qiongdu and his senior sister inspected the inheritance carefully. Will flame? A fire that uses will as the fuel. This method is quite original and stunning. How did the GU master who created it think of this? Interesting. This name, how could it be master? Yuan Qiongdu was extremely surprised. Senior sister also felt surprised, saying uncertainly, they might just have the same name. Yuan Qiongdu, however, pondered and his eyes shone, maybe not. Senior sister, I remember you saying that you found this clue in master's study room. Yes, I was tidying up father's bamboo scrolls. You know my father's hobby is to collect these antiques. And by chance, a bamboo stick slipped from an aged scroll, and on it was the inheritance clue. Senior sister recalled her memory. This inheritance was set up by me when I was young. Right at this time, Yuan Qiongdu's master slowly walked into the cave and appeared before Yuan Qiongdu. Walking alongside him was Yuan Qiongdu's sect uncle, who was short in stature, had a round face, and looked amiable. Yuan Qiongdu and his senior sister quickly bowed and greeted at the same time. We pay respects to master, father, and sect uncle. Yuan Qiongdu curled up his lips. Master, are you making fun of your disciples? Of course not. His master shook his head, looking at the inheritance in Yuan Qiongdu's hand with a trace of reminiscence. Ha ha ha, you clever brat. The fat sect uncle pointed at Yuan Qiongdu. Your master and I just returned from Spirit Resonance Peak. We were just chatting along the way when we discovered your traces. I can guarantee that this inheritance was indeed left by your master during his youth. He wholeheartedly liked Firepath back then and used 5 years to painstakingly gather Primeval stones and purchase a rank 3 Firepath GU. But master clearly cultivates Water Path. Yuan Qiongdu's eyes were wide open, having not expected his master also liked Firepath, like him, when he was young. There was no other choice. The fat sect uncle sighed. Our sect's Water Path inheritance required an inheritor. How could an individual's preference compare to the sect's situation? Every GU Immortal inheritance needs to be inherited from generation to generation. Every inheritor will improve the inheritance on the foundation of their predecessor, making the inheritance keep up with the times and not be eliminated. This is our responsibility. When your master gave up Firepath, he personally arranged this inheritance. I was there at that time and saw him crying his eyes out. Cough cough. Yuan Qiongdu's master interrupted. Since you two discovered this inheritance, then it shall belong to you. Let's go. The two seniors left, leaving behind Yuan Qiongdu and his senior sister in the cave. Junior brother, I cultivate Wood Path. I don't need this, so I will give it to you. Senior sister also said goodbye to Yuan Qiongdu. Yuan Qiongdu gazed at the inheritance in his hand. Slight waves undulated in his heart as he mumbled, Master. He opened his eyes again. Yuan Qiongdu saw that he was still inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Damn it! I suffered a backlash during the refinement and fainted. Yuan Qiongdu's heart pounded madly as he recalled the scene. The biggest taboo in GU refinement was to be disturbed. It did not matter how heavy his injuries were, the main thing was whether Fate GU was alright or not. This was related to the plan that Heavenly Court had been executing for millions of years. Yuan Qiongdu was almost already without hope. As the only GU Immortal to refine GU, he had actually fainted. Could Fate GU, that was the target of the refinement, be unharmed? Fate GU would not be destroyed because of this, but it was very likely that most of the previous restoration results would disappear. It might even return to the original damaged state. Right now, Yuan Qiongdu could only hope Fate GU's situation was slightly better. His and Heavenly Court's countless years of efforts must not go to waste. But when Yuan Qiongdu raised his head to look at Fate GU, he was stunned. What? A lump of fire had taken his place in the GU refinement. Fate GU was quietly lying in the fire and was just half a step away from complete recovery. After the shock, warmth surged in Yuan Qiongdu's heart. This was his will flame. A fire which used will as fuel. He had obtained it from his master's inheritance when he was young. Later on, he cultivated Refinement Path but did not forget Fire Path as well. He continued to improve the Will Flame and developed it to Immortal level. Will Flame has already become my most familiar and most skilled GU refinement method. I probably activated Will Flame unconsciously when I fainted. Yuan Qiongdu guessed. This was not the first time this happened. In fact, throughout his life, in his countless GU refinement experiences, there were many times when Will Flame took his place in emergencies. Every time he was unable to hold on, he would activate Will Flame to temporarily replace him and stabilize the situation. After countless times, using Will Flame at the crucial times had already become his subconscious habit. Yuan Qiongdu let out a breath of air. He looked at the burning Will Flame quietly while thinking, rather than calling it a habit, more accurately, this is a type of responsibility. He thought of his master and smiled. Responsibility. Master, looks like I haven't disappointed you. Yuan Qiongdu knew his condition, his injuries were too heavy and he was not able to continue the GU refinement. But hope was in front of him. He used his last bit of life and willpower to reinforce this lump of Will Flame. Burn, burn more. Yuan Qiongdu mumbled. He used his own life to light the Will Flame. The Will Flame burned quietly, the fire brightened and became extremely stable. Inside the fire, Fate GU finally moved past the final step. It achieved complete recovery. While Yuan Qiongdu was already lifeless. Like his master, like his senior sister, and like the countless Heavenly Court seniors, they had given their blood and sweat for the cause of Heavenly Court, using their own lives to build the foundation of Heavenly Court. He was a true hero even in death. Heavenly Court's foundation, the large central continent, was paved with blood and sacrifices. The Will Flame dissipated. He. Song Yang's weak laughter resounded in the quiet top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Yuan Qiongdu has already accomplished his task, it is our turn now. But with our state, even transmitting our voices is troublesome, let alone activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Che Wei said, his tone was quiet and deep. Song Yang replied back almost as if he was not worried, there is still a way. The immortal essence remaining in my aperture is enough for me to activate my trump card, isn't it so coincidental? Che Wei and Song Yang were close friends. Che Wei immediately realized Song Yang's meaning, don't do this, if you absorb my injuries, you will die immediately. What is there to fear about death? Right now, our companions are fighting outside, the defensive line is on the verge of collapsing, they probably don't have the chance to send anyone else. Brother Che Wei, we have known each other for many years, your abilities are stronger than mine. But your journey has not been completed yet, you will soon create your own path, I really look forward to it, but it is such a pity that I won't be able to witness it. As Song Yang spoke lightly, a light blue radiance spread from his body and covered Che Wei. The two GU Immortals had wounds everywhere, even their bones and flesh were smashed in. But following the blue light's effect, Che Wei's body began to recover while Song Yang's became more severe. My friend. Che Wei closed his eyes before opening them, two trails of tears flowed down quietly. Song Yang was dead, Che Wei's injuries were still severe but he used all his strength to barely crawl towards Fate GU. Activate! Activate! I beg of you. Che Wei's vision turned dark, he poured in all his immortal essence and could only pray quietly at this point. Chapter 1953. Fang Yuan falls. The grand Heaven Overseeing Tower began to slowly let out a pure white light, the light gradually grew brighter and began to rise. Several breaths later, the light shot to the sky and illuminated the whole battlefield like an emperor had descended. The chaotic and violent battlefield paused immediately. Almost all GU Immortals raised their heads and looked towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. The three regions' GU Immortals were pale and ashen, while tears and snot flowed down the faces of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. Rank 9 Fate GU has been restored. Yuan Qiongdu did not fail us. He did it. This is too amazing. Heaven Overseeing Tower has returned to its peak state, we have won. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals cheered, their morale rose to the peak at once. Retreat! Retreat! Be it Wuyong, Yao Huang, or Shen Song and others, they all shouted to retreat with no intent to battle. Bing Sichuan was still controlling Calamity L'Occult. He transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan with an unresigned expression, "Do something quickly." Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon transformation, however, began to retreat rapidly. Duke Long gave up on Fang Yuan and used Dragon Gate to rapidly travel to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fate Gu, Fate Gu. When he saw the completely intact Fate Gu, he could not restrain his intense emotions anymore. Tears flowed down as if he was released from a heavy burden. The one who had injured Fate Gu back then was his disciple Red Lotus. To make up for this mistake, Duke Long resolved himself and took on the heavy responsibility of restoring Fate Gu. Hong Ting, Master has atoned for your mistake. I did not let down Heavenly Court, I did not let down humanity. Duke Long took deep breaths before he regained his cool. He looked outside the tower with a sharp gaze. Now, it is time for you all to die. Duke Long shouted and activated Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest offensive method. Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. Light that filled heaven and earth, it was omnipresent, illuminating the universe and people's hearts. In just an instant, all the rank 7 Immortal GU houses in the battlefield crumbled. The GU Immortals inside fortunately survived. Even Calamity L'Occult and Dragon Palace were in miserable states. Bing Sichuan, Wu Shuai, Zhang Bu Du and others immediately used all their efforts in repairing the Immortal GU houses. The surviving historical rank 8 experts of Northern Plains dissipated after the light shone on them. Countless year beasts and swordsmen of Fang Yuan that caused disaster to Heavenly Court were mostly destroyed. Blood flowed like a river. Mao Li Qiu's perfect pair killer move was forcefully broken. Di Zhongsheng was suppressed to the ground and was actually unable to get up immediately. Only Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon form was completely safe. He was a complete otherworldly demon who could not be targeted by the killer move Fate Vanquish and had a natural immunity towards it. Only you remain now, Fang Yuan. Duke Long stared at the immemorial sword dragon with an intense killing intent and hatred. It was this otherworldly demon that destroyed the immortal graveyard, destroying the largest portion of the millions of years of foundation of Heavenly Court. This sin could not be forgiven, he must suffer a cruel death. Boom! Duke Long flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower and pierced through the sky towards Fang Yuan. Block him, stop Fang Yuan! Duke Long roared, his voice resonated throughout the whole Heavenly Court. Destiny Song started in time as Fang Yuan's retreating speed fell sharply. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Current Scissors. Duke Long neared and opened his palm. Countless sharp Qi currents formed extremely sharp Qi blades that shrouded Fang Yuan like a storm. Fang Yuan cancelled reverse flow protection seal and charged through the Qi blade's encirclement, leaving behind a bloody trail in the sky. Myriad-year flying warship quickly flew over and reunited with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stepped on the deck and transformed into the immemorial year monkey. He then turned around and waved his arm. Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Wild wind surged, scattering all of the Qi current scissors. Fang Yuan stomped on the deck. Myriad-year flying warship gave off a buzzing sound and let out dazzling radiance as it activated a time path killer move, Myriad-year hunting. Splash splash splash. The river of time phantom under Myriad-year flying warship continued to bubble. Countless year beasts were summoned once again and participated in the battle, spreading out everywhere. At this time, Feng Ju moved ahead of Duke Long. Immortal Killer Move, Submission Song. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Submission Song's power condensed into human form as it ran amok through the army of countless year beasts. Wherever it went, the year beasts, regardless of strong or weak, betrayed Fang Yuan and submitted to Feng Ju. Great job! Even Duke Long felt surprised and joyous at this sight. Previously, Feng Ju had been using Destiny Song mainly to maintain the battlefield and was unable to use other methods. Now that there was a chance, he immediately showed his abundant methods. Duke Long once again neared Myriad-year flying warship and used killer moves like world-shaking dragon hammer alternately, destroying daybreak swords. Cracks spread in myriad-year flying warship and large numbers of GU worms died instantly. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. He had to use all his strength to repair myriad-year flying warship while also blocking Duke Long and Feng Juji's joint attacks. It is our turn to counterattack. Prince Feng Xian led the wave of counterattack. A sharp phoenix cry resounded, his whole body transformed into a phoenix. He spread his wings and flew, fire burned everywhere he went and turned into a sea of fire. Bai Kangshui attacked almost at the same time from the other end of the defensive line, pale towering waves shot out. Zheng Shenguang was like a meteor as he moved across the battlefield. Zhu Shongxin was accompanied by fierce information path tigers. Vortex Space Boy and Yi Xiaozi attacked together. Zhao Shan He and Yu Zhu Zi once again used sitting and eating the mountain empty against the enemy Immortal GU houses. Previously, because of Duke Long's might, the three regions GU Immortals were all withdrawn inside the Immortal GU houses. Facing Heavenly Court's wave of counterattacks, Calamity Luck Altar, Dragon Palace, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, and other Immortal GU houses were unable to resist and retreated while fighting. Heavenly Court side continued to push with Heaven Overseeing Tower and Demon Judgment Board as the cause, continuously reducing the movement area of the three regions GU Immortals. Qin Dingling also flew out of Demon Judgment Board and used all kinds of luck path methods to amplify her side's offenses to the maximum degree. After all, the enemy GU Immortals were hiding inside Immortal GU houses, they could not attack casually and had to use the Immortal GU houses methods. The three regions GU Immortals were forced to retreat again and again, their conditions were already bad because of Fate Vanquish. Most of the GU Immortals had to concentrate on repairing the Immortal GU houses, they could only endure the beating passively. With no alternatives, Mao Li Qiu, Wu Yong, and some others took the risk to fly out of the Immortal GU houses and fought Heavenly Court side to strive for precious time for the repair of the Immortal GU houses. Hold on. If we can't hold on now, leaving Heavenly Court will only be wishful thinking. Be careful of Heaven Overseeing Tower, especially Fate Vanquish. How is Fang Yuan's situation? Only he can resist Fate Vanquish. Like in the previous life, the Immortals entrusted their hopes to Fang Yuan once again. Despite many of the GU Immortals hating Fang Yuan, the current situation forced them to rely on him. But what disappointed the Immortals was that Fang Yuan's situation was also similarly bad. He was being pincer-attacked by Feng Juji and Duke Long, he was barely resisting the attacks with the help of myriad-year flying warship. The killer move Fate Vanquish with Fate GU as the core had no effect on Fang Yuan. But Feng Juji's Destiny Song that was only rank 8 was of an even higher plane, it not only included Fate but also contained luck. Luck was naturally effective against Fang Yuan. Before this, Fang Yuan had used luck path methods many times to help in his cultivation. Destiny Song was effective against Fang Yuan, greatly weakening him, almost offsetting the amplification from heroes among people. On the contrary, Duke Long could not enjoy heroes among people, but he was empowered by Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, Triple Chi Retraction, and Destiny Song, increasing his battle strength to an unimaginably shocking level. With Duke Long attacking and Feng Juji supporting him, Fang Yuan was unable to take them head-on and had to retreat again and again. Heavenly Court cannot be defeated. Duke Long's punches and kicks exploded the air as they landed on Myriad-Year Flying Warship. Myriad-Year Flying Warship was like a small raft in a storm, it was sent flying and crashed on the ground. Fang Yuan, here's another move for you. Duke Long charged down like a meteor, wanting to collide directly. Fang Yuan looked at the sky and snorted, golden lights shone around Myriad-Year Flying Warship as the 12 Zodiac battle formation separated and transformed into a grey stone giant. The giant stood on Heavenly Court's ground and waved its hands, attacking Duke Long head-on. Boom! An explosion rang, Duke Long collided with the giant. Killer moves clashed, creating a powerful explosion. The terrifying heat wave inflated like a giant balloon before bursting on the spot. Tornadoes and shock waves engulfed everything. Fang Yuan and the almost crumbling Myriad-Year Flying Warship retreated smoothly using this propulsion force. Whoosh! Wind roared as Duke Long's monstrously tall figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk rapidly. He did not have the time to even turn around as he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Rumble. Reverse Flow Protection Seal finally reached its limits and broke apart. Fang Yuan suffered Duke Long's attack. Although he had transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, his back was almost pierced. The enormous force sent Fang Yuan flying. After he fell to the ground, his body was dragged along the ground, leaving behind a long trail of blood and only stopping after crashing through 3 Immortal GU houses. Duke Long gave a muffled groan. His body was shaking. Reverse Flow Protection Seal reflected external attacks. The strength he struck Fang Yuan was also reflected to him in full. He had to suffer an even more serious impact than Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan had Reverse Flow Protection Seal to weaken the strength of the attack as well as the powerful body of the immemorial Year Monkey. Duke Long panted heavily. He was not able to move immediately and concentrated on healing his wounds quickly. At the edge of the battlefield, the immortal treasury was already looted clean by Spectral Soul and his servants, but they had yet to find the Door of Life and Death. Strange, the Door of Life and Death was clearly placed here. Fairy Zi Wei frowned. Looks like Duke Long has hidden many things from you. Spectral Soul said coldly. The Door of Life and Death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth and contained countless souls. Its importance to Spectral Soul was huge, but unfortunately, they could not find it. Master, Fang Yuan is not able to hold on. Do we give him a hand to maintain the stalemate and get more time for ourselves? Old Man Zheng Yuan asked. Spectral Soul gazed at the battlefield, and when he saw Fang Yuan's position, he suddenly smiled. There is no hurry, there is still a venerable who has not made a move yet. Fang Yuan was collapsed in his own pool of blood in front of Embroidered Tower. 3 bloodskins of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable were sown in the air. Blown by the violent winds of the battlefield, these 3 bloodskins actually loosened and waved around like banners. In an instant, Fang Yuan sniffed a dense, fishy stench of blood. Chapter 1954. Pursue Freedom. Embroidered Tower was originally a mortal object that was left by primordial origin Immortal Venerable to his disciple Star Constellation as her dowry. But according to the customs back then, its symbolic meaning was much greater. Later, when Star Constellation became Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she turned Embroidered Tower into an Immortal GU house that had extremely mystical powers. Over 1 million years ago, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable invaded Heavenly Court. He stormed through Heavenly Court, passing Immortal Emperor Court, Hidden Space Pavilion, Sumeru Lake, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally stopping at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable suffered some loss when he reached Embroidered Tower. Embroidered Tower used its trump card method, Dao Embroidery. 7 embroidery needles flew out elegantly. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was forced to discard 3 pieces of his skin before he was able to go past it. These 3 bloody skins were sewn into the air by countless Dao mark threads. After that, Embroidered Tower's damage could not be repaired. And later, it was used to attack Spectral Soul in Yitian Mountain, the new damage added to the previous ones. This damage ruined Embroidered Tower and it could not be of any use right now. Not only Fang Yuan, even Duke Long and other GU Immortals saw the movement of the 3 bloody skins in the air above Embroidered Tower. They looked like 3 bloody banners, fluttering savagely in the wind. The left banner had a bird drawn on it. The bird had 6 legs but no wings. The middle bloody banner had a drawing of a beast which was getting increasingly clearer. It opened its mouth but had no teeth. The right bloody skin had a fish. It grew increasingly vivid and lifelike, but it was clear that it had no gills. Bloodskins made wild sounds like an ancient gale that crossed 1 million years and roared in people's ears. Or like a grand army that went to battle, clashes and collisions of steel and horses resounded. The blood banners fluttering continued to amplify in commotion. They were like volcanoes that had been suppressed for countless years, or like wild beasts that had accumulated their energy and was about to strike their prey. Roar! The wild beasts roared. They violently broke the Dao mark threads that bound them and turned into 3 blood-red lights that landed around Fang Yuan. 3 beastly bizarre and resounding roars sounded and the blood-red light dissipated, revealing 3 enormous beasts. A glowing monstrous yellow bird that was like a small mountain, its 6 legs were thick and rough, its beak was hard and long, but it had no wings. An azure blue leopard with a big belly was sprawled on the ground, it kept on yawning and one could see it did not have even a single tooth. And a fish with dark green scales was floating in the air, its head was raised high and its mouth was closed tightly. There was no trace of gills next to its eyes. The huge fish was motionless like a jade statue. The Immortals were shaken, even Duke Long's expression turned solemn as he halted his attacks. There is an abnormality in the 3 bloody skins left by reckless savage demon Venerable. These 3 monsters have such shocking auras. Did Fang Yuan trigger a Venerable's method? Wait a second, these 3 monsters, why do they resemble those 3 recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu? The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 4 states. Ren Zhu wandered alone on the vast land, his hair was disheveled and he seemed to have lost his mind. At times, he wailed, at times, he sat down in a daze, and at times, he laughed like a fool. Fate Gu's manipulation had separated him from his children, he also lost wealth. Ren Zhu was forced into a state of madness. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ren Zhu was at a loss and went crazy again. One morning, a group of birds ran past Ren Zhu. These birds did not have wings, their 6 legs moved alternately as they ran on the ground, raising clouds of dust in their path. Ren Zhu jumped with joy when he saw these birds. So I am a bird. He also spread his legs and ran wildly, joining the bird group. The birds growled strangely towards Ren Zhu. You are a human, you use 2 legs to walk, you are not a bird. Leave, don't disturb us, we are pursuing freedom. We want to retrieve our freedom. Ren Zhu asked, why are you all searching for freedom? The bird said with a heavy tone, we once possessed freedom, but we did not realize that. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had wings and could not fly anymore. When we regain freedom, we will be able to spread our wings and soar to the sky again. Ren Zhu realized, I understand, humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like birds who have lost their wings. Right. I remember now. Ren Zhu clapped and laughed madly. I also need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. After that, I can go wherever I want to go, and be with whomever I want to be forever. The birds casted a strange look at Ren Zhu. Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us, how can birds not have wings? So, chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans are destined to be alone, all gatherings will end up in separation. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies. Ren Zhu scratched his head, puzzled, is that how it works? The birds left behind their last words, oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom fly away, otherwise you will regret it. After Ren Zhu parted ways with the birds, he slowly forgot his identity and goals once again. One afternoon, a leap of blue leopards passed by him. The insane Ren Zhu saw the group of leopards and shouted in joy, so I am a leopard. Ren Zhu rushed into the group. But the leopards pushed him away and shouted, you are a human, not a leopard. You use 2 legs to walk, while we have 4 legs. Leave, don't disturb us. We are pursuing freedom. We want to retrieve our freedom. Ren Zhu asked, why are you searching for freedom? The blue leopards looked depressed, sigh, we once possessed freedom. But we did not realize it. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had teeth and could not bite and tear apart our prey. When we regain freedom, we will be able to eat happily again. Ren Zhu realized, I understand, humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like beasts with no teeth. Right. Ren Zhu clapped and laughed madly, I need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. I will possess countless delicacies and wines, endless wealth, and all kinds of comfortable and beautiful clothes. The blue leopards were stunned before laughing loudly as they mocked Renzu. "Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us, how can beasts not have fangs or claws? So, chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans were born with empty hands and will pass away with nothing. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies." Renzu scratched his head, unsatisfied. Is that how it works? The leopards left behind their final words. "Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom Gu fly away, otherwise you will regret it." After Renzu parted ways with the leopards, he slowly forgot his identity and goals once again. One evening, a school of fish swam past him. Renzu saw the fish and shouted in joy, "So I am a fish." Renzu joined the fish group and tried to swim like them. There was a commotion in the fish group as they pushed Renzu away and shouted, "You are a human, not a fish. You use 2 legs to walk, while we have no legs. Leave, don't disturb us. We are pursuing freedom Gu, we want to retrieve our freedom." Renzu asked, "Why are you searching for freedom Gu?" The fish sighed, "We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize that. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had gills and could not breathe in the water again. When we regain freedom, we will be able to swim in the water again." Renzu realized, "I understand, humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like fish with no gills and cannot breathe." "Right!" Renzu clapped and laughed madly. "I need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. I will breathe freely and live on forever, I want eternal life." The fish sneered, "Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us, a fish must have gills, so chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans are destined to have no relation with eternal life, you will die of old age and illnesses. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies." Renzu frowned, feeling irritated. Is that how it works? The fishes left behind their final words. "Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom Gu fly away, otherwise you will regret it." After Renzu parted ways with the fishes, he slowly forgot the advice of the birds, leopards, and the fish. "I am a human, I need to pursue freedom. I need to get rid of the shackles of fate, I want to live forever with my loved ones, I want to enjoy life with enough wealth, I want to live on forever." Many beings that walked past Renzu heard him, they shook their heads and stayed away from him. "Let's quickly leave, he is Renzu and he is talking nonsense again. He has already gone mad completely. How could he dare to have such thoughts?" One day, freedom Gu flew towards Renzu on its own accord. Renzu was joyous as he grabbed it. "Oh freedom, I finally obtained freedom." Renzu was extremely happy but also felt puzzled as he asked freedom Gu, "This is really strange, the wingless birds are pursuing you, the toothless beasts are pursuing you, the gill-less fish are pursuing you, but you flew to me, what is going on here?" Freedom Gu replied, "I didn't fly to you, human, you once used attitude Gu to bully me, used love to bind me, and used wealth to bribe me. I loathe and hate you. I flew over because I was attracted by the cognition Gu on you." Cognition Gu floated out of Renzu's body and explained with a smile, "Renzu, because you have gone mad, you are thinking deliriously all the time. A human that desires companionship forever, a human who has an extravagant hope of living a life with no worries, a human who pursues eternal life, what else can this be other than a lunatic?" Freedom Gu sighed, "Freedom of cognition is the greatest freedom. These delirious thoughts can strengthen me. Renzu, although you captured me, I will never work for you. Release me now." Renzu shook his head and grasped even tighter, "Freedom Gu, I will not let you go." Freedom Gu sneered, "Then prepare yourself, don't collapse from the pressure." The moment it finished speaking, Responsibility GU flew over, pressing on Renzu's shoulder. Heavy, so heavy! Renzu almost bent over from the pressure. Cognition GU sighed, freedom and responsibility coexist. Oh Renzu, you want to obtain freedom, so you need to shoulder the responsibility. At least, you need to be responsible for yourself. Renzu clenched his teeth and persevered. Sweat flowed down his body like a river. Soon, he knelt down on the ground. He saw spider webs again. Fake goo spider silk wrapped around his whole body. Renzu was barely shouldering the heavy responsibility and had no strength to break free from the spider silk's bindings. Fake goo spider silk constricted tightly, forming blood wounds everywhere on Renzu's body. Renzu shouted, "What is going on?" Cognition GU explained, "Oh human, the more freedom you experience, the more you will feel the restriction around you." Freedom GU laughed, "Just let me go. The longer you hold on to me, the more spider silk will bind you, the binding will become tighter and will even constrict you to death." Renzu shook his head, "No, I won't let go. Oh Freedom GU, I must have you." Countless spider silk pierced into Renzu's flesh. Renzu howled in pain and rolled on the ground but did not let go. "Ha ha ha!" Renzu began laughing foolishly again. "I can sense a GU far away. Just this feeling alone makes me happy and satisfied." Cognition GU admitted frankly, "That is natural. Whoever obtains freedom GU will also be able to sense the location of happiness GU." Renzu continued to persevere. He cried in pain at times and laughed happily at other times. The spider silk constricted tightly, tearing into his bones and leaving deep marks on them, but Renzu still did not loosen his hands. In the end, he fainted from the pain. After a long time, he slowly woke up. Fake goo spider silk was no longer constricting him. Responsibility GU also did not exert heavy pressure, while cognition GU had disappeared. Wait, what about freedom GU? Renzu did not sense freedom goo's existence, and in his moment of panic, he opened his hands. The moment a gap appeared, freedom GU flew away and left Renzu behind. Humans often did not understand freedom when they possessed it. Only after losing it, they would come to a sudden realization. Renzu was stunned when he saw freedom GU flying away. He remembered the advice of the birds, leopards, and fish. He felt extremely regretful. He tore out his hair painfully and rolled on the ground. "I am better off dead." Renzu was overwhelmed with grief. "I would rather lose love. I would rather lose my life. I don't want to lose freedom." Chapter 1955. Crucial person at the crucial time. Fang Yuan looked around him. He was surrounded by the three giant monsters. But the three giant monsters did not do anything to him. They were instead guarding him and looking at the surroundings with hostility. Their affiliation could be seen with one glance. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's expression was one of shock. "Even if Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method is helping you, you will still be defeated." Duke Long shouted, his voice resounding throughout the surroundings. He swooped down from the air like a red meteor. His determination did not waver even in front of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method. He was going to exterminate all demons. He would quell all opposition in the world. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Breath Mountain. Duke Long's palms aimed at Fang Yuan from afar and pushed. Rumble. With a loud sound, a giant Chi mountain pressed down towards Fang Yuan and the three monsters. Through triple Chi retraction, Duke Long had a massive amount of Chi Path Dao marks. Right now, all his Chi Path killer moves like Chi Breath Mountain had their power amplified by countless times. This Chi mountain was much larger than before. Its composition was also extremely solid. Be it in quality or quantity, both had a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, whether it was Wu Yong, Bing Saichuan or others, they all revealed solemn expressions. Just this Chi Breath Mountain was difficult to resist. The best method was to dodge. But after Chi Breath Mountain, there was a monstrous expert like Duke Long who could block all escape routes. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and was about to move. But right at this moment, one of the three monsters transformed from the bloodskins, the giant blue leopard, suddenly opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Boom! The whole Chi Breath Mountain shrank rapidly and was absorbed by some formless force into the blue leopard's belly. The Immortals were given a great shock. Food path cultivator Zhao Shan, his pupils shrank as he saw signs of food path from the blue leopard's body. Even Duke Long was stunned. This powerful Chi Breath Mountain was actually broken this directly. After the blue leopard swallowed the Chi Breath Mountain, its shriveled belly bulged by 10%. Its eyes glistened as it stared at Duke Long with a chilling gaze like it was looking at a luxurious dinner. Duke Long was utterly fearless. The three monsters might be unfathomable, but he still charged towards Fang Yuan. His speed even increased, bursting the air and producing sonic booms. Fang Yuan was fully prepared for combat when one of the three monsters, the green fish, moved. It only waved its tail slightly when it appeared before Duke Long all of a sudden. Its speed was so fast that it looked like instant teleportation, but it did not feel abrupt at all. Everything happened smoothly and fluidly. Duke Long's field of vision had been wide a second ago, but now, his whole sight was filled with the enormous body of the fish monster. The fish monster slammed its head fiercely. Boom! The monster's head directly sent Duke Long flying with speed that was faster than earlier when he arrived. He possessed Transformation Path and Chi Path Dao marks. He was unprecedentedly strong. After using triple Chi retraction several times, he did not even need 9 dragons protection to guard against ordinary rank 8 attacks. But when he knocked into the fish monster's head, he felt like he had used his bare fist to strike a boulder. In an instant, all the bones in Duke Long's body shattered, his internal organs almost burst from the force. There were massive amounts of internal and external bleeding. Triple Chi retraction. Duke Long shouted, his sharply declining Chi surged immediately. Duke Long immediately activated Chi Path healing methods, and with shocking speed, his injuries recovered in a few breaths of time. But because he chose to heal himself, he let himself crash through all the way, directly crashing into the boundary of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was a shared Grotto-Heaven. Its limits were the aperture walls. Duke Long crashed into the aperture walls. The enormous force that still remained in his body poured into the aperture walls in the sky. The Immortals heard a loud collision, then they saw several cracks suddenly appearing in the sky behind Duke Long before quickly spreading like a spider web. The Immortals could not help but draw in sharp breaths. The strength of the fish monster's attack was simply unimaginable. Even Duke Long seemed to be unable to resist it. And the fish monster was only an arrangement left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. It had already existed for over 1,000,000 years, but it still had such might. If so, how much strength did reckless savage demon Venerable, who left this method, have? Simply unimaginable. The Immortals recalled the evaluation about reckless savage demon Venerable. He was publicly recognized as the Venerable with the highest physical strength. And now they saw this sight. It was truly so. This is reckless savage demon Venerable's method. We have not lost yet, we can still fight. Lord Duke Long has returned, his injuries have recovered and his aura has become even stronger. What are you afraid of? We have the fully repaired Fate GU, the heavenly fate sides with us. The 3 regions GU Immortals felt shocked and exulted at the unexpected reinforcements of 3 powerful beings, and their morale soared. Heavenly Court's Immortals similarly had a high morale. They had complete confidence in Fate GU and Duke Long. Duke Long once again swooped in and fought with the 3 monsters. But he learned his lesson this time and prioritized using Chi Path's long-range attacks, avoiding close combat. These 3 giant monsters' strength was truly horrifying. Even Duke Long did not want to be sent flying so miserably again. His battle tactic was wise. The 3 giant monsters had terrifying strength, but they had almost no methods. After exchanging a dozen or so moves, Duke Long got a clearer understanding of them. The 6-legged yellow bird's speed was extremely fast and could shoot out yellow lightning from its mouth, but it was unable to fly. Its beak was extremely hard and sharp, even able to pierce through immortal GU houses. The green fish monster could float around with speed that was akin to teleportation of space path. It appeared extremely seamlessly and caught enemies off guard. It could recover from any attacks almost instantaneously. Its strongest aspect was this, a horrifying regeneration rate that was much stronger than Duke Long using his Chi Path healing methods. But it had a weakness: its attack was fierce but the tempo was slow, the frequency of attacks was also quite low. After attacking once, it would be still for a while before it could attack again. As for the toothless blue leopard, it could fly by stepping on air. Its strongest method was to devour all attacks. Not only this, it could even devour the heroes among people killer move from GU Immortals' bodies. This sight made Zhao Shanhe feel dazzled. His food path methods were far from being able to devour amplifications. This contained food path profundities that he did not possess. If he could comprehend this, his enlightenment of food path would definitely progress one step further. At the same time, the toothless blue leopard's greatest weakness was also this almost innate devouring ability. Every time it devoured, its belly would bulge. After Duke Long and others intentionally fed it various attacks, the toothless blue leopard's belly had become round and full. It started having trouble moving. However, even though Heavenly Court's side had probed the three monsters' details, they still could not defend against them and were gradually falling into a disadvantage. The three monsters had flaws, their strengths and weaknesses were extremely conspicuous. But no one dared to block their brutish rampage. Adding in Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, Bing Sichuan, Shen Sheng, Song Qi Yuan, and the rest supporting from the side, as well as restraining and getting rid of Heavenly Court's various methods, Heavenly Court's side was in a passive situation. The three monsters' target was Heaven Overseeing Tower. They seemed to have an enormous hatred towards Fate GU. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to confront the three monsters' power, it could only retreat constantly. To defend Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long shouldered huge pressure and was heavily injured time and time again, retreating to heal his injuries before joining the battle again. His purple hair was swaying wildly, his eyes were bloodshot, his whole body was bathed in blood that dyed his scales completely. His fighting spirit kept on rising, it had not fallen once. Both sides fought around the three monsters and Heaven Overseeing Tower. The attacks went back and forth, it was highly intense. The battle kept on moving, wherever it went, the aftermath of the terrifying killer moves destroyed everything, creating countless ruins. The great Heavenly Court that was managed meticulously by GU Immortals was heavily damaged from this battle. Just as the three regions GU Immortals were firmly holding onto the upper hand, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly stopped. At the next moment, Immortal Killer Move Fate Vanquish burst out again. "Careful!" Wu Yong shouted. The three regions GU Immortals were already on guard and reacted quickly. After the white light dissipated, explosions resounded in Heavenly Court battlefield once again as the battle resumed. But this time, Heavenly Court held the momentum. The three regions GU Immortals could only defend while repairing the Immortal GU houses and their own injuries. The three regions GU Immortals gradually found their footing. Compared to the first Fate Vanquish attack, their situation was much better. The reason was that they had three giant monsters to rely on. The giant monsters rampaged around the battlefield. Under their attacks, Heavenly Court GU Immortals were gradually dragged into a stalemate before being suppressed by the three regions GU Immortals again. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. After this happened over and over again, the whole of Heavenly Court was filled with ruins. The three monsters' aura had clearly fallen, the GU Immortals' offense was also not as fierce as before. They were at a point where they had to consider the issue of immortal essence expenditure. Damn it, the situation is becoming increasingly bad. Wu Yong's face was solemn, the three monsters were weakening from the repeated devastation of Fate Vanquish. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable failed in his invasion of Heavenly Court. These three giant monsters are only arrangements left by him, they naturally won't be able to resist the power of Fate Vanquish. Bing Sichuan's heart was turning cold. If the three regions GU Immortals failed to obtain a breakthrough when the three monsters were still active, they would definitely suffer a miserable and disastrous defeat after that. This was something extremely obvious. But Heavenly Court side used the wisest battle tactic. They moved continuously while avoiding the enemy's attacks, making the enemy expend more energy. Especially, when Fate Vanquish activated, the advantage the three regions GU Immortals obtained with difficulty turned into nothing, everything went back to square one. And because they had Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower, there was always a base camp around the front lines. The moment the Heavenly Court GU Immortals faced danger, they could hide inside, thus there were no casualties. Naturally, this was also because the offense had weakened as both sides were beginning to conserve immortal essence. Master, the situation does not look good. Even reckless savage demon venerables method cannot change the outcome. The current Heavenly Court has an intact fake GU after all. Far away, Fairy Zhao was analyzing coolly. Spectral Soul had already recovered his human form, but his body was translucent. He held his hands behind his back as he observed the battlefield before glancing at the faraway Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the two venerable silhouettes were still playing chess. The chessboard was already filled with chess pieces, but the mysterious thing was whenever the venerable silhouette put down a piece, there would always be another free spot. However, compared to before, the frequency of the two venerables placing the chess pieces had reduced by a lot. Star Constellation Silhouette held a chess piece and looked at the chessboard before glancing toward Spectral Soul's direction. "Are you okay with this?" Spectral Soul stole a portion of the results of our game. Star Constellation Silhouette said. Limitless Silhouette laughed, since he could get free and even steal our results, this is his own capability. These gains will help him. I am looking forward to the day when he can reach the realm that we were unable to reach. Star Constellation Silhouette was silent for a while before sighing, "You are truly a pure Dao pursuer. Unfortunately, heaven and earth is a cage that stopped me from pursuing my Dao." Limitless Silhouette said, "Which is why I want to pursue freedom." Star Constellation Silhouette immediately refuted, "Your freedom, however, will break this cage. And we both know what kind of scenery exists outside this cage." Limitless Silhouette shook his head, "Our positions are different, saying anything else is of no benefit." His silhouette was becoming increasingly illusory right now, only his eyes were still bright and letting out sharp lights. Limitless Silhouette held a chess piece and looked at the chessboard for a long while, but he did not place the piece. This match had already reached the most crucial point. On the chessboard, Limitless Silhouette's situation was very bad, he was greatly disadvantaged. His pieces were surrounded from every direction by Star Constellation Silhouette's chess pieces. She had an obvious superiority. Even though it was because of Heavenly Court's accumulations, it was enough for Limitless Silhouette to see the strength of his opponent, Star Constellation. Star Constellation's will was resisting Heaven's will on one hand, while also making arrangements throughout the 5 regions. She thought of countless aspects. Her plan spanned across the past and present, throughout the universe. Forget about the arrangements that made 3 venerables invasions fail, just look at the current situation. Spectral Soul had regained freedom but did not obtain the door of life and death. This was probably Star Constellation's ploy. Even Fairy Zhao was in the dark, which was not likely to happen with just Duke Long's scheming ability. Indeed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the only Wisdom Path Venerable in history. However, Limitless Silhouette had not lost yet. His main chess pieces were all gathered together, the opponent could hardly defeat them. A forceful attack would definitely result in heavy losses, and it would also give the initiative to Limitless Silhouette instead. But for Limitless Silhouette to counterattack and break through by himself, he was still lacking some strength. The whole encirclement was a dense congregation of the plans of Star Constellation Silhouette. If Limitless Silhouette attacked rashly, he would fall into a trap. Thus, Limitless Silhouette could only choose to defend while waiting for reinforcement. This game between 2 venerables that had started in the Olden Antiquity era and continued for 1,000,000 years, it had finally welcomed the most crucial moment. Indeed, Limitless Silhouette still had reinforcements. He had waited for 1,000,000 years for this aid, both sides were aware of it. Now, we have to see the quality of our pieces. Star Constellation Silhouette swept her gaze through the battlefield. When it stopped at Fang Yuan's body, her gaze revealed complicated expressions. Limitless Silhouette was similarly looking in the same direction, mumbling, "Oh Fang Yuan, you have been like this since the start. How long are you planning to conceal your abilities?" Chapter 1956. A man must be cool. On one hand, he had been fighting with Duke Long and the rest. On the other hand, he kept on maintaining a cold and indifferent expression while pondering about the overall situation. But ever since Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method activated, he had an extra voice resounding in his ears. Have a good look, Junior. The 3 monsters in front of you were transformed from my 3 immortal moves. These 3 immortal moves were created from the insights I gained after reading Pursuing Freedom in The Legends of Ren Zhu. They were all created to pursue freedom. First move, Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation. It uses Attitude GU as the core. Have you ever envied birds and wanted to fly freely in the sky? However, we humans are restricted since birth, we don't have wings, why even talk about flying? But an even crueler situation is like the wingless birds. They already experience the wonderful feeling of flying, but they lost their wings. No matter who you are, where you are, you will face all sorts of limitations. If we are unable to change, unable to break away from all these, we will be like wingless birds, pursuing freedom but unable to catch it. What should we do then? This is the core concept of this move, remember it, Junior. Even if we face the strictest restrictions and are unable to pursue freedom, we still have a kind of freedom. We can freely choose what kind of attitude we use to face the cruel reality. Remember, your attitude is very important. Second move, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation. It uses Mutation GU as the core. Freedom is not a bad thing, but it is also not a good thing either. It can make you better and can also make you worse, just like the effect of Mutation GU. The fierce beast lacks teeth, but does that mean it can't live on? If it does not have the freedom to bite, what's the harm in devouring the food? Maybe it can even train your digestive system to become stronger. Third move, Internal Breathing Green Fish Transformation. It uses Adaptation GU as the core. Compared to it, how ugly does the world seem? We are assaulted by cruel facts, we are tormented by pain and hopelessness. When we are walking our respective paths, we will be covered in bruises sometimes, even being exposed with nowhere to escape. Humans change, the world is also going through countless changes. If we cannot keep up with the changes of time, we will be left behind by the whole world. Therefore, adaptation is key. If you don't have gills, use your mouth to breathe. If you don't even have a mouth, then create a self-circulating internal respiratory system. Even if that means you have to walk slowly, even if you become nothing like a human in the end. The voice was powerful and forceful as it explained the origins and details of the 3 monsters. These monsters were transformed from 3 transformation path killer moves left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. After Fang Yuan triggered Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method, this voice had peculiarly accompanied Fang Yuan, but no one else could detect it. Is this Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's voice? Just as Fang Yuan was guessing, the voice changed. From the stable and serious voice to a lively and flippant tone. Hey, you have already spoken so much, it's my turn, it's my turn. Ha ha, kid, no matter who you are definitely an otherworldly demon. Because only an otherworldly demon has hope of destroying fake GU. So, when I left behind this true inheritance back then, I made it so that only an otherworldly demon can inherit it. But besides this, you still need to possess at least one of 3 GU worms, Attitude GU, Mutation GU, and Adaptation GU. These 3 GU worms correspond to 3 killer moves that can trigger my killer moves. When you arrive in the sky above Embroidered Tower, you can summon the giant monsters transformed by the killer moves and they shall be your strongest helping hand. Use them however you please, kill or loot if you like, or help people if you wish to. Of course, the best use would be to destroy fake GU because seeing it really annoys me. Ha ha ha. Of course, if you can trigger all 3 moves, then you can merge them into one move. This is a super powerful killer move that I created with great effort. Once you grasp this move, you can use your human form to possess all the advantages of the 3 moves. Moreover, there is no weakness in any aspect. That means, you will be like the wingless bird, moving as fast as lightning and shooting out lightning. You will also be like the gill-less fish, possessing extremely powerful regeneration ability. You will be like the toothless beast as well, devouring everything and storing them into your stomach. Are you stupefied? Isn't it super amazing? Ha ha ha, come, bow before me. The flippant male voice spoke until here, when it seemed like it was kicked out and was replaced by the previous solemn male voice. The final combination move is called Incomplete Freedom Transformation. It has 3 cores: attitude, mutation, and adaptation. It has numerous steps and is highly complicated. Although you can use the 3 monsters to merge them into one, which is much easier than you using them independently, I still ask you to not attempt it lightly. Because this move's effect works on your body, if it fails, you will be heavily injured at best, or even die in severe cases. Bear this in mind, bear this in mind. The heavy and solemn voice spoke earnestly, but soon, the previous flippant voice replaced it. Please, what you said is not important at all. Kid, let me tell you the important point. Once you activate this move successfully, you will have the strength to suppress all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts. The 3 monsters methods will become your innate abilities. You will become a human-shaped beast that can battle through heaven and earth, rampaging around all over the world unhindered. You will immediately possess quasi-venerable battle strength. Of course, if you meet an old venerable like me, you will still kneel in the end. But these are not the most important points. There is one most crucial point, you must remember it. Fang Yuan could not help but concentrate as he heard this. He then heard that flippant and lively voice continue. The most important part of the most important thing is once you activate this move, the 3 monsters will combine into a bloody cape and will hang on your back. This cape is truly super cool. Junior, you must try it. It is really too stunning, you absolutely won't regret it. Fang Yuan was speechless. Following the voice, all kinds of information flowed in his mind, allowing him to understand all the contents of the 3 killer moves clearly. Different from what the voice described, these 3 killer moves and the combination move were not complex at all, and their steps were also not numerous. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable lived in the olden antiquity era. After all, GU cultivation styles were not overwhelming and were crude back then, unlike the present age's delicate complexity. It was not difficult to master these killer moves, especially for Fang Yuan, who possessed deep wisdom path attainment. So, I should combine it like this. Fang Yuan's thoughts finished as he suddenly retreated and activated a killer move. In an instant, the 3 monsters that were fighting at the front lines turned into 3 light rays, yellow, blue, green, and entered Fang Yuan's body. Such a strange change caught both sides unprepared. The 3 lights covered Fang Yuan, emitting a majestic aura that spread in all directions and repelled all beings and objects. The 3 lights merged quickly and turned blood red. The blood-red light suddenly condensed into one and covered Fang Yuan's back, turning into a large blood-red cape. The cape fluttered with the wind like a war banner, the fluttering sounds echoed in every person's ears. What change occurred again? It seems like Fang Yuan inherited Reckless Savage true inheritance. Both allies and enemies were shocked once again. Looking at this familiar cape, inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, star constellation silhouette recalled past memories. 1,000,000 years ago, a man charged into Heavenly Court. He walked step by step, the ordinary steps, however, shook the land and sky of Heavenly Court. He was clothed in beast skin, his body was extremely robust with muscles bursting out. Tattoos covered all the skin on his body, portraying countless beasts and plants of all shapes and sizes. Some were vicious beasts, some were smart and exquisite life forms. The aura he released was as lofty as mountains and as vast as oceans. The Heavenly Court Immortals only took one look at him and felt a suffocating pressure. He was wearing a cape. This beast skin cape was extremely wide and was sewn using human skins. It suited a large physique like Reckless Savage Demon Venerables. If this were an ordinary person, a large portion of the cape would be dragging on the ground. Every time Reckless Savage Demon Venerable killed a rank 8 enemy, he would peel their skin and sew onto the beast skin cape. This was the custom of the Beastman race, but Reckless Savage had learned and imitated it in his youth, before he became a Venerable. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Halfway through Heavenly Court, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable stopped in front of Embroidered Tower. In the air, star constellations will manifested. Reckless Savage, you cannot destroy fate GU. Your strength originates from your fate. It is like how you cannot lift yourself up without relying on other methods. Of course I know this. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable laughed. Then what did you come for? To fight. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable raised his head and said it as a matter of fact with a flippant voice. Star constellations will. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable continued to laugh. After becoming venerable and being invincible in the world, I felt an intense loneliness. No one could fight with me. I have killed almost all those variant human rank 8s, the old and weak ones that are still alive have all hidden themselves. I also don't have the interest to find them. Looking at the 5 regions, only Heavenly Court is somewhat interesting. To protect Fate GU, you guys must have left behind many methods. Even Limitless was stopped by you back then. Come, use all your methods, let us have a match. Star Constellations was silent for a long while before entering Embroidered Tower. This Immortal GU house in front of you is one of the methods my main body left behind. Roar! Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's eyes brightened. If so, I am attacking. The battle ended quickly. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable clenched his fists and licked his lips, mumbling unsatisfied. What is this? After just 2 or 3 moves, your Embroidered Tower is almost on the verge of collapse. But the start was pretty good. Relax, I won't destroy your tower, we are all humans after all. Also, I will leave behind these 3 bloody skins. This is my inheritance. No matter who, even if it is someone from your Heavenly Court, if they can inherit my inheritance, then it shall belong to them. Treat it as a memento of my visit to Heavenly Court. Don't dismantle it, he. I am really looking forward to it. I wonder which junior will obtain my inheritance. Will they be shaken by my grand strength, or be bowled over by my incredible thinking? Ha, it naturally is best for this junior to destroy Fate GU. If they can't do this, I will truly be displeased. Star Constellations was silent for a long while before speaking. So your intention is to destroy Fate GU. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable shrugged his shoulders. That goes without saying. I have left my bloody skins here. If you have the skill, then destroy them. But I will leave you some kind advice. These 3 bloody skins are already connected with Heavenly Court's Zhao marks. If you attack them recklessly, it will be the most direct attack towards Heavenly Court. Unless there is someone who has transformation path attainment rivaling mine, no one will be able to safely dismantle it. Star Constellations will spoke. There is a better way for you to destroy Fate GU. Be an Immortal Venerable, become the Lord of Heavenly Court and be in contact with Fate GU all the time. I think with your wisdom, you will definitely think of a way to destroy Fate GU. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable directly shook his head without even thinking. I don't want to. Star Constellations will frowned. Why? Because the title of Demon Venerable sounds much cooler than Immortal Venerable. Star Constellations will. It was strange, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable said this reason, it actually gave off a feeling of being a natural fact. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned around and looked at himself before waving his arms. Take a good look. Look at my thighs, they are so sturdy. Look at my arms, they are so muscular and well-defined. This is beauty, this is coolness. And this cape, it is so bloody, it is also created from human skins. How domineering is it? Star Constellations was unable to think properly for a moment. It could only respond after a good while. So, you created this cape not for payback and revenge against variant humans. Of course, there is the secondary reason, but the important thing is still its coolness. Star Constellations will. Oh, right. These 3 bloody skins can combine into one move and its form is a bloody cape. It is quite similar to the one I use now. If there is a junior who wears it in the future, they will definitely be extremely cool beyond belief. Men. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable raised his arms and bent his elbows, showing his bulging muscles and praising himself. Must be this cool. Chapter 1957. Final Showdown. Duke Long was the first to react. Immortal Killer move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. Fang Yuan's condition was unknown. The 3 monsters actually transformed into a blood-soaked cape that hung on his back. Duke Long did not dare to be overconfident. he still had apprehension from the attacks of the three monsters, so he used a long-range attack, spiraling dragon fangs, to probe. Dragon fangs, sharp as blades, danced in the air. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he wanted to test his current defensive strength. Chink chink chink. Dragon fangs slashed his body, producing a series of sparks. After wearing the bloody cape, Fang Yuan's defensive strength had increased to an outrageous level. Duke Long's pupils shrank at this sight. Fang Yuan's current defensive strength was already much higher than his. There were at least white marks left behind on Duke Long's dragon scales if he let the dragon fangs strike him. But there was no damage to Fang Yuan, not even a trace of marks or wounds could be seen. The defensive strength is so astonishing, other aspects should also be similar. Looking at how Fang Yuan dealt with the Dragon Fang killer move, the Immortals had such thoughts. Heavenly Court's side was very wary, while the three regions GU Immortals looked at Fang Yuan with eager anticipation. These GU Immortals did not know that Fang Yuan's ears were ringing with criticism at this moment. Kid, you are the junior who inherited my true inheritance. Damn it, you look really ugly. Look at yourself, your face is like a woman's, your arms and legs are so thin. How can your skin be so white and smooth? Where is your toughness as a man? Heavens! My inheritance is wasted in your hands. Fang Yuan. During the process of combining the three monsters into incomplete freedom transformation, Fang Yuan needed to transfer his own will. However, after the bloody cape formed, Fang Yuan's will transformed into Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's image, turning into Reckless Savage's will. This method was truly inconceivable. This showed that Reckless Savage might be a transformation path GU Immortal, but he also had an astonishing attainment in Wisdom Path. However, Fang Yuan soon discovered that the source of the will transformation were the three monsters. As far as he was concerned, the so-called Reckless Savage will possessed no harm to him but had many benefits instead. Reckless Savage will could attend to the bloody cape and help maintain the killer move. He could even quicken Fang Yuan's understanding of the true meaning behind incomplete freedom transformation. Kid, make a move quickly. After so many years, there is not much left of the strength left behind by my main body. Quick, quick, charge, destroy Fate GU. Reckless Savage will laughed loudly as he clamored in impatience. You talk too much, can you shut up? Fang Yuan replied indifferently. Hey! Reckless Savage will was stunned, he placed his hands on his cheeks and shouted in disbelief, I was scorned upon. I, the great Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, was actually scorned by a junior. And by such an ugly guy at that. Reckless Savage will kept on mumbling. Who could have expected the domineering Reckless Savage Demon Venerable to be such a chatterbox? Even without his reminder, Fang Yuan could sense that although incomplete freedom transformation was terrifyingly powerful, it consumed the foundation of the three monsters very quickly. This move had a time limit. Since that is the case, Fang Yuan squinted, looking at Heaven Overseeing Tower wickedly. At that instant, every Heavenly Court GU Immortal controlling Heaven Overseeing Tower fell to chill in their hearts. Be careful of Fang Yuan. He is attacking. Steady, steady. Heavenly Court side was tense, their nerves stretched to the limits. Boom! At the next moment, Fang Yuan attacked. His figure crossed the sky like a bloody ray, he was directly charging towards the area with the most enemies, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan's speed was so astonishing that even Duke Long, who was already fully prepared, felt a great shock. Fang Yuan, stop! Duke Long reacted and chased with all his strength. He, it is finally getting interesting. On the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul laughed loudly and commanded, Old Man Zheng Yuan, start, activate everybody's vision. I want everyone in the world to see this interesting sight. Yes, Master. Old Man Zheng Yuan was a key that held the authority to activate Heavenly Court's venerable human path methods. And this move, everybody's vision, was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its unique power had been shown in Fang Yuan's previous life. It used people's united hearts as the foundation and could let Central Continent's mortals, GU Masters, and GU Immortals share their vision. As such, the Heavenly Court GU Immortals could observe all the enemy activities in Central Continent and could even stimulate the hatred of Central Continent's people, gathering even more human will. The more human will they accumulated, the more power the other human path killer moves like heroes among people would possess. In such a feedback loop, their strength would keep on growing stronger. This was the style that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables killer moves had. Immortal killer move, everybody's vision. In an instant, Central Continent was in an uproar, the 5 regions were in an uproar. What in the world is going on? My eyes have a problem. Mortals were shocked. It is the scene in Heavenly Court. What kind of method is this? It can allow everyone to witness the current situation. Which side has the upper hand? Almost all the GU Immortals of the 5 regions knew the inside story. In the previous life, Central Continent's people enjoyed the effects of everybody's vision, but in this life, because of Shunshong's interference, human wills of the 5 regions were gathered together. Because of this, everybody's vision allowed everyone in the 5 regions to observe the battle in Heavenly Court. The first scene the 5 regions mortals saw was Fang Yuan fighting his way to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Who is that person? Even ordinary mortals felt intense suffocation when they saw Fang Yuan's overbearing aura. Fang Yuan, you won't succeed! At the crucial moment, Gu Fangjing and Qin Dingling controlled Demon Judgment Board to defend in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. That is the Rank 8 Immortal GU House, Demon Judgment Board. The GU Immortals who saw this scene, no matter which region they belonged to, cried out in shock. Fang Yuan is not stopping. He is charging right into Demon Judgment Board. Has he gone crazy? This is a Rank 8 Immortal GU house. However, at the next moment, the mouths of the 5 regions GU Immortals opened wide in shock. Fang Yuan directly collided into Demon Judgment Board. The enormous collision force sent Demon Judgment Board flying, even though Gu Fangjing and Qin Dingling were already controlling the Immortal GU house with all their strength. Get lost! Fang Yuan shouted as he punched with great force. A huge dent appeared on Demon Judgment Board, countless fragments scattered and turned into GU worm corpses. Gu Fangjing coughed out a large mouthful of blood and fell on the ground with a horrified expression on his face. Fang Yuan's punch had almost pierced Demon Judgment Board. After Demon Judgment Board was knocked down, Fang Yuan stomped it fiercely. An enormous and irresistible force pressed down on Demon Judgment Board like a mountain and it rapidly fell to the ground. Fang Yuan jumped, his speed increasing as he continued charging towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. But the next moment, Duke Long had already caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan! He shouted wildly, his voice shaking the skies. Fang Yuan turned around, his bloody cape swung and he started punching, creating a storm of fist shadows. Duke Long had come prepared with a killer move, his palm pressed, it was Chi Breath Mountain. His left hand then formed into a claw shape as he activated Immortal Killer Move Dragon Claw Strike, while his right hand clenched into fist and activated Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the same time, he spat his fangs, they turned into countless spiraling dragon fangs which moved around his body. The dragon images of 9 dragons' protection on his body floated out on their own initiative. Bam 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 bam. Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought fiercely, exchanging blows with each fist hitting raw flesh. On one side was an inheritor of various venerables, an otherworldly demon, on the other side was a Dao Guardian, master of an immortal venerable. Their fight had broken the record of intensity in this battle so far. Just the aftermath of their moves resulted in wild winds that pushed away all the people and objects. The terrifying collisions could directly destroy immortal GU houses. Even Rank 8 immortal GU houses like Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Calamity Luck Altar stopped fighting. Those Rank 8 immortal GU houses even retreated far away. Are these 2 monsters? What kind of terrifying fight is this? The 5 regions GU Immortals saw this scene through everybody's vision, they gulped as their hearts pounded wildly. In the absence of a venerable, Fang Yuan and Duke Long's fight could be considered to be at the peak level of the current world. Mortals gradually began to realize something. This is incredible. We are looking at Immortals. This world really has immortals. Fights of immortals really are too terrifying. Look quickly, even the heavens seem to have been broken by them. Mortals exclaimed in shock. The scene had far surpassed the limits of their imagination. The storm of attacks did not stop, both sides were in a deadlock. Duke Long could not receive amplification from heroes among people, but he had Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Destiny Song's help, as well as Triple Chi Retraction. This method was an arrangement left by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. Duke Long was only a key to activating it. At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan and Duke Long's battle. Since it has already reached this stage, then let me push it further. Zheng Yuan, release all the human wills. Old man Zheng Yuan was dazed. Weren't the human wills already released completely? Were there any remaining? If there were, wouldn't old man Zheng Yuan have used them before? However, Spectral Soul pointed towards a direction. Old man Zheng Yuan astonishingly discovered there truly was a portion of human will stored in a corner of Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul's understanding of Heavenly Court was actually clearer than old man Zheng Yuan himself. How many secrets of Heavenly Court does he grasp? Also, why would the past venerables retain a portion of the human will so secretly? Old man Zheng Yuan was filled with questions. You don't need to guess. Just release them. What happens next will give you your answer. Spectral Soul chuckled. Old man Zheng Yuan had already submitted to Spectral Soul completely. He immediately nodded and activated his methods with no hesitation. The human wills were released completely. At the next moment, the power of heroes among people soared. Chapter 1958. Complete Human Will. You must grow up healthily, my children. Lovers being able to be married is truly a great thing. May peace last for generations and generations. I'd rather be a dog living in peace than a person living in chaotic times. Kill these lawless people, place judgment upon these atrocious evildoers. The righteous path will definitely be victorious. I believe that fairness and justice might come late sometimes, but they will never be absent. You must win, Heavenly Court. I can't do anything, but I can pray for you. The morale of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals soared, but soon, doubt surfaced on their faces. Their enemies similarly received amplifications. Moreover, it seemed like the three regions' GU Immortals received a slightly stronger amplification than them. Kill those righteous path hypocrites. Destroy Heavenly Court. It sits in an ivory tower. Who knows how many generations of Central Continent's people it has exploited? Although I respect Heavenly Court's spirit, I will never be able to achieve it. I am a Central Continent GU Immortal. I admit my selfishness. I am only an ordinary GU cultivator. However, Central Continent's resources are plundered and occupied by the 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court. Join Heavenly Court? That is too difficult. They even want me to offer my immortal aperture. How can I be willing to do that? Bring down Heavenly Court. The more losses Heavenly Court suffers, the less the pressure on our 4 regions when the 5 regions merge. Heavenly Court has occupied the throne of the number 1 force for far too long. If it is overthrown, this will be interesting. Both sides fought once again. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were astonished to discover that heroes among people's effect on the enemies was indeed stronger than themselves. Why? Heroes among people is clearly our Heavenly Court's method. Why was heroes among people helping the enemies more? The Heavenly Court GU Immortals were bewildered as they began to fall into a disadvantage. Wu Yong led his alliance once again. He was the first to charge out of clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building and began to valiantly pave a way through battle. At this moment, he fully displayed the prestige and courage of Southern Border's Wu clan. His face was solemn and his eyes flickered with cold lights. The determination to destroy Fate GU had always been so intense and overwhelming. In the past, he stood in front of his mother Wu Duxiu's coffin, mourning in silence. While he felt pain, he found there was a feeling of release and delight in the depths of his heart. Does this mean I am not filial? Wu Yong questioned himself and slowly understood his true feelings. No, it is not so. I am full of filial piety and respect towards my mother. But she was truly too strong. I could only choose to curl up and hide under her shadow. Now that she is gone, I finally have space to stretch myself. Returning to the present. Wu Yong's determination was firm and his gaze was cold. He revealed the heated emotions inside his heart. Therefore, be destroyed, Fate Gu. I will mourn for you just like I mourned for my mother. Only with you gone can I, Wu Yong, have the freedom to chase after my ambition. On the other side, Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Demon Judgment Board. Bing Saichuan had never felt such power. Blood flowed wildly inside his body. You still don't realize it, Qin Dingling. Despite the fact that you were the person sleeping beside Lord Giant Sunday. Fate is fixed while luck is a variable. Why do you think Lord Giant Sun created Luck Path? Why could he create Luck Path? From a certain perspective, this is the wish of countless beings for Luck Path to appear. When your life is fixed, when every encounter you have is already determined, is there still any meaning in living? What difference is this from puppets or mindless zombies? This is not my speculation. Lord Giant Sun said this to me personally. And I inherited his will. After 300,000 years, I am still staking my life to fight. I am an old man who is willing to fight for such an aspiration. Immortal killer move, Grand Collision. Shen Songsheng actually took the initiative to attack Feng Juji. Under Shen Songsheng's attacks, Feng Juji had to retreat constantly, but he kept on maintaining Destiny Song, prioritizing on supporting his allies. Shen Songsheng roared, Feng Juji. We are both Sound Path GU Immortals. Even if you can't see it, can't you hear it? Listen. These are the innermost voices of almost all the world's people. They don't want to be shackled anymore. They thirst for freedom, even if this freedom is beyond impractical. Sometimes, people are like lunatics. They have foolish thoughts. I will be honest with you. Shen Songsheng actually cried tears of deep emotions. I have never felt such feelings. It is as if there are countless people standing behind me, cheering and encouraging me. Perhaps this is how Heavenly Court's GU Immortals felt when they fought for humanity back then. It was really the right decision for me to come to this battlefield. Bam 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 bam. Close combat continued. Moves after moves were exchanged as Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought head-on. After the stalemate lasted for a while, Duke Long began to fall into a disadvantaged position. Despite Duke Long gritting his teeth and wanting to endure, it was to no avail. Right now, he started to feel a sense of weakness and helplessness despite his overwhelming determination. Among all the people present, Heroes Among People's amplification on Fang Yuan was actually the strongest. Why? Why? You are clearly a demon who brings disaster to the world. You are an atrocious demon who commits countless sins. Why would you receive the greatest help from the human wills? Duke Long roared in shock and fury. Do you still not understand it? Duke Long. The current era is no longer the same. The hearts of the people have already changed. In the olden antiquity era, humanity sought for survival space. Thus, the three demon venerables held back when they invaded Heavenly Court. And now, it has already been over 1,000,000 years since the olden antiquity era has ended. Your Heavenly Court is unable to represent the will of all the humans in the world by now. Fang Yuan's words were very vicious. They seemed to be sharper than dragon fangs as they pierced into Duke Long's inner heart. Fang Yuan used more than just his fists. Every joint of his body turned into weapons as he attacked Duke Long. Chi Breath Mountain was destroyed by him. Spiraling dragon fangs were broken. Duke Long's dragon claw strike and chaotic dragon fist were suppressed again and again by Fang Yuan. Bam 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 bam. Fang Yuan's every attack produced sonic booms. The blood cape let out a dark red radiance that covered Fang Yuan's whole body, empowering his strength in all aspects to a terrifying degree. Duke Long's fingers were snapped by Fang Yuan. His fist fractured as he struck Fang Yuan's fist directly. The 9 dragon tattoos were howling in misery. They were already destroyed to a huge degree by Fang Yuan. Countless years ago, there was a couple. The male was called 2G, the female was Ruo Li. 2G was a rockman and Ruo Li was a human immortal. I cultivate rule path. I have to believe in the rules of this world. All things have their own ordained path, of which is fate. I believe I was able to meet you because I followed my fate. Falling in love with you is the kindness of fate towards me. 2G replied. Ruo Li said, what if I told you fate decreed that I would die at reckless savage demon venerable's hands? What? 2G was shocked. Ruo Li, how many times have you checked this prophecy? Ruo Li gave a bitter smile. Only once is enough, but I checked it many times indeed. Every result was the same. Do you know why a wisdom path GU Immortals prophecy is so accurate? That is because fate is always fixed. I will die at reckless savage hands. That is my fate. 2G was silent for a long while before he said with an almost decisive tone, then I do not believe in fate. On what basis must she die at reckless savage demon venerable's hands? On what basis must my lover not live a happy life? If this is fate's arrangement, then I won't accept it. Duke Long was beaten back again and again by Fang Yuan. First, blood flowed out of his mouth, then all of his 7 orifices started bleeding. This was because Fang Yuan's punches had landed on his body and caused internal bleeding of his organs. Great! This feels really refreshing. Reckless Savage Will shouted from inside the cape, waving his hands in excitement. Kid, although you look ugly, your style resembles me. I have to say, my opinion of you has changed. But I wonder why I feel that there is something lacking. Reckless Savage Will thought for a while before clapping. I know. You should roar in excitement, shout happily. This is the excitement of a man during battles. However, Fang Yuan's face was cold as ice, his eyes were dark as the abyss with no trace of needless emotions. As far as he was concerned, he was using this style of fighting to maximize the advantage of incomplete freedom transformation. There was nothing else to it. With the powerful strength of the 3 monsters, Duke Long was already in a huge disadvantage when fighting him in close combat. But Fang Yuan maintained the attitude of attacking Heaven Overseeing Tower, which forced Duke Long to fight him in close combat. Duke Long's situation became increasingly grim. He was clearly defending more and attacking less. He howled, he roared, but he was still forced back over and over again by Fang Yuan. In southern border, there was a GU immortal called Dao Zhu. He is Dao Zhu. Is he stupid? In order to research the pointless secret of the 5 regions, he gave up on that marriage. He is a lunatic. I've often seen him heading to the regional walls for his research. He often ends up injured and in a sorry state. He sacrificed almost everything to research the 5 regions' regional walls. He endured countless people's ridicule and even had to resist the secret oppression of many people. The most fatal blow to him was the biggest joke that fate played on him. Not long in the future, the 5 regions' regional walls would disappear completely. Even if Dao Yu's research made progress, it seemed to lose its meaning. But so what? If this is fate, and I, Dao Zhu, am unable to resist or change it, so what? I will still continue researching. Even if I fail in the end and obtain nothing, even if my life becomes a complete failure, I will never resign myself to fate. Even if I understand there is a wall called fate in front of me, I will charge into it. Even if I die from the collision, I will die with a smile and my head held high. On what basis must I accept my fate? Who gives a crap? That is what I want to do. This is how I want to live. Chapter 1959. People's hearts have changed. Duke Long and Feng Juji were 2 pillars of Heavenly Court. Once Duke Long was defeated, the whole situation would again turn precarious. Boom! Fang Yuan suddenly kicked Duke Long's hand. Duke Long's defense was wide open. Fang Yuan used the chance to approach closer and grabbed Duke Long's purple hair with his left hand. Then, he raised his right fist and punched. Punches after punches landed on Duke Long's face and chest like cannonball strikes. Duke Long was unable to free himself. He could only shout in desperation, triple chi retraction. Chi surged once again and gathered in Duke Long's body. Duke Long's condition strengthened by 3 times. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan continued to rain punches on Duke Long. He kept on punching. Over 1,000,000 years ago, when Genesis Lotus became a venerable, he wandered the world disguised as a mortal. One day, he arrived at a poor oasis village in Western Desert. There, he helped the villagers solve some issues using a GU master identity. He was welcomed warmly by the young and old in the village. A child was the most excited, even revering Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable to the point of prostrating himself. Because he saw new hope in his life. Lord GU Master, Lord GU Master. I beg you, I beg you. The child knelt on the ground and grabbed the hem of Genesis Lotus's cloth as he looked up towards Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. His pure eyes were filled with tears and pleading. Speak, child, don't kneel. I will definitely help you if I can. Genesis Lotus lifted the child warmly. The child revealed a joyous expression. It would be really great if you can help. Please resurrect my mother. She is my most important person and also the person who loves me the most in this world. My father abandoned us long ago. I could grow up all because she worked hard to raise me. But my mother died a few days ago. She died from exhaustion and illness. Even on her deathbed, she used her trembling hands to put the last half remaining biscuit in my hands. She saved it for me. I cannot be without my mother. I cannot be without my mother. I beg you, Lord GU Master. You could dig such a deep well and precisely find a water source. You can definitely resurrect my mother, right? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was silent. The child was innocent. He did not know resurrecting the dead was far more difficult than digging a well. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was the current venerable. The things that were impossible for others were possible for him. But he could not. He was an immortal venerable. He was Heavenly Court's immortal venerable. Thereupon, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable rubbed the child's head and sighed. This is not possible. No matter who it is, they will experience life and death. Your mother's death is just her reaching her final destination. Isn't it a kind of release? Cheer up and live on bravely and happily. I believe your mother will definitely want you to live like that. No. I don't want to. The child shook his head rapidly. I want my mother to revive. Genesis Lotus shook his head and sighed again. I cannot resurrect your mother. Why? You can clearly do it. The child opened his eyes, looking at Genesis Lotus with fury. Genesis Lotus shook his head, not speaking anymore. The child pointed at Genesis Lotus and shouted, I hate you, GU Master. You can clearly resurrect my mother, but you don't want to do it. You are too cold-blooded. You are really cruel. Is it because she is not your mother? If it were your mother, would you refuse so indifferently? Genesis Lotus sank into silence. He put himself in the child's place and thought, then came to a conclusion as he said with extreme sincerity, yes, I will still do this. Everyone needs to accept death, no matter who they are. Because I know, this is all fate's arrangements. To hell with your fate. The child roared, do I care about your damned fate? I need my mother. I want my mother back. The child was quickly stopped by the nearby villagers. The villagers repeatedly apologized to Genesis Lotus. Genesis Lotus waved his head, expressing he did not mind it. He looked at the villagers stopping the madly struggling child when he suddenly went into a daze and his body shuddered. At this moment, he suddenly understood the reason why he felt a vague unease when he traveled around the world. Human hearts have changed, their greed is insatiable. When humans became the rulers of the world, their desire was no longer about resisting the rule and suppression of variant humans. They had become increasingly insane and delusional. Genesis Lotus looked at the child in front of him dazedly as he came to a realization, weren't the humans of the present age like the child in front of him? He was struggling wildly under the shackles of fate for an impractical wish. But was it truly impractical? Was resurrecting a dead person impossible? Genesis Lotus was aware that this was possible. But he could not do it. This was not allowed. However, does not being allowed mean that there won't be anyone doing it? Genesis Lotus suddenly felt loss and hesitation. A deep helplessness shrouded him. Even though he was a rank 9 venerable, the number 1 person in his era. He could stop the people from doing this with all his strength, but what about after his death? Even if he used all his strength and energy in this life, and no one attempted to revive the dead, could he, Genesis Lotus, stop the people from having such thoughts? The most terrifying thing were these types of thoughts. How could he stop everyone's wishful thinking? He could not stop the desires that emerged in people's hearts. Duke Long was beaten to a pulp by Fang Yuan. At the start, he counterattacked with all his strength, but Fang Yuan endured Duke Long's counterattacks head-on with an unchanging expression. Duke Long's appearance was completely different now. His chest had caved in, his scales were scattered everywhere, and his aura had fallen sharply. Triple Chi retraction. Duke Long roared again, his aura rose and his injuries recovered immediately. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan still rained punches on Duke Long. Duke Long had just recovered his features when his face was messed up by Fang Yuan once again. Soon, his bones fractured and blood flowed out from everywhere. Duke Long did not retreat, he defended with all his strength while shouting, "Triple Chi retraction." His condition recovered once again. Reckless Savage Swill cheered from the cape, "Beat him, beat him. Beat him hard, squeeze him dry. I want to see how much accumulation Heavenly Court has to be able to let him expend it like this." Ha ha ha. But Fang Yuan was calm all along, calculating the remaining strength of the three monsters' combination. His strength was weakening constantly. Back when the three monsters had first appeared, the green fish was able to destroy all the bones in Duke Long's body with just one headbutt. But after many fierce battles and being struck by fate vanquished several times, the three monsters did not have much strength remaining. Fang Yuan activated incomplete freedom transformation and combined the strength of the three monsters, but all aspects of strength like defense, movement, and healing were being expended intensely. Comparing accumulation, it truly could not match Heavenly Court. Endless fist shadows converged. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his fist and struck with all his strength. Boom! A loud sound was heard as Fang Yuan's right fist lodged into Duke Long's face. The horrifying strength burst forth. Duke Long instantly lost consciousness and crossed the sky in a blink of an eye like a meteor before crashing heavily on the ground. He continued to fall deeper, his strong body pierced into Heavenly Court's ground and created an unprecedentedly deep crater. Duke Long was lying in the depths of the crater without moving. But Triple Chi retraction was activated once again, another round of endless chi converged into him. Fang Yuan snorted and loosened his hand, a large handful of purple hair scattered with the wind. They were ripped out when he punched Duke Long. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. Triple Chi retraction was not activated by Duke Long, it was essentially a method left by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. Even if Duke Long lost his consciousness for the moment, Triple Chi retraction still continued to support Duke Long. Incomplete freedom transformation did not have much strength remaining. If this killer move was stopped midway, he could not use Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's strength to activate it again. Next time he used it, Fang Yuan would have to rely on his own strength. Duke Long had stopped temporarily. Fang Yuan immediately turned around and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower had been continuing to move, but because of the interference from the three regions GU Immortals, it was not able to go too far away from Fang Yuan. Stop him! Stop him! Stop Fang Yuan! No matter the cost, we must stop him. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals charged towards Fang Yuan like moths flying towards fire. Yi Xiaozi blocked the path. Fang Yuan's punch pierced through his wooden armor and killed him. Zhao Shan he pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan kicked, directly bursting his body. Vortex Space Boy screamed as he appeared behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed the tiny head with his fingers, he then clenched his fingers into a fist, forcibly turning Vortex Space Boy's head into a mush of blood and brain matter. Ha ha ha, this is the way. Kill them, rip them to shreds. Then, charge through the entire way. Inside the bloody cape, Reckless Savage will laughed loudly while waving his hands as he cheered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Duke Long flew once again, trying to stop Fang Yuan. A palace suddenly appeared above him. Dragon Palace. The former Lord of Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai's life seemed to be filled with tragedies. Dragon Man extermination was like an executioner's blade that was always hanging above his and the Dragon Man race's head. Dream revelations came time and time again. In order to settle the matter of Dragon Man extermination, he had to use rank 8 Dragon Palace while doing experiments on the Dragon Man body. But to do that, Shuai alone was not enough. He gathered all of the Dragon Man GU Immortals and told them the truth. He begged them for help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented meeting. Almost all of the Dragon Man GU Immortals had gathered together. To do experiments, we need a vast number of Dragon Men. Almost all these people will die. Even if they survive, they will wish they were dead. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, speak up now. I object! Immediately, someone stood out. Everyone turned to look. It was Shuai's cousin, the beloved 7th young master that Duke Long doted on the most. 7th young master pointed at Shuai, who was on his throne, as he scolded, "You scoundrel, you are insane. In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, you killed your most loyal sworn brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Men reign supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal GU, you actually used your most beloved wife as the GU material. Now, to deal with Dragon Man extermination, you even want to sacrifice all of your innocent Dragon Men and do experiments on them. Why is your heart so wicked? Why are you so cold-hearted? You think that this so-called evidence will make us believe you? He, you are too laughable. Do you think we are all fools? He, no, you are not laughable, you are pitiful and sad. You wanted to give your wife happiness, and in the end? You sacrifice her to refine a GU. He. You wanted to make your father proud, and in the end? You killed him. You killed him with your own 2 hands. You promised Huang Wei a bright future, you gave him hope. But in the end you killed him. And now, what future is there? He, ha. 7th young master laughed maniacally. His tears were almost falling out. You tried so hard to lead the Dragon Man race to rise up, and in the end, the Dragon Man race is about to be wiped out. We are going to be extinct. It was you. If you were not ambitious and took over South Flower Island, relocating our people, developing rapidly and causing conflict with the humans, why would all this happen? If the Dragon Man race lived quietly and peacefully, Ancestor would not have the intention of wiping us out. Shuai, oh Shuai, you are the strongest person in the Dragon Man race besides our Ancestor, but what you gave us was not glory or hope, it was neither equality nor dignity. It was destruction. You are real tragedy. Your whole life is a tragedy. The entire hall was silent. Shuai sat on his dragon throne, expressionless. At this time, a Dragon Man GU Immortal slowly walked out from the crowd and stood in front of Shuai. He then turned to face the crowd. This Dragon Man GU Immortal said in a deep voice, "I support Lord Shuai." 7th young master was astonished. Third uncle, you. A second Dragon Man GU Immortal walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Shuai and faced the Dragon Man GU Immortals. This Dragon Man GU Immortal said in a loud voice, "I agree greatly with Lord Shuai's plan." 7th young master was shocked. 5th uncle. Then, the 3rd, 4th, 5th person, all the Dragon Man GU Immortals stood in front of Shuai. In the blink of an eye, 7th young master was left all alone. He shouted in disbelief, "Have you all gone insane? If this is insanity, then we are all lunatics." He, to become a lunatic like Ren Zhu, I have no objections. Little 7th, do you still not understand? How big of a tragedy is it for our lives and deaths to be in the hands of others? Even if this person is our ancestor, our progenitor, he cannot do this. Shuai slowly stood up from his dragon throne, his face was covered in tears. Everyone. I, Shuai, hereby swear. Shuai's voice was extremely hoarse. I will stand with the Dragon Man race regardless of survival or extermination. I will contribute my heart, my blood, and all the spirit and determination that I have. Even if I were to fail in the end, I will fight to the final moment of my life. Even if I die in the end, my spirit and determination will be inherited by others. Even if my spirit and determination are no longer in existence, even if only my name is left, I will continue to fight, I will never stop resisting. Chapter 1960. Destroying Fate. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Dragon Palace was barely able to ward off Duke Long. Get lost. At the next moment, Duke Long sent Dragon Palace flying with Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long's field of vision became broad again, but he was not happy at all because Fang Yuan had already gotten close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not only him, Wu Yong, Bing Saichuan, Shen Song Sheng, and others had also moved in like a fierce tide. This wave of offense was terrifying. Duke Long was already unable to block them in time and looked at this sight with overwhelming anger. Right now, at this moment, even if Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom, it could not avoid this danger. Because Fang Yuan possessed dream path methods. Feng Jin Huang could restrain his methods, but she was only a mortal GU master. Her strength was insufficient to go against the current Fang Yuan. Use Fate Vanquish quickly! Duke Long shouted. The GU Immortals inside Heaven Overseeing Tower shuddered and did not care about enemies or allies. They activated Fate Vanquish again with desperation and anxiety. The sky turned white. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the entire world. All the space in this world was filled with white light. This was Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method. It used rank 9 Fate GU as the core to activate a supreme killer move. Be they Heavenly Court or the three regions GU Immortals, both sides were extremely familiar with this killer move. White light filled the whole battlefield ruthlessly, not differentiating enemies or allies. In an instant, regardless of which Immortal GU house it was, they were all heavily injured or damaged. Damn it, damn it! Wu Yong gritted his teeth as blood flowed out of the corners of his lips. He felt his ambition melting like snow in the white light. This again, it is this move again. Whenever there is some breakthrough, Fate Vanquish will turn around the situation for Heavenly Court. Who? Wu Yong's gaze suddenly focused before revealing a complex expression. There was still a blood-red trace remaining in the empty battlefield. What was that? It was a cape, fluttering like a war banner. Oh. Inside the cape, Reckless Savage will clenched his fists and beat his chest like an ape in heat. He was extremely excited, shouting wildly, "This is it! This is it! Within heaven and earth, who else is there but me? At the crucial moment, you still need to rely on me. Cool, I am damn cool." If it were just the three monsters, they naturally would not be able to resist the power of Fate Vanquish easily. However, when they combined into one move and became connected to Fang Yuan as the core, using Fang Yuan's complete otherworldly demon identity, Fate Vanquish was no longer able to harm them. In the endless light, Fang Yuan's white robe, black hair, and bloody cape were fluttering wildly with the wind. He charged. He pushed forward. He did not stop at all. We still have hope. From within the retreating Calamity Luck altar, Bing Saichuan opened his eyes wide and stared at that bright red image moving in the white space. Shen Song Sheng coughed out blood repeatedly as he fell from the sky. He was also looking at Fang Yuan, using all his strength to fix his gaze on him. He shouted inwardly, "Fang Yuan, you damn demon! Everything depends on you now." Fang Yuan shot forward like a sharp arrow. He was like a star of calamity that rose to the sky from the ground, bringing chaos to the world and defying heaven itself. Charge! Charge! The grandeur of men can be seen when they charge ahead, oh yeah. Reckless Savage will continue to shout as his voice rang in Fang Yuan's ears. Be they Duke Long, Feng Ju Ge, Heavenly Court's Immortals, or the three regions Immortals, they forced their eyes open and fixed their gazes on Fang Yuan. Heaven and earth was a scene of pure white, and in this whiteness, the path seemed to be exceptionally long and endless. As if it spanned across history, from the past until now. Over 3 million years ago, when variant humans were in prosperity, there was an inconspicuous human slave. He was called Wei Yu Shu. He heard of Heavenly Court's location. He was not willing to be a slave anymore. He escaped and was chased after. His master berated him coldly. Wei Yu Shu, when I bought you back then, you were only a child who did not even know about cultivation. I taught you step by step and raised you into a GU Immortal. Was it my protection and indulgence that allowed you to have such guts? Tell me, why did you betray me? Have I, Princess Yi Tong, mistreated you? You lived in luxury and peace, you only needed to serve me, and I have never treated you cruelly. Wei Yushu smiled sadly, but even if I lived a much better life, I was still only your slave. The female Inkman Immortal was furious. What is bad about becoming my slave? Many Inkmen want to live your life but don't get such a chance. Wei Yushu was dazed for a moment before he spoke slowly. I did not think it was bad before, but when I heard there was a heavenly court in this world where humans live, I realized why I was always in low spirits and felt unhappiness. It was because I lacked one thing. I have read the legends of Ren Zhu. I am truly too stupid. I am even more stupid than those wingless birds, toothless beasts, gill-less fish. At least, they know they lost their freedom and are staking their lives to chase after freedom. But what about me? I did not even know I lost my freedom. So, you want to escape, you want to reach heavenly court. The female Inkman Immortal sneered. You are too naive, you actually believe in the temptation of these devils. Wei Yushu closed his eyes, his voice was hoarse. It is not that I believe it, but I want to believe it. Heavenly court was never the important point. Without heavenly court, there can be earthly court, or even human court. There will always be a place where a group of humans gather and pursue freedom. 1,000,000 years ago. Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who can do as they please in this world? Your thoughts are too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable and leading the righteous path would not need sacrifices. What is there in this world that has no price to pay for? How shallow do you think the words righteous path are? Wrong. Maintaining heavenly court's righteous path requires you to pay a price. It requires sacrifices. If you don't even have this sacrificial mentality, then I will tell you, you don't have the qualifications to enter heavenly court. Duke Long's brows raised, his face cold as ice. Who do you want to revive? Every person who sacrificed themselves for me. My parents, Liu Shuxian, and many others. Even if there are crueler tragedies, I will accept them. Master, disciple always had a question. Why? Why must we accept fate's arrangements? If there was no fate, would the world truly fall into chaos? Is it not possible that the world will become a better place? Hong Ting asked in an anxious tone. The current era. Duke Long looked at Feng Jin Hoang and said solemnly, Hoang, you need to understand that you are the future great dream immortal venerable who will surpass all the past venerables. You will create dream path and be invincible in the whole world. Your glory will shine and spread for ages, becoming the eternal symbol and support of humanity. Don't fear, don't hesitate, take each success to press forward indomitably until you reach the supreme peak of this world. Feng Jin Huang's eyes got brighter and brighter as she listened. She smiled with unparalleled beauty. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Jin Huang said, if all this is predestined by fate, then I do not believe in fate. Boom! Fang Yuan directly broke through the roof of heaven overseeing tower and entered inside. A heavenly court GU Immortal inside stood up to stop him. Fang Yuan directly pierced his hands into his chest and pulled fiercely, ripping the heavenly court GU Immortal into two halves. Blood splashed on Fang Yuan's face, his skin was white like snow, cold like ice. Blood splashed on Fang Yuan's black hair, the hair was like the night sky, letting out profound eerie light. Blood splashed on Fang Yuan's blood cape, the cape was touching the ground like it was paving a bloody path for the tyrant's domination. Fang Yuan took large strides and reached the center of the top floor. Fate GU was right in front of him, it had always been there, as if it were constantly receiving offerings that it had been receiving for millions of years. Fang Yuan grabbed Fate GU. At this instance, even reckless Savage Will inside the cape was quiet, closing his mouth as he stared at Fang Yuan blankly. Because he realized, this was the moment of truth for the whole of humanity, no, for the whole world. At this time, Fang Yuan held Fate Gu in his hands, his gaze was flickering with complex emotions. He had finally caught Fate Gu, this was a scene which he had imagined countless times. His goal was achieved at this moment, but he did not think of himself and instead thought of the legends of Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu said he wanted freedom and to get rid of Fate's shackles. After that, he could go wherever he wanted to go, and be with whoever he wanted to with forever. The birds berated him, "You humans are destined to be alone, all gatherings will end up in separation. O human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies." Ren Zhu said, "I want freedom and to get rid of Fate's shackles. I will possess countless delicacies and wines, endless wealth, and all kinds of comfortable and beautiful clothes." The beasts ridiculed him, "But you humans were born with empty hands and will pass away with nothing. O human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies." Ren Zhu said, "I want freedom and to get rid of Fate's shackles. I will breathe freely and live on forever, I want eternal life." The fishes rebutted, "But you humans are destined to have no relation with eternal life, you will die of old age and illnesses. O human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies." Ren Zhu was puzzled. Ren Zhu was disgruntled. Ren Zhu was irritated. Ren Zhu became insane. "How can you have such thoughts? Why can't I have the same thoughts? Why can't a human be together forever with their loved ones? Why can't a human live life without worries and have endless wealth? Why can't a human have eternal life? Because fate does not allow it? Because it does not allow, therefore I cannot do it. I cannot even think about it. On what basis? On what damn basis? On what basis am I not allowed to think about it? On what basis is eternal life forbidden? If such thoughts turn me insane, then let me become a lunatic. If such pursuit makes me demonic, then let me become a demon." Fang Yuan looked at Fate Gu and sneered coldly. He clenched his fist lightly. Crack! A soft sound echoed. Fate Gu was directly crushed into pieces. Rank 9 Fate Gu. Destroyed. Chapter 1961. So what if it was destroyed? The white light formed by Fate Vanquish Killer move disappeared completely. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as countless cracks spread throughout Heaven Overseeing Tower. At the next moment, the whole of Heaven Overseeing Tower crumbled into pieces. The grand heavenly court fell into deathly silence. There was no trace of wind in the battlefield, but the Immortals felt a hurricane blowing in their hearts. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into countless fragments that fell down along with GU Immortal corpses. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path method turned into a ray of light that crossed the sky and flew far away. Fang Yuan ignored it and quietly floated in the air, looking at Duke Long, Feng Ju Ge, and the rest. He had no expression and did not say anything, he only opened his palm slowly. Under everybody's vision killer move, everyone in the 5 regions saw the fragments of the destroyed Fate Gu. Fate Gu has been destroyed. We won. The 3 regions GU Immortals looked at each other, seeing the astonishment and daze on each other's faces. Unbelievable, we really did it. This battle will definitely be remembered by later generations. After coming to their senses, the 3 regions GU Immortals cheered wildly. On the contrary, Heavenly Court's remaining GU Immortals had ashen expressions and were dazed like puppets. Fate Gu was Heavenly Court's banner, their spiritual pillar. It was more than a rank 9 GU worm, primordial origin Immortal Venerable had relied on this GU to create the rule of humanity, it gave humans the hope of freedom and courage to revolt. After over 3 million years of inheritance and development, the significance of Fate Gu was much greater to Heavenly Court. It was Heavenly Court's foundation, a symbol, and also an eternally fluttering banner. But now, this banner was taken down and torn by Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court's Immortals felt that the pillar in their mind was taken away, their world had collapsed. Even without the three regions GU Immortals attacking or any external stimulation, they were dazed and did not know what they should do. Even Feng Ji was silent, his destiny song that had kept on resounding throughout the battlefield stopped at this moment. Far away, Feng Jinhuang was hiding in a secret underground Immortal GU house. She was weeping silently. Fate GU has been destroyed. How did this happen? Everyone clearly put in so much effort, not even hesitating to sacrifice themselves. Qin Dingling's gaze was blank, she was like a lifeless statue. The greatly damaged demon judgment board rose to the sky. Fang Zheng, who was inside, looked at Fang Yuan with a highly complicated expression. Fang Yuan, you actually accomplished it. In Heavenly Court, in front of the venerable methods, you destroyed Fate GU. So the gap between you and I is simply this big. This gap made Fang Zheng feel despair, but a strange thing was Fang Zheng did not feel bitterness at this moment. Instead, he felt a trace of relief. It was time to give up. A person like Fang Yuan was different from everyone from the start. Thinking of rivaling him was wishful thinking from the start, a delirious thought even. Damn it, damn it. We failed, Fate GU has been destroyed. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals cried. They had used all their strength, given their everything, some crawled out of their graves to fight, some held on till the end, but they still failed. We have really failed our comrades who sacrificed themselves. I am too ashamed to face my seniors. Shame surfaced on the Heavenly Court Immortals' faces, many even had the impulse to kill themselves. Don't panic. At this moment, Duke Long suddenly spoke, his voice spreading throughout the battlefield, shaking every GU Immortal's mind. Duke Long flew to the sky, his expression was solemn as he knew this was the crucial moment. Fate GU had been destroyed. Duke Long could not afford to be upset or blame himself. He was the leader of Heavenly Court, he needed to try his hardest to deal with this issue. What made him anxious was that even the deeply experienced Heavenly Court GU Immortals were shaken like this. What would the people all over the world think about this sight? If Fang Yuan scheming and defeating Heavenly Court time and again earlier was like a heavy slap to Heavenly Court's face, then Fang Yuan destroying Fate GU was like shaking Heavenly Court's foundation completely, destroying the status and reputation Heavenly Court had accumulated for over 3 million years. Duke Long had to restore their morale and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan, you really think you destroyed Fate GU? Duke Long suddenly laughed with no trace of listlessness, one could not sense any form of wavering in his tone. Fang Yuan did not reply and only slightly raised his hand as he looked at Duke Long. Immediately, the three regions GU Immortals ridiculed, Duke Long, have you gone blind? You can't see the fragments of Fate GU. Some of the Heavenly Court GU Immortals looked with bright gazes, a spark of hope rising in their hearts. Is the Fate GU that Fang Yuan destroyed a replica? But Duke Long shook his head, still laughing, he, the destroyed Fate GU is the real one. But Fang Yuan, even though Fate GU is destroyed, has it really been destroyed forever? Can we not refine it once again? Who? The Immortals were stupefied. Immortal GU were unique, this was an irrefutable truth of the world. If I had an Immortal GU, others could not possess the same one. But when this Immortal GU was destroyed, others would have the chance to possess it. Fate GU was destroyed by Fang Yuan now, this was an ironclad truth. But this was not a genuine ending because Heavenly Court could refine it again. Does Heavenly Court have Fate GU's recipe? Shensong Sheng's expression was grim as he asked. Heavenly Court has held Fate GU for over 3 million years, we had countless refinement path great experts and 3 immortal venerables in this period. Take a guess if our Heavenly Court has Fate GU's recipe or not. Duke Long smiled, his entire body letting out confidence and calmness. Damn it! The 3 regions GU Immortals were exasperated. Duke Long laughed, however, even if Heavenly Court did not have Fate GU's Immortal GU recipe, so what? Everyone, let me ask you, was the Fate GU in the immemorial antiquity era refined by Ren Zhu? Of course not. Qin Dingling replied, she understood Duke Long's intention and her eyes shone with life again, Fate GU was born from heaven and earth itself. Duke Long nodded, that's right, Immortal GU are born from nature, which is why there are many wild immortal GU. Even if we cannot refine it, heaven and earth will refine Fate GU. The new Fate GU might be rank 6 or even rank 9 directly. Who can say for sure? This time, the three regions' GU Immortals looked at each other. After Duke Long mentioned this point, they suddenly realized that destroying Fate GU might not be a big deal. If Fate GU was destroyed, so be it, it could be refined again. Even if it is refined, we can destroy it again. A GU Immortal shouted angrily, but even he himself did not have much confidence. To destroy Fate GU this time, they had paid a huge price. Could such success really be replicated? Forget about anything else, just the point that only an otherworldly demon could destroy Fate GU blocked the path of many heroes and conquerors. Didn't even 3 demon venerables fail? Damn it, how could we have failed to notice this? A GU Immortal was vexed, but thinking about it, he could blame himself for not considering everything properly. After all, invading Heavenly Court and destroying Fate GU was already an enormous goal and could even be said to be wishful thinking. To realize this goal, the GU Immortals had already exhausted their minds and energy. This was an impossible mission akin to a mortal ascending to heaven. Even if they used all their strength and had inexhaustible will, it was still difficult to achieve. Under such circumstances, who could afford to think of the matter after ascending to heaven? In fact, when Central Continent held the Refinement Path Convention and 4 regions GU Immortals invaded, who could say for sure that they could destroy Fate GU? No one. Even Fang Yuan, even Venerables did not have such confidence. Everyone was giving it a try. After the attempt succeeded, the GU Immortals were exulted. But what happens after realizing this goal? Duke Long's words were also the truth. The 3 regions GU Immortals suddenly discovered that the price they paid, the battles and the effort they invested were all in vain. Was it just an empty victory? The 3 regions GU Immortals were silent, their expressions gradually turning unsightly. Wu Yong was sharp and sensed the change in people's hearts and the fallen morale. He immediately refuted coldly, "Lord Duke Long, you have a sharp tongue. However, Heavenly Court's failure is still a failure. You took great pain to defend and even hide Fate GU in Heavenly Court, yet we were still able to destroy it. In the future, even if you obtain Fate GU again, so what? In fact, you need to be careful. Otherwise, when Heaven and Earth gives birth to the new Fate GU, you won't be able to refine it yourselves. At that time, Fate GU will become a wild immortal GU. Anyone will be able to possess it. It might not necessarily be obtained by your Heavenly Court anymore." The 3 regions Immortals' eyes brightened and their morale soared. Duke Long was smiling calmly. "Wu Yong, you are not wrong about it at all. Let's say Fate GU becomes a wild immortal GU and is obtained by one of you, so what? Can you all use it? Do you know how to use it?" Even Wu Yong could not reply to this question. Duke Long smiled proudly. "Fate GU can never be used by GU Immortals. Before the remote antiquity era, it was held by variant humans, but they could not use it. Over 3 million years, my Heavenly Court had several immortal venerables, but no one could directly use this GU. Countless geniuses racked their minds and then conceptualized Heaven Overseeing Tower. It took 3 million years for us to research a killer move that could make use of Fate GU, and that is Fate Vanquish. Do you understand the killer move Fate Vanquish? Do you know how to construct Heaven Overseeing Tower?" The 3 regions GU Immortals fell into silence. Duke Long continued, "Only Heavens can use Fate GU. Back then, for the sake of humanity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate to sacrifice herself and merged with Heaven's will, disturbing and influencing Heaven's will. Which is why, humanity that rose 3 million years ago is still flourishing now. We remained as the rulers of the world. And my Heavenly Court built the Immortal Graveyard to support Star Constellation's will. Heavenly Court members all chose to hibernate in the Immortal Graveyard to provide constant help for Star Constellation's will. Only then are we able to influence Fate GU and thus influence the position of humanity in the whole world. Among you, who can achieve this? Duke Long swept his gaze throughout the battlefield. The three regions' GU Immortals were silent while Heavenly Court's GU Immortals stood proudly. Someone even added arrogantly, "No one." In the vast 5 regions, only Heavenly Court can accomplish this. "No, you are wrong, Duke Long." Bing Sichuan's retort came from inside Calamity Luck Altar. "Even if we are unable to use Fate GU, we can use it as a GU refinement material to refine Destiny GU. Fate GU cannot be controlled by others, but Destiny GU can. This is the plan of our Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." Duke Long looked towards Calamity Luck Altar and gave a disdainful smile. "Even if you refine Destiny GU, does it mean Fate GU won't exist?" Bing Sichuan was unable to reply. If Fate GU was used as a GU material, when Longevity Heaven refined Destiny GU, Fate GU would be used up. In the future, there could still be a new Fate GU. Duke Long sighed. "No matter what you do, Fate GU will still exist. Even if it destroyed now, it will appear again in the future. As long as it appears, will your efforts today have any meaning?" The three regions' GU Immortals were silent. "Of course there is meaning." Duke Long answered himself with solemnness and hatred. "The meaning of this is to give a chance for variant humans to rise up, for them to create an unimaginably bad influence on humanity. You cannot use Fate GU, and how long will it take for you to refine Destiny GU? You don't even have an incomplete GU recipe of Fate GU. Once Fate GU reappears, it will be controlled by Heaven's will. Humanity will decline and variant humans will rise. And the one who led to this is all of you." Duke Long berated and suddenly pointed towards Fang Yuan. "Especially you. You are the greatest evil. You destroyed the immortal graveyard. Star constellations won't be able to interfere with Heaven's will like before. If humanity is exterminated in the future, you will be the main culprit behind everything. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you think you obtained victory by destroying Fate GU? He, at best, this is only a giant joke. My Heavenly Court thinks for humanity in all aspects. We offered our blood and sweat for the benefits of humanity, even sacrificing ourselves. And you people, for your own selfish interests, destroyed the great position that my Heavenly Court had maintained meticulously for millions of years. My Heavenly Court can refine Fate GU again in the future. We can refine it secretly. We won't let the 5 regions know of Fate GU's refinement. Will you find out about it? Can you all stop us in time? Even if you stop us the 2nd or the 3rd time. What about after that? Who can guarantee you can stop us from refining it again and again? We will only refine rank 6 Fate GU. It is far easier than restoring it to rank 9. Also, every time we fight because of Fate GU, humanity will suffer heavy losses and greatly expend its foundation. This will give variant humans the opportunity to rise up against us." Duke Long lamented with deep emotions as he said this. "Who is this old man? I did not know that Heavenly Court did so many things in consideration for our entire human race. Why did they invade Heavenly Court? What were these GU Immortals thinking? These people are all demons. They disregarded the big picture for their own interests. They are accursed sinners." The 5 regions' mortals resonated with Duke Long. Most of the mortals had extremely little understanding of the GU Immortal world. And the GU Immortals scattered in the 5 regions were also silent when they heard Duke Long. Heavenly Court was powerful, Heavenly Court was domineering, Heavenly Court occupied almost all the cultivation resources of Central Continent. Heavenly Court's ambition stretched extremely far and actively interfered in major events of the other 4 regions. But no one was able to deny Heavenly Court's contribution in protecting humanity. This was a fact. This is somewhat troublesome. Although it felt extremely satisfying to destroy Fate GU, there is some emptiness after the adrenaline rush. This is a bit of a problem. Inside the blood cape, Reckless Savage will mumbled while holding his head. Duke Long, are you done? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. After destroying Fate GU, this was the first time he spoke and broke the silence. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan, his brows furrowed as he started feeling uneasy. Fang Yuan was too calm. According to Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not see the crucial point? Duke Long tried to think from another perspective. If he were Fang Yuan, he would definitely use all his strength to attack and not give the enemies the chance to speak. Because once Duke Long spoke, he would create this current situation. Indeed, Duke Long's words restored Heavenly Court's GU Immortals' morale and also suppressed the enemy's spirit. He also raised Heavenly Court's prestige, and it was simply turning the situation around. Duke Long was worthy of being the leader of Heavenly Court. He not only possessed terrifying strength worthy of the main pillar, at the crucial time, he could even lead and boost morale, changing people's hearts. How could Fang Yuan not see this? But he did not stop Duke Long. Duke Long could even vaguely see a trace of anticipation in his eyes. So what was Fang Yuan anticipating? At the next moment, Fang Yuan chuckled. "Oh Duke Long, who told you that destroying Fate GU meant the end of this battle? You seem to have forgotten someone." Duke Long's pupils shrank as he realized something. He followed Fang Yuan's gaze and saw a river. That was a phantom silhouette of the River of Time. Calamity Luck Altar carried Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method, Call of the Ancient. From the start of the battle, this killer move's power had condensed into a phantom river of time in Heavenly Court. Northern Plains past GU Immortal experts walked out from this phantom river and created an extremely huge threat to Heavenly Court. But as the battle continued, the phantom river of time seemed to have gradually grown powerless as fewer and fewer of Northern Plains experts were summoned. At the late stage of the battle, this phantom river of time seemed to be motionless and showed no traces of new figures emerging. However, when Fang Yuan destroyed Fate GU, this phantom river of time seemed like a beast that had broken free of its shackles. It started surging wildly and turbulently. Swish, swish, swish. The river water surged, raising astonishing waves. A figure walked out slowly and naturally from the giant waves. All the immortals present heard his voice. "In my youth I shined in the light of spring, horses trampled on flowers as fragrance of wine spread. Love and hatred came with the waves, summer cicadas sang as I woke up in the middle of the night. Planting red lotuses in the river of time, going back in time with my tears run dry. Through the vicissitudes of life I return to this stage, the myriad beings anticipate a life unbound by fate." He had the appearance of a young man, his gaze seemed to have experienced countless vicissitudes. He wore a red robe, his face was pure as jade, his eyes were bright like stars, and his skin was white as snow. He walked out from the phantom river of time and stepped into Heavenly Court's battlefield. Everyone watched. There was complete silence all around. His gaze moved around before fixing on Duke Long's body. Duke Long shook. His expression was extremely complicated as he opened his mouth. His lips moved but no words came out. The young man smiled. "Master, have you been well?" Chapter 1962. I have Destiny Immortal Goo's recipe. Why is there a river in the sky? The young man who walked out is really handsome. I still think that the fairy in the red cape looks nicer. Because of the killer move everybody's vision, the mortals of the 5 regions saw this scene. They discussed enthusiastically and rowdily. Mortals and GU masters might not understand the severity of the situation, but most of the GU immortals knew who this mysterious young man was. At once, GU immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. It was as if a world-destroying tornado was rampaging in their hearts. This GU immortal, it can't be. Is he Red Lotus Demon Venerable? Among the generations of Venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious one. Back then, Heavenly Court used everything to nurture him, but their efforts were in vain. Not only did Red Lotus not become an immortal venerable, he even became a demon venerable, betraying the righteous path and damaging Fate GU. There was also the problem of the Dragonman race mixed within this. Heavenly Court had to disregard costs and make information path. Great experts use their most profound methods to eliminate the influence of this event. Moreover, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had constantly been reborn. He changed his style of action and wanted to preserve Heavenly Court's reputation for the sake of his master. He started to act secretly in the dark. Thus, most GU immortals did not know the true appearance of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But they all heard the mysterious young-looking GU immortal call Duke Long his master. He had also walked out of the phantom river of time. Everyone knew that Duke Long was the master of Red Lotus. But why did this happen? Didn't Red Lotus Demon Venerable die? He might be a new disciple of Duke Long. The GU Immortals of the 5 regions were uncertain, but Heavenly Court's battlefield was full of experienced experts. There were many super forces behind them that had secretive information regarding Red Lotus Demon Venerable. They knew quite a lot of things. Thus, be they Heavenly Court or the 3 regions GU Immortals, they looked at the young GU Immortal while dazed like rocks. They were numb from shock. They recognized the young GU Immortal's identity. It was really Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The 3 regions GU Immortals were shaken. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the disciple of Duke Long. Seeing his attitude towards Duke Long, it still carried concern and respect. Heavenly Court did not dare to act rashly. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had invaded Heavenly Court in the past, damaging Fate GU. After that, in order to repair Fate GU, Heavenly Court spent over 1,000,000 years, countless resources and manpower. They managed to repair it in the end, but it was a pity that Red Lotus inheritor, Fang Yuan, destroyed it. It was truly infuriating. And most importantly, there was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's cultivation level. He was a venerable with rank 9 battle strength. Once he appeared, who could face him in combat? Even the powerful Duke Long, even the colossal Di Zhongsheng, even Fang Yuan who wore the blood battle cape, were no match for the rank 9 Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Nobody held any doubt regarding this. The young-looking Red Lotus guessed everyone's thoughts. He walked on thin air as he got to the center of the battlefield. He smiled. Everyone, no need to worry, I have already died. Now that Fate GU is destroyed while Call of the Ancient has barely any power left, I am merely Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Will was vivid and solid like it was the real person. But upon close inspection, one would realize that there were differences between it and an actual GU Immortal. The Immortals managed to discern this as they let out sighs of relief. Red Lotus did not lie, this was his will, not his main body. His reputation was too great, he appeared in a shocking manner, everyone could not help but think of it as the worst-case situation. After Red Lotus informed them, they realized the truth. The bad feeling in Duke Long's heart was getting heavier. Duke Long snorted coldly, shouting, Red Lotus, even though you have died, you are still not willing to give up that heretical thought. You won this time, thanks to you, Fate GU has been destroyed by your chosen pawn. Red Lotus shook his head, Master, this is not a win, precisely so, I had to show up. What are you trying to do? Duke Long frowned, the bad feeling in his heart intensified. Red Lotus replied with action, his body flickered as he appeared before Fang Yuan instantly. Fang Yuan looked at Red Lotus Will with a calm expression, his gaze was dark like the night sky. He had very deep ties with this venerable. The spring-autumn cicada that he had used to turn situations around many times was the time path Immortal GU created by this person. You did very well. I am sure you guessed what I am going to do now. Red Lotus Will smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan replied, somewhat. Even though Fate GU is destroyed, the truth is that to use it as a GU material to refine Destiny GU, we will need an otherworldly demon like you. Thanks to someone's help, you finally became a complete otherworldly demon. Red Lotus Will said this as he looked far away, towards the periphery of the battlefield where Spectral Soul and his servants were hiding. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Ving Yuan were perspiring profusely. Even though this was just Red Lotus Will, he was simply too terrifying, finding out their hiding spot with one glance. At the hiding spot, Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. He looked at Red Lotus Will with a complex expression. This was not the first time he had met Red Lotus Will, his memory surfaced from the depths of his mind. Back then, he became a soul path venerable, he entered the River of Time to explore its secrets. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cultivated Soul Path, with his foundation, he could freely enter and exit the River of Time. As the mysterious fog appeared, a stone Lotus Island appeared in front of him of its own initiative. He stepped onto the stone Lotus Island as Red Lotus Will smiled and invited him, I have been waiting, Spectral Soul. Let us make a deal. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable agreed to the transaction. Therefore, he learned of Fate GU, and also the truth behind the historical invasion of Heavenly Court by the three demon venerables. He gave up on the plan to attack Heavenly Court. He went to design and create sovereign immortal fetus GU instead. Red Lotus will looked at Spectral Soul, using his gaze as an indication, it is time to carry out our transaction. Spectral Soul chuckled as he ordered Old Man Zheng Yuan, gather all of the human will, send it all to Fang Yuan. Old Man Zheng Yuan immediately moved. At once, the vast amount of human will from Heavenly Court surged. These wills were of all varieties and colors, they were filled with ugly desires or beautiful dreams. One could indulge in them and lose their way, they were beautiful and ugly at the same time. People wanted them but also hated them. Red Lotus will looked at the vast amount of will that resembled a rainbow sea. He turned around and smiled at Fang Yuan before entering the ocean of human will personally. The human wills engulfed him instantly. Next, fire started burning out of nowhere, resembling blazing red lotuses that burned the sea of wills. Duke Long saw this and became enraged. This was not something a mere will could achieve. Red Lotus, back then when you attacked Heavenly Court, you actually left this arrangement behind. Before he finished speaking, Duke Long flew up, wanting to destroy the human wills. Don't even think about it. Shuai was prepared for this. He manipulated Dragon Palace to stop him. Both sides fought. Dragon Palace was soon forced to retreat. What are you all waiting for? Duke Long shouted at all the Heavenly Court GU Immortals. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals jolted. They started to approach Fang Yuan and the vast sea of wills. The three regions GU Immortals were not going to watch. A huge battle erupted again. No matter what Red Lotus is doing, it must be disadvantageous to Heavenly Court. This is something we want to see. Wu Yong's eyes shined with bright light. He shot out countless wind blades around him. Di Zongsheng roared angrily. It coiled his body around Fang Yuan and the human wills, resisting killer moves using its body as a shield, growling in pain but refusing to retreat. Bing Sichuan rode in Calamity Luck Altar as he resisted Demon Judgment Board. He had a complex gaze. It looked like Red Lotus Demon Venerable was going to refine Destiny GU as well. This went against Longevity Heaven's goal, but he could not stop it or retreat now. He had to fight first. The flames burned the human wills, emitting a dense, sharp fragrance. After Red Lotus will fused into the human wills, the vast sea of wills cooperated with Fang Yuan, entering the flames. Lumps of flames spread out, quickly expanding into a sea of fire. The surrounding temperature rose. If rank 6 GU Immortals were not putting up a defense, they would instantly melt due to the flames. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The bloody cape protected him. He stood in the sea of fire but he did not make a move. A Heavenly Court GU Immortal could not help but laugh. Fang Yuan is not making a move. He looks like he does not have Destiny Immortal Gu's recipe. Fang Yuan looked at the person who was speaking from within the flames. He smiled coldly as his tone carried a hint of pity. I do not have it, but here in this battlefield, somebody does. Who? The fighting immortals all had this question in their heads. Find them and kill them. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals subconsciously had such thoughts. Find them and protect them. The three regions GU Immortals instantly made their decision. Fang Yuan silently shifted his gaze towards Feng Ju-Ji. Feng Ju-Ji also looked at him. The two looked at each other through the sea of fire. They stared at each other as if the surrounding fights in the battlefield were far away from them. Feng Ju-Ji breathed in deeply. He slowly shut his eyes. Next, he opened his mouth and started to sing. The tune of Destiny song spread throughout the battlefield. Feng Ju-Ji has attacked again. Let's kill Fang Yuan. Let's exterminate the human will. Exterminate the human will first. Fang Yuan is secondary. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals were energized, but at the next moment, they screamed in shock. They were not powered up by Destiny Song. Instead, the three regions GU Immortals gained a boost in strength. Feng Ju-Ji, what are you doing? Duke Long was furious and shocked. He turned around and looked at Feng Ju-Ji like a furious blood dragon. Father! Feng Jin Huang's voice was filled with utter shock. It could be heard clearly as well. Feng Ju-Ji, why are you doing this? You betrayed Heavenly Court. How dare you, how can you do this? Qin Dingling screamed in a shrill voice. She was extremely furious. In order to nurture Feng Juji, she had even given him her responsive luck Immortal Gu. But Feng Juji actually repaid her like this. Feng Juji had a calm expression, he did not stop singing. At this very moment, he betrayed Heavenly Court unhesitantly, joining Fang Yuan and the three regions' allied forces. Chapter 1963. Feng Juji's Red Lotus True Inheritance. Regardless of the shock and perplexity of both sides, Feng Juji was immersed in his own singing. At the same time, memories surfaced in his mind. During the second invasion of Lang Wei Blessed Land, Fang Yuan set up a formation in the Blessed Land. Feng Juji and Chen Yi were isolated. Feng Juji faced Fang Yuan alone. My Gu worms are vanishing mysteriously. How can this be? This should be a theft path method. Is it Fang Yuan's method or this formation's? Feng Juji was shocked. Because Fang Yuan had theft path methods, Feng Juji was at a disadvantage. As time passed, his Gu worms got stolen one by one. Among them were several sound path Immortal Gu. Feng Juji's battle strength fell greatly. He had to choose to use fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Gu to escape for now. Suppress space Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan suddenly used his prepared method. Feng Juji failed to escape. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Next, Fang Yuan even stole the fixed Immortal Travel that he was after. Feng Juji's heart turned icy cold. He knew that he was in a desperate situation. But at this moment, he received Fang Yuan's secret transmission. Oh Feng Juji, I will not kill you, I will not steal Fate Armor Immortal Gu either. You and I are not on the same side, but you and Heavenly Court are not aligned in beliefs either. Face your true inner self. What do you truly want? Let me ask you, have you started comprehending Destiny Song already? Feng Juji initially thought that this was a trap by Fang Yuan to affect his fighting spirit and determination, but soon he became very perplexed. Fang Yuan actually slowed down his attacks. He stopped forcing him. This made Feng Juji think involuntarily. What does Fang Yuan mean by this? He knows I have Fate Armor Immortal Gu? He reacted so perfectly when we attacked Lang Wei Blessed Land this time. He made ample preparations. Does this mean he used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth? If he really is reborn, what happened in the previous life? From his words, why does it seem like I will diverge from Heavenly Court? At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted again. Oh Feng Juji, I know you are full of questions and suspicions. Don't worry, as time passes, you will understand what I mean. Next, I will open the formation and give Chen Yi the false impression that he broke it. I am sure he will teleport you away. We will meet again, Feng Juji. Fang Yuan, explain yourself clearly. Feng Juji transmitted. But at the next moment, an explosion occurred as the formation space that was isolated became connected. Chen Yi saw Feng Juji in danger and quickly shouted loudly, "Hang on, I'm coming. Be careful, the enemy has a way to steal Gu worms." Feng Juji hesitated briefly before immediately giving Chen Yi critical information. During the fight, Fang Yuan attacked ferociously. He critically injured Feng Juji. Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated. In order to save Feng Juji, Chen Yi used Karma Relocation. Feng Juji was shocked. Fang Yuan was right. Chen Yi really had a way to send me out. Feng Juji, you managed to escape this time, but next time will be different. Fang Yuan had a plain expression. This sentence had a different meaning when it was heard by Feng Juji. In the Battle of Lang Wei Blessed Land, Heavenly Court lost. After the battle, Feng Juji considered Fang Yuan's words. He could have killed me, but he did not take my life. Why? Fang Yuan is a demon with a ruthless and vicious personality. He only cares about benefits. He let me go. There is only one reason: I will be a big help to him in the future. But I am a Central Continent member, a prospective member of Heavenly Court, the Dao Guardian of my daughter Feng Jin Huang. Don't tell me, or there will be conflict between me and Heavenly Court. If Fang Yuan is reborn from the future, does that mean that in his previous life, I opposed Heavenly Court, I was his natural ally? As he held such concerns, Feng Juji did not inform Fairy Ziwei of this situation. The thing that moved him the most was the destiny song that Fang Yuan mentioned. Destiny song. Feng Juji had a vague sensation and inspiration, but his inspiration was too faint and far away, he could not grab onto it. But he knew that this was a direction. He continued to explore it, soon gaining some fragmented comprehension. Until one day, when he was stationed at Embroidered Tower, he looked at the 3 bloody skins left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. All of the comprehension that he had during this period underwent a qualitative transformation. Feng Juji's soul was deeply stirred, he could not help but smile. It seems that my next song will be Destiny Song. In the Battle of the River of Time, Fang Yuan and Feng Juji met again. How is the creation of Destiny Song going? They fought intensely on the surface, but Fang Yuan was secretly transmitting to him. Feng Juji, Fang Yuan, what is it that you know? He. Come to the River of Time more often, you should have realized that being here greatly helps your comprehension and creation of Destiny Song. But the most helpful thing is still the Red Lotus true inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan said. What do you mean? Feng Juji asked. According to my estimations, that should be a true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially left behind for you, it will help you greatly. Fang Yuan said. Feng Juji hesitated for a moment before answering, I will not owe you this favor without repaying it. Let me tell you this, in Heavenly Court's Embroidered Tower, there are 3 true inheritances left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. Each one requires a key, they are Attitude GU, Mutation GU, and Adaptation GU. Oh. A sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He did not think that Feng Juji was lying, the items were inside Heavenly Court, there was no need to lie. Back then, to repay the favor of saving him in the winds of assimilation, Feng Juji blocked Wu Yong's assault. Now, it also fitted Feng Juji's nature to expose this secret true inheritance to him. In this battle, Fang Yuan still let him go, causing Feng Juji to survive again. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention started, multiple battlefields were created as GU Immortals fought intensely. At such a crucial timing, Feng Juji was instead inside the River of Time. That really is a Stone Lotus Island. Feng Juji was shook internally, the Stone Lotus Island within the mist appeared in front of him, as Fang Yuan had predicted. He saw Red Lotus will on the island. Red Lotus will smiled, you are finally here, Feng Juji. This is the true inheritance that I left specially for you. Feng Juji frowned, no matter how much you give me, it will not change my stance. Red Lotus will shook his head, I had never thought of bribing you, your choice is your own decision. I just feel that this true inheritance should be left to you. Of course, you can refuse to take it. Even if you destroy it, I am not going to stop you. Feng Juji believed in himself. After considering it, he decided to accept the true inheritance. He immersed himself in a certain segment of the memories of Red Lotus life. Red Lotus was undergoing tribulation, trying to get to rank 9 Venerable Realm. The terrifying might of the calamities and tribulations made Feng Juji extremely shocked and fearful. After the tribulation was over, only half of the Heavenly Court GU Immortals who helped Red Lotus were alive. The most painful thing to Red Lotus was that his wife Liu Shuzan had died. This was his most beloved woman. Don't leave me, Shuzan. Red Lotus hugged Liu Shuzan as tears poured down his face. Liu Shuzan smiled, it's no use, I have been struck by the tribulation. Having a trace of my soul left to take a final look at you is already an enormous fortune. How could I possibly ask for more? I am useless, I am useless. I underwent tribulation but implicated you. Hong Ting's head was lowered with tears rolling down his eyes. No, Hong Ting. That tribulation could only have been blocked by my special physique. Even if you all sacrificed your lives, you would only have failed. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you. It was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I suddenly understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have accomplished it. No. Zheng, I would rather not be an immortal venerable. I only want you to live. I only want you to live. Hong Ting roared helplessly, his body was shaking and his tears were falling. Everything and everyone in this world has its own respective fate, it is fixed. Hong Ting, you cannot have such thoughts, you need to live on properly. Your fate is to become an immortal venerable, lead heavenly court and spread the glory of the righteous path throughout the 5 regions. Do you know? I had always been wanting to see that scene, standing by your side and accompanying you as you bring fortune to the world with invincible might. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Liu Shuxian's life force gradually fell, until she died. Hong Ting's head was lowered and his back was bent deeply like an old man, a heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. Incomparable grief, it was as if his heart had died. Regret Gu formed in Red Lotus Immortal Aperture, he decided to change everything. For the sake of this, he turned on Duke Long and Heavenly Court. He went on the opposite path. Red Lotus used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth tens or hundreds of times. The tribulation faded, this time, even though Liu Shuxian was heavily injured, she still had one breath left. Zheng, you are still alive, this is great. Red Lotus was overjoyed. Goo. Liu Shuxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her last breath was used up. Zheng. Red Lotus was shocked, he looked at Liu Shuxian's corpse in a daze as his eyes turned red. I can still do it, I can see hope. As long as I continue working hard, I will definitely become strong enough to save Zheng's life. A fierce light flashed in Red Lotus' eyes, he muttered to himself as if he had gone into a demonic trance. Rebirth after rebirth, he continued to be reborn. Using the advantage of rebirth, he got stronger and stronger, he became more capable of handling different situations. He had abundant experience, he made use of every portion of resources and elevated his strength to his greatest limit. However, like an endless loop, each time, he had to face the tribulation of becoming a venerable. The scale and might of the tribulation was adjusted according to the changes that happened to Red Lotus. This made sure that the result of the tribulation had never changed. Those GU immortals that should have died still died, including Liu Shuxian. Red Lotus continued to try without giving up. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He analyzed, he calculated, he maximized the value of every single resource he had, he asked for all the help he needed from Heavenly Court to the best of their ability. Zheng. Red Lotus hugged Liu Shuxian. Liu Shuxian gave him a final glance, it is great that you are safe. After saying that, she died. Zheng. Red Lotus hugged Liu Shuxian again. Liu Shuxian did not have the strength to talk, she exerted her strength and wanted to raise her hand to touch Red Lotus' face but she did not succeed. Midway, her arms fell to the ground. Zheng. Red Lotus shouted furiously, he watched as Liu Shuxian was reduced to ashes within the lightning tribulation. Shuxian. Red Lotus looked at Liu Shuxian who was badly poisoned, his footsteps slowed down. Liu Shuxian's entire body was black-purple, poisonous blood flowed out of her 7 orifices, she smiled pitifully, Hong Ting, don't be sad because of me. All the sacrifices are worth it, you must become a venerable, you will lead Heavenly Court and the whole of humanity. These were her final words. Red Lotus stopped walking, he stared at the pool of poisonous water formed from Liu Shuxian's corpse, he held his fist as he gritted his teeth, she died again. I need to continue working harder. Shuxian. After the tribulation, Red Lotus flew towards Liu Shuxian again. Liu Shuxian shook her head, she was pale, I am going to die, I can no longer accompany you, my most beloved. It will depend on the situation to see if you die. Let me check. Red Lotus had not given up. I know my own condition, listen to me, at the final moment of my life, I want to tell you. Liu Shuxian's aura got weaker as she spoke weakly with pauses in the middle. Red Lotus did not listen to her, he was focused on inspecting her body condition. The result was that there was no way to save her. By the time he reacted, Liu Shuxian who was in his arms had already died. There must be some way, I can definitely improve further. Red Lotus reminded himself. Attempts after attempts, failure after failure. It was as if Hongting was trapped, no matter what method he used, even if he avoided the tribulation, Liu Shuxian still died. Feng Juji watched Red Lotus fail time and time again. He repeated attempts after attempts, an intense feeling of sadness and grief accumulated in his heart. He watched as Red Lotus screamed, he watched as Red Lotus got agitated, he watched as Red Lotus gritted his teeth, he watched as Red Lotus left in hatred, as he went through another cycle of rebirth. Each time, Red Lotus carried hope, but he gained disappointment instead. The tribulation to become venerable was unavoidable, he could not give up on it, but he could not control it either. Liu Shuxian was a wall that could not be avoided. Each time Red Lotus was reborn, he would need to accept this cruel fact. Each time he tried, he would see his beloved woman die in the end. Each time he got injured, the pain in his heart would be the same as physical pain on his body, but Red Lotus still continued to rebirth. It was as if he were holding a knife to his heart, stabbing at it continuously. Even though Feng Juji held deep admiration and sympathy for Red Lotus, he alerted himself to control his emotions. This might be a venerable method after all. As an observer, Feng Juji kept a cool perspective. He gradually realized, in the initial stages, Red Lotus would still scream at heaven in great agony whenever she died. But towards the later stages, Red Lotus stubbornly analyzed the situation with a rational mind. His expression was dark. At the final stage, Red Lotus' efficiency got higher and higher. Whenever he saw that Liu Shuxian could not be saved, he would instantly rebirth without any hesitation. Finally, there was one attempt. Liu Shuxian fell on the ground, the bones in her entire body were broken, she laid in a pool of blood with her final breath left. Red Lotus descended rapidly, quickly approaching her. Hongting. I am going to die, you must. Liu Shuxian smiled, watching as Red Lotus rapidly approached her. Red Lotus had a cold expression, he looked at her impassively. There is no saving you. I failed again, but it is all right, I will never give up, I am going to try once more. Liu Shuxian was shocked. Hongting, what are you saying? Red Lotus turned around and left as Liu Shuxian who was behind him called out with her dying breath, Hongting. Red Lotus moved quickly initially, but when he heard Liu Shuxian's desperate cry, his footsteps slowed down as he came to a halt. He looked down at his two hands. In the deathly silence, Red Lotus stared with wide eyes, his body started to shake. Suddenly, he felt like he could see himself. At this moment, he felt utter shock, there was a sense of immense fear in him. Chapter 1964. Red Lotus Death. In the past, Hongting would feel grief at Liu Shuxian's death, he would feel regret and hatred. He would hug Liu Shuxian's corpse as he knelt on the ground, crying his heart out. But now? Facing Liu Shuxian's death, seeing the final moment of Liu Shuxian's life, towards the lover who only wanted to spend her final breath talking to her most beloved, Red Lotus turned around and left. Was this Liu Shuxian not the real Liu Shuxian? Of course she was real. Red Lotus was clear about this. She was still her, that same Liu Shuxian, regardless of how many times Red Lotus was reborn, her determination and actions had never changed. She was willing to sacrifice herself to protect her lover, she used her life to block his venerable tribulation. But Liu Shuxian was still Liu Shuxian, but Hongting was no longer the same Hongting. Since when did it start? Since when did I turn into this? Red Lotus asked his inner self. This question was not hard at all, he soon found the answer. His countless rebirths, his countless attempts, the countless times Liu Shuxian died, and the countless times he received disappointment. His heart was hurt time and again, he bled each time. Before the scab formed, Hongting tore open his wounds once more. He was hurt too many times, he felt pain too many times, he regretted too many times. Too many times indeed. Eventually, he got used to it, he became gradually numb. Thus, he started to calculate with precision. Thus, he started to analyze rationally. He used every resource he had to strengthen himself and equip himself. He tried different methods in search of the strongest and most likely solution to preserve Liu Shuxian's life when he underwent his tribulation. When he started to think rationally, when he started to feel rational about Liu Shuxian's death, even though he forced himself to be rational at the start, he changed. Next, slowly, step by step, he turned into someone that he did not recognize. This person made him feel extremely shocked and fearful, followed by a deep sense of helplessness. This scene left an extremely deep impression in Feng Juji. Red Lotus stood on the spot, lowering his arms. He was young but his back was hunched, like an old man about to die. Silently, 2 trails of tears flowed down his cheeks. Silently weeping. Behind Red Lotus, there was Liu Shuxian who called him with her dying breath, hoping that he would turn around, so that she could see her most beloved person at the final moment of her life. But Red Lotus did not turn around to look at her. Red Lotus no longer loved her. After all, if he really loved this person in his heart and she was about to die, would he coldly turn around to leave? Of course he would not. Even though his goal was to use rebirth to save Liu Shuxian, that was only a deeply rooted objective that he had. The reason behind it was no longer love. It was truly laughable. He wanted to save the most beloved person in his life, but along the way, Red Lotus lost his love. No matter how many times Liu Shuxian died, she did not betray him, she sacrificed herself for him. But Red Lotus himself had changed. He betrayed his past self, he betrayed Liu Shuxian. He wanted to rebirth and change the past, but to think that it was rebirth that changed him. From now what should he do? Since he no longer loved Liu Shuxian, why should he continue to rebirth and try to save her? Of course, he had other regrets, he loved his parents deeply. But did Red Lotus dare to attempt this? He could almost tell the results already. After witnessing the death of his parents time and again, he would get used to it, he would get numb, he would accept this result that was decreed by fate. Red Lotus did not dare. Then, should he accept this result? After rebirth, should he pretend to be unaware of everything, to follow the path set by fate and become a venerable, before becoming the heavenly court immortal venerable that everyone including his master wanted to see? Red Lotus did not want that. He still had love in his heart, towards his parents and master. Because there was love, there was also regret. He also had hatred in his heart, he hated fate, because he no longer loved Liu Shuxian, he also hated himself. He had all sorts of complex emotions in his heart. Red Lotus was unsure about them himself. Red Lotus asked himself truthfully, he inspected his inner self. He still wanted to destroy Fate Gu. But the intention was already different. He started to research and found more of the hidden profundities within the legends of Renzu. When he comprehended the crucial factor, love Gu, he successfully used it to save Liu Shuxian's life. Of course, the price was that Red Lotus succeeded in the tribulation but did not become venerable. As an observer, Feng Juji understood clearly, this was definitely a major breakthrough. The venerable tribulation could not be controlled by man. No matter how Red Lotus stalled it, he had to undergo tribulation eventually. But using Love Immortal Gu, he finally changed a fixed result. Instead of dying, Liu Shuxian managed to survive. Of course, there was a backlash of Red Lotus not becoming venerable, that was also a result. Both results changed. Shuxian, you are still alive. You finally survived. Red Lotus, who succeeded, was very excited, he hugged Liu Shuxian. Liu Shuxian was in low spirits. What is going on? Hongting, you did not become venerable. Red Lotus laughed loudly, that is because I used Love Gu. Do you know how many times I was reborn while trying to save you? You should have died during the tribulation, but because of my countless attempts, I researched the human path methods contained within the legends of Renzu. Red Lotus was incredibly excited. He talked about his difficult journey, his experiences and hard work, the trials and ordeals that he went through each time in his experimentation. But I finally succeeded, I finally succeeded. Red Lotus raised his arms and cheered. Even though this is a minor change, this is the proper direction. One day, I will succeed completely. Slap. A crisp sound was heard as Liu Shuxian gave Red Lotus a slap. Red Lotus instantly froze. His cheering came to a stop as he stared at Liu Shuxian. Liu Shuxian's eyes had tears. Hongting, are you still yourself? You actually had such heretical thoughts? You actually wanted to change the past. You defied fate. No wonder you failed to become venerable after the tribulation. You did all these just so I could survive. All those people who helped you in the tribulation, what about the heavenly court GU immortals who were sacrificed? You said that you were doing all this for me, but have you ever considered my feelings? I, Liu Shuxian, was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you. It was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. But you actually did this. For me, you abandoned the most precious chance to become venerable. If you cannot become venerable, what will happen to heavenly court? What will happen to the world? What about humanity? You forgot your master's teachings. You let down the expectations of your deceased parents. I am truly hurt. My heart really hurts. I would rather sacrifice myself. Your love towards me is just a small love. Greater love is for humanity, for the myriad living beings in this world. Hongting, I am truly disappointed in you. Liu Shuxian cried profusely. Red Lotus stared at Liu Shuxian in a daze. After a long while, he let out a breath of air. So that was it. Red Lotus had a calm expression. His gaze became eerie and dark. Liu Shuxian grabbed his arms. Quickly think of a method. You must have some way, right? Let everything return to its original path as decreed by fate, even if I have to be sacrificed. How can our love compare to the greater love of heaven and earth? How can it compare to the grand ambitions of heavenly court? Goo! Liu Shuxian's body suddenly shook. She lowered her head as she looked at her chest. Red Lotus's hand directly stabbed into her heart. It was a fatal blow. Liu Shuxian looked at her lover in disbelief. Maybe killing you will return everything to its original path. Red Lotus looked at Liu Shuxian in the eye as he said plainly. Liu Shuxian showed a blissful smile as he said, Hongting, I was not wrong about you. Please, please become a venerable. At the next moment, she died again. Similar to the countless times Red Lotus had experienced, Liu Shuxian died again. But compared to the countless times Red Lotus had experienced, there was a difference. Liu Shuxian was truly dead. In Red Lotus's heart, she was completely dead. From then on, she never lived again. Red Lotus looked at her corpse with calm emotions. There was not even any ripple in his heart. The woman he had once loved deeply, he was willing to give up anything for her. He was reborn time and time again, working hard to save this woman who he had never given up on. But now, he killed her. He personally killed her. Red Lotus felt no regret in his heart. He even gained some insight. The cause of this tragedy was in heavenly court. It was Fate GU. At this moment, his determination to destroy Fate GU could not be any firmer. Feng Ju felt the scene in front of him change. Heavenly court. The battle was over. The entire area was in ruins. On the damaged top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long and Red Lotus faced each other. Duke Long had evidently undergone a tough battle. He was covered in blood and injuries. He looked at Red Lotus as he sighed deeply. Oh Hongting, one mistake leads to countless mistakes. To think that you have already reached this point. You want to destroy Fate GU? Go ahead. Saying this, Duke Long took the initiative to give way. Red Lotus was slightly shocked. He walked towards Fate GU. Most GU worms had fragile bodies, but no matter how much force he used, Fate GU was like the strongest object in the world. He could not destroy it. Regardless of what method you use, you cannot destroy Fate GU. Hongting, you are not the only one, be they limitless demon venerable or reckless savage demon venerable, they came here in the past, but their methods were all useless against Fate GU. In this world, only a complete otherworldly demon can destroy Fate GU. But otherworldly demons are not complete when they come into our world. Thus, nobody in this world can destroy Fate GU. Duke Long said this as he showed intense fatigue. Hongting, come back. It is not too late to turn over a new leaf. Even though you have sinned greatly and made many mistakes, Heavenly Court and I are willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself, we can start over again. Even at this point, Duke Long was still urging Red Lotus, he was unwilling to give up. Red Lotus was silent for a long time, he turned around to face Duke Long, smiling, "Oh Master, since the two demon venerables could not destroy Fate GU, why did you not place Fate GU in front of me from the start, to let me try doing so and give up?" Duke Long was silent. Red Lotus continued as he smiled, "That means you are afraid too, right? You are afraid that I might have a brand new method that is able to destroy Fate GU." Duke Long smiled bitterly, "Of course. Times are changing, GU cultivation paths are emerging endlessly. Many theories in the past are no longer appropriate now, even I am unsure if there is really a way to destroy Fate GU. But at this time, I can no longer stop you, I can only take a risk and try. But you've seen the result yourself, too." Red Lotus pondered, "Fate GU arranged the lives of everyone and everything in this world, you and I, even a rock or a ripple in a lake is part of this. But Master, have you ever thought about it? A human is not a rock nor a ripple, we have cognition. If a person is not happy with the life arranged by fate, what should this person do?" Duke Long looked at Red Lotus. "You've read the legends of Ren Zhu too. When Ren Zhu met Fate GU, he tried to escape from its restraints and pursue freedom GU. What happened to him? He did not manage to grasp freedom, he lost himself and became insane, he sank into madness. This is the outcome, this is the warning. A person has to accept their fate and live their life, they have to shoulder the responsibilities given to them by fate, they need to do what they are tasked to do." Red Lotus laughed loudly, "I understand, thank you Master for the teaching." Duke Long saw that his expression was strange, he felt something amiss. At the next moment, extreme fear and shock appeared on Duke Long's face. He found that as Red Lotus exerted strength in his fingers, the Fate GU in his hand was actually shaking lightly, cracks appeared all over its body. Red Lotus! Duke Long was furious, he attacked. He went all out. Red Lotus did not dodge at all, he was hit by Duke Long. This was a fatal injury. "You?" Duke Long was shocked, he suddenly realized that Red Lotus had purposely angered him so that he would deal a fatal blow. At the final moment of his life, Red Lotus still smiled as he faced Duke Long. "Master, I've always admired and cared for you, even after countless rebirths, my admiration towards you have never decreased. But now, I need you to understand something. Look at me. Fate has given such preferential treatment to me, arranging such high status and accomplishments. But I was not happy, I wanted to rebel. Then let me ask you, in this world, there are countless others who lead worse lives than me, what do they think of fate? People are not rocks or ripples, we have cognition. The truth is, cognitive madness is the most scary thing, it is the most powerful." Saying so, Red Lotus handed Fate GU to Duke Long. "This is all I can do. Love GU is able to damage fate." He, Master, are you shocked? It is a pity that I am not an otherworldly demon. But I tried my best to make arrangements, I did everything that I could. I left hope for the future. Other than that, there is nothing to look forward to in my life, I might as well die like this now. But I believe that one day in the future, Fate GU will be destroyed. Even if it is not me, someone else will do it. I want to believe that in the future, I will not be alone, a group of people will attempt to destroy fate. Master, you cannot stop it, Heavenly Court cannot stop it, because you cannot stop people from thinking with their free will. Chapter 1965. He was still Feng Ju. He returned to reality. Red Lotus was like a real person, extremely vivid, other than my memories, I have two things for you. One is rank 8 future self-killer move, the other is the Immortal GU recipe of Destiny GU. Next, Red Lotus will explain in detail. Rank 8 future self-killer move will allow you to instantly gain pseudo-venerable battle strength. After all, you are the Dao Guardian of the predestined Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In history, as long as Dao Guardians matured, they would have such a cultivation level. Future Self will also allow you to utilize your strongest state in the future at this moment. As for Destiny GU's Immortal GU recipe, even though it is just an incomplete GU recipe, it was created according to the Destiny song that you will create in the future. It has the same origin as your Destiny song. 1,000 years later, you will create the complete Destiny song. But I cannot give it to you directly, because Fate GU is not destroyed completely yet, it will not allow this. Thus, I used another method, converting it into a rank 9 Destiny GU recipe. It will be a huge help to you, you will comprehend Destiny song in its initial form. Feng Ji was moved. The true inheritance from Red Lotus will was completely suited for his needs, he could not refuse. But he did not lose his cool, he acutely sensed the meaning behind Red Lotus Will's words. The initial form of Destiny song. Feng Ji asked. Red Lotus's will nodded, indeed. For the following 1,000 years, you will modify Destiny song many times. Eventually, you will make this killer move extremely profound. At the last modification, this killer move will actually possess the ability to grow on its own. The more GU Immortals hit by it, the more it can extract the power of Destiny from them to grow further. This is an excellent killer move. However, I need to remind you something. As long as Fate GU still exists, your Destiny song will be suppressed and sealed. Feng Ji shook his head. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, thank you for the true inheritance. I understand what you mean. In fact, before now, Fang Yuan had already reminded me many times. But I will not destroy Fate or resist Heavenly Court just because of your true inheritance. Red Lotus will smiled lightly. I am not asking for anything. I am only sharing my experience with you. I placed this crucial strength to break free from Fate in your hands. As for your choice, that is up to you. The decision will be made by you in the end, won't it? Feng Ji left the Stone Lotus Island with a heavy heart. Fate showed preferential treatment for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Even though it took his parents and lover, he was given unparalleled talent and aptitude, he had supreme strength and status. But Red Lotus was not willing to accept this. People were not puppets, they had their own thoughts. Even the venerable Red Lotus was like this. What about me, a Dao Guardian? Feng Ji thought about himself. Seeing the growth of Feng Jin Huang could truly bring joy and happiness to her parents. Let alone his Dao Guardian status, even without it, why would Feng Ji not defend his own daughter? But, is this Dao Guardian status something I like and truly desire? Feng Ji asked himself in his heart. The truth was, nobody had ever asked him about it. Be they Duke Long, Qin Dingling, or even the Supreme Elders of Spirit Affinity House, nobody asked him. It was as if this status was glory, it was something natural to accept. Feng Ji should have been overjoyed to receive it, there was no need to ask such a redundant question. But was it really that case? Feng Ji thought of another deeper question, why do people live? This problem was just too broad and deep, the answer varied according to the person. 1,000 people would come up with 1,000 answers, in fact, even the same person would have different answers at different time periods. Feng Ji could not answer this question. He could only take a step back and ask himself truthfully, for what purpose do I live? Feng Ji could not help but think back to his life experience. He loved music when he was young, he did not hesitate to cultivate sound path. From the start of his cultivation journey, he wanted to create a total of 9 songs, to express himself, to express all living beings, and to express heaven and earth. After that, he found a fortuitous encounter in a mountain valley. He by chance discovered the inheritance left behind by a sound path great expert, spatial sound immortal master. He started to cultivate in the valley alone, feeling no loneliness at all. He was immersed in the delight of music, he cultivated and lived every day in a fulfilling manner. In this valley, he easily passed the crucial tribulation and became a rank 6 GU Immortal without causing a commotion. After becoming a GU Immortal, Feng Juji did not have any emotion of pride or desire to show off. Everything was natural, plain, and simple. He continued to cultivate in the valley and develop his immortal aperture, going from rank 6 to rank 7. One day, 2 GU Immortals arrived in the valley. They sang with Feng Juji. Back then, it was nighttime with the moon hanging high and light wind blowing gently, causing ripples in a glittering lake in the valley. As the 3 GU Immortals sang in harmony, time flew by rapidly, and they had sung till dawn. The 3 stopped singing and started laughing. They did not greet each other, but left full of joy. Afterwards, the 2 were framed and hunted by the righteous path. After Feng Juji learned of this, he did not hesitate, he stepped forward to help them. Thereafter, the unstoppable legend was created. He fought against all 10 great ancient sects alone. He became a renowned champion in the world. The 10 great ancient sects lost their reputation. They accused Feng Juji of being a demonic cultivator and joined forces to resist him. Feng Juji was not afraid, fighting as he continuously traveled a huge distance, suddenly changing his tactic and going for the enemy headquarters, causing the 10 sects to lose miserably. The scene was total chaos and there was nothing anyone could do. During this process, Feng Juji met with Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Bai Qing. They developed feelings for each other. Feng Juji went into Spirit Affinity House and became a Righteous Path member. Afterwards, Spirit Affinity House's reputation soared. By relying on Feng Juji's strength, their territory expanded, firmly suppressing the other 9 ancient sects. Following that, 88 True Yang building collapsed. Feng Juji led his group to investigate the situation. Thus, a series of future events occurred. He was by chance saved by Fang Yuan and repaid the debt in southern border, blocking Wuyong for him. After repaying the debt, Feng Juji chased after Fang Yuan again. Until this point, Fang Yuan let Feng Juji go multiple times and even reminded and guided him to the Stone Lotus Island, gaining a Red Lotus true inheritance. If my entire life's journey was arranged by fate GU, was I willingly living this life? Feng Juji shook his head. He was more willing to see it from another perspective. It was all my choice. Back then, I chose to stand up for the 2 Immortals. I gave up my life of peaceful seclusion because of the anger in my heart. I wanted to seek justice. I married Fairy Bai Qing and had a child with her. That was because I loved her. I taught my daughter Feng Jin Huang and raised her into an adult. That was also my love to my child. It was not decreed by fate. If fate wants me to lose Bai Qing and Jin Huang, will I do the same as Red Lotus? If I have a good chance at this moment, in which as long as I make a move, I can destroy fate, will I do it? Destroying fate went against his own benefits. After all, Feng Jin Huang was the great dream immortal venerable decreed by fate GU. But does Feng Jin Huang herself really want to become great dream immortal venerable? Feng Juji suddenly realized that just like how nobody had asked him if he wanted his status as a Dao Guardian, nobody had asked Feng Jin Huang if she really wanted to become great dream immortal venerable. Including Feng Juji himself. It was as if everything was natural and a matter of fact. There was nothing to question. Feng Juji asked himself an even deeper question. If Huang likes the fate of becoming great dream immortal venerable, while fate GU is right in front of me and I can easily destroy it, then, will I do it? This question made Feng Juji hesitate. He was unsure, he was perplexed, he was lost. Reality did not give him time or space to think about this closely. The battle to repair fate GU was still in heated commotion now. Feng Juji had to join the battle. On Hairy Foot Mountain, he saved Feng Jin Huang by singing Destiny Song. With rank 8 future self, he was one of the strongest GU Immortals in the world. Destiny Song's power made even Di Zongsheng falter. On the battlefield, Feng Juji met with Fang Yuan once again. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, "Oh Feng Juji, you finally created Destiny Song. What do you think of this killer move?" Feng Juji was silent. He had to admit that this was truly his song. It was a song that he would create with his personality. His voice was contained in this song. Yes, he did not want to acknowledge the existence of fate, but he felt deep emotions towards the cruelty and profundity of fate. He observed the lives of countless people. They had their highs and lows. He saw the hope, struggle, joy, happiness, sadness, and despair of these people. If one says that fate is fixed while luck is a variable, then I desire that variable to exist within the people and all life forms. These changes should occur from one's own choice. Feng Juji understood the truest intention in his heart. I did not create fate song, I created destiny song. This is the most honest thought I have in my inner heart. At this moment, he realized the scheme that Fang Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable had plotted. They knew about his nature, so they did not try to convince him. They only passed destiny song to Feng Juji, and used Feng Juji's voice to convince himself. Indeed, this destiny song that Feng Juji sang allowed him to support the heavenly court Gu Immortals and raise their strength. When he sang for the enemies, they would weaken. But the truth was, he was singing for himself, he was singing to understand his true feelings. And thus, he understood. He loved Fairy Bai Qing, he also loved his daughter Feng Juji. But Feng Juji was not alive for their sake. His wife and daughter were just choices he made in his life journey. They were part of his life, but not the entirety. For what purpose am I alive? This question brought him back to the starting point. He wanted to sing 9 songs, to express life, to express heaven and earth. Currently, he had already created 9 songs. But he has not sang everything about life and the world yet. He had to continue singing. But as he sang, fate restrained him. It was like an invisible pair of hands strangling him. How could he sing freely like this? Seeing that Feng Juji did not reply to him, Fang Yuan transmitted while in intense combat, "O Feng Juji, your voice is your aspiration. How can the person who created Destiny Song be aligned with Heavenly Court?" Feng Juji was calm as he replied secretly, "You know me well. But even so, I will not join you. Unless you can create a situation where we can easily destroy fate, otherwise, I will not help you before that. Heavenly Court and Central Continent have treated me well, so everything still depends on you." Fang Yuan chuckled, "Then watch properly." Next, he purposely got hit by Duke Long. He fell towards Embroidered Tower, activating Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's hidden arrangement. Unexpected to Feng Juji, Fang Yuan used Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's strength to overwhelm heaven, directly destroying Fate Gu. After that, upon hearing Duke Long's words, Feng Juji realized that the battle had not ended yet. When Red Lotus will appeared once more, Feng Juji gradually realized the plot that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had set. Thus, when Fang Yuan asked for Destiny Gu's recipe, Feng Juji finally took action. He helped Fang Yuan. He was also making his own choice. In the past, when he helped the 2 immortals while challenging the 10 great ancient sects, he had once said, "Neither demonic nor righteous, there is only Feng Juji in this world. To leave or to stay, I decide my own life and death." Now, should he stay or leave? This question could not puzzle him anymore. He, Feng Juji, had turned from the demonic path to the righteous path. Now, it was time to go back. Because Feng Juji was still Feng Juji in the end. Chapter 1966. Great Era. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. Claw marks emerged, nearly 10 feet long, cutting through the air with invincible might. Dragon fangs flew everywhere, like piercing sharp blades, circling and flying while emitting murderous aura. Feng Juji retreated slowly as he continued to sing his destiny song. Around him, there were several clones. They looked like him but had mystical powers. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Song Warriors fought for Feng Juji, not only blocking the dragon claws and fangs but even fighting against Duke Long. After several rounds, Duke Long destroyed a Song Warrior. But next, a brand new Song Warrior appeared on the battlefield, engaging with Duke Long in combat. Duke Long instantly understood that killing these clones was pointless. The true way to fight was to go after the source, to directly deal with Feng Juji. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Gate. Duke Long crossed a large distance and approached Feng Juji. Feng Juji calmly activated Yang Pass Tune as he pulled apart their distance once again. Duke Long was unable to fight Feng Juji in close combat, he could only use Chi Path killer moves to attack at a distance. Feng Juji showed no fear, his Destiny Song continued to weaken Duke Long while he used his hands to unleash the triple extreme sound killer move, with Drum Fist, Bell Palm, and Finger Whistle. Feng Juji fought against Duke Long while exchanging many blows, they unexpectedly were evenly matched. Rank 8 Future Self brought a qualitative transformation to Feng Juji's battle strength. While the three regions GU Immortals hesitated on whether to help Feng Juji, they were shocked to realize Feng Juji did not need anyone's help. The battle strength he displayed shocked everyone. Duke Long was unable to take down Feng Juji, he was shocked and furious. At this point, he realized that even though Feng Juji was fighting earlier, he had been keeping his true strength hidden, he did not use his full power at all. Right now, Duke Long wanted to destroy Red Lotus' scheme. But Fang Yuan was a tough enemy, Duke Long knew about his strength, so he chose to fight Feng Juji instead. As long as Feng Juji was disrupted and Destiny Song failed to activate, then Fang Yuan and the others would not have the Immortal GU recipe, they would not succeed. But Feng Juji's strength far exceeded Duke Long's expectations, he could only attack more aggressively while trying to take down Feng Juji as soon as possible. Duke Long was stalled by Feng Juji, while Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to defend Fang Yuan's main body, Calamity Luck Altar was blocking Demon Judgment Board. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals unleashed a storm of attacks but the other three regions GU Immortals and Di Zhongsheng stopped them. The battle situation was tilting in the favor of the three regions GU Immortals, but Fang Yuan was facing a problem now. The sea of human wills was vast and turbulent. Using the human wills as GU material to refine Destiny GU was wishful thinking. But it was a possible method. Under the effect of Destiny Song, the human wills and flames merged, refined into a mystical GU material that was formless and colorless. Fang Yuan, who was controlling this GU refinement session, had to endure the terrifying waves of human wills. He had to calm the human wills like subduing tides, sending them to the respective tributaries. Fang Yuan's expression quickly turned dark, his veins were bulging on his forehead, thoughts collided endlessly in his mind, he could not keep up with this expenditure, his storage of thoughts was rapidly used up, about to be emptied. At the periphery of the battlefield, Spectral Soul and his servants kept a close watch on the situation. Fairy Zi Wei saw Fang Yuan's expression as she analyzed, oh no, Fang Yuan is not in good shape. I know about his Wisdom Path Foundation, he is most skilled at blocking deductions and concealing his true location. But this refinement expends his thoughts and focuses on his cognitive ability. The sea of human will is truly terrifying, even I myself cannot last long in it. But Spectral Soul smiled lightly, saying calmly, don't worry, a certain venerable has already prepared for this. Fang Yuan should know what to do. Spectral Soul could not help but recall the past. When he was still alive, exploring 88 True Yang Building. There, he found Wisdom GU, he also saw Giant Sun Special Will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, he wanted to immediately take Wisdom GU for himself. Spectral Soul, I would like you to let Wisdom GU remain here. Giant Sun Special Will had to show up and stop him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smiled coldly, you can't stop me. Giant Sun Special Will nodded, of course, you are the current Demon Venerable, invincible in the world, I have no way of stopping you. But I am sure you have made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable already. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed, before coming here, he had obtained one Red Lotus true inheritance, he made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. You mean to say? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hesitated. That's right, my main body has made arrangements in this Wisdom GU. When the crucial person arrives, he will destroy 88 True Yang Building, this Wisdom GU will go along with him. Giant Sun Special Will said openly. So that's it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable looked at Wisdom GU deeply but did not take it. At this moment, I've already given it my best effort, it seems I need to use Wisdom GU after all. Fang Yuan sighed. By now, he had already guessed many of the venerable arrangements. Wisdom GU was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, but unlike those of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it had activated long ago. Back then, Fang Yuan was unaware of this. Fang Yuan had just opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance when Wisdom GU flew out by itself, floating above Fang Yuan as it emitted a divine radiance. Fang Yuan instantly felt relaxed as his expression went back to normal, he felt a sense of ease. So that's it. He inspected it closely, realizing, Wisdom GU is one of the GU materials, no wonder it is so effective. With the addition of Wisdom GU, my thoughts are expended more slowly, but my immortal essence expenditure is huge. This rate of consumption is not something I can sustain. Even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time was very fast and could accumulate immortal essence rapidly, Fang Yuan had undergone many intense battles, the expenditure was high as well. Once he fails to keep up with the expenditure, the GU refinement would be forced to stop, Fang Yuan would suffer an overwhelmingly terrifying backlash. But Fang Yuan was not flustered, he was cool as ice. He knew clearly, at this point in time, the Venerables were not going to watch by the side. As long as he still had a trace of value, he was irreplaceable, the Venerables could not allow him to die at this moment. Next, it should be your turn to take action, Giant Sun. Far away in Black Heaven, a dark gold palace floated quietly in the sky. In the palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun slowly opened his eyes. He looked towards the south, the scenes in Heavenly Court were reflected in his eyes. We have finally reached this moment. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled before sighing to himself lightly, Red Lotus, it was your scheme that worked after all. Certain memories in his life started to surface. On the Stone Lotus Island, GU Immortal Giant Sun who had yet to become venerable received Red Lotus gift. At the same time, they also made a transaction. This is the incomplete Immortal GU recipe of Destiny GU. Giant Sun received this incomplete recipe and was immediately drawn to it. He was the creator of Luck Path, it had never failed him, but from this incomplete recipe, he saw a whole new world. Red Lotus, you are the one who damaged Fate GU, giving me the chance to create Luck Path. Now, you are gifting this incomplete recipe of Destiny GU to me, I owe you an immense favor. GU Immortal Giant Sun said solemnly. I will make the arrangements according to our agreement. I will leave Wisdom GU behind and create Responsive Luck Immortal GU to help that unparalleled genius who will create Destiny Song. Furthermore, I will retain my final attack, as long as the situation advances to reach that stage, I will take action and help your million-year plan succeed. Red Lotus will smiled, I will thank you in advance. If my plan fails, please follow our agreement and try your best to refine Destiny GU yourself. Of course. GU Immortal Giant Sun said resolutely. Within Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun slowly raised his right hand. Boom! An enormous beam of light flew through the sky and shot towards Heavenly Court's direction at an extreme speed. This beam of light was so gigantic, like a large river that spanned across heaven and earth. Wherever it went, it pushed aside all the air, the beam's movement was accompanied by a deafening and majestic sound. Such a grand and powerful killer move shocked everyone and sent them into a daze. Even Duke Long, Feng Ju Ji, and Fang Yuan felt incredibly small and insignificant upon seeing this move. The beam of light started from Black Heaven above Northern Plains, piercing through the regional wall and directly bombarding Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court shook intensely, the world seemed to tremble as countless immortal GU houses cracked and broke. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, star constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette gritted her teeth. She watched as Giant Sun's attack approached, but Limitless Silhouette was drawing her attention, forcing her to have no time to deal with it. Giant Sun's attack landed with unstoppable might, instilling itself into the sea of human wills and flames. The three sources gathered and instantly formed a golden ball of light that was the size of a mountain. Within the ball of light, flames flicked, human will shined with rainbow light, incredibly dazzling. Fang Yuan remained unmoved at the center. He was controlling the situation. Traces of pale white light started to spread out from his tightly grasped hands. These traces of light were so familiar, Fang Yuan had a deep impression of them. He was internally shaken. Heaven Path Dao marks. Tens or hundreds of Heaven Path Dao marks slipped out from the cracks between his fingers. Fang Yuan opened his hands wide at this moment. With a loud sound, countless Heaven Path Dao marks flew into the sky, entangling with each other. Traces of Dao marks went towards Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan grunted. Intense pain assaulted him, causing his body and mind to shake. These are newly added Heaven Path Dao marks on my body? Wait, no, not just me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He acutely sensed that many of the Heaven Path Dao marks vanished all of a sudden, following the sources of the human wills. As expected. At this moment, Fang Yuan was finally certain about Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. He wanted to refine Destiny GU, but he was not truly trying to refine a GU. Fang Yuan grasped this chance, doing his best to collect these Heaven Path Dao marks. With every single Heaven Path Dao mark carved in his body, his sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would rise by a level. This was an unprecedented and huge fortuitous encounter. Each complete Heaven Path Dao mark would cause a small qualitative change in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture world. After his trip to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan became even clearer of the immense value of this opportunity. But the fusing of Heaven Path Dao marks was very painful. Even someone with a firm mind like Fang Yuan started to feel dizzy after gaining 10 complete Heaven Path Dao marks. But he was the main person refining this GU. He could not use other methods, otherwise, he would disrupt the GU refinement and fail the process. That would be a huge problem. Fang Yuan relied on his determination as he gritted his teeth and held on. He was not the only GU immortal enduring pain, he was just one of countless people. At the same time, in the vast 5 regions, countless mortals screamed in pain. The Heaven Path Dao marks found their way to the sources of the human wills and carved themselves into these people's bodies. Each of these mortals could not endure even 1/10,000th of a complete Heaven Path Dao mark. Many of them fainted at the first moment. Those who could remain awake were fortunate. They were able to absorb more Heaven Path Dao marks. Pain. Intense pain, pain that went beyond words. Fang Yuan soon tore the skin of his lips as his eyes opened wide. Even the corners of his eyes were torn, blood flowed out. His entire body was shaking and covered in sweat. He still tried his best to continue fusing with each additional Heaven Path Dao mark. Soon, the GU Immortals scattered across the 5 regions also started to endure this process. Heavenly Court's fighting came to a stop. All of the GU Immortals' expressions changed. They gritted their teeth as their faces turned red. With the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks that automatically went to them, they were caught off guard and could barely endure this. No! Duke Long screamed in agony. At this moment, he finally realized what Red Lotus' plan was. Duke Long was unable to take down Feng Juji after so long. He could only turn around and hope for the best as he tried to attack Fang Yuan, but the intense pain also assaulted him. Feng Juji persisted in using Destiny Song. Seeing that Duke Long was leaving, he quickly attacked more intensely to stall for time instead. With a loud sound, like splattering water, the mountain-like human wills vanished on the spot. Success! People of this world, I have entrusted fate to you. All of you hold a portion of fate. From today onwards, there will no longer be fate in this world. Red Lotus will spoke through the human wills. His voice was transmitted into the minds of everyone in the 5 regions. The 5 regions' humans were still in agony and indescribable pain. Because of the intense and unbearable pain, there were many cases of suicide on the spot. Red Lotus! Duke Long shouted in anger. He finally got away from Feng Juji as he arrived in front of Fang Yuan. But it was too late. The last bit of Red Lotus will manage to gather into human form as it blocked the ferocious Duke Long for Fang Yuan. Master! The young-looking Red Lotus smiled. I succeeded at long last. Fate GU has been split into countless portions by me and distributed to everyone in this world. It still exists, it has not been destroyed, but because fate has been fused with luck, it can no longer be used by heaven's will. Duke Long was furious, his eyes were red, his hair standing on end. "Traitorous disciple!" he screamed. He charged even quicker now. At the next moment, he completely destroyed Red Lotus Will as he arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Duke Long's aura broke through its limit again, reaching an unprecedented level. His strength was so overwhelming that even Di Zongsheng and Feng Juji felt a threat to their lives. Fang Yuan did not move, he did not even put up a defense. Duke Long charged with unparalleled might, but when he was still a step away from Fang Yuan, his expression changed. His aura froze at once, his advancement stopped. His lifespan was exhausted. It was slightly earlier than in the previous life. Fang Yuan was not surprised, he had found the truth when he saw a bit of the scattered light earlier. The truth was, back then in Eastern Sea, when his Qi ancestor identity used Steel Life on Duke Long, it was effective. But the effect was low and not easily observable. Duke Long also had incredible concealment abilities. Afterwards, in order to avoid fighting Qi Ancestor, Duke Long even took out Primordial Origin's true inheritance to successfully deceive everyone. This was because Duke Long did not know that Fang Yuan's Steel Life Killer move had a limited number of usages. This also caused Duke Long to become even stronger than in the previous life at the same time period. The hero of a generation, the pillar of Heavenly Court, the master of Red Lotus, and the creator of the Dragonman race, Duke Long. Finally, his life was over. Before dying, he still charged at the forefront. For Heavenly Court, for the sake of humanity, he had truly done everything that he could until his death. During the intense war, he forgot the limit of his own lifespan. Thus, at the moment of his death, other than rage and killing intent, there was also confusion on his face. Lord Duke Long. Damn it, you must be feeling very unwilling to die like this. Senior Duke Long. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals cried out loud, their morale rose sharply. This was the will of the mourning troops. Intense battle occurred again. The GU Immortals of the three regions were actually suppressed by Heavenly Court, which had fewer numbers. Fang Yuan no longer participated in the fight. He still endured intense pain as his gaze pierced past Heavenly Court, overlooking the entire 5 regions. Earth shook as it produced waves of deep, rumbling noises. At this moment, the regional walls that separated the 5 regions had completely disappeared. The earth veins were connected as the 5 separate regions merged into one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, people could freely move through the 5 regions with no obstructions. At the same time, the differences in heaven and earth chi also disappeared gradually. The bloody cape on Fang Yuan's back slowly disintegrated. He raised his head slightly and took in a deep breath. The air was filled with freedom. From now on, there was finally a possibility of pursuing eternal life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he revealed a faint smile. The Great Era has finally arrived. Chapter 1967. New Otherworldly Demon. Wake up! Hey, wake up, kid! Peng Da opened his eyes with difficulty. In his blurred vision, he saw a human face. It belonged to a middle-aged man. He had a beard and a pair of crystal-clear triangular eyes. There was a white headscarf covering his head. Peng Da was shocked. He remembered sleeping in his room earlier. Why did a stranger barge into his room suddenly? He exerted force to sit up, but at the next moment, he was stunned. Where am I? He was shocked to find himself in the middle of a desert. There were no clouds in the sky, the sun was blazing and it was extremely hot. Ha ha ha, this kid is dazed. He is really lucky. He was attacked by the desert wolves but managed to survive. There was not only the bearded middle-aged man, there were several others surrounding him. Not far away, there was a group of camels resting on the ground. Kid, this place is called Wolf Desert. When we found you, your companions were already dead. The desert wolves ate their corpses. After we chased them away, we found that you were still alive. My name is Mo Li. I am the leader of this caravan. I saved you and healed your wounds. You are quite lucky to have met us. Do you remember anything now? The bearded middle-aged man spoke and explained. Peng Da was dazed in the desert. The heated sand and glaring sunlight made him gradually accept this. It was not a dream. I transmigrated. Damn it, something like transmigration really exists, and it happened to me of all people. But how did I get here? Yesterday, I was still doing some programming and coding, but today, I ended up here. Looking at their attire and speech mannerisms, this is obviously another world. Also, why do I know this world's language? It seems like speaking this foreign language is part of my innate ability. Peng Da could not help but feel nervous, his heart was pounding rapidly. This situation was really out of his expectations, he started to panic as he felt troubled internally. But around him, there were several strong men staring at him. Peng Da had to force himself to stay calm as he held his head, shaking it. I only remember my name is Peng Da. As for the rest, damn it, why don't I remember a thing? No way, you lost your memories. This is so disappointing. Everyone discussed. The bearded middle-aged man looked at Peng Da deeply, bright light flashed in his eyes. Since you do not remember, forget it. I hope you can regain your memories one day. Now, what plans do you have? Do you want to travel with my merchant caravan? Peng Da quickly nodded his head. He did not dare to travel alone in the desert. Uncle Mo Li, I will definitely repay this debt of saving my life. No matter where you are going, please bring me along. I do not know where to go now. He had a lost expression, but he spoke truthfully. He had just arrived in this world, he did not know what to do. Then follow us. Mo Li nodded, instructing a person beside him, provide a camel for this kid Peng Da. Yes. Someone responded immediately, kid, follow me. Peng Da was brought away to the camel, he stared with wide eyes, feeling shocked, this is a camel. The GU master who brought him here felt strange, kid, are you really from Western Desert? You don't even know about the fire pit camel. The fire pit camel did not have a hump, instead its back was concave, forming an oval pit. The person riding the camel would lie in the round pit, with soft fur and warm body temperature, it was very comfortable. The GU master started nimbly packing away the goods in the round pit and building a tent on top of it. A portion of the cargo was tied to the camel's sides and the bottom of the tent. Peng Da continued to pretend that he was in pain as he said, I don't remember, damn it, I don't remember anything. That GU master gave him a glance, I don't care what you forgot, but remember this, our leader saved your life. Since you are joining our caravan, you are eating our food, drinking our water, and living in our quarters, you need to work. Understood? Peng Da quickly nodded, of course, please give me the instructions. I will do my best. The GU master nodded lightly, showing slight satisfaction. But at this time, the bearded man's voice could be heard, don't make life difficult for him, let this young man rest for now and recover from his mental fatigue. It was fate that we met in this huge desert, it is not easy to live here, no matter who you are. The GU master sighed as he quipped, leader, you are still so kind-hearted. Peng Da heard this, he felt a sense of deeper gratitude towards Mo Li, he shouted loudly, uncle, thank you so much, I will definitely repay you. Mo Li laughed loudly, good, kid, go and recover on your camel for now. Next, he shouted at everyone, we've had enough rest, let's continue on our way. Thus, the camel bells rang as the merchant caravan moved forward again, traveling over this vast desert. Peng Da lay on the fire pit camel's back, he felt very comfortable. After being alone, he was shocked to find that his body was not his original body, it was a body that belonged to this world. His skin was brown from tanning, his arms and legs were thick, his joints were bulging. So only my soul came over, I went into the body of an inhabitant of this world. No wonder I can speak their language. It is a pity that I did not gain this inhabitant's memories. But this is not bad either. My original body was weak as I did not train it, but this body is very strong and young too. Peng Da could not sleep. After inspecting his body, he started to look around and observe this world. There was nothing in the desert, but the travelers were quite an eye-opener to him. The food of the fire pit camel was actually some bright red charcoal. The people in the merchant caravan could create water from nothing, they did not need to find oases or water sources. Moving in this desert was very secure because of them. By night time, they started to prepare dinner. A GU master planted some seeds in the desert as trees grew out after a few breaths of time, bearing fruits. Peng Da did not know what fruit this was, but the flesh was tender and sweet, it was fragrant and filled his stomach with satisfaction. Peng Da was amazed at every small detail of this world. When he ate dinner, he could not help but ask the leader Mo Li, "Kid, it seems you really have amnesia. We are GU masters. These are GU master methods." Mo Li looked at Peng Da with a strange gaze. GU master. This was the first time Peng Da heard this phrase. Mo Li's expression was even stranger now as he pointed at Peng Da. "Ah kid, you are also a GU master, in fact, you are a rank 2 GU master." What? Peng Da was shocked. After some explanation, Peng Da realized what that meant. He became more excited. So a certain group of people of this world are called GU masters. They are able to cultivate using GU worms. GU masters rank from 1 to 9, most of the caravan members are rank 2, Uncle Mo Li is the highest at rank 3. Meanwhile, I am a rank 2 GU master, or rather, this body's original owner was a rank 2 GU master. When GU masters cultivate to rank 6, they will be known as GU Immortals, they will be able to overturn mountains and seas, they can collect the stars and moon. By rank 9, they will be invincible in this world, unparalleled and unmatched. Oh heavens, this is such a wonderful world. Since heaven transmigrated me here, there must be a reason for my arrival. I must be unique, I will definitely rise above all others. Right. Once I get rank 9 cultivation, I will be invincible in this world. That feeling must be very amazing. In Peng Da's original world, he was a very ordinary person. He was an orphan with no parents, lovers, or any other attachments. He was extremely excited. By night time, he could not resist the fatigue, he fell deeply asleep. What he did not know was, the GU masters in the merchant caravan were talking about him. This kid actually lost his memories. What should I say? Is he really lucky or unlucky? Is he really amnesiac or pretending to be so? There is no need to do that. From what I saw, he was very shocked by the fire pit camels and our GU master methods. It is unlikely to be an act. Whether he lost his memories or not, he is still a rank 2 GU master, he will be useful to us, there was no loss in saving him. Mo Li said. Nobody could refute this. GU masters were far more valuable than mortals. If Peng Da was a mortal, these GU masters would not have bothered to save him after realizing he was still alive back then. But since he was a GU master, he had value to them, thus he was able to travel on the camel and also got food and water from them. While they were talking, Mo Li suddenly frowned, his expression turned grim. Listen, do you all hear something? Everyone's expressions changed. At the next moment, this sound became louder. It was such a huge commotion that heaven and earth shook. Damn it! It seems like a hurricane, a super-sized hurricane. This is a desert, why are there hurricanes? Quickly move, protect the caravan and move out. The GU masters left the tent hurriedly, but once they got out, they were stunned. There was a boundless chi tide approaching from all directions. It was like a grand tsunami that overwhelmed heaven and earth. The chi tide was everywhere, it carried sand along with it and had an unstoppable might. Extremely shocked expressions were shown all over the GU masters' faces. This was a calamity far worse than any hurricane. At once, the GU masters felt an intense threat of death. The merchant caravan was doomed, they only wanted to save their own lives now. Escape! Mo Li gritted his teeth. Before he finished his words, he quickly retreated with all his strength. The other GU masters quickly reacted as they mimicked him and escaped. In the abandoned merchant caravan, the mortals screeched, the camels were stirred too. They were helpless now, only death awaited them. But within this chaos, Peng Da was still deeply asleep, he had no idea that this fatal danger was upon him. Chapter 1968. Spectral Soul Hunts. This was Black Heaven. The surroundings were quiet, 3 GU Immortals were moving stealthily in Black Heaven. At the left was an elderly hunchback GU Immortal. He had many wrinkles on his face, he was thin and dry like a stick, he was truly resembling a man about to step into his grave. At the right was a female Immortal. She had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist, and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. And at the center was a black-robed GU Immortal. He looked like a middle-aged man with a pale face, his black hair was chest-length, he had a deep and cold-killing intent that surrounded his entire body. They were Old Man Zheng Yuan, Fairy Zi, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The three were moving quietly in Black Heaven. At this time, Spectral Soul paused and said plainly, "It's here again." Fairy Zi's and Old Man Zheng Yuan's expressions did not change. They guarded Spectral Soul as they started to put up their defensive methods. Soon, the three Immortals heard a loud sound. Next, a huge and wild chi tide came from all directions. Wherever the chi tide went, life forms perished. It was a terrible sight. The chi tide crashed towards the three Immortals. After several minutes, it went past them. The three, including Spectral Soul, finally let out a sigh of relief. They cancelled their defensive methods as they came out again. Old Man Zheng Yuan looked towards the chi tide with an expression of sadness towards the people. He sighed deeply. After the 5 regions fused into one, such a change actually happened. Once in a while, chi tides will surge, rampaging wildly all over the world. Not just the 5 regions, even the 2 heavens are not spared. They cause destruction everywhere they go. I wonder how many people will suffer from this. Even though Old Man Zheng Yuan was subdued by Spectral Soul, he was only absolutely loyal to Spectral Soul. His original personality did not change. Fairy Zi's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She seemed to be deducing something, but she soon gave up in dejectedness. Fairy Zi analyzed, the heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions vary. Thus, when GU Immortals go to different regions, absorbing the heaven and earth chi there would cause problems in their immortal aperture. This is also why GU Immortals often have to return to their region to undergo tribulations. The difference in heaven and earth chi also caused the regional walls to form. Now that the 5 regional walls are gone, the heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions are converging into one. This is the reason for the birth of these chi tides. But it is impossible to calculate how long this chi tide phenomenon will last, or whether it will get stronger or weaker. We can't even predict a trend. To deduce the result of this question, it was likely that primordial origin Immortal Venerable was needed. He had the deepest understanding of chi path after all. Other than that, star constellation Immortal Venerable could also make such a large-scale deduction. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. His voice was hoarse and icy. This chi tide is a hindrance to us. Wherever it goes, soul beasts are unable to resist it. Even if they survive, their soul cores will be damaged. Spectral Soul wanted to recover his strength now. Devouring souls was the fastest method. Originally, he wanted to retrieve the door of life and death, but it was actually moved away in secret. The fight in Heavenly Court was over now. In Spectral Soul's current state, he could not take action rashly. Thus, he brought his 2 subordinates to leave Heavenly Court and come to Black Heaven. They prepared to hunt soul beasts instead. Within Black Heaven, there were countless soul beasts that formed into hordes. They often rampaged in Black Heaven with nether ants paving the way. They often had hundreds of thousands or even millions of soul beasts in an horde. Master, the chi tide is a calamity. Please let us stay to help you. Old Man Zheng Yuan advised as a loyal servant. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. What use is there in staying by my side? I alone am sufficient. Furthermore, I have tasks for you too. Old Man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Zi looked at each other as they said, "Please give us your instructions, Master." Spectral Soul squinted as he said eerily, "Back then, I expended my assets to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, leaving it for Fang Yuan to create a complete otherworldly demon. Now that Fate GU is destroyed, the plan succeeded. It is time to retrieve Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU now. I want you two to find and capture Fang Yuan alive. I will refine him back into Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU." Spectral Soul's strength was at its lowest now, otherwise, he would have taken action during the battle in Heavenly Court. If he wanted to grow stronger now, there were three crucial things: Door of Life and Death, Dream Realms, and Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Now that the Door of Life and Death was gone, Spectral Soul felt slightly disappointed. But he could use Soul Beasts instead. Most of his Dream Realms were taken by Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan used a portion of them in Heavenly Court's battle, the rest were still stored in Fang Yuan's possession. Spectral Soul needed to take back his Dream Realms. Only with his Dream Realms could he regain his attainment level of Great Grandmaster in all paths. Other than that, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was necessary too. It could ensure that Spectral Soul would quickly reach the apex of his strength. Spectral Soul had reason to believe that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was well developed by Fang Yuan. If he could take it back, it would be the same as gaining Fang Yuan's hard work. If he could retrieve all three crucial keys, Spectral Soul would rise to the top. He would be unstoppable in this world. He could not find the Door of Life and Death, but both the Dream Realms and Sovereign Immortal Aperture were in Fang Yuan's hands. It was understandable that Spectral Soul targeted Fang Yuan first. Old man Zheng Yuan frowned as he recalled, "Master wants to deal with Fang Yuan?" After this demon destroyed Fate Gu, he left Heavenly Court immediately and did not participate in the battle afterwards. He acted very strangely then. Nobody knows where he went after that. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. That is because of the Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan could barely save himself. He had to make that choice. Since he could discern the arrangement that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable placed on Wisdom Gu and thus used it in the refinement unhesitantly, he naturally can infer the arrangements I placed in Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu as well. Thus, when refining the Gu, he used Red Lotus method to restrict me. Fang Yuan is very crafty. He managed to thwart my plan by borrowing others' strength. Red Lotus wanted to see that happen as well. HMPH, after I get rid of Fang Yuan, I will deal with this old scoundrel Red Lotus. Spectral Soul and Red Lotus worked together to destroy Fate Gu for good. Now that the plan succeeded, Spectral Soul and Red Lotus returned to being enemies. Two tigers cannot share one mountain, not to mention two venerables. But how do we locate Fang Yuan now? Fairy Ziwei felt a headache. Why was it that after changing sides and betraying Heavenly Court, she still had to face this troublesome problem? When she was in Heavenly Court, she tried all ways possible to deal with Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path Great Expert, she had noticed Fang Yuan's threat long ago. But so what? Fang Yuan was too good at hiding and concealing himself. His most skilled Wisdom Path aspect was in blocking deductions. And he was too vigilant. He never left any traces behind. Even if Heavenly Court wanted to find him, they were helpless and clueless. Like how humanity had immortal venerables and demon venerables that the variant humans could not resist, they went into hiding and left even primordial origin immortal venerable without options against them. Fairy Ziwei lacked crucial clues. She could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. That was the case when she was in Heavenly Court. Until now, it was still true. Thus, she had to get help from Spectral Soul, hoping that this demon venerable soul had some way to deal with him. But against this question, even Spectral Soul was silent for a while. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined by him personally. He had made an arrangement to sense the Sovereign Immortal body. But after the Heaven Path Dao marks were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he lost his method. The connection was completely cut. Eventually, Spectral Soul ordered, "We temporarily can't find Fang Yuan. We have to force him to show up." How? Fang Yuan is a solitary demon. He has no attachments at all. Even if he did have friends or family, with his cruel nature, if we threaten him, he will not appear. Old man Zheng Yuan felt very troubled. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. During Heavenly Court's battle, everyone saw the scene of Fang Yuan destroying Fate Gu through the killer move everybody's vision. You will go spread the secret of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Tell everyone in the world that Fang Yuan was able to reach rank 8 and destroy Fate because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture can annex Immortal Apertures to avoid tribulations and raise his cultivation level rapidly. Once in a while, Fang Yuan will have to annex Immortal Apertures to sustain his life. Whoever kills Fang Yuan will gain countless venerable inheritances. They will even possess the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They will be qualified to become a venerable and become invincible in the world. After pausing, Spectral Soul continued, in that case, Fang Yuan will be an enemy of everyone. We also have to tell everyone about his current weakness, that he has no battle strength due to the heaven path Dao marks troubling him. If not, he would not have escaped immediately after refining the GU. With everyone in the world helping us find him, where can Fang Yuan hide? Even if he can hide for a while, he cannot hide forever. Both of you will go and find the secret treasuries that I left behind afterwards. The cultivation resources that I did not need when refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU are kept there. They are not of low value. Using these resources, you can rebuild Shadow Sect and help me recruit more members. Fang Yuan subordinates like Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan are all outside now. If we find them, we might find clues to Fang Yuan. Old Man Jing Yuan and Fairy Zi Wei quickly responded. Spectral Soul looked down at his feet. His gaze seemed to be piercing through the darkness and looking at the 5 regions. The 5 regions fused into one. Heaven and Earth Qi is converging as Qi tides form and spread around the world. If the Heaven and Earth Qi does not fuse completely, there will not be peace. It will be as if the 5 regional walls are thinned and spread all over the 5 regions. Thus, the GU Immortals of the 5 regions will feel tremors in their immortal apertures as the 2 Qi collide. They are forced to recuperate now. The stronger the immortal aperture foundation, the longer they need to recuperate. Fang Yuan will be forced to lay low for a very long time. But you two are ex-Heavenly Court members. You had phantom apertures, so you are unaffected by this. We need to make use of this time. Work hard. As Master decrees. Fairy Zi Wei and Old Man Jing Yuan replied respectfully. Spectral Soul waved his sleeves. Then why are you still here? Master, please take care. We will take our leave. Fairy Zi Wei and Old Man Jing Yuan left quickly. Chapter 1969. Black Heaven's GU Immortals. Within Black Heaven, an ancient soul beast was escaping in a hurry. This soul beast resembled a horse but had a human face. On its face now was terror and fear. The ancient soul beast was panicking and escaping in a random direction. Soon, its movement slowed down as its anguished cries became softer and weaker. After several breaths of time, it completely stopped in the sky, floating silently in the night sky. Soundlessly, its colossal body disintegrated as a GU Immortal appeared. This GU Immortal had a pale face and chest-length hair. He was Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul grabbed the soul core, which was the soul path essence of the ancient soul beast. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. He placed this soul core into his mouth and ate it like a candy, swallowing it after a few seconds. Without using a soul path killer move, I need to wait a while to digest it completely. Spectral Soul said unhappily as he snorted. After splitting up with Old Man Jing Yuan and Fairy Zi Wei, he had been hunting soul beasts in Black Heaven. But for some reason, maybe due to bad luck or the extermination of life forms due to the Qi tides, he met very few soul beasts. Until now, he had only met lone soul beasts or those that formed into groups of 5 or fewer. The quantity was so small that he even felt like he was not in Black Heaven. This efficiency is just too low. Spectral Soul continued his journey. If my attainment level was still around, I can find the soul beast armies with just my instinct. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape my detection. It is a pity I need to start over. However, Fate GU is finally destroyed. Heavens will cannot obstruct my path to becoming venerable again. After I succeed, I want to see who dares to obstruct me. Even if it is a venerable, I will kill them. Oh. While Spectral Soul moved stealthily, a flash of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He finally found an army of soul beasts. He got closer and saw that this soul beast army had over 3 million members. The quantity was not small, and what made Spectral Soul happy was that they had high quality. He had only taken a quick glance, but he already saw 6 immemorial soul beasts and over 30 ancient soul beasts. Kill! The desire to kill emerged in Spectral Soul's heart as he was about to charge over, but he noticed something. This discovery was quite surprising. Why are there soul path GU Immortals? There were 3 GU Immortals controlling the soul beast army. 2 males and 1 female immortal. The female was at the center as the leader. She had a plain appearance and grey eyes. Her rank 8 aura was naturally emitted. Of the two male immortals, one was tall and armored, with strong arms exposed and soul beast markings on his arms. The other was tall and thin, holding a bamboo staff. The three immortals wore black robes of similar design. They were obviously from the same force. They are Black Heaven GU immortals. Spectral Soul soon discerned their aura. He snickered as he changed his earlier idea of charging in. He stealthily mixed in with the Soul Beast army. The three immortals controlled the Soul Beast army with much difficulty. The two males were showing signs of tiredness. Sweat gathered on their foreheads. The rank 8 female immortal seemed to have rested earlier. She spoke at this moment. "You two can stop. I will control the army now." Hearing this, the two male immortals let out sighs of relief. The thin one started to bootlick her. "Aunt, only you can control a soul beast army of such a size. Even if the two of us cultivate for 8 lifetimes, we would not even reach half of your strength." The rank 8 female immortal looked at the male immortal with displeasure. "If 8 lifetimes are not enough to reach my level, you should just end your own life." Ooh. The thin man knew that his bootlicking had backfired. He showed some awkwardness on his face. The female immortal sighed. "You two are the most likely GU immortals in the clan to advance further besides me. Now that Fate GU has been destroyed, we are taking control of our own fate. The great era has arrived. The peaceful and quiet life of the past is long gone. You must have the spirit to work hard. If you do not have such an awareness, sooner or later our soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven will be drowned by the tides of the era. Aunt, you have taught me a lesson." The tall and thin man nodded his head in succession. As for the male immortal at the side, he remained silent. The female immortal sighed again and continued. "The 5 regions were fused. The heaven and earth chi are merging, to the extent that chi tide swept across the whole world. Even Black Heaven and White Heaven are not exempted. Wherever the chi tide reaches, heaven and earth will shake. Grotto-Heavens can no longer be concealed. Their positions will be exposed. This time, we as GU Immortals of Black Heaven's Grotto-Heavens are meeting to discuss how to face this situation. At that time, the two of you will be representing yourselves as well as our soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven. Don't forget this." "Yes, Aunt, Madam, don't worry, we will remember this." The two Immortals responded respectfully. The three Immortals did not know that Spectral Soul had already gotten near them. He heard their entire conversation without missing anything. "So that's it." Spectral Soul realized, with the convergence of the heaven and earth chi, the Grotto-Heavens concealed in Black Heaven and White Heaven are affected too. The reason is the same as why the 5 regions GU Immortals are forced to recuperate. But the 5 regions GU Immortals are more affected while the 2 heavens are not as troubled. The GU Immortals are still able to move around with difficulty. Within Black and White Heaven, many Grotto-Heavens were hidden. Even Spectral Soul could not precisely count the number of Grotto-Heavens here. This current change in the world was unprecedented. All of the Grotto-Heavens were unable to hide anymore. They were like fish forced out of the water. Spectral Soul felt that this was a perfect opportunity. He immediately continued to hide, following the 3 Immortals. After spending half a day, the 3 Immortals controlled the army of soul beasts and finally arrived at their destination. This was also a Grotto-Heaven. The Grotto-Heaven's entrance was open. Many people were already waiting outside. The commotion was not small. The soul beast army of millions that the 3 soul-pacifying Immortals brought here was not exceptional at all. They were only superior to the norm. "So our friends from soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven have arrived." Seeing the 3 Immortals, a GU Immortal flew out from a pack of night heavenly wolves. This GU Immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a pair of sharp eagle eyes and had an appearance of a resolute character. "Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, you arrived early." The rank 8 female immortal from soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven replied while smiling. "Actually, we were late, Lady Cold Ash." Night Heavenly Wolf Lord smiled bitterly, pointing at the Grotto-Heaven entrance. "Those variant human GU Immortals have entered already. I waited for you to enter together. Otherwise, as lone rank 8 GU Immortals, we will be pushed aside." Lady Cold Ash nodded with a grim expression. "We have gathered here today because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request. He is a snowman GU Immortal to begin with. he opened up his ice crystal Grotto-Heaven as well. This will definitely be dominated by variant human GU Immortals. Let's go in and see first. Lady Cold Ash quickly arranged for the 2 rank 7s to stay behind and look after the Soul Beast army. She only brought some immemorial Soul Beasts with her into the Grotto-Heaven. Unknown to her, Spectral Soul had already possessed one of her immemorial Soul Beasts. He followed after them. Once they entered the Grotto-Heaven, the temperature fell drastically. It was an icy world. Looking at the ground, it was all white. The mountain stood tall, made entirely of frost crystals. This was very rare. At the peak of the Frost Crystal Mountain, there was a palace made of ice and snow. Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord arrived in front of the palace hall. They left their accompanying immemorial soul beasts and immemorial Knight Heavenly Wolves outside, entering themselves. After Spectral Soul looked for a while, he successfully saw through the foundation of this icy palace. He immediately found a loophole and entered the hall. There was a snowman GU Immortal sitting at the main seat. He had a squarish face and dignified demeanor. He was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Other than that, there were 3 rank 8 variant humans. They were Rockman, Hairy Man, and Eggman respectively. To think that in Black Heaven, variant humans are the superior force. They actually have 4 rank 8s while the humans only have 2. Spectral Soul thought about it for a moment before understanding why. After humans dominated the world, variant humans could not live in the 5 regions anymore. They were chased into the peripheries of the world to live pitiful lives. Black and White Heaven became their top choices to relocate and live. This place was extremely huge. Once their Grotto-Heavens were concealed, even Venerables would not be able to find them without sufficient clues. Thus, Black and White Heaven became the foundation of the variant humans. They developed here. Even though human GU Immortals also explored both heavens, they only explored them to seek resources. Few rank 8 GU Immortals would place their Grotto-Heavens within the Black and White Heavens. Human Grotto-Heavens were different from variant human Grotto-Heavens. The latter were taken care of by Heaven's will. Their tribulations were weaker, but the former were different. As time passed, more and more human Grotto-Heavens that were placed were destroyed. Few could develop successfully. Meanwhile, the variant human Grotto-Heavens were able to last a long time. Their forces grew stealthily. The 6 rank 8 GU Immortals discussed for a long time. The 5 regions have become one. Chi tides rampage the heavens. Our Grotto-Heavens will be exposed. I propose that we unite ourselves and resist the enemies of the 5 regions together. How will we resist them? Even though our Grotto-Heavens are doing well, how can our resources compare to the 5 regions? Even if we all work together, we are not the match of the 5 regions humans. Moreover, we cannot cooperate sincerely with each other. We are of different identities after all. Everyone, don't worry. Even though we are humans, our soul-pacifying ancestor was forced to live in Black Heaven. We have already broken all ties with the 5 regions. I'll be more straightforward. My Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven does not want to expose ourselves. After all, we have an immense enmity with Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Friends. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. Do you all only want to go on the defensive? Do you not want to progress further? Now that Fate GU has been destroyed, the reign of humanity has been disrupted. The 5 regions GU Immortals need to recuperate now. This is the best chance for us to take action. Because we were in Black Heaven, we became the least affected ones. We can move around with difficulty. If we don't make use of this chance, we will regret it in the future. Immortal Monarch, what plan do you have? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed as he said with a grim expression, the 5 regions are huge. They have abundant resources. Even if our Grotto-Heavens are added together, we cannot compare to them. The world will definitely go into chaos if we do not try to improve ourselves. When the 5 regions settle down, they will find a chance to eliminate us all. Only by taking this lead can we have a hope of survival. Chapter 1970. Heavenly Court's Dilemma. The 2 rank 7s from soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven quickly went to receive her. Aunt. The tall and thin GU Immortal asked in concern, how was the discussion? Lady Cold Ash shook her head lightly. At this time, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord also flew out of Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven. The 2 conversed for some time before parting ways. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord brought his wolf group along while Lady Coldash led her soul beast army, going back to their respective Grotto-Heavens. Along the way, the three Immortals conversed, not knowing that Spectral Soul was lurking around them. Spectral Soul had originally wanted to hunt the soul beasts, but after seeing this, he changed his mind. Just by the name of soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven, he could tell its foundation was Soul Path. Seeing that Lady Coldash and the two rank 7s were Soul Path GU Immortals, soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven must be a place filled with abundant Soul Path cultivation resources. Let alone anything else, just the soul beast army that they controlled was a scrumptious meal to Spectral Soul. Chi tides rampage in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the Grotto-Heaven forces in Black and White Heaven will not lay low. I can use this to my advantage and assault the other venerable forces and speed up my growth. Spectral Soul not only had to deal with Fang Yuan, there were also venerable forces like Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. Now that Fate GU was destroyed, Spectral Soul was able to revive, the other venerables were also able to revive themselves. With Fang Yuan missing at the moment, Spectral Soul had to consider the whole situation. Even though his true nature was killing, there were many ways to kill. Using others as one's lethal weapon was also a high-level killing method. He was going to use it now. Lady Coldash and the rest did not know that their soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven was currently targeted by a huge monster, Spectral Soul. Meanwhile, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to his Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven. Many GU Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven quickly greeted him. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord said, "Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wants us to form an alliance to resist the 5 regions. This is quite a difficult situation." GU Immortal Yi nodded, "It is quite difficult. In the current situation, Fate GU is destroyed, the 5 regions merged, as the Heaven and Earth Chi fuse together, Chi tides rampage in the world, no Grotto-Heaven can conceal itself. We are small and lone forces, when the 5 regions attack us, we will not be able to resist them. However, we do not need to fight the 5 regions, we are humans but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest are variant humans after all. The 5 regions are stronger than the 2 heavens, this is an obvious fact, why can't we join the 5 regions instead?" Night Heavenly Wolf Lord laughed, "Yi, you know me best, that is how I feel too. If we work with the variant humans, we will be considered spies of humanity. Even if the 5 regions do not want to attack us, if we ally with the variant humans, they will want to." Yi frowned, "But we cannot join the 5 regions. Firstly, northern plains of the 5 regions is impossible. Secondly, the other 4 regions might not welcome us. And finally, if we join them, we will be attacked by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest." Night Heavenly Wolf Lord sighed, "Indeed, that is why I made an agreement with soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven's Lady Coldash, we will advance and retreat together, we will combine the forces of the human Grotto-Heavens here. As for which region to join, in my opinion, Central Continent's Heavenly Court is the most appropriate. We can secretly contact them first." Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was an experienced leader, not only did he have rank 8 cultivation level, he was shrewd in politics, nobody in Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven defied his rule. Since he made a decision, the GU Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven did not dare to raise objections. Heavenly Court. Central Great Hall was finally repaired, Qin Dingling was currently the person taking charge. They failed to repair Fate GU, Heavenly Court had undergone an intense battle, the damage was huge, even now, many areas were still in ruins. "This is a humiliation." Qin Dingling put aside the letter GU as she rested temporarily. Her expression was calm but her eyes flickered with light, as memories surfaced in her mind, rage built up within her. After Red Lotus' goal was achieved, Duke Long died while fighting and Fang Yuan retreated rapidly. But the 3 regions GU Immortals wanted to destroy Heavenly Court, nobody backed off. At the moment of life and death, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables method started to activate. All sorts of Rage Chi, Unlucky Chi, Grief Chi, and others plagued the 3 regions GU Immortals, their physical conditions weakened. This move was originally meant to deal with Fang Yuan, but Limitless Demon Venerable blocked it for him. After Red Lotus' plan succeeded, the battle between two venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion also concluded, with Limitless laughing as the two venerable silhouettes faded away. Without Limitless power to restrict it, Primordial Origins method started to work again. And the other good news was that even though Feng Ju turned on them, he only helped Fang Yuan to refine the GU, he did not do anything against Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was able to recover because of this and retaliate, maintaining their position in this difficult battle. The three regions' GU Immortals had no choice, with Dragon Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building as their foundation, they retreated gradually. After leaving Heavenly Court, some people wanted to loot Central Continent, but the first Chi Tide happened at this moment. The immortal apertures of the three regions' GU Immortals became unstable, they had to leave. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals stopped chasing them. After witnessing Fang Yuan refine Destiny GU in front of them, their morale and fighting spirit had fallen. After the battle ended, Heavenly Court, which was greatly damaged, tried to reduce its losses and take care of the aftermath. Duke Long died while Fairy Ziwei betrayed them for Spectral Soul. After Heavenly Court's GU Immortals talked over it, they decided that Qin Dingling would be the new leader. During this period of time, Qin Dingling had been the one in charge, taking care of all the matters, big or small. Qin Dingling had a plain expression, but a fire was burning in her heart. The great Heavenly Court had actually lost, it was a complete loss. She was eager to make up for this humiliation, but logic told her to not act rashly. Because everything had changed, Heavenly Court was no longer the old Heavenly Court, the enemies were no longer the same, even the world had changed. After resting for a while, Qin Dingling continued to deal with the matters at hand. Oh. She held an information path Mortal GU as her expression changed slightly, Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was not willing to fight alongside the variant humans, he wanted to join the stronger side of the five regions. Among them, although Heavenly Court had lost this fight, it was still the #1 human force for the last few million years. Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven had grudges with Longevity Heaven. In the five regions, only Heavenly Court had the foundation to stand up against the vicious Longevity Heaven members. In this information path GU worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also explained the ill intentions of the variant humans. HMPH, those of other races have such motives. Once Fate GU got destroyed, these variant humans jumped out immediately. Qin Dingling snorted, deep killing intense rose in her heart. After calming down, Qin Dingling started to think about this situation. Qin Dingling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven. With just one information path GU worm, she could not confirm if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was really trying to sincerely join them, or if they were scheming against Heavenly Court. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere, how should we deal with Longevity Heaven and the variant human forces of the Grotto-Heavens? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord talked about the history of his ancestor truthfully in the letter, he did not conceal the grudges they had with Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling was slightly troubled. Heavenly Court was at an unprecedented level of weakness. Chi tides rampaged in the world, heaven and earth chi converged. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals who had phantom apertures were even more mobile than the GU Immortals in Black or White Heaven. But Heavenly Court could not move them. Firstly, most of Heavenly Court's members had limited lifespan. Secondly, they had to reinforce Star Constellation's will. Thus, a portion of Heavenly Court's members had to enter the Immortal Graveyard to hibernate and help Star Constellation's will, to prevent her from being completely assimilated with Heaven's will. But in that case, Heavenly Court's battle strength would be far lower. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Ziwei was still around. Qin Dingling sighed, the worry in her heart intensified. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jing Yuan were enslaved by Spectral Soul, they left with him. The two of them knew a lot about Heavenly Court secrets, together with the soul of a demon venerable, who could underestimate them? Qin Dingling thought about it for a while before feeling the severity of this situation, she decided to discuss it with Zhu Xiongxin and the rest. Zhu Xiongxin suggested, this is an important matter, but the situation is not very clear now. The 6 GU Immortals including Night Heavenly Wolf Lord are merely the rank 8s of the Black Heaven above our central continent. What about the other 4 regions Black Heaven? We do not know how many Grotto-Heavens there are, or how many rank 8 GU Immortals exist in these Grotto-Heavens. I am willing to go and investigate the 2 heavens myself. Zhu Xiongxin cultivated information path. He knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture and was not afraid of the heaven and earth chi convergence. Qin Dingling agreed with his suggestion. She chose to continue keeping in contact with Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven while investigating the situation. Jun Shenguang took out an information path mortal GU, saying, "The list of names have been chosen. They are all GU immortal seeds with great talent and aptitude. Most importantly, they are loyal to Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects. But there is one person whom I need everyone's input and discussion on." Jun Shenguang's list contained the names of many mortal GU masters. They were all exceptional geniuses. Heavenly Court lost this battle and the Immortal Graveyard was even destroyed by Fang Yuan. Everything had to be rebuilt from scratch. With the threat of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Heavenly Court decided to nurture new GU Immortals, disregarding the costs. Qin Dingling received the GU worm and looked into it. There were many names on this list. Immortal Crane Sect recommended Sun Yuan Hua, Spirit Butterfly Valley recommended Xiao Qixing, Ancient Soul Sect had Gu Ting, Heaven's Envy Manor had Wei Wu Shong, but at Spirit Affinity Houses section, the list was empty without a name. Qin Dingling sighed as her expression turned complex. She knew about the person Spirit Affinity House nominated. It had to be Feng Jin Huang. But after the battle over fate, Feng Juji betrayed Heavenly Court and went missing. His daughter Feng Jin Huang ended up in an awkward position. She was originally Duke Long's disciple and the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But with the death of Duke Long and the destruction of fate, she was no longer certain to be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Zhu Xiongxin's concern was, if Heavenly Court continued to nurture Feng Jin Huang and she betrayed them like her father, what would they do? Even though Feng Jin Huang was Duke Long's disciple, the disciple that he nurtured wholeheartedly spent 1,000,000 years to plot and destroy Heavenly Court's fate GU. Would his second disciple Feng Jin Huang also inherit this great tradition? We will talk about this again next time. Chapter 1971. Struggle between Feng and Zhao. Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land headquarters was situated here. Within the Blessed Land, there was an area called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Jin Huang was strolling in the valley, it started to rain. A drizzle. The rain was mild and quiet. Bathed in the rain, Feng Jin Huang slowed down subconsciously as she walked. The air was fresh with the smell of grass. All around her was a faint field of greenery. This rain did not feel cold, it was like jade, mild and calm. Feng Jin Huang knew that this was called quiet rain. When it rains, all sounds would be absorbed and the surroundings would be silent. Heaven and earth would be soundless, one would be able to hear their own heartbeats and breathing. Quiet rain was a rank 6 immortal material. This valley was the resource point that created quiet rain. This was why it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Juji betrayed Heavenly Court and went missing, his wife, the mother of Feng Jin Huang, Fairy Bai Qing, requested to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect quiet rain. She said she would not leave this place. Whenever there was quiet rain, the valley would have music that sounded like zither and flute. It was akin to Fairy Bai Qing's anguished cries of sadness. Feng Jin Huang had heard of this rumor and felt worried. She came to the valley to visit her mother. The quiet rain was drizzling. There was indeed the music of zither and flute being emitted. The sound of the zither spread out all around, like white clouds in the sky, ancient, melodious and pleasant to the ear. The sound of the flute, however, was high-pitched, fluctuating almost abruptly, like a fierce hawk flying across the sky, sharply piercing the wind, tearing the sky. At first, the sound of the zither resounded and the sound of the flute reverberated, alternating with each other, as if both sides were speaking, one sentence after the other. Then, the zither and the flute began to approach each other, and gradually merged into one another. The white clouds were misty, and the eagles were flying across the clouds. The two abrupt sounds of music merged together, creating an indescribable beauty. In the end, the sound of the zither and the flute become one and the same, forming a kind of mix. With the melodious sound of the zither and the clarity of the flute, it was unique and beautiful. Feng Jinhuang was enchanted by the beautiful sound of the music. She went deeper into the valley and managed to meet her mother. Fairy Bai Qing was sitting in a bamboo pavilion, with 2 GU flying around her like white jade pearls. They were Sound Path Mortal GU, Zither GU, and Flute GU. When Feng Jinhuang entered the pavilion, the music slowly stopped. Fairy Bai Qing had already known of Feng Jinhuang's arrival. She turned around slowly. This demonic immortal unification song was composed by your father when we fell in love. It is the symbol of our relationship. I still remember the first time your father played it for me. He told me immortals and demons are one to begin with. Initially, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was known as Primordial Origin Demon Venerable by the variant humans as well. This song contains deep meaning and your father has been treasuring and not using it, but he played it during the Fate War. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Jinhuang fixedly. The list of names has been announced already. Feng Jinhuang nodded. I know. The last time the sect recommended me, there was no reply from Heavenly Court. This time, the sect put Sun Yao's name and it was quickly approved by Heavenly Court. Fairy Bai Qing said plainly, originally, the sect still wanted to recommend you to go there, but Li Junying and Shuai got in the way. They ended up promoting Sun Yao instead. How do you feel about such an outcome, my dear daughter? He. Feng Jinhuang smiled slightly, her smile brilliant as a flower, bringing a bright sunshine to the bamboo pavilion for a moment. Mother, why do you have to test me on this? Ever since father betrayed and turned against Heavenly Court, I've already prepared myself. Right now, the situation is already not bad. My dream path Immortal GU was not taken. Feng Jinhuang said. Fairy Bai Qing also smiled slightly at her words. It's not like there isn't any forceful seizure in the righteous path, but it's just that the act is often cloaked in a layer of righteousness and morality. It's already good that you have come to this level of understanding. However, don't worry too much. Your father left Heavenly Court but created Destiny Song. His outstanding battle strength is evident to the world. Heavenly Court and Spirit Affinity House will not dare to touch you. Feng Jinhuang revealed a look of displeasure. Mother, you don't need to make an explanation for father. Although I can understand father, I will not forgive him. For him to suddenly turn his back on Heavenly Court and not even telling us beforehand is simply abandoning his wife and daughter. One day, I will settle the score with him. He. Fairy Bai Qing laughed and shook her head, walking up to Feng Jinhuang and holding her hand. You misunderstand your father. That demonic immortal unification song, which he kept as a symbol of our love, has never been used for anything other than singing in front of me. But he used it during the Fate War to tell me that righteous immortals and demons are the same. His feelings for me had never changed, and even when he left the righteous path and returned to the demonic path, it wouldn't end the relationship of our family. Do you believe me? As long as I give out the slightest hint of inclination to leave Spirit Affinity House, he will definitely take the initiative to bring me away. He understands me well and knows that I do not want to become a demonic path member. Therefore, he gave us both the opportunity to choose our side freely. He didn't want his ideals to become a burden on us. Feng Jinhuang snorted coldly. Father would rather help Fang Yuan, the great demon, than help my master. It's true that master was stubborn and was always nagging about fate and all that, but he was ultimately kind to us and truly had my best interests in mind. Father was simply too cold and heartless. Mother, since you are fine now, I'll be leaving. Oh you. Fairy Bai Qing sighed, but did not ask her daughter to stay. When Feng Jinhuang left Quiet Rain Valley, she met with 2 female GU masters. One was beautiful while the other was cute. They were acquaintances of Feng Jinhuang. They were anxiously waiting outside the valley. After seeing Feng Jinhuang, they showed joy on their faces as they went to her. Senior sister, we heard you came here, so we rushed over to find you. The beautiful woman was Qin Huan. Senior sister, sorry, I did not want to snatch your opportunity. Sun Yao had a cute and round face. She was very anxious now. Qin Huan and Sun Yao were good friends with Feng Jinhuang. They had always followed behind her. But in the recent years, Feng Jinhuang followed Duke Long and went away to cultivate Dream Path. They did not meet much during this period. Feng Jinhuang laughed aloud and stretched out her hand to nudge Sun Yao's forehead. Oh, you've done well this time, so why are you apologizing? The nomination quota is just a small matter. Am I unable to become immortal without this funding? For me, becoming a GU immortal is by no means an obstacle. It's just that I have to consider the kind of GU immortal I want to become. But for you, this is a rare opportunity, so seize it well. After speaking to Sun Yao, Feng Jinhuang looked at Qin Huan. You've always been quite active and have good perseverance, but this time, when fusing with the Dao marks, why did you faint? If not, the nomination would have been yours this time. Qin Huan did not dare to retort. Senior sister, you are right, I have slacked off on my cultivation. No, that is not so, senior sister. Sister Qin Huan was injured at that time. She could not endure the ordeal and fainted. Sun Yao quickly clarified. So that's how it was. Feng Jinhuang nodded her head and said regrettably, it is indeed a great loss. Fang Yuan destroyed Fate GU and refined it into countless Heaven Path Dao marks, which were dispersed to the people in the world. The more Heaven Path Dao marks you absorb, the more beneficial it will be in the future. Be it cultivation or developing the immortal aperture, it will benefit with no harm. But there's no harm in not having any, at best it's just an opportunity. What determines your achievements in life will still depend on your own talents and efforts. Yes, Qin Huan will listen to senior sister's teachings. Qin Huan bowed. Feng Jinhuang smiled again. Let's go, I will give you two some guidance. Qin Huan and Sun Yao revealed joyful expressions. The latter jumped around cheering. That's great, we haven't been together for such a long time. The three of them walked together, gradually leaving Quiet Rain Valley. Within the valley, Fairy Bai Qing retracted her investigative method. Daughter, you've grown up. Fairy Bai Qing had a relieved expression. Feng Jinhuang was very clear about her own circumstances, as well as Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects. Towards Feng Juji's actions, she had her own opinion, but she was able to put it aside and make a clear judgment. She had a solid foundation of skills. Maybe your betrayal has hastened our daughter's maturity. We should let her walk on her own path. As a mother, all I can do is to wish the best for her. Of course, if some people in the sect do not know what is good for them and go overboard, I will not avoid conflict either. Fairy Bai Qing's expression turned cold. At the same time, on another mountain, Affection Peak, Spirit Affinity Houses Li Junying and Shuai went to visit Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun had already become an immortal. She was assigned by Spirit Affinity House recently and became the Affection Peak Lord. She was able to achieve what she had today thanks to the support of Shuai and Li Junying, in addition to her own efforts. Zhao Lianyun was also guided by the two immortals during her GU immortal cultivation journey and the management of her immortal aperture, so she was able to avoid many pitfalls. Zhao Lianyun remembered these debts in her heart, so when Shuai and Li Junying visited her, she quickly came out of cultivation and attended to them personally. But hearing their request, Zhao Lianyun felt troubled. Seniors, you want me to use my status as the current generation fairy to deal with Feng Jinhuang and Fairy Bai Qing. Indeed, now is the best opportunity. Feng Juji betrayed us and caused Heavenly Court to lose and Fate to be destroyed. If we target them now, we will definitely win. Shuai had a fierce expression. The hatred between him and Feng Juji had a long history. In the past, he had hated Feng Juji so much that he held back key information and intelligence, almost causing him to die. Feng Juji had a very strong stance in his political manipulation, ostracizing the couple to the fringe of Spirit Affinity House in this power struggle. Most of the time, the two immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Juji. They could only support each other with difficulty. For them, Feng Juji's betrayal was great news. It was worth celebrating. This? Zhao Lianyun hesitated. Feng Juji has already betrayed Heavenly Court. Seniors, I know that you have grudges with him, but why do you want to implicate his family? Oh Lianyun, we cannot be too kind-hearted sometimes. Think about it. Think about the time you competed with Feng Jinhuang over the fairy position. Li Junying urged, if we do not use this chance, we will regret it in the future. You do not need to worry about it. I will tell you something. Our sect's nominee was originally Feng Jinhuang, but now she has been removed from the list. Seniors, people should let others off when possible. Zhao Lianyun explained she was not willing to do that. Conflicts should be resolved and not deepened. Back then, when competing for the fairy position, both of them had used above-board methods. Feng Jinhuang had a deep background but did not use any unscrupulous ways to deal with her as well. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Jinhuang were competitors, Zhao Lianyun admired Feng Jinhuang's personality. She had no ill feelings towards her. Shuai did not listen to her words. Back then, did the demon Feng Juji spare us? You are too kind for your own good, Lianyun. Li Junying frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed to herself. She changed her words and explained, Seniors, we need to analyze this situation deeply. Even though the sect nominated someone else, Heavenly Court did not directly take away Feng Jinhuang's status. From that, we can see the attitude of Heavenly Court is still unclear towards her. Precisely because they are uncertain now, we need to deal the fatal blow and affirm their decision. The fight over authority will never cease. Only when a true victor is decided can there be peace. Li Junying said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again. She could only accept their request. There was no choice. She owed them a big favor after all. Even though she was unwilling, people had to do some things that they did not want to in this world. They had helped her greatly. If she rejected them, what would others think? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon. Even though she was the current generation fairy, Spirit Affinity House still ostracized her. If she lost her relationship with Shuai and Li Junying, she would truly become a loner. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun agreed. They were overjoyed. They promised her a huge reward. Zhao Lianyun was not interested in the reward. After the two of them left, she continued her closed cultivation. The destruction of fate was actually great news to Zhao Lianyun. With this, Ma Hongyun's revival would be much easier and less troublesome. But Ma Hongyun's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Thus, Zhao Lianyun had to cultivate and raise her strength to make preparations to save her beloved. In the secret room, Zhao Lianyun calmed down and inspected her own immortal aperture. Lianyun blessed land had 5,700 square kilometers of land. The rate of time was 1:13. The terrain was mostly grassland and plains. But after the heaven path Dao marks were absorbed, Lianyun blessed land started to change in many aspects. Firstly, the ground cracked to form huge trenches. Next, there was torrential rain as huge rivers were formed. The rivers overflowed and floods plagued the surroundings. After 3 days and 3 nights, the floods receded, leaving behind vast expanses of fertile mud. Small ditches and rivers connected to the main channel of the giant river, forming an elaborate and dense network of rivers. Zhao Lianyun witnessed the transformation of her immortal aperture the entire time. She was dazed and greatly shocked internally. With heaven path Dao marks, the immortal aperture will transform and become closer to a truly balanced environment. Even though there are temporary losses, the potential and prospects will rise by many times. Zhao Lianyun had divine concealment from thieving heaven's true inheritance. She did not face calamities and tribulations. This was beneficial and also detrimental. Her immortal aperture development had always been a problem. But with the addition of heaven path Dao marks, this problem was reduced greatly. If only I had more heaven path Dao marks. Sigh, what a pity that I only obtained 6.5 heaven path Dao marks, and they are all segmented too. I do not have a single complete heaven path Dao mark. How many heaven path Dao marks did Fang Yuan get? He was the person refining the GU. He was the closest to these heaven path Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun sighed. She could not imagine it or find the answer, but she knew that the difference between her and Fang Yuan had been greatly increased again. Chapter 1972. Fang Yuan's disaster relief. Peng Da groaned and barely opened his eyes to see a bearded uncle, slapping him in the face with a rough palm. Peng Da was in a trance, and it was only then that he recognized the man in front of him. Uncle Mo Li. He called out, wasn't I sleeping on the camel? Peng Da looked around. He could not help but be stunned once more. There was sand everywhere, the caravan was nowhere to be seen, leaving only him and Mo Li. Both were in a messy state. Ouch! Peng Da groaned as he realized he had bruises all over his body. Uncle Mo Li looked at Peng Da and sighed, "You kid, I don't know what to say about you, you are so lucky." Many GU masters fled desperately, they all died. You were deeply asleep but survived. However, if I hadn't discovered your faint breath in time and dug you out, I'm afraid you would have been buried alive. Uncle Mo Li, you've saved me once again. Peng Da grabbed both of Mo Li's hands, saying gratefully, but what in the world had happened? It's a natural disaster, I've never seen it before. Uncle Mo Li let out a heavy sigh. So, what about our caravan? Sigh, it's just the two of us now. What? Peng Da could not help but stare with wide eyes and scream in his heart, how can this world be so vicious? There was a natural disaster with no warning. I just slept for a bit and almost died again. My lord, what kind of world have I come to? It is simply a brutal and terrible place to live. At least we're still alive. Mo Li knocked Peng Da on the head. Kid, you don't look satisfied? To be alive after a natural disaster like that is the greatest of all blessings. Look at me. Mo Li pointed his finger at his chest. I've worked hard most of my life to own such a caravan. And now it's all gone. Look on the bright side, otherwise we won't survive until tomorrow. Sigh, it would be great if I could become an immortal. Immortal? There are immortals in this world. Mo Li looked at Peng Da. Did you forget everything? You forgot even immortals? Sigh, I'll explain in the future, let's leave first. Peng Da followed Mo Li as they left, heading towards the closest oasis. Peng Da followed behind Mo Li and asked with caution, are there many disasters like this? Of course. Mo Li said in a vicarious tone, it's not easy for us to make a living in the desert. Sandstorms are the killers that visit often. Sometimes there are also flying blade hurricanes, and each gust of wind can condense into a huge wind blade that cuts everything wherever it goes. In addition to natural disasters, there are also vicious beasts. For example, we are in Wolf Desert. Desert wolves are most plentiful here. Howl! As Mo Li was saying that, a group of desert wolves suddenly emerged from under the desert. Wolves, wolves! Peng Da jumped up in fright. Oh heaven, they're coming out from under the sand. So many heads, what do we do, uncle? Mo Li looked pale and cursed out loud, damn it. Why weren't these desert wolves wiped out by the natural disaster? It was not strange. The Qi tides were the phenomenon of fusing heaven and earth Qi. It originated from the heavenly Tao. But the heavenly Tao would not wipe out all life, there was a chance of survival in every situation. Mo Li and Peng Da were able to survive, other life forms naturally had such an opportunity as well. The desert wolves emerged from everywhere, but strangely enough, although they spotted Peng Da and Mo Li, they did not come to attack, instead they quickly assembled, howling and staring at the desert ground. Rustle, rustle. With a series of moving sand sounds, golden scorpions emerged from the ground. These golden scorpions were all the size of a millstone. Peng Da watched with chills in his heart. The golden scorpion group and the desert wolf group were engaged in a brutal fight. Whenever a desert wolf was stung by a golden scorpion's needle, it would immediately foam saliva at the mouth, fall to the ground, and eventually die. On the other hand, the golden scorpions could not fight against the desert wolf's claws and teeth, and were often torn apart by the wolf's claws. The two groups of beasts fought, because they were weak in intelligence, they paid no attention to Mo Li and Peng Da who were close by. Peng Da looked frightened and pale. This world was too dangerous, no matter which beast group won, they would surely still end up attacking the humans. We must break out. Mo Li gritted his teeth with a firm expression. But uncle, we're surrounded by golden scorpions and desert wolves. Peng Da wanted to cry. Do you want to wait to be eaten? Mo Li said, about to move, kid, can you fight? Who? I can't, I have amnesia. These desert wolves and golden scorpions don't care if you have amnesia. Stay close to me and do your best to save yourself. There is at least hope for breaking out. Mo Li said and laughed. If breaking out fails, you'll have to go fill the bellies of the beasts. But don't worry, you won't die alone, there's still me. Peng Da could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would prefer to be buried alive. Mo Li started to break out and Peng Da yelled, "Uncle, wait for me." He could only desperately follow behind Mo Li. It was fine when they were still, but when they moved, they alerted the Scorpion and Wolf groups. Almost at the same time, there were several golden scorpions and desert wolves, one left and one right, attacking them. Mo Li grunted and activated his mortal GU, but he only managed to repel 2 of the beasts before they got encircled by the groups. Breaking out has failed. Mo Li sighed and gave up the fight. Peng Da clutched his head and fell into despair. He stuttered, Am I going to die? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, be they the mini-5 regions or the mini-9 heavens, chaos was everywhere. The entire place was in a commotion. Mini-southern borders mountains collapsed, the terrain became disorganized, mini-central continents river channels changed paths and caused torrential floods, mini-western desert had sandstorms everywhere that devoured cities and oases. Mini-northern plains. An intense snowstorm was blowing, a pure white flame, fluttering in the blizzard, attached itself to wherever it burned. This was the special fire immortal material, frost ice flame. In places where the ice and snow path Dao marks were dense, there would be a certain degree of probability that this special flame would be produced. Most of this flame was filled with ice and snow path Dao marks, but the heart of the flame had dense fire path Dao marks. We cannot let this frost ice flame spread everywhere. Snowman Gu Immortal Shuai was in charge of the situation. She tried to salvage it. She was tasked by Fang Yuan to manage Triple Sacred Mountain. She controlled the snow crystal formation and focused on the growth of the Snowman tribe's expansion. Frost ice flames started to spread on Triple Sacred Mountain. Once the flames grew to a certain size, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they were burnt to death while crying in agony. The snowmen were in chaos. They escaped and trampled on each other, causing unnecessary deaths. Amidst the raging chaos, only a handful of Snowman GU masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, even with their cultivation, it was difficult to do anything against the immortal material Frost Ice Flame. Oh no, the Frost Ice Flame has reached the Ice Path Crystal Essence. Shuai's face turned pale. She became anxious. She had just now tried to save more of the snowmen, and as a result, she had lost sight of this, allowing the frost ice flame to appear in the snow crystal formation. The ice path crystal essence was the core of the snow crystal formation. Fang Yuan used the formation to spread out the frost energy created by the ice path crystal essence that would constantly alter the environment inch by inch, creating a living habitat that suited the snowmen. Shuai felt deep regret as she watched the frost ice flame burn the ice path crystal essence, while being helpless against it. Shuai could not help but tear up and blame herself. The snow crystal formation was entrusted to her by Fang Yuan. It was the foundation for the snowman tribe's growth, but it was actually going to be destroyed because of her mistake. She felt that she had let down the snowmen, she had let down Fang Yuan. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Fang Yuan. Shuai was stunned before happiness appeared on her face. Fang Yuan grabbed the empty space in front of him. All of the frost ice flames within the formation were drawn away. Fang Yuan suddenly grunted as his body shook. Pale white traces appeared around his body all of a sudden. From these pale white traces, Shuai felt a vast power that surged in heaven and earth. These are heaven path Dao marks. Oh heavens, there are so many heaven path Dao marks. He must have at least 1,000. Shuai covered her mouth in surprise. I will leave the rest to you. Fang Yuan smiled at Shuai as he brought the frost ice flame away with him and vanished on the spot. Shuai felt relaxed, but worry soon appeared in her heart. My dear fiancé has so many heaven path Dao marks, no wonder he went into seclusion after the Fate War and rarely fought. Sigh, I am so useless, I could not help him at all. I could not even defend this snow crystal formation. Fang Yuan appeared to help Shuai alleviate the crisis of the snowmen in mini northern plains. He immediately went back to his secret room to continue his closed cultivation. When he was refining Fate GU, Fang Yuan had the best position because he was doing his best to absorb the Heaven Path Dao marks. He had more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks on his body. They were all complete and intact Dao marks. One could say that he was the biggest winner in this plan that Red Lotus created. But this benefit was too great, he could not process it in the meantime. The Sovereign Immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks, with the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks. That also meant that Sovereign Grotto-Heaven gained 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks all of a sudden. These Heaven Path Dao marks created a huge impact on Sovereign Grotto-Heaven. The impact was in many different aspects and had varying effects. They could be as large as mountains and rivers shifting, but also small like a changing tributary channel. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It focuses on the balance of living beings, they limit each other. Even in an extreme environment like the snow crystal formation, the heavenly Dao could alter it and create fire path Dao marks within the ice and snow path Dao marks. Once the frost ice flame spreads its destruction, many northern plains would be completely altered beyond recognition. Of course, if we ignore it, my sovereign Grotto-Heaven will benefit from this. We will create a complete ecosystem that has balance and good prospects in the future. However, this method consumes too much of my foundation. It is also what Red Lotus Demon Venerable wants to see. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Fate GU was destroyed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan succeeded. Fang Yuan no longer had any value to him. Thus, Red Lotus Demon Venerable schemed and used the Heaven Path Dao marks to restrict Fang Yuan, to limit his growth speed. However, even though Fang Yuan saw through this, he had to take the bait. It was because Fang Yuan noticed that Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU was tampered by Spectral Soul. He needed the Heaven Path Dao marks to counter Spectral Soul's arrangements. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had been making use of Fang Yuan. It was evident from the rank 7 future self-killer move. But Fang Yuan also made use of Red Lotus. He used this Demon Venerable's plan to destroy Fate GU, which was his biggest problem. He used Red Lotus' million-year plan to escape from the clutches of Spectral Soul's arrangement. Zhao Lianyun allowed the Heaven Path Dao marks to make the alterations, but Fang Yuan decided to interfere with them. The Heaven Path Dao marks altered the Sovereign Immortal aperture. He actively participated, resisting and cooperating with the alterations to preserve his Immortal aperture's foundation. This cooperation and resistance gave Fang Yuan a lot of insight. Heaven Path was merciless and impartial. Human Path was putting up a resistance. These two intertwined in Fang Yuan's heart, shining in different radiance. Time is about right. A while later, Fang Yuan moved again. This time, he stored the Sovereign Immortal aperture. His main body arrived in the world of the 5 regions. He stood in Western Desert as he looked at a tree in front of him. This tree was not even 8 feet tall. The branches were short, thin and twisted like monstrous claws, making it look extremely ugly. But the strange thing was, it had an enormous shadow of light. This shadow of light was extremely large, reaching 500 or 600 feet. The shadow of light was like a flourishing tree with many branches and leaves. The tree branches were white as snow, the flowers were pink like cherries. There were clusters of small fruits among the floral leaves that had yet to ripen, with all sorts of colors. It was the 1,000 Wish Tree. Around the 1,000 Wish Tree was Fang Yuan's Immortal Formation. Right now, he stored the Immortal Formation and took the 1,000 Wish Tree along with him. They were all sent into the Sovereign Immortal aperture. This action caused a storm to surge. A vast air current spread out to the surroundings. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He turned into a flash of light and flew into the sky. The air currents rampaged in the surrounding deserts, causing loud sounds to be emitted. Peng Da and Mo Li failed to break out. They were surrounded by desert wolves. Right when they were about to die, the air currents arrived. The desert wolf group went into chaos as they scattered and escaped. Peng Da jolted. Another disaster. Mo Li stared with wide eyes as he looked and laughed. Ha ha, we are saved. This is not a disaster, it is merely a normal hurricane. Let's go. Chapter 1973. Going after Fang Yuan. A yellow cloud flew high in the sky, sprinkling light sand behind it along the way. There was a female immortal sitting on the yellow cloud. She had a corpulent body, her belly was bulging, her entire body resembled a water vat. She was a member of Mo Clan, a super force in Western Desert. There was a title for her in Western Desert's GU Immortal world, Plump Lady. Plump Lady did not dislike this title at all. She felt beautiful for being fat, and upon learning of this title, she liked it so much that she publicly called herself this from then on. In time, even her original name was forgotten in place of this title. Who? As the yellow cloud flew, Plump Lady suddenly had a change of expression, sensing something unusual. Thus, the yellow cloud slightly contracted and flew down diagonally, changing its course slightly before suspending in mid-air. Plump Lady stood up from the yellow cloud and looked down at the giant pit beneath her feet. This giant pit was partially hidden by the wind blowing yellow sand and covering it, but Plump Lady was a native of Western Desert. She was all too familiar with the landscape of the sand pit. This isn't a naturally formed sand pit, but rather an empty space left behind after something in it was drawn away. This aura, it's the aura of an ancient desolate plant. Plump Lady's eyes shined with bright light. She immediately understood a GU Immortal had secretly made a move to steal an ancient desolate plant from here. Plump Lady snorted coldly as anger rose in her heart. Although she did not know what this ancient desolate plant was, this place was Wolf Desert, the territory of Mo Clan. Stealing this ancient desolate plant was the same as stealing the Mo Clan. This ancient desolate plant must be quite valuable since it is able to hide and conceal itself from the detection of our clan. I'm afraid that it has already been discovered by some people long ago, but they just did not take it. Now that Chi Tides is causing disasters, this person who stole the ancient desolate plant must have been worried that they would endanger this ancient desolate plant, and that's why they took it. Plump Lady secretly analyzed the scene and carefully examined it. The thief's actions were very clean, no obvious clues were left behind. Feeling disappointed, she had to use an information path GU worm to inform the Mo clan, hoping that the clan would send good investigators to track down and capture this damned thief. And finally, Plump Lady used information path GU worms to record the scene before leaving. She had a mission right now, she could not waste time here. As she flew along, she saw an oasis. The oasis was vast, and there was a stone city at the center. The city walls were short, but the overall length was long. There were a huge number of mortals living in the city. It was Sand Wolf City. Sand Wolf City was one of the main cities of Mo Clan. Plump Lady did not cover her tracks and flew directly from high in the sky to the City Lord Manor. There were already people at the City Lord Manor who were ready to receive her. When they saw the arrival of Plump Lady, they all fell to their knees and shouted, "We pay our respects to revered Immortal. Get up." Plump Lady stored the yellow cloud and stepped on the ground in front of everyone. "Revered Immortal, the arrival banquet has been prepared. It contains the best wine and delicacies of Sand Wolf City, as well as fresh fruits that were just picked today." The City Lord spoke. Plump Lady, however, waved her hand. She was not interested. She only said, "Prepare a secret room for me to undergo closed cultivation. Also, I asked you to gather GU masters with aptitude and loyalty. How is it going?" "It's almost done. The vast majority of the city's GU masters have already been screened." The City Lord replied quickly. "Very well. After 3 days, I will take them away. Now, you can go and attend to your own matters." "Yes, I will do my best to complete this task to the best of my ability," the City Lord promised in succession. The door of the secret room closed slowly. Plump Lady activated the formation here with a wave of her hand. She looked exhausted as her divine sense probed into her immortal aperture. When she saw the scene inside the immortal aperture, she inevitably let out another deep sigh. Her immortal aperture was originally a land of yellow sand and it was flat. At the heart of the desert, Plump Lady had carefully laid out more than 6,000 acres of sand farms. Her sand farms mainly produced 2 types of immortal materials. They were light sand and cold warm flowing sand. They were the main sources of goods that Plump Lady produced for a long time. But after the Fate War, Plump Lady absorbed 5 Heaven Path Dao marks. Her immortal aperture started to change. The landscape became uneven. More and more sand dunes were created. Furthermore, there was a trench, as if a knife had come straight down across the center of the desert. splitting the entire desert. Thousands of acres of sand farms were lost. I don't have wisdom path methods to make deductions and restrain this kind of natural development. Unless I hire a wisdom path GU Immortal to take action, but my assets are not enough, I can't afford it. I might as well save this expense in case of future mishaps. Plump Lady lamented in her heart. Mo Clan had GU Immortals that cultivated wisdom path, but they were not close to Plump Lady. In fact, even if the relationship was close, the wisdom path deductions would still cost immortal essence. They could not work for Plump Lady for nothing, right? Therefore, there had to be a reward. Furthermore, I recently absorbed heaven and earth chi. My immortal aperture is unstable. Right now, the 5 regional walls were gone. The 5 regions heaven and earth chi had no obstruction and started to fuse. Western Desert's heaven and earth chi was changing gradually. This caused the foundation of Western Desert GU Immortals' immortal apertures to start differing from the heaven and earth chi of the outer world. When GU Immortals absorbed this heaven and earth chi, their immortal aperture would be unstable. There would be tremors. The best way to deal with it was to cooperate with the change and continue absorbing and releasing heaven and earth chi. If one keeps themselves in closed cultivation, after the heaven and earth chi changes drastically, when they open the immortal aperture entrance to absorb heaven and earth chi, the tremors would be huge. The immortal aperture would suffer even more damage. If I had chi path attainment, I would be able to reduce the losses caused by the heaven and earth chi to a great extent. Wisdom path was a difficult path while chi path had been declining for years. There were few chi path GU Immortals left. Plump Lady was only having dreams that were not realistic. In the end, she consoled herself. Even though she did not have wisdom path or chi path methods, other GU Immortals were like her. Thus, she was not left behind in the dust by the majority of them. But Plump Lady still felt intense danger in her heart. This was something that all of the 5 regions GU Immortals were feeling. The 5 regions were unified. Everyone knew that life was no longer going to be peaceful anymore. Be they lone cultivators or super forces, they were making preparations for the huge battles in the future. This time, Plump Lady was tasked to go to Sandwolf City and bring back GU Immortal seeds for Mo Clan to nurture. In fact, Mo Clan or Western Desert were not the only ones. All of the forces in the 5 regions and 2 heavens were making preparations now. In the past, the 5 regions and 2 heavens were quite peaceful. Super forces nurtured GU Immortals while considering the provision of resources and their storage. But now, everyone was preparing for war. They were going to mobilize these resources. Thus, all of the forces focused on nurturing GU Immortals than keeping resources. There was a common view: if they did not nurture enough GU Immortals, their enemies would get all of their resources if they were wiped out in the future. If they did not use up those resources beforehand, that would be too wasteful. Plump Lady looked at her sand farms in the immortal aperture while feeling heartache. She could not discard these farms. They were her only sources of revenue. They were her biggest financial support pillar. Plump Lady had to preserve them. The future was uncertain. She did not know how long the chi tides would continue, but she had to salvage them regardless. In the current world, I'm afraid only Fang Yuan will know how long these chi tides would last. He has spring-autumn cicada and can rebirth from the future after all. Plump Lady felt deep envy and admiration regarding this. Plump Lady rebuilt the sand farms in her immortal aperture, fixing the GU formations inside. The area where the earth trench appeared could not be fixed. Thus, her 6,000-acre sand farm was split into 2. If only I had an immortal GU formation. Plump Lady felt a bit of regret. Mo Clan also had formation path GU Immortals. When she created the sand farm, Mo Clan's formation path GU Immortal had asked her if she needed help. But Plump Lady rejected him. On one hand, she did not want to expose her immortal aperture. On the other hand, she wanted to save cost. After all, creating an immortal formation would use one of her immortal GU as the core. Plump Lady only had 2 rank 6 immortal GU herself. Also, the payment of hiring the formation path GU Immortal was not cheap. If I had created an immortal formation back then, my losses would be much lower. Sigh, how can anyone expect their own immortal aperture to be unsafe? Plump Lady thought of this and felt some envy towards the formation path GU Immortal. During this period of time, he had been extremely popular with everyone. They were looking for him to create immortal GU formations around their immortal apertures resource points to protect them. Plump Lady felt a little bitterness towards the Earth Path she cultivated. Earth Path was skilled at changing terrain, but Western Desert had the most number of Earth Path GU Immortals. Plump Lady's Earth Path inheritance was also quite ordinary. As for cultivating a second path, Plump Lady did not even dare to think about such an absurd idea. She was already facing problems cultivating just Earth Path in terms of time and finances. Trying to juggle another path was courting death. Moreover, only those rare and exceptional inheritances could allow one to dual cultivate. For example, an inheritance left by Thunder Ghost True Monarch or Duke Long. After repairing her Immortal Aperture's sand farm, Plump Lady still had to buy some fertile sand. Sand farms nurtured sand using sand. Without enough sand-type immortal materials, the production would fall greatly. Plump Lady took out her GU worms and connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven had all sorts of news. A large number of wills were conversing as they interacted. Because of the huge change in the world, GU Immortals could not move around now. On one hand, they had to absorb and release Heaven and Earth Chi continuously to adapt to the main world. On the other hand, they also had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them continuously like Plump Lady. Cases like Zhao Lianyun who ignored the damage caused were quite rare. Thus, GU Immortals needed immortal materials or the help of GU Immortals of other paths. Treasure Yellow Heaven became a very popular destination for them. Another Chi Tide happened over here. A lot of deaths occurred. When are these Chi Tides going to end? Damn it, my fisheries have all been destroyed. I hate the fact that we cannot move around. The stronger the Immortal Aperture Foundation, the longer we need to adapt to the Heaven and Earth Chi and keep up with the 5 regions transformation. The GU Immortals sighed as they talked about the news of these Chi Tides. Other than that, there was Fang Yuan's arrest warrant. A mysterious force described Fang Yuan's circumstances. They were willing to pay a huge sum for his latest information. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. His sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. More terrifyingly, he could annex people's apertures to skip calamities and tribulations, increasing his cultivation level. But now, Fang Yuan obtained too many Heaven Path Dao marks. His strength had hit an all-time low. Whoever discovered his location would get a huge reward. The sovereign immortal fetus Gu's secret was completely exposed. This was not Heavenly Court's doing. Fairy Zi Wei and Old Man Zheng Yuan had released the arrest warrant due to Spectral Soul's orders. Too strong. This sovereign immortal body is too terrifying. It can cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8 great expert. Who can have such a great fortuitous encounter? Why does Heaven favor this otherworldly demon? If I had his fortuitous encounters, I could achieve such great accomplishments as well. The GU Immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. We cannot let him grow further. He can annex apertures. He is the enemy of all GU Immortals. Let those experts handle him. I am just a minor character. Why would I ever encounter Fang Yuan? The reward is a huge amount of immortal materials. I wonder which lucky person will get them. Lucky person? Exposing the great demon Fang Yuan's location would be offending him. You call that lucky? We have all seen Fang Yuan's battle strength ourselves. Even if he is at his weakest, how weak can that be? No matter how weak a person is, killing an ant is extremely easy regardless. Even if I find his location, I will not dare to expose him. Plump Lady heard these discussions. She felt conflicting emotions within her. The information had been released in Treasure Yellow Heaven several days ago. It had received huge attention. It was the hot topic currently, without showing signs of dying down. Everyone in the world had seen the Fate War. Fang Yuan's performance was shockingly terrifying. The world knew about his pseudo-venerable battle strength. The title of the #1 demon in the world belonged to him. Nobody dared to contest this. Hopefully, I never meet such a person in my life. No matter how fat I am, my size cannot compare to such a huge demon. If I get involved in his matters, I will die without doubt. Plump Lady was quite aware of her situation. She was only enjoying the show as a spectator. But she did not know that she had once fought against Fang Yuan. In fact, the ancient desolate plant that was stolen earlier was taken by Fang Yuan. While Plump Lady entered closed cultivation, two figures in sorry state supported each other as they moved towards Sand Wolf City step by step. The city guards did not chase them away. They could tell that these two were GU masters. The guard walked towards them and extended his hand, entry fee of 1 Primeval stone per person. There's still an entry fee. One of the downcast GU masters started with wide eyes. He was Peng Da. The middle-aged GU master that he was supporting was naturally Mo Li. The two of them were saved by the air currents generated when Fang Yuan took the 1,000-wish tree. After exerting effort, they finally reached Sandwolf City. I have them. Mo Li was already prepared. He took out 2 Primeval stones and handed them to the guard. Peng Da took a look at these 2 Primeval stones. Along the way, he was taught by Mo Li. He could now inspect his aperture. He found that he had 3 GU worms. He even understood the value of Primeval stones. It was used as currency but also as a way to replenish a GU master's precious Primeval essence. 2 Primeval stones to enter a city. Peng Da sighed, Uncle Mo Li, I will return this sum to you. Mo Li patted his shoulder, let's go kid. No matter how poor I am, I can still afford this fee. During this period, you should stay at my home. You are penniless and have no memory of this city. How can you live alone? Mo Li had guided Peng Da along the way. After finding that he knew nothing about GU master cultivation, he believed the words that he was amnesiac. Uncle, thank you so much. You saved my life and even helped me this much. Don't say that. Mo Li interrupted Peng Da and brought him into the city. Mo Li's house was at the central area of Sandwolf City. It was a huge house with a garden that had flowers growing in it. I am back. Mo Li knocked on the door as his wife opened the door. You are finally back. Mo Li's wife was a rank 2 GU master. Seeing her husband, she was happy and surprised. I heard the Chi tide appeared. I thought you. I was lucky and lived, but my caravan is completely ruined. Only the 2 of us survived. Sigh. Mo Li sighed deeply. Being alive is the greatest blessing. Mo Li's wife turned her eyes. Auntie. Peng Da greeted after their conversation. Mo Li's wife chuckled, little lad, thank you for taking care of my husband along the way. Peng Da's face turned red as he said, I am ashamed. It was uncle who took care of me during this journey. Without his help, I would have died in the desert. As travelers outside, helping each other is necessary. Quickly come in. Mo Li's wife was very welcoming. Mo Li and Peng Da had a rough journey, but they were finally safe now. After showering in Mo Li's house, the 2 of them went to bed and fell sound asleep. After sleeping from noon to night time, Peng Da was woken up by Mo Li for a scrumptious dinner. After dinner, Mo Li said to his wife, we still have some money left, even though my caravan was destroyed. As long as I am alive, I can rebuild a new caravan. But his wife had a hesitant look. I haven't told you this. I was hesitating. Thankfully, you returned alive. What is it? Mo Li was curious as he asked. After you left, the city lord sent orders that they would select GU masters that had a grade aptitude and were loyal to Mo clan. Supposedly, this is an order from the higher-ups. They want to nurture GU masters to become GU Immortals. Oh? There is such a thing. Mo Li hesitated. The city lord put up a public notice? I went past the city gates quickly. I did not see it. Mo Li's wife continued, our son heard the news and wanted to sign up. Mo Li laughed unconsciously, to think our son would have such aspirations, but he only has B-grade aptitude. Mo Li's wife laughed, aptitude is not too important, loyalty to Mo clan is most important. If we show enough loyalty, our son might be selected. Mo Li realized at once, asking how much. Mo Li's wife said a number. Peng Da's mouth became wide open. Mo Li's wife was very troubled. Even if we use all our remaining savings, it will not be enough. Husband, the decision is up to you. Mo Li was silent for a moment before he resolved himself. I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer lazy and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. I will go and borrow shamelessly. I am sure we will gather enough funds. Husband? Mo Li's wife was touched but felt worried as well. But our caravan was destroyed, I am afraid. Mo Li smiled as he patted his chest, feeling confident. Don't worry, I am a rank 3 GU master, my body is strong and my strength is intact. Everyone knows that I only need time. As long as my luck is not bad, I can recover from this loss. Chapter 1974. Creating an opening. But the layout of this place was good. Even Spectral Soul could not help but praise it. He had disguised as a soul beast. He successfully infiltrated the Grotto-Heaven. After many days, he finally found out a lot of information about soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven. This was a soul path Grotto-Heaven. There were a lot of soul path cultivation resources here. It had at least 10 giant resource points. In history, it had once produced 2 rank 8 soul path immortals at the same point in time. It was a very rare situation. The biggest trait of soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven was that it had a soul-pacifying immortal killer move that influenced all life forms in this Grotto-Heaven. This killer move could pacify soul beasts and bring peace to GU immortal souls. It had a huge supplementary effect in soul cultivation. There were 3 aspects in soul path cultivation: strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. The most effective method to pacify the soul was using the water of Bewitching Lake. It was known as pacifying soul soup, the most delicious wine in the world. This was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. The soul-pacifying killer move in soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven was created by mimicking the pacifying soul soup. Even Spectral Soul thought that the effect of this move was good. Within soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven, soul beasts were the most plentiful of beasts. It had raised soul beasts to begin with. Now that fate was destroyed and the 5 regions unified. In order to prepare for war, the GU Immortals of soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven went outside to hunt and store more soul beasts. But the higher-ups with Lady Cold Ash as the leader still did not think this was enough. They sent even more GU Immortals outside to search for even more soul beasts. Thanks to the soul-pacifying killer move, even if immemorial soul beasts went into soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven, they would remain peaceful and would not rampage. After Zheng returned to the Grotto-Heaven to rest for a few days, he received orders to go out and hunt soul beasts again. I am letting you command 3,000 soul beasts with 1 immemorial soul beast as the guardian. Do your best. Before leaving, Lady Coldash called for him. Zheng was the tall and skinny GU Immortal from earlier. He was the nephew of Lady Cold Ash, and also the GU Immortal with the best prospects to go beyond rank 7 in soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven. Thank you for the concern, Aunt. Zheng said with difficulty, but such a huge soul beast group, I do not have the ability to command them. Lady Cold Ash waved her hand. My killer move can allow you to command this soul beast group with ease for 20 days. Zheng was overjoyed. He quickly thanked her. He understood that his aunt was helping in secret and taking care of him. Even though soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven did not lack resources and had deep foundation, when nurturing GU Immortals, seniority mattered. Lady Cold Ash helped Zheng secretly, hoping that he would emerge victorious in the contest against Cheng and become the rank 7 GU Immortal who received the most support. She was his aunt after all. Zheng led the Soul Beast army and left soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven, heading to Black Heaven for his hunt. For the next few days, his gains were little. He became a little anxious. Logically speaking, after the Chi tide passes, there would be many dead life forms. Their souls would be left behind and form more soul beasts. Zheng could not understand why this was not happening. Along the way, he did not meet many soul beasts, but he gathered a lot of Chi Path immortal materials. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven was a soul path Grotto-Heaven. These Chi Path immortal materials were almost unusable. They could only be traded away. Zheng could not understand why, but Spectral Soul knew. It seems that after the Chi tide passes, Chi Path Dao marks flood the area, causing other paths to be suppressed. Soul Path is no exception. It is hard to form new soul beasts. In contrast, Chi Path Immortal materials are going to increase in numbers. They will be at an absurd number in the future. Spectral Soul saw the trend and felt a little strange internally to think that Chi Path would regain its former glory. Chi Path had been declining, but with the current situation where Chi Path Immortal materials get produced widely in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the abundance of resources would lower the cost of cultivation. It would create a trend of numerous Chi Path cultivators. Spectral Soul turned into an ancient soul beast and secretly followed Zheng. He left soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven for his own objectives. He had already inspected soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven, but he could not take action inside. Outside, it was a different story. However, Spectral Soul did not act immediately. He patiently waited for a chance. As expected, after more than 10 days, Zheng encountered a group of soul beasts that numbered to more than 1,000. I finally met some. Zheng was overjoyed. He quickly manipulated the soul beast army to attack. A huge battle began. Initially, Zheng had the advantage, but soon, he found that an immemorial soul beast appeared in the enemy's group. He quickly let out his guardian. It was also an immemorial soul beast. The 2 immemorial soul beasts fought intensely, creating a small battlefield for themselves. The enemy immemorial soul beast was much stronger than Zheng had expected. His immemorial soul beast quickly fell into a disadvantage, about to be defeated. Zheng was shocked. He quickly acted to help out his immemorial soul beast. Eventually, Zheng paid a huge price of suffering injuries to exterminate the enemy immemorial soul beast. Zheng felt regret that he could not capture the wild immemorial soul beast. He had tried many methods to subdue it, but he failed. He had no choice but to kill it in the end. After the battle, Zheng counted his gains and losses. Despite his heavy injuries, he gained 800 soul beasts overall, among which were many ancient soul beasts. This should be enough. Zheng let out a sigh of relief. These gains were sufficient. He did not let down Lady Coldash and her expectations. But right when Zheng relaxed his mind, Spectral Soul struck at lightning speed, flying into Zheng's body. Zheng's face distorted as he shook intensely. After a while, he returned to normal. Spectral Soul came out of his body as Zheng knelt down. I pay respects to Master. Spectral Soul nodded with a tired expression. He had an ability to enter a life-form soul and forcefully modify it so that they would obey Spectral Soul from the depths of their soul with absolute loyalty. But there were many limitations to this. He could not use it casually. Back then, Spectral Soul subdued Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jing Yuan when they were at their weakest. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jing Yuan were in poor conditions then, while she had also been subconsciously influenced by him over time. Thus, in order to deal with Zheng, Spectral Soul had to wait until he was at his weakest. The reason he caused this huge soul beast battle instead of directly attacking because he needed to deceive soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven. Zheng was a rank 7 GU Immortal. It was not easy for him to explore Black Heaven. There were investigative methods used on him. If anything happened to him, soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven would react to it rapidly. After subduing Zheng, I have an opening in soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven. Is Lady Coldash still far from my grasp? He. Spectral Soul chuckled. Soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven had the most suitable cultivation resources for Spectral Soul. He could take control of it and use it to interfere in the world affairs to accomplish his goals. I have already created my opening here. It is far better than hunting soul beasts myself. I wonder what breakthrough Fairy Ziwei has made already. At the same time, in a certain central continent valley. Fang Yuan, you cannot escape. Fairy Ziwei called out, using a purple meteor attack. The purple meteor landed on Fang Yuan as it pierced his chest, creating a gaping hole. Fang Yuan stared at Fairy Ziwei. He fell with a loud sound and scattered into smoke. Another clone. Even though Fairy Ziwei was prepared for it, she still felt tired seeing this. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jing Yuan had already killed hundreds of Fang Yuan's clones. She immediately captured and stored the smoke that the myriad self-clone turned into. Next, she took out a sealed clone of Fang Yuan from her aperture. She instilled the smoke of the destroyed myriad self-clone into the sealed clone. Soon, the white smoke was absorbed by the clone. Its cultivation level rose again. These myriad self-clones were summoned by Fang Yuan during the battle in Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had used the transportation formation to send them all over Central Continent. Fairy Ziwei was ordered by Spectral Soul to find Fang Yuan. After putting up the arrest warrant, all the information she received involved these clones. Fairy Ziwei had no choice but to pay them the reward as they had provided information. But she also went around laboriously to capture the Fang Yuan myriad self-clones all over the continent. If she left them unattended to, these clones would be the best concealment for Fang Yuan's main body. Fairy Ziwei also had another idea. What if Fang Yuan was hiding among these clones? This was not impossible. Thankfully, these myriad self-clones can sense each other. When I capture one, I can use the connection to find the next clone. But Fairy Ziwei watched as the sealed clone of Fang Yuan rose in cultivation level. She felt worried. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level is so high. These clones can actually devour each other and show such autonomy. Fang Yuan's strength is low because of two reasons. Firstly, the heaven and earth qi are converging and forming qi tides. Immortal apertures are becoming unstable. Secondly, the heaven path Dao marks he absorbed are also like a seal. Among the different paths, human path is the most suitable for dealing with heaven path. Who knows how many heaven path Dao marks Fang Yuan gained? How long can they suppress him for? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the 1,000-wish tree was planted in mini-central continent. An immortal formation with the 1,000-wish tree as the core was already set up. It started to activate now. Due to the influence of the heaven path Dao marks, sovereign Grotto-Heaven had been encountering disasters and calamities endlessly, but even in this situation, Fang Yuan still spent effort to create and defend this formation. Good. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan smiled as he saw the formation working normally. This was a human path formation. The 1,000-wish tree was a human path ancient desolate plant. With his formation path and human path attainment levels, Fang Yuan finally made such progress. The formation in mini-central continent was the main formation. There was going to be 4 more human path subformations created in the other mini-regions. I am trying to use human path to restrict heaven path. Let's see how well it works. Fang Yuan held high expectations for this plan. Chapter 1975. World Poetry Competition. They're here! And Zheng shouted excitedly. Under his silent supervision, a soul beast army of 1,000 charged towards his ambush. Once they entered his range, Zheng activated his ambushing soul beasts, attacking all of the wild soul beasts from all sides. While Zheng controlled the soul beast army, he activated Immortal GU and unleashed all sorts of immortal killer moves. As his killer moves landed on them, the soul beasts on his side gained a boost in battle strength, speed, and defense to some degree. This battle lasted for several minutes, and Zheng successfully killed 400 wild soul beasts while the rest were captured. Master! And Zheng gathered a pile of soul cores and offered them to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul opened his mouth and absorbed all of these soul cores into his body, starting to digest them. After last time when he secretly followed Zheng and enslaved him, Spectral Soul managed to get his plan started. He secretly passed the profundities of soul path cultivation to Zheng. According to the soul path immortal GU that Zheng had, he personally created soul path killer moves for him. Zheng's strength continued to rise. He took many missions to capture soul beasts. For this purpose, Spectral Soul created 2 methods. One could find out the location of wild soul beasts. The other was a simplified immortal formation that could lure soul beasts after it was set up. With these 2 methods, Zheng captured wild soul beasts with much higher efficiency. Each mission was completed to a high degree. Lady Coldash saw that her nephew did not let down her expectations but even went beyond that and shined brightly. She was very happy about it. Within soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven, Lady Coldash was the only rank 8. She was naturally their leader. Below her were Chong and Zheng. Last time, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch opened his Grotto-Heaven and invited them, Lady Coldash brought the 2 of them with her. She wanted to let them gain some experience, and also let them meet up with others to become acquainted with other GU Immortals. When Lady Cold Ash was in the meeting in the Grotto-Heaven, Zheng and Zun stayed outside the Grotto-Heaven and talked with the other rank 7 elites of other Grotto-Heavens. But Lady Cold Ash did not know that Zun was already turned into Spectral Soul's slave. In fact, the entire soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven, including herself, was currently targeted by Spectral Soul. Their future was bleak. The more missions he completed, and the higher the completion rate, the more advantage Zun would have in this competition. Lady Cold Ash could see this. The other GU Immortals in the Grotto-Heaven also noticed this. One day, Lady Cold Ash summoned Zheng as she instructed. Since the last time Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch called for us to have a meeting, he was very active in asking the Grotto-Heavens to work together. But in Central Continent's Black Heaven, there are many variant humans but only 2 rank 8 humans including me. Thankfully, I have already contacted Granny Skeleton. She is a rank 8 GU Immortal of Eastern Sea's Black Heaven. In this journey to Eastern Sea, you are representing soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven. You will meet with Granny Skeleton and show our sincerity to cooperate. Yes. Zheng replied, feeling bitter inside. He knew Lady Cold Ash's intention. By sending him on this mission, she was helping Zun to claim victory. He was going to become the nurturing target of soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven. If Zun performed similarly to himself, Zheng would feel unresigned and angry. But Zun did really well, far better than him. Even Zheng felt that he had no chance to win. He accepted this mission. He took some immortal materials from soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven's inventory as a meeting gift. After leaving soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven, he passed the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall and arrived in the 5 regions. He concealed his traces and went from Central Continent to Eastern Sea. Next, he went through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall in Eastern Sea and to Granny Skeleton's area. When the regional walls existed, GU Immortals had a lot of trouble crossing regions. Many strong GU Immortals would choose to travel using the 2 heavens. But now that the regional walls had vanished, even a Black Heaven GU Immortal like Zheng could travel through the 5 regions. Black Heaven had a dangerous environment. It would be troublesome if one met an immemorial desolate beast. Even though Zheng had an immemorial soul beast hiding in his immortal aperture, he only had rank 7 cultivation level after all. Especially now when the chi tides were rampaging, the 5 regions GU Immortals had to recuperate. They rarely moved around. Thus, it was easy for Zheng to travel. Along the way, Zheng found that the 5 regions were facing huge disasters. The chi tides had caused much destruction. Regardless, he did not meet with any unexpected mishaps. He successfully arrived in Eastern Sea and went up to immemorial Black Heaven. According to the communication method left by Lady Cold Ash, he successfully went into Shattered Bone Grotto-Heaven and met with Granny Skeleton. Fate has been destroyed. The chi tides are surging. With the current changing world, if we do not cooperate, the future will be uncertain. We are all humans. We should work together and stay united. Granny Skeleton did not create problems for Zheng. She agreed immediately. Granny Skeleton continued, however, in Eastern Sea's Black Heaven, variant human forces are more dominant. Lady Cold Ash wants us to cooperate. Why would Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch do nothing? He must be gathering the variant human forces of the other region's Black Heaven as well. Zheng knew that Granny Skeleton would not say unimportant things. He quickly asked, Senior, what insight might you have? Granny Skeleton said, since we are uniting the humans of immemorial Black Heaven, why don't we include White Heaven as well? I will not hide it from you. I have contacted many people already. The response is quite good. Among them, there is one key person. We need your help to persuade them. Granny Skeleton paused and continued, this person is a rank 8 GU Immortal. He is known as Old Immortal. Who are you? He controls profound literature Grotto-Heaven. He has quite the reputation in Eastern Sea's White Heaven. If we can ally with this person, it will definitely bring along a number of White Heaven GU Immortals. We will save a lot of effort. Zheng heard this and thought, going to meet Old Immortal Who Are You was not part of his mission, but if he could accomplish this feat, he would have a chance to compete with Zun again. Thinking of this, Zheng made his decision, saying to Granny Skeleton, since Senior has already planned this, Junior will set out for profound literature Grotto-Heaven. Granny Skeleton praised, good, as expected of a member of soul-pacifying Grotto-Heaven. Old Immortal Who Are You does not like to fight or kill, that is why he has little interest in an alliance. If you can succeed in this trip, I will reward you greatly. Chong left Shattered Bone Grotto-Heaven and went to Immemorial White Heaven, meeting with Old Immortal Yu. Even though Old Immortal Yu had little interest in an alliance, Chong was representing Lady Cold Ash in this trip. The other party was also a rank 8 GU Immortal. Old Immortal Yu did not dare to ignore them. He opened the door and invited Chong in. After seeing Old Immortal Yu, Chong gave the speech that he thought up along the way, but Old Immortal Yu was unmoved. My profound literature Grotto-Heaven does not involve itself in worldly affairs. We are a neutral party. Even though we do not want to make an alliance, the two of us can still exchange resources. Soul Pacifying Grotto-Heaven produced Soul Path resources. It was quite useful for profound literature Grotto-Heaven. Seeing that he could not convince Old Immortal Yu, Chong thought that this transaction was at least better than nothing. This was the first time they were interacting. After several transactions, wouldn't they get closer? With a deeper relationship, requesting for an alliance would be much better hopes. After saying goodbye to Old Immortal Yu, Chong was asked to stay by another GU Immortal. GU Immortal Song attended to him. He said, "You have traveled a long journey to come here, you should stay for a few days." During this period, the Mortal Imperial Court is holding a world poetry competition. Many beautiful poems will be created and recited then. It is quite interesting to watch. Chong had already heard from Granny Skeleton about the poetry culture of profound literature Grotto-Heaven. All of their GU Immortals were scholarly and preferred literature works over beautiful women or wine. Chong wanted to improve his relationship with profound literature Grotto-Heaven. Even though he had no interest in poetry or recital, he could not refuse their kind invitation. He agreed to stay. The World Poetry Competition commenced. This was an unprecedented event. Profound literature Grotto-Heaven had never held such a huge competition before. Thus, all sorts of talents gathered from all over profound literature Grotto-Heaven. Other than the talented scholars who wanted to display their abilities in the poetry competition, many people came here to watch the grand event. Thus, the capital city that was holding the World Poetry Competition became filled with people since a month ago. People moved on the bustling streets. Li Xiao Bai and teacher Zheng walked side by side. The World Poetry Competition has 18 rounds. Xiao Bai, if you want to change your circumstances, this is the best chance. I understand your talent, you can pass the first 10 rounds, but the latter 8 will depend on your luck. Sai, teacher cannot help you this time, we might even end up as opponents. Teacher Jiang sighed. This was a grand event. Teacher Jiang also wanted to participate and compete with the other talented scholars. After Li Xiao Bai heard this, he held down the urge to roll his eyes as he thought, I am almost certain now that you will end up as my opponent, dear teacher. Li Xiao Bai was Fang Yuan's clone. He was sent into profound literature Grotto-Heaven as a pawn to take over this Grotto-Heaven. Initially, Li Xiao Bai had a smooth sailing journey. He even received the affection of Su clan's young miss, Su Qi Han. As a result, Li Xiao Bai became one of the 10 great scholars. He had a chance to become Su clan's son-in-law. Next, while Li Xiao Bai was on his way to the capital city, the world shook as mountains collapsed and rivers flooded. The people in Li Xiao Bai's group got injured while some died. They were trapped in the valley for months before Li Xiao Bai managed to escape for his life. Because of this, he missed the opportunity and did not meet with the emperor. Without the emperor's decree, his 10 great scholar title was conferred to others. Li Xiao Bai wanted to contact Su Qi Han but found that after hearing about his situation, she went to look for him and went missing as a result. Even now, she had not returned yet. After arriving in the capital city, Li Xiao Bai encountered many setbacks. People tried to target him secretly. He offended officials or royalty without knowing it. He had a tough time. If not for teacher Jiang's help, he would have ended up on the streets as a beggar. But he knew why. Even though my main body destroyed Fate GU, our strong luck was almost completely expended in this battle. The result is that I as a clone also became really unlucky. This World Poetry Competition is the event created by Profound Literature Grotto-Heaven to choose new GU Immortal seeds. Even though teacher does not know the details, he still chose to join. He is going to become my obstacle. I am so unlucky now, I will definitely face him. If I defeat him, this teacher might hate me for life. But this chance is too rare. If I do not use it to deal with the difficulties ahead, I will meet with more problems in the future. Chapter 1976. Li Xiao Bai's Spring Poem. This is a famous tea house of the capital city. It is very crowded. I have come here many times in the past. Hua Song transmitted as he explained to An Chong. The two had disguised as GU masters as they came to the capital city of profound literature Grotto-Heaven. An Chong was more willing to observe the capital city from above the clouds. But since Hua Song had such interests, he could only accompany the person who invited him. I want a table on the 5th floor. Hua Song was very familiar with this place. The two came to the 5th floor. They entered the room and saw through the windows that the streets were bustling with people outside. The street with the bronze gate where the first round of the competition was held was completely packed with people. These are the current generation scholars of my profound literature Grotto-Heaven. They are the hope of our future as well. Please observe. Hua Song sighed as he handed a rank 5 investigative GU Yuan to An Chong. It could observe the target's talent chi. An Chong took a look and used it immediately, his field of vision changing immediately. He could now see the talent chi above the heads of countless scholars. These talent chi had all sorts of colors, some were taller than others, they all had different forms. It was an eye-opener. Since you have such a GU Yuan to observe talent chi, what is the point of holding this competition? An Chong asked. Hua Song chuckled. You might not know, talent chi is like cultivation level. Even if one possesses a larger talent chi, they might not be able to use it properly in actual competition. Furthermore, this competition requires them to make poems on the spot. They cannot cheat. We want to test the upbringing of these scholars. Some who have abundant talent chi might not have sufficient inspiration to create the highest quality poems. An Chong nodded. I see that the formations here are interlinked. They are able to amplify the creative thinking of the scholars. Hua Song nodded. Indeed, you are very perceptive. Within the Immortal formation, scholars are able to display greater abilities than usual. They will make full use of their talents. As they spoke, the door was knocked. After getting Hua Song's permission, the waiter brought over an array of dishes and wine. 8 treasure duck, golden thread crispy sparrow, panda crab meat, they are all signature dishes of our tea house. Please enjoy the food. The waiter said. Hua Song gave the waiter 1 prime val stone as a tip before he left the room. Hua Song explained to An Chong, Envoy, even though the tea here is mortal tea, it was created by Lord Hua Yu in his youth. When he was still a rank 4 GU master, he became the top scholar and thus this tea was named by him as the top scholar tea. Oh. An Chong became interested now. This was the creation of a rank 8 GU immortal in his youth. Then I will have to savor this well. An Chong drank it. He shut his eyes as he tasted the tea. In a daze, he felt a rush of excitement in his heart. It was as if he had attained success after decades of hard work. He finally gained the reputation and fame that he deserved. Life was at its peak. Good tea, good tea. An Chong praised sincerely. Even though this is a mortal tea, it has a trace of human path ingenuity within it. During the Fate War, Central Continent's Heavenly Court used multiple human path killer moves with shocking power. The entire world knew about it. Thus, human path became renowned in the world. Everyone knew about it. While the two immortals were enjoying their tea, the bronze gate of the first competition ground opened slowly. The crowd of people waiting before the gate erupted into a huge commotion. It's opening, it's opening. Don't squeeze. Quickly let me in. The crowds charged through the gate. Li Xiao Bai was among them, but he was at the back instead. He moved along with the people as he analyzed the rules of this competition. The World Poetry Competition has 18 rounds. Each one has a question. Everyone has to answer it, regardless of how many people. Their final product will be assessed and only half will be able to pass. Towards the later rounds, the numbers will continue being halved. Like this, once someone passes all 18 rounds, they will fulfill the condition. If someone fails once, they will have to return to the previous round. If they keep losing and fall out of the first round, they will be out. However, this poetry competition will last for 7 days. Everyone has 3 opportunities to try even if they get kicked out of the first round. This way, Profound Literature Grotto-Heaven will be able to pick the most eligible GU Immortal seeds. Even if someone makes a mistake, they will have a chance to try again. But if any scholar fails to perform throughout the 7 days, it will mean that they are not up to standard, they are not qualified to receive the Grotto-Heaven's help to become an Immortal. Xiao retracted his thoughts. He had already arrived at the first arena. The arena was large but packed with scholars. There were males and females, young and old, the number of people exceeded the thousands. This was just the first day. Xiao waited for another 15 minutes in the arena before all of the scholars had joined the first round. There was truly a sea of people, the liveliness was overwhelming. Thankfully, the first arena was an Immortal formation space, it could expand casually and hold so many scholars without problems. Bang, bang, bang. As the drums rolled, a voice was transmitted into the scholars' minds. World Poetry Competition, first question, Spring, the time limit is 5 minutes. After saying that, the voice vanished. The first question is Spring. Many scholars frowned while many scholars showed happy expressions. Xiao thought to himself, there are simply too many spring poems in existence, this question seems really easy. After all, most scholars would have some sort of verses related to this theme. Even though the World Poetry Competition requires the creation of poems on the spot, a person can easily modify existing verses to create their own new poems. But in reality, this question is quite the tough one. Xiao had an expression of deep thought. He knew that his poem was going to compete against the surrounding people. As long as he was stronger than half of them, he would progress to the next stage. Many scholars noticed this as well. Many people started to think, some sat down on the ground while others paced around with their arms behind their backs, some lowered their heads, muttering softly to themselves. Xiao's thought was, which poem do I use, or steal? There were many spring-related poems in his memory, they were all amazing classics. But using a legendary classic from the start was not good, this would not allow Xiao to explain himself in the future. He did not have top-tier talent chi. If he took out a shocking poem now, he would attract suspicion. If his luck was good now, Xiao might take slight risks. But now that he was having bad luck, Xiao decided to play safe. While Xiao was thinking about it, many scholars already started to make their poems. Thus, all kinds of light shining in all colors, weak or strong, appeared. Whenever the light fades from a scholar's body, they would have some gains. Some gained GU worms, some gained a rise in cultivation level, some recovered Primeval essence, while others recovered from fatigue. This was the killer move known as assisting literary talents. Profound Literature Grotto-Heaven's creator, its original owner, had used this move before his death. Because of assisting literary talents, more and more scholars were encouraged to study. It eventually created the environment of Profound Literature Grotto-Heaven where most people were scholars. Xiao decided on his poem. He coughed lightly before starting his recital. A moonlit night 1. Deep into the night the moon shines on half a cottage, across the sky the Big Dipper lies, the Little Dipper tilts an incline. The warmth of spring is readily felt tonight, through the green window screen, insects buzz and hum. After Xiao finished his recital, a light buzzing noise could be heard around him, his entire body shined in an intense green light. Whoosh! The scholars around Xiao felt an invisible pressure as the green light forced them to move aside. A huge empty space was created with Xiao at the center. Such a strong light. A Fang poem has appeared. To think that a Fang poem would appear so quickly. I wonder who created it. Many scholars lost their train of thought, they all looked towards Xiao with admiration and suspicion. Xiao had a calm expression but he was a little conflicted inside. Sigh, I went overboard a little, the effect was so eye-catching, I gained too much attention. He looked around, hoping someone would step up and take the attention away from him. As the green light entered his aperture, his cultivation level rose. Oh! A Fang poem has appeared, let me go read it. At the tea house, Hua Song had a sensation. After reading Xiao's work, Hua Song nodded in satisfaction. Brilliant, brilliant. This Li Xiao Bai is very young, but his poems are very mature. Normally, spring poems would use verses involving greenery or peach blossoms. But this poem uses another train of thought, using the night scene to conceal the spring light. It is quite interesting. The final verse must be created using Li Xiao Bai's personal experiences. It has a refreshing, happy, and lively feeling. Poems take after the creator. This Li Xiao Bai has a superb mindset. Hua Song praised it for a while, as if he had just eaten a delicacy of the world. He looked at Chong as he smiled. I wonder what Envoy thinks of this poem. Chong felt a headache as he thought, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know what's so good about this poem. Sigh, he wants me to critique it. What should I say? Chapter 1977. Li Xiao Bai's inner conflict. After his recital, 3 more people stepped up. One was a strong man wearing a golden mask. He was shining in a glaring golden light. There was an old man wearing a cone hat. He was holding a cane as a green light moved around him. There was also a woman. She had a slim body and wore a pink dress. Her face was covered by a veil. After her recital, butterflies flew around her. It was a beautiful sight. These 3 had created Feng poems on the same level as Li Xiao Bai's Moonlit Night. Li Xiao Bai let out a sigh of relief. This world has GU worms to assist with poem creation. GU masters are also able to extend their lifespan and gain more experience in life. Thus, Feng poems are more likely to appear than on Earth. On Earth, Moonlit Night was a rare creation. But in profound literature Grotto-Heaven, it would not be unmatched. Including Li Xiao Bai, the 4 of them had their own territory as they looked at each other. The strong man, old man, and woman placed their gazes on Li Xiao Bai. They knew each other, they had some sort of understanding towards their works, but Li Xiao Bai was a newcomer. Who is this young man? His talent chi is not dense. How can he create such a famed poem? Interesting guy. Li Xiao Bai's teacher, Teacher Jiang, also saw his student's performance. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Li Xiao Bai, it seems you are performing well today. Continue working hard. In the end, no accidents happened. Li Xiao Bai moved to the next round and was teleported away. After he regained his senses, he arrived in another arena. This is the 5th round. Scholars, please wait patiently. Li Xiao Bai heard a voice in his mind. Li Xiao Bai understood at once, so the advancement has differences as well. The poem I made is enough to pass 3 rounds and directly reach the 5th round. This is quite a logical rule. But this means that the GU masters who reached this round are all people who created famed poems. Only half of these people can pass. The pressure has intensified now. Li Xiao Bai looked around. He found 2 familiar faces. It was the strong man and the woman from earlier. After noticing Li Xiao Bai's gaze, the woman nodded at him. She seemed to be smiling under the veil. Meanwhile, the strong man had an air of arrogance. After giving Li Xiao Bai a glance, he started to shut his eyes and meditate. In the 5th round, there was only the 3 of them now. I wonder which round that old man went to. I should pretend to rest now. When scholars made poems, they had to think with all their effort, but he only had to select a suitable poem for his use. This was too easy. He had to conceal the fact. After waiting for several minutes in the 5th round arena, the second competition began. He had more than 20 competitors. Li Xiao Bai felt a certain level of pressure in his heart. The theme of the second competition was out, travel. The time limit was the same as before. Travel? This question is the same as spring. It is so broad and easy to write, but creating a famed poem will be very hard. The strong man sighed to himself. The woman was thinking, I am not well versed in this. What should I do? Li Xiao Bai was also contemplating, which poem do I copy? After thinking for a while, he felt that he could not use a classic poem. The effect would be too overwhelming, but he could not use a bad poem. Otherwise, he would fail to advance and be kicked back to the previous round. Li Xiao Bai was a little troubled. It was not easy to gauge this situation. He knew his own ability, but he did not know about others. He did not know what sort of poem to use to win but not gain too much attention. In the first round, I went overboard. I should not try for first place now. Li Xiaobai told himself. He waited patiently. After a few minutes, some scholars already created their poems. After that, a few more started to recite their poems. Colorful lights appeared. Li Xiaobai sighed to himself, thinking, it seems that famed poems are not easy to create. These people did well in the first round, but currently, they are only performing at an average level. Li Xiaobai soon had an idea of the situation, but he did not start working. He was still waiting. As the time limit was about to be up, he finally saw some famed poems. One from the strong man. He recited a poem with great battle intent, resembling the march of horses and spears. His entire body was flickering with golden light. One could hear the clash of spears and blades. The second famed poem came from the woman. She created a gentle poem, describing a young lady looking outside her room's window, listening to the stories of travelers outside, imagining her own travel journey. It was quite impressive. All right, it is my turn now. Li Xiaobai coughed as he recited. Date flowers fall on the villagers' clothes. The sound of reeling carts heard from every household. Old men dressed in simple clothes sell cucumbers under the willow tree. Feeling drunk and drowsy from the long journey. The bright sun makes my throat dry. I thirst for a refreshing drink. I knock on the door of a mortal house, hoping to request for some tea. He had copied Susha's silk washing stream. After the recital, be it the strong man or the woman, they were evidently moved as they analyzed the poem. Good poem. This poem starts with description of the scenery and actions at the back. With the fusion of both, one can feel interested in the event. Even though he is writing about a scenery, he uses his voice to create an image. Compared to normal descriptions, this is very vivid. The emotional part is also very interesting. This kid might be a GU master, but he is very polite and courteous. He does not barge into a mortal's house. He is truly a gentleman and has incomparable elegance. Reading his poem shows his nature. This young scholar is really promising. The surrounding scholars looked at Li Xiaobai with a different gaze now. Li Xiaobai let out a breath of air, pretending that he was extremely exhausted. After this round, I should be able to advance. Not just that, my performance was really good. I did not gain too much attention, but I also did not show inability. Li Xiaobai was quite satisfied with himself. After waiting for a while, the time limit was up. He became stunned. Most scholars fail to create a poem. This is the World Poetry Competition. I need to display my best abilities. If I use any inferior work, it will be too shameful. I did my best but could not create a satisfactory poem. Even if I fail, I will not regret it. This trip was worth my time. I got to hear 3 famed poems. In the worst case scenario, I might fall to the first round. So what? Goodbye. Those scholars that did not create a poem left in a carefree manner, while those scholars who made inferior poems showed shameful expressions. Li Xiaobai was calm on the outside but internally flummoxed. How can you guys act so graciously? Even though he advanced, he had gained too much attention again. Earlier, he was quite satisfied with the situation, but to think these scholars would be so useless. I had overestimated them. Li Xiaobai thought. There was nothing to say. He successfully advanced to the 9th round. After patiently waiting for a while, the people gathered. This time, there was less than 10 of them. Many of them were famous scholars. They knew each other and greeted politely. They were calm and elegant on the outside, but were all feeling nervous internally. At this point, the pressure of these competitors intensified again. I need to be stable. I cannot create a commotion again. Li Xiaobai clenched his fists. He kept reminding himself. But this time, his opponents all performed well. More than half of the GU masters created famed poems. Li Xiaobai was the last one left. Li Xiaobai had a nervous expression, but he was calm internally. He recited the poem that he had already prepared in advance. With some flickering light, his cultivation level rose to rank 4. He gained a new GU worm. This time, he planned meticulously. The poem he created was just borderline in the middle. He managed to advance successfully, but he was at the bottom of the batch. right when Li Xiaobai was feeling happy. Cough. Someone coughed out a mouthful of blood. Ooh. Someone fainted on the ground. The strong man shook as he sat down with difficulty. The woman coughed for a long time with a pale expression. Only Li Xiaobai was left standing on the spot, unaffected. At once, everyone's gazes were on him again. This young man is very strong. Currently speaking, he has already created 3 feigned poems. He did not get injured at all. It seems that he had not gone all out when he made his poem earlier. Impressive. After this competition, I need to befriend him. Li Xiaobai. He was speechless. Oh heavens, why did everyone overexert themselves? Wasn't it just a poem competition? Why were they risking their lives? He wanted to pretend to cough blood too, but it was too late now. He could not disguise himself anymore. Li Xiaobai had to continue moving to the next round with a plain expression. Chapter 1978. Human Path, Changing Luck. Fang Yuan stood under the 1,000-wish tree, looking up only to see a blazing light in the sky. There were specks and lumps, fading and flickering. It was truly a dazzling sight. Looking at the ground, sand and dust rumbled as wind was blowing wildly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. His heaven path Dao marks were increasing in number. He had originally gained 3,000 or so Dao marks from the GU refinement, but now, he was approaching 3,500 Dao marks. With the increase in heaven path Dao marks, the number of other Dao marks in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was reducing in number. This scene reminded Fang Yuan of his time in Crazed Demon Cave. At the second lowest floor of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan saw the development of worlds. Countless worlds were destroyed as heaven path Dao marks formed. The heaven path Dao marks interlinked with each other or spread out themselves, forming new worlds. At this moment, even though the sovereign immortal aperture was not destroyed and turned into heaven path Dao marks, they were still modifying the various Dao marks within this immortal aperture. Of course, the heaven path Dao marks were not just increasing. Sometimes, they fell in numbers. One heaven path Dao mark turned into many Dao marks of other paths, spreading throughout the world. Using the transformation of these Dao marks, in accordance with the heavenly Dao, the environment of the entire sovereign immortal aperture was modified. Like the scene that Fang Yuan was observing now, light was appearing in the sky. It meant that light path Dao marks were increasing in numbers. There was also wind and rumbling sand on the ground. It meant that wind path and earth path Dao marks were also increasing in numbers. If this goes on for a long time, the surroundings of the 1,000-wish tree would turn into a barren desert. The trend was too obvious. Fang Yuan smiled coldly to himself. He had originally thought that the 1,000-wish tree was meant to be planted in a desert, but now, even though he was not wrong, his understanding was distorted. The 1,000-wish tree was a human path ancient desolate plant. It used human will to create fruits. It was most suited to be grown in a bustling environment like a large city or market filled with people. The more human will the better. However, the heavenly Dao did not want the 1,000-wish tree to grow properly. It changed the heaven path Dao marks to create a blazing sun and a vast area of sand, to isolate it from the living people. In order to survive, the 1,000-wish tree had to change its own traits to adapt to this difficult environment and live. But now that it was placed in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, the immortal formation created its own desert environment for it to slowly adapt and change. It would not be destroyed because of an unsuitable environment. But outside the immortal formation was a fertile land with lush greenery and warm sunlight. The immortal formation was not isolated. The 1,000-wish tree's human path aura could be sensed by the heavenly Dao. But these heaven path Dao marks were not under Fang Yuan's control. They could not change according to the environment within the immortal formation. They modified the environment outside the formation to stop the 1,000-wish tree's growth. Thus, Fang Yuan learned about some things. The 1,000-wish tree will finish growing in 300 years, flower at its 600th year and bear fruit at the 900th year. It will create exactly 1,000 fruits at that time. This is something that everyone knows as a fact, but now it seems this is not true. The 1,000-wish tree is restricted by the heavenly Dao. Its actual potential is much larger. From now on, I will water it with human will, I will gradually change its habitat, its production will definitely rise greatly. This was a future plan. Fang Yuan came to the Thousand Wish Tree today for another matter. At his will, Cooking Luck Pot revealed itself above him. Rank 7 Cooking Luck Pot was large as a basin, it was shining in golden and white light, sacred and royal. The pot had thick sides, about the thickness of a thumb. There were 8 dragons at the base of the pot, coiling around each other and extending their claws to become the legs of this pot. At the top of the pot, one could see Fang Yuan's exposed luck. It looked grey and damaged. Even though Cooking Luck Pot was only rank 7, unable to contain all of Fang Yuan's luck in this one pot, it was still possible to observe something from it. Fang Yuan's colossal luck was almost fully consumed in the Fate War. After the fight, his luck became very low. This was his third hidden threat, aside from the Qi Tide and Heaven Path Dao marks. Fate was constant while luck was variable. When one's luck was poor, it meant that unfavorable developments might happen. But now, Fang Yuan's main body had immense battle strength that was pseudo-venerable level. No matter how bad his luck was, he had the power to resist problems. This was not a big issue for the main body, but he was worried about the luck of his clones. Outside of Cooking Luck Pot were the luck of his respective clones. The Time Path clone's luck still resembled the River of Time, but the water was no longer flowing smoothly, it was chaotic and the front of the river was cut off. It looked quite worrying. Zhong Biyudu's luck was originally a mature eagle spreading its wings and flying, but now the eagle had fallen into water. It was covered by flowing water that made things difficult for him. Li Xiao Bai's luck was like a bright blooming flower. The flower was bright red and burning intensely in a red color. Within the flame, the petals bloomed. It might look like good luck, but the hidden threat was huge. He was basically playing with fire. He would die if he could not control the flames. Wu Shuai's luck was like a coiling dragon. 3 of its dragon claws were holding onto a dragon pearl each. One had the silhouette of Dragon Palace, one had countless ants in it, while the third pearl had the image of Di Zongsheng. Wu Shuai had the strongest luck among them, but he was surrounded by blade and sword qi, approaching from all directions. Fang Yuan's main body had poor luck, his clones were in even worse states. Fang Yuan had sensed his clone's problem long ago. It was not that he did not try to resolve it, but his methods failed. The Heaven Path Dao marks restricted him. Whenever he tried to use a killer move, they would interfere and cause his killer move activation to fail. Even if he succeeded, the power of the move would be greatly lowered. But this time, it should be different. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan multitasked, manipulating the formation around the Thousand Wish Tree while also activating Cooking Luck Pot. The Thousand Wish Tree's branches continued to shake. Bright rainbow light shot out of the formation, entering Cooking Luck Pot. Cooking Luck Pot started to modify the luck of his clones. The surrounding world started to rage with intense winds and fierce lightning. Heaven Path Dao marks appeared one by one. Some were all over the place while others appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The way of heaven was to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. The way of humans was to take away deficits while magnifying surpluses. With the help of the Human Path Immortal formation, Fang Yuan forcefully made modifications of certain degrees to the luck of his clones. The Time Path clone's river luck stabilized and became smoother. Zhong Biyudu's eagle luck started to shed its feathers in the water. It seemed like it was turning into a fish, adapting to the environment. Li Xiao Bai's flower luck started to crystallize under the intense flames. It no longer had a threat of turning to ashes. Meanwhile, Wu Shuai's dragon luck still remained in a coiling state. There was no change to the luck. The surrounding blade and sword qi, however, became much weaker, turning from dense smoke to light smoke. This meant that there would still be a fight, but the scale of the battle would be much smaller than before. The problem of the clones is settled. The truly troublesome thing is the Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan could increasingly understand the deeper intentions of Red Lotus as time passed. Chapter 1979. Merman Court's Vicious Guest. The sound of instruments was complemented with delicious wine and food. At the grand banquet, the 3 female immortals leading the Merman Imperial Court sat on the main seats as they entertained an unexpected guest. Good wine, good music, and even better dance. The guest drank his wine in one gulp as he slammed the cup on the table, laughing loudly. He had a square face, he was muscular and strong, his skin was snow white, his eyes and hair were icy blue in color. Rank 8 aura permeated from his body. He was a snowman GU immortal from Black Heaven's Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven. It was the current generation Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ever since the last meeting of the Black Heaven forces, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly contacted Central Continent's Heavenly Court, while Lady Coldash contacted the human experts like Granny Skeleton. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not stay motionless. His target was not White Heaven or Black Heaven, but the 5 regions instead. Thus, he went to Eastern Sea and approached the Merman force. Eastern Sea's Merman force had 3 leaders. They were all mermaid immortals. They were called Lian Kuxin, Uz, and Xianing Xi. Even though this was the first time the 3 female immortals were seeing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, seeing that he was a variant human rank 8 GU immortal, they held this banquet to welcome him. Upon hearing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's praise, Lian Kuxin smiled and replied, "Thank you for the praise. These dancing GU masters all are the hope of our Merman tribe, our GU immortal seeds. It is their honor to be praised by you, Immortal Monarch." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed again. "Pardon my insolence, but if these merfolk are the hope of your tribe, I'm afraid you are going to be wiped from existence soon." These words made many of the merfolk's expressions change. The dancing merfolk even became disorganized for a moment. Lian Kuxin remained smiling. "We already understand your intention in coming here. We are not going to be provoked by your words. For countless years, mermen have lived in Eastern Sea peacefully and harmoniously. We have been neutral all along. We will not participate in any conflict outside." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shook his head. "Preposterous. Who does not want to live in peace? But in history, such peace can only be gained through conflict and war. The Merman race received the help of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. That is why you could live like this until now. In the entire 5 regions, only you are still a super force among the variant humans. But we have all seen the Fate War already. Fate has been destroyed, the 5 regions have merged, the world is changing right in front of our very eyes. With disasters and calamities, conflict will ensue and last for a long time. Your Merman Imperial Court wants to stay out of this? How long has it been since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died? How much influence does he still have to protect you?" Lian Kuxin had a grim expression. She could not rebuke him. Uz snorted coldly beside her. "We have more than 10 GU Immortals and Immortal GU House floating reputation boat. How is it completely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's credit that we are able to develop to today's scale?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. "I have heard of your floating reputation boat long ago, but so what? It is just a rank 7 Immortal GU house. You have many GU Immortals, but do you have a single rank 8 GU Immortal?" "Not a single one." Forget about everything else. If I want to attack you now, can anyone stop me?" The 3 mermaids had cold expressions. Xianing Xi said, "Immortal Monarch, if you want to fight, you can attack now. We will show you the power of our Merman race." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand, I am not trying to become enemies with you. We are all variant humans. In the current world where humans dominate, I want us to cooperate. Variant humans are friends, not enemies. I am here to seek an alliance. How can I possibly fight you? I understand why you do not want to cooperate. But think about this, as long as I spread the word that the 3 of you have invited me here and show signs of wanting to join up with Black Heaven's variant human forces to resist the humans, what will happen?" The 3 mermaids looked at each other. They all had grim expressions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke gently, but he had a tough tone. It was a forceful cooperation. If they rejected him, he would spread rumors and lie that the merfolk want to join him. At this time, the Fate War was known to everyone. The things that Duke Long said to Fang Yuan exposed to the world that variant humans were going to rise up. Once this news was spread out regarding the Merman Imperial Court and the variant humans, it would raise the paranoia of the humans. They would become a public enemy. By then, with the usual behavior of humans, they would form into an allied army and eliminate the Merman Imperial Court first. The human forces had been wanting to take down the Merman Imperial Court long ago, they were only restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence. If the Mermen wanted to harm the humans, regardless of whether anyone believed this lie, they would use it to deal with the Merman Imperial Court. The Merman Imperial Court would be forced to resist, they would only be able to survive if they worked with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch or other equally powerful alliances. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's objective had already been fulfilled. The three mermaids were troubled, they knew about the trend of the world, they were actively choosing GU Immortal seeds and nurturing them. They were mermen, they were variant humans, this status placed them in an awkward spot all along throughout the eras. During the 5 regions chaotic war, they would be in an even worse position when everyone was paranoid. Thus, the Merman tribe felt a strong sense of danger. The three mermaids did not have much ambition, they only wanted to preserve their members during this new era. Thus, they did not want to antagonize Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but they did not want to side with this ambitious leader and wage war on the humans either. Seeing that the mermaids were silent, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled again. How about this? We are all variant humans, I do not want to force you. Let's make a bet. The three mermaids looked at each other. Yuzi asked, what bet? We will have a 3-round competition, no matter what methods your tribe uses, as long as you can defeat me in 1 round, I will forget about the suggestion to make an alliance, I will leave without exposing anything about your tribe or spreading any rumors. But if I win all 3 rounds, it will mean that your Merman tribe is just too weak, unable to even defeat a rank 8 GU Immortal like me, you will be in great danger anyway, you should work with me to ensure that your tribe survives the tides of time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said slowly. The three mermaids had no choice, they nodded and agreed to this bet. In the first round, the three mermaids went all out, gathering the GU Immortals of the tribe and creating the battle formation, Merman Wave Sacred Spiritual Formation. Good formation, it can actually trap enemies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a look and praised it. Immortal Monarch, do you dare to enter? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed loudly, he went into the formation and attacked several times, the tides turned into ice and shattered, allowing him to escape easily. The Merman GU Immortals suffered backlash, they were either lightly or heavily injured, they all had grim expressions. It is a pity you do not have any rank 8 expert controlling the formation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch critiqued. During the second round, the Merman Imperial Court used their Immortal GU House floating reputation boat. After 100 rounds of fighting, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch claimed victory again. The 3 female mermen went into anxious discussions. Only the 3rd round is left, what do we do? If we lose again, we will need to cooperate with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, what do we do? Why don't we use that? Xiao suggested. Lian Kuxin and Yuzi were stunned, they shook their heads, no, we cannot use that, the influence is too large. Even without Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's rumor, we will become the target of everyone, our tribe will be exterminated. If we do not use that, what will we do? Do we request help from Eastern Sea's human forces? No, we are all affected by the Qi tides now, why would those humans come here to help us? Even if they come, the price will be too large. Oh? I thought of someone. Why don't we ask GU tribe's leader for help? Xiao asked. Lian Kuxin sighed, denying this possibility, he is GU tribe's leader, even though he has rank 8 cultivation level, he is a beastman that is in seclusion. We have a good relationship with him, but if we ask him for help, that will be making things difficult for him. Furthermore, he might not defeat this Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Yuzi's eyes suddenly brightened, I thought of someone, this person might be able to help us, he might even win against Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Who? Indeed, at this point in time, who can help us? Yuzi blinked as she said, did you forget, there is currently a great expert at GU tribe's headquarters. Oh, him. Lian Kuxin suddenly realized. Brilliant, I will contact GU tribe's leader now, we will ask Lord Wu Shuai for help. Xiao said that as she rapidly got to action. Chapter 1980. Admitting defeat. A grand palace was stationed here. The whole palace shined with slight orange gold light and was richly decorated. The pavilions and terraces were all grand and beautiful. It was the rank 8 Immortal GU house, Dragon Palace. Within Dragon Palace, dream realms were spread out. In other Immortal GU houses, nobody would dare to do this. But although Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal GU house, it had dream path Immortal GU and was not at risk of the dream realm corroding it. In front of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's clone, Shuai, had his eyes shut. His body was here, but his soul was inside the dream realm, continuously exploring it. Within the dream realm, Shuai was the disciple of a medical clinic. He was trying to learn their skill. A young man with broad shoulders and a thin waist stepped into the clinic with a valiant aura. The young man had quite the status. The old doctor who owned the clinic had to attend to him personally. "Doctor, ever since I won the fight last time, I have been feeling that my body has some lingering issues," the young man said. The old doctor chuckled. "Come, I will check your pulse." "Check my pulse?" The young man frowned, having a perplexed expression. The old doctor said slowly, "This is a unique investigative method from my hometown. It can inspect illnesses. As a person's heart continues to beat, their blood will flow through their veins and create pulses. Through my specially created healing GU worm, I can inspect your pulse and find out the cause of your illness." The young man had a surge of admiration, worthy of an experienced doctor. "I've heard that heaven has heaven veins, earth has earth veins, and humans have human veins. Does this method to inspect the pulse make use of a human vein to target the cause of the problem?" "Ha ha ha, that is precisely so. Extend your hand." The old doctor smiled. The young man extended his hand. The old doctor placed his finger on his wrist, closing his eyes to inspect it. A moment later, the old doctor opened his eyes. "This is indeed an illness, but it is not obvious on the outside. This is quite vicious. You were hit by a phantom path method." The young man nodded. "Senior is completely right. My opponent was a GU master specializing in phantom path. I was hit by his attack, and although I did not suffer injuries, it still felt weird. Usually at night, I could undergo activities with more than 10 of my concubines, but now, I get extremely tired after engaging with one. Also, my waist often aches and my body feels hot. I perspire a lot when I sleep. I even feel dizziness at times." The old doctor nodded. "This phantom path method is quite wicked. It targets your kidney. In other words, you have kidney deficiency 1. Phantom path is troublesome indeed. What should I do now?" the young man asked. The old doctor replied, "I will prescribe you some medicine. Take it for a month. During this month, you should not engage in bedroom activities." The young man had a difficult expression. "Senior, can you use GU worms to heal me directly? If I have to hold it for a month, I'll go crazy." The old doctor shook his head. "Phantom path methods alternate between reality and illusion. We need ample time to deal with it. Even though my medicine is not a healing GU worm, it is not far from an actual GU recipe. It can definitely treat your problem. Other than this method, it will be hard to cure you. Unless you can find a doctor who has greater skill than me, he might be able to resolve your issue." The young man sighed. "Senior is the greatest healer I know. I will follow your prescription." The dream faded away. The exploration was successful. Human vein. Shuai's soul returned to his body. He was still savoring the true meaning in this dream. This dream realm gave him the true meaning of 2 paths, phantom path and human path. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was at Grandmaster, but phantom path was only at ordinary. His main body still had the corpses of many heavenly court GU immortals. They had phantom apertures. But earlier, his phantom path attainment level was too low. Even with wisdom GU, he could not deduce the profundity of phantom path. After the Fate War, all of the dream realms were given to Shuai to explore. These dreams were all obtained from Yitian Mountain by Fang Yuan. Even though a portion were used in the Fate War, a large amount was still left. After Shuai left Heavenly Court, he returned to Eastern Sea and stayed in GU Tribe's blessed land. Other than opening his immortal aperture's entrance to draw in heaven and earth chi, he kept in closed cultivation, exploring dream realms to gain more true meaning, to raise the attainment levels of his main body's many paths. Currently, my main body needs human path attainment level. After this exploration, even though we did not gain much human path attainment level and are still at Grandmaster, it should be of some help to my main body. Wu Shuai started to rest, preparing for his next dream realm exploration. He saw that there was an information path mortal GU from GU tribe's leader in the hall. GU tribe's leader would not bother me with trivial matters, something important must have happened. Wu Shuai retrieved the information path mortal GU and checked it. Oh, a rank 8 snowman GU immortal called Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is finding problems with the Merman Imperial Court. In the letter, the three mermaids promised that as long as Wu Shuai taught this evil visitor a lesson and forced him away, they would thank him with rewards. GU tribe's leader also used a polite tone to subtly request for Wu Shuai's help. Of course I will help. Wu Shuai smiled lightly. He had a portion of Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories. Wu Shuai learned that in the previous life, when the regional walls vanished and the 5 regions united, there were chi tides too. The 5 regions GU Immortals were forced to recuperate. During this period, the forces in the 2 heavens came out and acted arrogantly for some time. To think that I would have a chance to interact with these Grotto-Heaven forces. This is a great opportunity. For my main body's plans, I should do my best. Bam! The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai came out of his closed cultivation. At the banquet, the fragrance of wine spread, but the atmosphere was very grim. The 3 mermaids had cold expressions while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled at them. The song and dance had ended, the hall was silent. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch drank a mouthful of wine as he asked, I wonder if you have already decided on who to send for the final round. The 3 mermaids' expressions turned darker, but at this time, they received a letter, their faces glowed with joy. Xie Ningxai said, since Immortal Monarch is eager, let's start the 3rd fight. Good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch placed down his wine cup. How will we do this final fight? Do tell me. We have invited someone to go against Immortal Monarch. Lian Kushin said. This lord has arrived already. Prepare yourself, Immortal Monarch. Yuzi smiled coldly. After a few breaths of time, following the mermaid immortals, Wu Shuai stepped into the hall. Who wants to fight me? Wu Shuai asked, his voice reverberating in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw Wu Shuai and his expression changed. His casual and carefree attitude was no more. He said in shock, You. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had gained a lot of information about the Fate War. Wu Shuai was one of the stars that shined. Everyone in the world knew about him now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch understood at once why the 3 mermaids had such confidence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart sank. He knew about Wu Shuai's strength. There was little hope in beating him. But in this situation, he had no choice but to ask, Greetings, Wu Shuai, to think that you are in the Merman Imperial Court. I wonder where Fang Yuan is. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I gained Fang Yuan's help to revive. We were merely working together to resist Heavenly Court earlier. You are my opponent? Go ahead and attack. Wu Shuai had a lofty expression. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was angry. His expression turned cold. Wu Shuai, you have rank 7 cultivation level, but your tone is very arrogant. Wu Shuai smiled. Whose tone is more arrogant? In terms of seniority, I am someone from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's era. When I died of old age, your grandfather was not even born yet. You? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. What? You came to look for problems with the Merman. Let's not waste time. Wu Shuai stared. Not attacking? Then I will make my move. Saying so, he waved his hand. An Immortal GU house flew out. Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's pupils shrunk. He watched as the Immortal GU house came crashing towards him. He was not a transformation path great expert. He could not resist this famous Immortal GU house head-on. He quickly dodged. The 3 mermaids did not expect Wu Shuai to act so quickly. He attacked with no warning. Xue Ningxai quickly urged, Senior Wu Shuai, this is the Merman Hall. If you are going to fight, it would be better to do it outside. Boom! Dragon Palace expanded again, the entire Merman Hall was blown apart. As dust clouds rumbled, the mermaids and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch flew out pitifully. Dragon Palace rose to the sky as Shuai stood at the door, looking down at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. "Don't run, little fellow." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart was pounding from the sudden assault, his throat felt dry. "Shuai, you are a senior. Don't rely on the power of the Immortal GU house if you have guts." "Oh, is that so?" Shuai snickered. The three mermaids felt something amiss. Zi quickly shouted, "Senior Shuai. These are the headquarters of Merfolk. If you are going to fight, please do it outside." Before she ended her sentence, with a loud sound, Zhong was released from Dragon Palace by Shuai. Roar! The evil dragon roared, creating colossal waves. Its body was like a huge mountain, squeezed within the blessed land. Its dragon tail waved as several mountains and valleys were flattened. Countless merfolk scrambled and ran away, screaming in chaos. The three mermaids were stunned, they did not know what to do. "Come, fight." Shuai crossed his arms as he said to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a plain tone. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the Grand Palace and the huge vicious evil dragon. He felt that he was very insignificant. Even as a snowman who was extremely resistant to cold, at this moment, he felt a deep chill flowing down his spine. After being quiet for some time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists and said, "Senior, you are very powerful. Junior admits defeat. Senior has won this battle." The three mermaids were silent. Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level now, but nobody felt strange that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was admitting defeat to him. Even without Dragon Palace, just the evil dragon alone could slaughter Heavenly Court's 2 transformation path experts and survive the attack of countless GU Immortals. During the Fate War, Zhong had only lost to Feng Ji and Duke Long. "HMPH, little fellow, you are quite smart." Shuai chuckled as he stored away Zhong and Dragon Palace. "Next, let's talk about the Alliance." Shuai descended and said this. "Senior Shuai." The three mermaids were shocked. "What? You still think you can isolate yourselves from everything?" Shuai's eyebrows were raised, he spoke in displeasure. The three Immortals did not dare to rebuke him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was overjoyed, to think that there would be a turn of events. He stammered, Senior, you mean to say?" Shuai patted his shoulder, "Come, let's talk in the hall." Chapter 1981. I will be the Alliance leader. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the Merman Imperial Court made a bet. The loser won while the winner lost. After the battle, Shuai used the Merman Imperial Court to hold a talk with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Their discussion got more animated, the three mermaids' expressions turned grimmer. Shuai heard that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already gathered the Grotto-Heavens for a meeting. He immediately requested to join them and even urged Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to gather the remaining forces for a second meeting. In Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's plan, the second meeting was going to happen much later, but Shuai was urging him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thought, with Shuai's reputation, I can use it to my advantage. It is possible to push the meeting forward without issues. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that even if they gathered the Grotto-Heaven forces in Black and White Heaven, there would still be a huge internal threat. Among these forces, there was a small group of human forces. He wanted variant humans to lead the alliance, thus, he had been looking for allies aggressively during this period. He had already contacted all of the variant human forces that he knew. Even the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea was visited after all. If he knew that GU tribe was at the bottom of the sea, he would visit them too. But with this Dragonman great expert Shuai that everyone knows, even if the human faction gathers more people, they cannot match his influence, right? Shuai attacked Heavenly Court as a Dragonman and ended up as the victor. This result gave him huge prestige and reputation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thus held the second meeting in Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven. The group was even bigger now. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch has arrived. Blitz Cloud Heavenly Immortal has arrived. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother has arrived. Green Forest Great Sage has arrived. Many rank 8 great experts of the variant humans came. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man, he was covered in thick golden fur. Blitzcloud Heavenly Immortal was a feather man, he had the appearance of a handsome young man. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was an old female Inkman. Green Forest Great Sage was a Miniman, his entire body was covered in a green light. This was the first time these 4 variant human GU Immortals had attended the meeting. As for the human rank 8 GU Immortals, other than Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash, there were also newcomers, Light Path Cultivator Crossing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Wood Path Cultivator Black Locust and Earth Path Female Immortal Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. There were only 5 human rank 8s but almost 10 variant human rank 8s. Even though Lady Cold Ash tried to get more people to join, they were still unable to match the variant humans, in fact this gap was widening. After a long discussion, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch announced, "We invited everyone here today, other than to discuss the matters of the world, there is also another important matter. Let me introduce you to a senior great expert." Everyone followed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's hand gesture and looked towards the person. Shuai walked out from behind the veil, under everyone's supervision, he sat down on the main seat. "This is?" The Immortals were shocked. "So it is Shuai." A variant human rank 8 who was close with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly said. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch showed a look of displeasure, "Call him Senior Shuai." The variant human rank 8 had an embarrassed expression, under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's gaze, he changed his sentence, "Junior greets Senior." With this adjustment, all the other Immortals had to call Shuai Senior. "Good." Shuai nodded in satisfaction, "Seniority is important, but I would rather everyone call me Alliance Leader instead." "Alliance Leader." The Immortals looked at each other. Shuai laughed, "Indeed, now that Grotto-Heavens are exposed, the 5 regions GU Immortals will attack us. They have not done anything now because of the Chi Tide, they cannot move around yet. We need to strengthen and help ourselves, we can only form an alliance to have any hopes of resisting the 5 regions. Since ancient times, the most capable person will become the alliance leader. I have observed that nobody here can match me, if anyone does not agree, you can challenge me." Before anyone could respond to Shuai's words, they heard a dragon roar. Dai Zhongsheng's colossal body was exposed to everyone, blocking out the sun. Next, an immortal GU house flew out of Shuai's immortal aperture, it was small and delicate, it floated in his palm while shining with radiance. It was a miniature dragon palace. Shuai looked at the dragon palace in his palm before turning to the Immortals, threat was clearly shown in his eyes. The Immortals' expressions turned ugly, some went silent, they were furious but did not dare to say anything. Even though Shuai had rank 7 cultivation level, everyone knew about the might of Dragon Palace and Evil Dragon. If everyone cooperated, they might have a chance against him. But the Grotto-Heavens were not close with each other, this was unlike the 5 regions where super forces interacted and conflicted with each other, they were familiar with one another. The black and white heavens were huge and dangerous, forces rarely met with each other, not to mention any cooperation. Ha ha ha! Seeing no objection, Shuai laughed loudly as he called out, "You are still not accepting your alliance leader." The Immortals were silent, the atmosphere was heavy. A moment later, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up and cupped his fist at Shuai, "Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greets alliance leader." "Good, good." Shuai pointed at him, "You will be the vice alliance leader." Next, he looked at the other GU Immortals with a vicious gaze. The evil dragon shook its body outside, causing winds to form and clouds to scatter. Seeing this, and with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's initiative, all the Immortals had to acknowledge Shuai's status with a cold tone. Shuai sat at the main seat and looked at the GU Immortals, "I know what you think, you acknowledge my alliance leader position because of the situation, but I am really not trying to force you. This is a very rare opportunity for us all, it is likely our only chance to resist the 5 regions. If we do not use this chance, when the 5 regions go after us and our Grotto-Heavens get encircled, regret will do us no good. However, at the rate your discussion is going, when can you take action? By the time you come to an agreement, the Qi tides will be over already. Without a strong leader like myself to unify the Grotto-Heavens, how can we take action swiftly? Wu Shuai spoke with a harsh tone, but he made good sense. The GU Immortals' expressions became less hostile. All right, enough of the useless talk, let's discuss our next target to attack. Wu Shuai continued. This time, even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt surprised. Lord Alliance Leader, isn't it too early to attack now? Black and White Heaven are too huge, there are still many Grotto-Heaven forces that we have not gathered yet. We can't wait anymore. As long as we succeed in our attack and create a commotion, these people will approach us themselves. This is how the hearts of the people work. Wu Shuai waved his hand and said. The Immortals fell into silence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had to continue asking, then in Lord Alliance Leader's opinion, which place is most suitable for us to attack? Heavenly Court, of course. Wu Shuai answered without hesitation. Heavenly Court. The GU Immortals shouted in astonishment. Heavenly Court is weak now, we did not retreat of our own accord earlier. As long as we take down Heavenly Court, the 5 regions will be shaken. Who would dare to target us? Wu Shuai laughed loudly. This is not wise. Heavenly Court has immense foundations, it is not a place we can target. Lord Alliance Leader, please reconsider. The Immortals shook their heads, nobody agreed. HMPH, cowards. Wu Shuai smiled coldly in displeasure, then we will go after Divine Emperor City. This Immortal GU house is known as the largest Immortal GU house. It is made from combining Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. It has a huge significance to Heavenly Court. It is the gathering spot of the human vein. It is the land-based Heavenly Court. If we can obtain it, it will be a huge blow to Central Continent. We can even gain a rank 8 Immortal GU house, and also Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Lady Coldash pondered, since Divine Emperor City is so important, if we attack it, we will infuriate Heavenly Court, the whole of Central Continent will resist and attack us. Since we are going after them as well, what difference is there compared to attacking Heavenly Court directly? Of course there is a difference. If these people are all lured to Divine Emperor City, we can send another group to attack Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows. The Immortals heard this and broke out in cold sweat. He still wants to attack Heavenly Court after all. Doesn't this mean that the group attacking Divine Emperor City will end up as cannon fodder? Senior Wu Shuai is too aggressive, he wants to go against Heavenly Court no matter what. Wu Shuai had a look of displeasure. What? You do not dare to attack Divine Emperor City. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had an ugly expression, he spoke like he had constipation. Please reconsider, Lord Alliance Leader, we. Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying unhappily, enough, I don't want to hear more excuses. How about this, let's get rid of Eastern Sea Xia clan first. Wu Shuai finally exposed his true motive. Southern Border had Xia clan, Eastern Sea also had Xia clan. These Xia clans were not the same, but they were similarly super forces. Wu Shuai had a huge appetite, his first target was a super force. If he mentioned this earlier, he would face the objection of the Immortals. But his first 2 targets were Heavenly Court and Divine Emperor City. The Immortals found that compared to them, they could accept this target, Eastern Sea Xia clan, more easily. Wu Shuai continued to analyze. Eastern Sea Xia clan has the weakest foundation of all the super forces. They are at the bottom of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces. Not just that, Xia clan is at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea. The location is remote, it suits our needs as a base. And even better, the territories of Xia clan and the Merman Imperial Court border each other. The Merman Imperial Court is our ally now, they can provide us a lot of help. Saying this, Wu Shuai did not give anyone the chance to speak. I have decided. Our target will be Xia clan. Faced with such a domineering alliance leader, the Immortals were quite displeased. But under the pressure of the evil dragon and Dragon Palace, they had no choice. And most importantly, they were forced by the situation. They knew that if they did not use this opportunity well, if they did not gain an advantage now, the 5 regions would not let them off in the future. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, this alliance leader position should have been yours. Are you really going to let him have it? After this meeting, some GU Immortals were not satisfied. They hinted towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled coldly to himself. He replied, "The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, the winds howl around the highest peaks. This Lord Wu Shuai is helping us charge forward as the vanguard, so what if I give him the alliance leader position? We have now gained the help of both the Evil Dragon and Dragon Palace. If our plan fails in the future and the 5 regions GU Immortals come after us, we can put the blame on Wu Shuai and get away ourselves." Chapter 1982. Xia Clan's Catastrophe. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area. The surface of the sea was like a smooth mirror without waves. Even when winds howled, the seawater remained unmoving. Xia Clan GU Immortal Xia Zhangqing was stationed here. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area was a giant resource point. It produced Dark Path and Rule Path cultivation resources in large quantities. Even though Xia Clan primarily cultivated Water Path, these resources could be traded for huge profits. Xia Zhangqing was in closed cultivation now. Suddenly, alarms rang in the formation around him. Is there an ancient desolate fish attacking the territory again? Xia Zhangqing initially thought that the sea beasts were causing chaos. He flew out of the formation. But next, his entire body shook as he realized enemies are attacking. 3 rank 7 GU Immortals charged towards him together. Xia Zhangqing quickly activated the defensive formation. At this time, there was a loud explosion as the formation shattered. A hairy man GU Immortal carrying a huge hammer was covered in golden light as he charged into the formation, causing destruction. Xia Zhangqing spat out a mouthful of blood, looking fearful. He immediately realized that the 3 Immortals earlier were a distraction. This person was their main force. A rank 8 hairy man GU Immortal. Xia Zhangqing knew that he was not their match. He quickly transmitted to the clan as he activated the inner Immortal formation, teleporting himself away. At the next moment, he was transported to somewhere 1,000 li away from the formation. Ha ha ha, he was transported here after all. Great wisdom, very impressive. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch praised. Great wisdom. Immortal Mother shook her head. If not for Lord Alliance Leader's precise information, how could I have made such accurate deductions? Xia Zhangqing took a look and felt despair. There were 2 variant human GU Immortals here. They both had rank 8 cultivation level. Since when did rank 8 GU Immortals become so common? 3 variant human rank 8s. Xia Zhangqing could not believe it. He gritted his teeth. Who are you people? Why are you going against our Eastern Sea Xia clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not be bothered to talk with him. He waved his hand. His killer move was unleashed. Xia Zhangqing only had rank 7 cultivation level. How could he resist a rank 8 killer move? He was instantly frozen in ice. Eastern Sea Xia clan's headquarters, Hot Springs Blessed Land. Oh no! A strong group of enemies attacked. Reflecting Shadow Sea is lost. Even though Xia Zhangqing used the Immortal formation to escape, we have lost all contact with him. Xia Zhangqing's call for help had reached Xia clan. Most of Xia clan's GU Immortals were gathered in the headquarters. They did not expect such bad news to appear out of nowhere. As the saying goes, while a person stays in their house, calamity descends from the sky. Xia Zhangqing sent information that there are both human and variant human GU Immortals among the enemies. Among them is a rank 8 hairy man. Where did these people come from? I'm afraid they are forces from Black and White Heaven. During the Chi Tide rampage, Grotto-Heavens are all exposed. To think there are still so many variant humans left, they even came to create trouble for us. This is somewhat understandable. If they do not grasp onto this chance, when the Chi Tide subside, the 5 regions will investigate the Grotto-Heavens of Black and White Heaven. If we find any variant human force with rank 8 GU Immortals, we will exterminate them. Back then, even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find all of the hidden variant human Grotto-Heavens. But now that the world has changed, these variant humans are forced to expose themselves. Xia clan's GU Immortals were not flustered. Even though the information said that there was a rank 8 variant human GU Immortal, they still had an Immortal GU houses to resist the enemy. But soon, more bad news came. Light Ripple C and Shooting Fish C were also taken down by these variant human GU Immortals. The Xia clan GU Immortals defending the 2 resource points were even weaker. They did not even manage to send any information over before losing contact. Xia clan's GU Immortals were furious. We need to teach these variant human GU Immortals a lesson. Mere variant humans dare to bully us human super forces. HMPH, whom the heavens would destroy, they first make mad. These variant humans have gone insane. First Supreme Elder, let use mobilize both immortal GU houses and kill them all. Yes, our clan's 3 GU Immortals have fallen into their hands. We need to save our clansmen and take revenge for this humiliation. The GU Immortals were filled with fighting spirit. They requested to fight. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder was Xia Rui Ji. Hearing the GU Immortals' words, his face was dark. He shook his head. It is not wise to attack now. We lost 3 resource points at once. These are all important places. We have powerful immortal formations protecting them. It is not normal that we lost them so quickly. Our clan does not have rank 8 GU Immortals defending us. If we mobilize both immortal GU houses, our headquarters will be severely weakened. Right now, we are close to completing the human C. We cannot be complacent. In my opinion, we should defend ourselves fully until we complete human C. By then, our foundation will rise greatly. We will be one of the top Eastern Sea forces. By then, dealing with the variant humans will have much greater effect. Even though Xia Ruichi only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had high reputation. After hearing his words, Xia clan's GU Immortals felt that it was logical. They no longer had such a strong desire to fight. But at the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted as an immortal GU house broke through the defensive barrier, entering Xia clan's public blessed land. Eastern Sea Xia clan, today, you will face extermination. The door of the immortal GU house opened as Shuai and the other Grotto-Heaven GU Immortals appeared. Xia clan saw this group of enemies. Fear and shock became plastered on their faces. Dragon Palace. Shuai. So many variant human rank 8s, oh heavens! Xia clan's GU Immortals turned pale. They were immensely fearful. But Shuai did not give them time to accept reality. He waved his hand. Attack! Thus, at the next moment, the rank 8s around him charged down and attacked. Seeing this terrifying scene, Xia clan's GU Immortals felt their vision turning dark. Some almost fainted on the spot. Such a group completely overwhelmed and dominated Xia clan's GU Immortals. Xia clan did not have a single rank 8 while Shuai had more than 10. How could they fight? My Xia clan's blessed land is not heavenly court. Why are there so many rank 8 GU Immortals attacking us? Xia Ruiji mumbled. Facing such a strong foe, he felt despair. The enemies are too strong. We must retreat. At this time, female immortal Xia Ying shouted at the Xia clan Immortals. Xia Ruiji shook as he gritted his teeth. Go, we will leave. Let's get into the immortal GU houses. Xia clan had 2 immortal GU houses. They were both rank 7. One was Whale Fishing Boat, the other was Golden Star Tower. You want to leave? Not so easy. None of you will escape. The variant human GU Immortals attacked quickly, unleashing a myriad of attacks. The explosions resounded heaven and earth. At the crucial moment, Xia Ying dodged an attack, managing to enter Golden Star Tower. But she did not escape. She steered Golden Star Tower and went in front. Everyone, leave, I will block them. Golden Star Tower charged relentlessly, using killer moves. Golden stars shot out everywhere. The variant humans quickly dodged them. The remaining Xia clan GU Immortals found the chance and went into Whale Fishing Boat, escaping their headquarters. Chapter 1983. You have a problem with me. As for Eastern Sea Xia clan, even without a rank 8, they can rely on rank 7 immortal GU houses to put up a fight. Shuai stood near the door of Dragon Palace. He looked at the battlefield and observed the fight. He did not make a move. Earlier, when attacking the 3 resource points, due to the difference in cultivation level, he could not tell. But in the current deadlock, he sensed many details. Wu Shuai analyzed, he quickly realized the reason. The variant humans were able to survive until today and develop well because of the help of Heaven's will. Heaven's will was disrupted by star constellation's will. It could not make Fate Gu show the sign of variant human supremacy. But Heaven's will could still influence calamities and tribulations. Tribulations were the biggest obstacles in the rise of a Gu Immortal's cultivation level. The more prosperous humanity was, the more help Heaven's will would provide to the variant human Grotto-Heaven forces. The difficulty of tribulations that these variant humans faced was many times simpler than normal human Gu Immortals. In fact, even for the human Gu Immortals in Black and White Heaven, because they were at odds with the 5 regions' human forces, they were also given some special treatment. This was thanks to Heaven's will. There were clear historical records about this. Back then, variant humans ruled the world as overlords. Heaven's will thus affected Fate Gu and showed the revelation of humanity reigning supreme. On one hand, Heaven's will aided primordial origin and helped him to become an immortal venerable. It also took care of the humans, helping humanity develop and grow. On the other hand, Heaven's will also influenced the variant humans, dividing them and causing them to undergo intense internal conflict. They greatly weakened themselves. And because the 2 heavens are too huge, with each heaven having the total area of all 5 regions, there are so many rank 8 Gu Immortals in Black and White Heaven. Other than the group I brought here, a small group are still left in the 2 heavens. Wu Shuai thought about this as he started to move. Dragon Palace slowly activated. Xia Ying, who was inside Golden Star Tower, became anxious. It was very tough to deal with these rank 8s now. She seemed to have the upper hand, but she could not last long. Even if the battle tilted in the enemy's favor at the next second, it would not be surprising. Good, Lord Wu Shuai is making his move. I'm looking forward to it. It is a pity that our Grotto-Heavens have no immortal Gu houses. Only after fighting can we see that they really are the foundation of a super force. The rank 8 Gu Immortals had excited expressions. They were anticipating his action. But under everyone's gaze, Dragon Palace flew away from the battlefield. The rank 8 Gu Immortals were stunned. What was going on? At the next moment, Wu Shuai's icy voice could be heard. If more than 10 rank 8s cannot deal with one rank 7 Immortal and a rank 7 Immortal Gu house, what is the point of your existence? The rank 8 Gu Immortals were tongue-tied. They could not respond. Eventually, they could only watch as Dragon Palace flew away. Oh no, he is flying towards Human Sea. Xia Ying saw this, her heart jumped. Xia Clan felt very suspicious. How does Wu Shuai know that our Xia Clan's base contains Human Sea? No, Human Sea is very deeply hidden. Maybe he just wants to find some resources. Wu Shuai left the battlefield. He went to the top of a certain lake. He stopped Dragon Palace's movement. Human Sea should be here. Wu Shuai's eye shined with bright light. He activated his method. A mystical light shot out from his palm, piercing hundreds of feet of lake water, reaching the bottom. Next, the mystical light spread out towards the entire lake surface. The water evaporated, turning into mist and dispersing. One could hear countless human voices from the dense white fog. The voices of people became louder. The white fog turned into human silhouettes as they flew around in the sky. At once, Dragon Palace was surrounded by white fog. Countless silhouettes moved around Dragon Palace like ghost phantoms. There were tens of thousands of them. Come! Wu Shuai willed. The fog quickly gathered and condensed into white lake water that flowed into Dragon Palace. The commotion created was huge. The 2 parties fighting in the battlefield could see it clearly. Wu Shuai actually went to collect loot while we are fighting with our full effort. The fog is very special. It emitted dense human path aura. It must be a great treasure for Wu Shuai to retrieve it personally. Don't fear. As the alliance leader, how can Wu Shuai not lead by example? How can he gain our acceptance otherwise? He will definitely give a portion of the white fog to us later. The rank 8 Gu Immortals conversed with each other. Xia Ying's heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai actually knows about the existence of Human Sea. In fact, he has a method to take Human Sea away. How can this be possible? The plan of constructing Human Sea was only known to us Xia Clan Gu Immortals. we kept it as a secret all along. Even if Xia Zhengqing and the rest were captured by Wu Shuai, only our first Supreme Elder knows how to retrieve human C. How can he find an alternate method so quickly? To think that the current human C is still incomplete. Wu Shuai looked at the white fog in Dragon Palace. It was still showing human figures and shadows from time to time. It was creepy but quite amazing as well. Two different types of images had fused together in a natural way. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not mind it. To replenish human C, he only needed to kill enough humans. Because of the main body's information, Wu Shuai knew that human C was the work of Xia clan for many years. They were attempting to create a human path secluded domain in secret. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, human C was dazzling and impressive. It helped Eastern C Xia clan to rise up to the top. But it was still far from an actual secluded domain after all. In the future, Southern Borders Chai clan gained some key comprehension from human C. They started to create a similar artificial secluded domain, Human Mountain. Wisdom Path GU Immortals of that time had deduced that if Human C and Human Mountain were fused together into one, they could form an actual secluded domain of heaven and earth. Human Mountain and C is too far away, but just Human C alone is sufficiently helpful to my main body. Wu Shuai was quite happy. The most important thing was Fang Yuan's main body after all. The current biggest obstacle of Fang Yuan's main body was the restriction of Heaven Path. This was Red Lotus scheme. Fang Yuan was trying to find a way to break out of this predicament. He found that Human Path was a countermeasure. Even though the Thousand Wish Tree was a Human Path ancient desolate plant, it could not match the numerous Heaven Path Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan placed his sight on the Human Sea of Eastern C Xia clan. Because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Fang Yuan did not need to go personally. His clone Wu Shuai was able to head there and retrieve Human C easily. After Wu Shuai stored Human C away, the battle had also concluded at the other side. Xia Ying was unable to escape in the end, but many of the rank 8s were injured as well. The one who defeated Golden Star Tower was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Alliance Leader, you took the chance to take the Human Path treasure. That's not fair, right? As the Immortals gathered at the door of Dragon Palace, an anxious rank 8 GU Immortal questioned. Wu Shuai glanced at him as Dragon Palace used its killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. The rank 8 GU Immortal who spoke was unguarded. The smoke easily swept him away into Dragon Palace before he was even able to say another word. The Immortals were stunned and fearful. Who else has a problem with me? Wu Shuai crossed his arms, looking at the Immortals. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. He was surrounded by a group of rank 8s. But the rank 8 GU Immortals looked at each other. They were pale and chose to keep silent. They did not dare to say a thing. Chapter 1984. Wu Shuai's political skills. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this. He cheered internally. Wu Shuai's actions would cause him to lose the support of everyone. However, he also felt envious. When would he gain such huge battle strength to make everyone lower their heads in front of him? After a while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up at an appropriate timing, saying respectfully, Lord Alliance Leader, dear allies, the most important thing now is to go after the remaining Xia clan members. Most of Xia clan's GU Immortals have escaped using whale fishing boat. If we do not chase them now, it will be too late. Yes, yes. The Immortals nodded. They started discussing this topic. Many people casted gazes of gratitude towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. His words had undeniably given them a way to escape the embarrassment. Ha ha. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Chase? Why must we chase them? Wu Shuai continued, we were able to take down the headquarters of Eastern C Xia clan. It was because we acted quickly and caught them off guard. From now, it will be difficult if we want to expand our territory. The whole of Eastern Sea and even the righteous parts of the 5 regions will become very cautious now. But if we allow this group of Xia clan GU Immortals to escape, they will invite members of Eastern Sea's righteous path to try to recover their territory. This way, those Eastern Sea righteous path members will need to leave their territories and come here to seek death. Isn't that great? The Immortals were stunned. They nodded in unison, agreeing that Wu Shuai's analysis was sound. Lord Alliance Leader is very knowledgeable, it is natural that we cannot compare to him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch ingratiated. But Wu Shuai had a grim expression. I don't care about all of these Eastern Sea super forces. There is only one person I am wary about, Qi Ancestor. This old man can fight evenly with Duke Long. He had once held the Qi banquet. He also did not help Fang Yuan nor Heavenly Court during the Fate War. His stance is very important now. It is likely that the righteous path will convince him now to fight against us. Of course, it is not strange if he chooses to continue staying in seclusion and not face us. I let these Xia clan members go. I am also trying to probe Qi Ancestor's intentions. The GU Immortals of the Two Heavens heard Wu Shuai's words. They nodded as their expressions turned dark. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a glance at Wu Shuai. He thought, Wu Shuai is Wu Shuai after all. He cannot be underestimated. He has both wisdom and political skills. It is just that he does not feel the need to use tricks against us. But he quickly thought, Qi Ancestor's attitude is very ambiguous. He had once worked with Fang Yuan and went against Duke Long, but later they reconciled. On the other hand, he also held the Qi banquet. He welcomed Heavenly Court's GU Immortal Junshan Guang, while also letting a demonic GU Immortal sell Bloodpath Immortal GU in public. All right. Wu Shuai waved his hand, breaking the Immortals' train of thought. We chased Xia clan away. It is time to split the loot. Thus, the atmosphere changed instantly. Everyone got excited. Eastern Sea was the richest of the 5 regions. As an Eastern Sea super force, Xia clan had ownership of many resource points. Their inventory was filled. These assets of Xia clan were split up by Fang Yuan and given to the GU Immortals. Each of them gained a considerable sum of wealth. The GU Immortals of the Two Heavens smiled. They felt extremely happy. The 5 regions are so rich. This is merely the foundation of one Eastern Sea super force. It is already so much. Xia clan is useless. If my Grotto-Heaven had such resources, we would be far stronger than now. And what surprised the GU Immortals of the Two Heavens was that Wu Shuai took a much smaller portion of the gains that they had expected. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a change of thought. He quickly said to the surrounding GU Immortals, everyone, listen to me. We gained so much loot because of Lord Alliance Leader. He was the one who guided us towards victory. Without his information and plan, how could we take down Xia clan so easily? But currently, Lord Alliance Leader is taking the smallest portion of loot. This is not fair to him. The GU Immortals were stunned. They looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a look of sincerity and admiration. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch deeply in the eye. I am a lone person. I do not need much in cultivation resources, nor do these resources suit me. If I need anything in the future, I will definitely take them. Since I have distributed this loot already, I will not take them back. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, your words reminded me of something. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Wu Shuai spoke. This subordinate is here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists, showing a respectful attitude. Wu Shuai smiled. You are quite good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly bowed. To receive such compliments from Lord Alliance Leader, it is my greatest blessing. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course, my leadership is the greatest blessing that all of you have. As for you, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance Leader, you should not get the same amount of loot as the rest of the allies. I will make the decision. Shooting Fish Sea will belong to you now. Lord Alliance Leader? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly raised his head, feeling shocked. Wu Shuai laughed. I said you'll get it, just take ownership of it. Don't worry. I am here to back you up. If anyone dares to make problems for you, if you dislike anyone, just tell me, I will take care of them. Wu Shuai said this as he looked around, his dragon eyes emitting an aggressive light. The GU Immortals all turned away, not daring to meet his gaze. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch obtained a giant resource point, but he felt no joy internally. He looked at Wu Shuai, seeing that seemingly smiling face, he could not help but shudder in a chill. As expected of the dragonman who once ruled his race, I underestimated him. This old monster must have realized my intentions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch noticed this, his back was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to cause Shuai to lose even more support from the rest of the people. But Shuai had made use of his action and acted this way. It made all the other GU Immortals feel that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not happy with his gains. He wanted to use his status and the Alliance leader's dominance to gain more benefits. After all, if the Alliance leader gets more benefits, wouldn't it be logical if the Vice Alliance leader also got more loot? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, you are not thanking me. Shuai stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, showing a smile filled with deep meaning. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shuddered in his heart as he gritted his teeth and said with a hoarse voice, "This subordinate thanks Lord Alliance leader." Seeing that he had submitted, Shuai did not feel any happiness. He was actually quite disappointed. The GU Immortals of the two heavens had been in seclusion for too long. Due to their identities, they did not dare to move around or compete against each other. Without competition, they could not be trained well. Even if heavens will help them, GU Immortal elites could not be nurtured. Shuai looked at the GU Immortals of the two heavens. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was the only one with passable battle strength and attitude. The rest of the rank 8s were simply a disgrace to other rank 8 GU Immortals. It was no wonder that in Fang Yuan's previous life, these people did not manage to create any big commotions. Chapter 1985. Truly incredible. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? The enemies are too powerful, there are more than 10 rank 8s, there was no way we could defend our headquarters. Especially their leader Shuai. If we retaliate, there is little hope of success. Sigh, it is a pity that Xiao and the rest sacrificed themselves. Xia Clan's GU Immortals were furious and helpless, they felt that the future was bleak. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Ruishi snorted coldly, "I don't care who the enemy is, be it Shuai or the rank 8 GU Immortals of the two heavens, they should not have taken our Xia Clan's territory. They will not stay arrogant for long. We are going to get help from Eastern Sea's righteous path. HMPH, so be it if they are human GU Immortals. But they are mostly variant human GU Immortals with Shuai leading them. We have already kept a copy of the battle scene. It is the best evidence against them. Eastern Sea's righteous path and even the 5 regions' righteous path will not allow this group of variant humans to grow stronger and larger." Xia Clan's GU Immortals heard this, they recovered a bit of their morale. Seeking reinforcements was the only way out, but the important thing to consider was which clan to approach. Xia Clan was situated at the easternmost area of Eastern Sea. Towards their west was the Merman Imperial Court, towards the southeast was Tang Clan, and towards the northeast was Xie Clan. These 3 were not good targets to request for help. The 3 of them were directly connected to Xia Clan in territory. Xia Clan's relationship with the Merman Imperial Court was best, but they were variant humans. Even though there were no mermen in the battle earlier, Xia Clan did not dare to take the risk. As for Tang Clan and Xie Clan, these 2 clans had conflict with Xia Clan during normal times. If they went to ask these 2 clans for help, Xia Clan's GU Immortals would not want to face their mockery. After a round of discussion, Xia Clan's GU Immortals moved in whale fishing boat. They carefully went past the Merman Imperial Court, approaching Shen Clan, which was further west, for help. But because of this, their journey became much longer. During Xia Clan's journey to seek help, information that they were invaded by GU Immortals of the two heavens spread like wildfire in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It shook the world. There are so many rank 8 GU Immortals among the variant humans. Is this information reliable? It is nothing strange. Be it Black Heaven or White Heaven, each of them is as large as the 5 regions together. These damn variant humans are hidden too deeply. They are too daring, they dare to wage war on our human forces, they are courting death. The thing that makes me angrier is that among these people, there are human GU Immortals. What are they thinking? They are betraying their own race. At once, all of the GU Immortals in the world discussed this matter. Shen Clan was no exception. The letter requesting help from Xia Clan had already reached Shen Clan. This was an important matter. Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, Shen Song Sheng, called all the GU Immortals for a meeting. The reason why Xia clan is asking our Shen clan for help is obvious, there is no need to explain it. But should our Shen clan help them? Everyone, tell me your view. Shen Sheng said. The enemy is too strong, why must our Shan clan face such a strong foe alone? Remember that Wu Shuai has Dragon Palace and Di Zongsheng, he even possesses Dream Path methods, their battle strength is too overwhelming. That's right, and even more worrying is that Wu Shuai has a relationship with Fang Yuan. Nobody knows how good their relationship is, but we know that they are close. If we target Wu Shuai, we might cause the great demon Fang Yuan to come after us. Shen Sheng nodded, you are correct. He did not show any change of expression. During the Blue Dragon whale trip, he had cooperated with Fang Yuan. But because they worked in secrecy, even Shen clan's GU Immortals did not know about it. Shen Sheng could preserve his clan's reputation as a result. I feel that we cannot refuse to help Xia clan. Xia clan is also a member of the Righteous Path. They came all this way to ask us for help. If we do not agree, what would Xia clan think of us? What would Eastern Sea think of us? What would the whole 5 regions think of us? I agree, this is not just a conflict between us humans, this is the battle between humans and variant humans. If Shen clan does not show a clear stance, the people of the world will accuse us of our inaction. Shen Sheng nodded, this is correct too. But the enemy is too strong, they have more than 10 rank 8s and even Wu Shuai leading them. Even if we have Ancestor Shen Sheng here, we cannot resist such a group of enemies. After the Fate War, Shen Sheng went missing after going insane. Even though Shen clan wanted to find their Ancestor Shen Sheng, they did not succeed. The entire world was watching now, it was likely that news in Treasure Yellow Heaven had spread from Xia clan themselves. Xia clan was using this method to force Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces to help them. With the entire world watching, Shen clan had to help Xia clan. But Wu Shuai's group was simply too powerful, they were too terrifying. Even though Shen clan was a super force, against the allied forces of 2 heavens, it still felt very wary and unsure. Elders, I have a plan to resolve this problem. Ren Xiaoping spoke. After returning from the Blue Dragon whale trip, Ren Xiaoping became Shen clan's external supreme elder. Ren Xiaoping was a person who followed the rules and kept a low profile, but now that they were in this situation, if Shen clan falls and chaos descends, he would also be implicated. Ren Xiaoping continued, Wu Shuai has very high strength, but in this current Eastern Sea, there is another ancestor capable of resisting the evil dragon. You mean to say that person in Qi Sea? Someone's eyes brightened up. Indeed, Qi Sea Ancestor. Ren Xiaoping nodded. Good plan, let's do that. Shen Sheng laughed and clapped, deciding on the spot. For the next few days, Xia clan arrived in Shen clan, they wanted to borrow strength to reclaim their territory. Shen Sheng came out to speak to them, they attended to Xia clan's members warmly. But when asked to fight against Wu Shuai, Shen Sheng said that he had too little strength, he suggested that they should gather more Righteous Path forces. Currently, Qi tides were surging everywhere, almost all the 5 regions' GU Immortals were recuperating and resting, they did not dare to move abruptly. Thus, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path could not use much of its strength now. But Shen Sheng suggested that Xia clan should inform Qi Sea Ancestor of this situation, they should request for the Ancestor to uphold justice for them. Shen Sheng copied Xia clan, before they asked Qi Sea Ancestor for help, they already published the news in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, the entire world's attention went to Qi Sea. Almost all the GU Immortals were waiting to see Qi Sea Ancestor's response. All the human GU Immortals were hoping that Qi Sea Ancestor would step up as the senior of the rank 8s, the person who resisted Duke Long on equal footing, he had the responsibility to lead them. But many people were pessimistic about it. Because Qi Sea Ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had an ambiguous relationship with the Righteous Path and Demonic Path, he had even worked with Fang Yuan before. From this aspect, there was quite a chance that Qi Sea Ancestor would not entertain these worldly affairs. Qi Sea Ancestor's response was rapid. He announced in Treasure Yellow Heaven, there are those of other races having such motives, first there was primordial origin, now there is Qi Sea, we will not let these variant humans with ulterior motives bear roots here on our soil. Once he said that, the world resounded with praises. Qi Ancestor, you are truly incredible. Chapter 1986. Heavenly Court's Tactic. The damage caused during the Fate War was starting to recover. Having collated their losses, they really had suffered a huge setback. Discussion Hall. Qin Dingling sat at the main seat as she looked around, observing the GU Immortals and their wills. Most of the Heavenly Court members had gone back to hibernating in the Immortal Graveyard. More than half of the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed by Fang Yuan, but Heavenly Court still had sufficient members left. These members had little lifespan remaining. Rather than dying of old age, they could display greater value by hibernating in the Immortal Graveyard. What worried Qin Dingling was that even though these GU Immortals went back into slumber, she did not receive any sort of message from Star Constellation's will. It was as if the Fate War caused Star Constellation's will to suffer a huge loss. This made already become Qin Dingling's greatest worry. Star Constellation's will could interfere with Heaven's will, but Heaven's will was also able to assimilate Star Constellation's will. If she lacked support and got assimilated by Heaven's will, it would be a huge nightmare to humanity and Heavenly Court. But Qin Dingling came here and gathered the Immortals for a meeting. It was not because of Star Constellation's will. Qi tides are rampaging, the two heavens are making a move. Wu Shuai is leading an allied army of the two heavens and has already taken down Eastern Xia clan. Now, Xia clan has requested for Qi Ancestor's help. The two sides are opposing each other. What do you think we should do at this key moment? Qin Dingling asked. She was a luck path GU Immortal. She did not cultivate wisdom path like Fairy Ziwei. Thus, when faced with this matter, Qin Dingling could not make a resolute decision. She needed to discuss it with the other GU Immortals. Undeniably, the allied army of the two heavens is made up of variant humans, enemies of our Heavenly Court. We need to exterminate them. In this aspect, Qi Ancestor is quite a responsible person. Right now, the conflict between Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor is akin to the conflict between humans and variant humans. But the truth is, whoever wins between them is not the key. The most important element is someone else, Fang Yuan. Indeed, be it Wu Shuai or Qi Ancestor, they are both related to Fang Yuan. Wu Shuai claims that he has only cooperated with Fang Yuan. He has revived after 1,000,000 years, aspiring to grow the Dragonman race once again. As for Qi Ancestor, he had once made an agreement with Fang Yuan. He went against Heavenly Court but changed his mind later when Lord Duke Long gave him half of the Qi Path true inheritance. During the Fate War, Qi Ancestor did not show up at all. It showed that Lord Duke Long had made a wise decision. I have a different opinion. Qi Ancestor can likely be Fang Yuan's disguise. In the past, we did not think of this because Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but now that we know about the secret of the sovereign immortal body, it is likely that Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level then and disguised himself as Qi Ancestor. Don't forget that during the Fate War, Fang Yuan destroyed the Qi Wall with a Qi Path method. His Qi Path method is called Unlimited Qi. It is the signature method of Qi Xiong of the Heaven, surveying 5 Xiongs in the past. But the Qi Path methods that Qi Ancestor used against Duke Long were very different from Unlimited Qi. It is quite unlikely that the two of them are the same person. But we cannot rule out this possibility. Speaking of which, Wu Shuai is much more suspicious than Qi Ancestor. He might not be a disguised Fang Yuan, he could simply be Fang Yuan's clone. As the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan definitely has a portion of Spectral Soul's foundation. And a method Spectral Soul excels in is creating split souls. That was how he created Shadow Sect single-handedly. The Immortals discussed among themselves. Qin Dingling was hesitant. She felt a huge headache. The Immortals had their own viewpoints. Nobody could convince the other. In the end, Qin Dingling had to make the decision after all. Qin Dingling thought about it for a while before sighing, "Everyone, listen to me. Fang Yuan has familiar face, he can disguise as different people. Even though we need to be wary of this, we cannot ignore other possibilities just because of our suspicions. Wu Shuai might be Fang Yuan's clone, Qi Si Ancestor might be Fang Yuan's disguise. These are possible truths. But at the same time, there is also the possibility that they are not that closely related to Fang Yuan. We cannot create enemies everywhere just because of this, forget about Wu Shuai, but for Qi Si Ancestor, we cannot give up on winning over Qi Si Ancestor just because of this possibility. Can't we try to make him an ally of Heavenly Court? Fang Zheng heard this as he hesitated and asked, Senior Qin wants to recruit Qi Si Ancestor. Qin Dingling nodded. Lord Duke Long has passed away while Feng Ju Ji betrayed us. Our Heavenly Court desperately needs a pseudo-venerable capable of holding the situation. In the past, Senior Duke Long used Primordial Origin's true inheritance to gain Qi Si Ancestor's friendship. Even though he did not agree to join us, he had not shown up during the Fate War either. The Immortals fell into silence. Qin Dingling's current plan was Duke Long's former plan. In the past, in order to repair Fate GU, Duke Long wanted Qi Si Ancestor to stay out of the conflict. But now? Heavenly Court needed someone with pseudo-venerable battle strength to support them. Currently, even though there was peace, the truth was that the rampaging Qi Tides and Heaven Path Dao marks were forcing most GU Immortals to stay inactive and recuperate from the damages caused. They could not take action. But once the Qi Tide subside and Fang Yuan manages to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, by then, the strongest person in Heavenly Court would be Qin Dingling. Could she resist the GU Immortals of the other 4 regions with ill intentions? Could she block Dai Zhongshan? Could she block Fang Yuan? Heavenly Court knew about this threat. In history, they had also recruited GU Immortals of the other 4 regions. The obvious example was Wanz Hong. This female immortal was once a demoness of Western Desert. Heavenly Court had recruited her to join them. As long as one was a human, Heavenly Court could be magnanimous towards them. I am not against winning Qi Si Ancestor over. But before that, we need to clarify his true relationship with Fang Yuan. That's what you say, but right now, Qi Si Ancestor might not even feel any threat from our Heavenly Court. Ha, I think that for him, the attraction of Primordial Origin's true inheritance surpasses everything. Fang Zheng volunteered. Currently, the conflict between Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai is our greatest opportunity. We can investigate and find out the truth from this. Of course, no matter the outcome, we cannot spare the GU Immortals of the 2 heavens. Since we already have Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord as our insider, I am willing to lead a group to Eastern Sea and exterminate these variant human GU Immortals. Fang Zheng was the current owner of Demon Judgment Board. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, with this board, he could fight against most rank 8 GU Immortals. Due to the influence of Qi Tides, the 5 regions GU Immortals could not move around. But Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were different. Most of them had phantom apertures. They were not restricted by this. Right as Fang Zheng spoke, another GU Immortal volunteered to join the group and head to Eastern Sea, in order to kill these variant human GU Immortals. Even though Heavenly Court lost, their motives and actions still followed the basis of defending humanity. Qin Dingling smiled. I got it. Why must we go to Eastern Sea? Wu Shuai is there right now. We can use him to probe Qi Si Ancestor's background. Let's go to the 2 heavens and exterminate those Grotto-Heaven forces. We will uproot the allied army of the 2 heavens from their bases. Chapter 1987. Qi Harvest Fruit. As he had expected, Heavenly Court really went ahead to deal with the 2 heavens alliance. Earlier, he had predicted that such a situation would occur. Those who live in a society have to follow its rules. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had to join the 2 heavens alliance. Otherwise, his Grotto-Heaven would be attacked until it was destroyed. But joining this force only helped to delay their own destruction. When the 5 regions counterattack, the 2 heavens alliance would break apart. There would be huge casualties. None of these allies would be spared. Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven would also face a calamity by then. From the start, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had made up his mind to defect to the 5 regions. This was for his own sake, and also the future of the entire Night Wolf Grotto-Heaven. Thus, he took a risk and went to approach Heavenly Court. As the situation progressed, Qi Ancestor went against Wu Shuai and Heavenly Court sent a secret group to attack the headquarters of the two Heavens variant humans. Since Night Heavenly Wolf Lord decided to defect, Heavenly Court's Qin Dingling sent him a secret letter asking him to be their spy and cooperate with Heavenly Court in this battle. Heavenly Court did not disappoint me after all. Even though they lost in the Fate War, despite everything, they still uphold the righteousness of humanity. They think for the whole of the human race without caring about sacrifices or benefits. Such grandness resonated with Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Because he was a human GU immortal. Compared to Heavenly Court's magnanimity, be they Qi Ancestor or Wu Yong, they were simply too petty. Even Northern Plains Longevity Heaven was the same. What was the mindset that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind? Hereditary monarchy. Even if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Longevity Heaven had no grudges, he would not go to an attempt to join them. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not hesitate, he immediately replied that he was willing to cooperate with Heavenly Court. According to their agreement, the moment Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor collide, Heavenly Court would use the chance to attack. If these two do not fight, then a month later, Heavenly Court would still take action. It will depend on Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor now. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord waited in anticipation. Other than Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, countless forces and GU Immortals were also paying attention to the situation in Eastern Sea. Southern Borders Wu Yong was one of them. If Qi Ancestor loses, the variant human forces will definitely expand their territory, they will develop rapidly like a growing snowball, they will become a huge threat to the 5 regions. If Wu Shuai loses, the variant human forces will gather together in a defensive manner, this will be good news to the humans of the 5 regions. But that is not what I want to see. Wu Yong was an ambitious person. He wanted the world to be chaotic, the more conflicts there were, the more opportunities he had to try to reap benefits from the situation, to strengthen himself until he reached the top of the world. Thus, he felt deep hatred towards the Qi Tides. Because of the Qi Tides, the 5 regions GU Immortals had to forcefully recuperate, he lost the chance to completely take down Heavenly Court. It was a real pity. Lord, Empress Wu Ji and the others have revived. What do we do now? At this time, Wu Biachong came to report the news. He was the second supreme elder of Wu clan, he was an old and experienced man. After Fate GU was destroyed, the most evident change was that revival methods became very easy to use. Earlier, GU Immortal seeds like Empress Wu Ji had died on Yitian Mountain. But now, Wu clan's GU Immortals revived them all. Wu Yong nodded, these people are the hope of our future, they have experienced ample setbacks and training as GU Masters. When they become GU Immortals, they will definitely be elite among their peers. Impart them the method of immortal ascension and make ample preparations, ensure there are enough resources. I want Wu clan to gain more than 10 GU Immortals in the next few years. Yes, Lord. Wu Biachong did not question this decision. In the future, during the 5 regions chaotic war, there would be a long-lasting struggle, it would not be settled quickly. By then, all of the different forces would need to compete using their foundation and long-term planning. There is another matter regarding Qi Path. Wu Biachong said as he handed Wu Yong an information path Mortal GU. Wu Yong looked into it and quickly browsed through the content. This information path Mortal GU contained the information of all sorts of Qi Path immortal materials, they had all appeared as a result of the Qi Tides. It seems that Qi Path is about to flourish again. Does this Qi Harvest fruit really have such great effects? Wu Yong sighed as he asked at the end. Wu Biachong nodded, currently, many GU Immortals have used it already, it is precisely so. This fruit is the essence of Qi Path and the fusion of the 5 regions Qi, it is not normal. By placing it into one's immortal aperture, it can turn into turbulent Qi flows that can hasten the transformation of the heaven and earth Qi. Whoever can get more Qi harvest fruits will be able to get through this period of inactivity more quickly. Then collect more of this immortal material. Also, sort out and make a list of the clan's inventory, collate a Qi Path inheritance. We are going to use it and try to cultivate Qi Path GU Immortals. Wu Yong instructed. Yes. Wu Biachong answered. Wu clan was specialized in Wind Path, they did not have much foundation in Qi Path. But such a huge force would naturally have accumulation in Qi Path to some extent. If they could put together many incomplete inheritances into a proper inheritance, they might be able to nurture 1 or 2 Qi Path GU Immortals. Of course, even if these GU Masters became Qi Path GU Immortals, they would not be promising in terms of future achievements. But since Wu clan had to make up for their deficiency in this aspect, these GU Masters could only sacrifice their future potential and become Qi Path GU Immortals. Southern Border, Luo Clan. 3 GU Immortals went deeply into Qiju Grotto-Heaven. I broke through. Luo Ran was excited. His skin tone was white and he had a cold expression. He was a Luo clan general famous in Southern Border, having peak rank 7 battle strength. When the entire world was resting and recuperating, Luo Ran secretly brought 2 GU Immortals from Luo clan and explored Qiju Grotto-Heaven. He did not care about the changes in his own immortal aperture. His hard work and efforts were not in vain. They finally broke through the difficulties and had a smooth journey ahead. As they explored deeper, they arrived at the center of Qiju Grotto-Heaven. To think that the Qi tides would cause a change in Qiju Grotto-Heaven, allowing us to progress more smoothly in here. Luo Muzi felt deep emotions about this. Let's hurry up, the Qi tides are rampaging in the world now. Qiju Grotto-Heaven will only stay concealed for a short period of time. We need to find Qiju's true inheritance before anyone else finds us. With this true inheritance, our Luo clan will be able to adapt to this great era and obtain the initiative. Luo Haozedi's eyes shined with bright light. Several days later. Eastern Sea. Qi Ancestor suddenly appeared, creating countless Qi waves that moved towards the headquarters of Eastern Sea Xie clan openly. Come! Wu Shuai sensed it from far away. He smiled as Dragon Palace moved. He controlled Di Zongsheng and fought bravely against the enemy. A huge battle that concerned the whole world erupted all of a sudden. Chapter 1988. Wu Shuai fights Qi Ancestor. With a thunderous sound, intense tremors filled heaven and earth. Endless Qi waves surged out. Dragon Palace shined with radiant lights as it retreated continuously. Qi Ancestor did not pursue it. Many layers of Qi waves stacked around his body, like an impenetrable fortress. Both sides fought for an entire day and night. They exchanged blows, but neither party could do anything to the other. All around the battlefield, countless eyes were watching. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and even lone Immortals came here to watch the fight. Naturally, there were also GU Immortals of the 2 heavens. Senior Qi Ancestor is truly powerful. His methods are grand and imposing. Wu Shuai's attacks all ended up useless. Hua Clan First Supreme Elder Hua Caiyun sighed to herself. Beside her, Qing Yuan said, but Wu Shuai is not to be underestimated. He merely has rank 7 cultivation level but is able to evenly match Qi Ancestor. Hua Caiyun sighed. Wu Shuai was reborn. He is also an old monster. The immortal GU House Dragon Palace that he controls is really powerful. If not for it, he would not be Qi Ancestor's match. While the two conversed, a loud dragon roar resounded. A huge demonic dragon that seemed like a mountain range appeared on the battlefield. It could be seen from a gigantic distance away. Oh heavens, such a terrifying giant dragon. This must be the #1 immemorial desolate beast in the world. This is Di Zongsheng. I am shocked just by simply watching it fight. I cannot muster any battle intent against it. I can't imagine how the GU Immortals fighting against it felt. Wu Shuai finally let out the evil dragon. This proves that Qi Ancestor has forced him to his limit. The following fight is the crucial part. All of the GU Immortals watching this fight were shocked. Many of them had not participated in the Fate War. They only watched it through the killer move everybody's vision. They saw the battle but did not experience it personally. Their personal experience now was naturally creating a different feeling. The evil dragon roared as it charged towards Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor snorted coldly, his voice reverberating over the surroundings. He clapped both hands as an immortal killer move was unleashed. Qi current surged like a tsunami. Zhongsheng charged forward, but as it crashed into the qi currents, its movement halted. Zhongsheng twisted its body and wanted to progress, but the qi currents were endless, the great power could not be defied, it was forcefully suppressed on the ground. Seeing this, the observing GU Immortals gasped. Qing Yuan, Hua Cai Yun, and Shen Songsheng cheered as expressions of joy appeared on their faces. As for Zhu Xiongxin and Junshen Guang, who were sent here by Heavenly Court, they became stunned, quickly looking at each other. Thinking about the Fate War, the two transformation path great experts of our Heavenly Court could not stop the rampaging evil dragon, they were suppressed by it. To think that Qi Ancestor is able to stop it. Junshen Guang was stunned. Zhu Xiongxin squinted, he assessed Qi Ancestor from afar. His information path methods had been used already, seeking to collect information from the entire battlefield as the fight progressed. Zhu Xiongxin analyzed, Qi Ancestor is an expert who fought evenly with Lord Duke Long, it is not strange that he can resist evil dragon Zhongsheng. But his new killer move seems to have some elements of the primordial Qi wall in it. Lord Duke Long once gave half of primordial origin's true inheritance to Qi Ancestor. To think that he has already innovated upon it after the Fate War had just ended to create a brand new Qi wall killer move. Junshen Guang blinked, does this mean that during the Fate War, Qi Ancestor was in closed cultivation to comprehend this new killer move? Zhu Xiongxin could not deny it, we cannot be sure yet. But at least for now, Qi Ancestor's methods are very different from the Qi path methods that Fang Yuan possesses. Saying this, Zhu Xiongxin sighed, Qi Ancestor's origin is too mysterious, he is too deeply concealed. We have not even found any past details about him. Beforehand, we could use the River of Time to trace his origin and find out his past identity. But after Fate Gu's destruction, the River of Time has become extremely dangerous, it is filled with vicious waves, even if a time path great expert enters, they will be in great danger, we cannot enter it anymore. Other than time path, there was still wisdom path. But regrettably, Fang Yuan destroyed the majority of the immortal graveyard while Fairy Ziwei defected to Spectral Soul, Heavenly Court faced an unprecedented lack of wisdom path experts. Boom! An overwhelming amount of Qi waves crashed down with heaven shaking might. The evil dragon roared, it tried to move its mountain-like body, but Qi Ancestor continued to suppress it from above. Qi Ancestor's moves gave an unrivaled atmosphere, his every action contained the power to overturn mountains and seas, the great evil dragon was not his match. The human GU Immortals cheered to themselves. At this moment, Qi Ancestor's reputation rose greatly in the 5 regions. When the 5 regions GU Immortals could not fight, when humanity was at its weakest, Qi Ancestor had emerged to resist and defeat the variant humans, this was really satisfying to all the human GU Immortals. This is the action of a true man. Even though Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not come personally, he had sent a Shi Clan GU Immortal to witness this battle themselves. Wu Yong was in southern border, upon seeing this, his heart sank as he pondered, when we attack Eastern Sea in the future, this Qi Ancestor will be a huge obstacle. Qin Dingling was guarding Heavenly Court with a complex emotion. In the past, Heavenly Court would be the one standing up during such situations, fighting on the front lines, but this time, Qi Ancestor took Heavenly Court's place and shouldered the expectations of the human race. Even though Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were still suspicious about Qi Ancestor's identity and his connection to Fang Yuan, after this battle, their impression towards him had undoubtedly improved greatly. While the human GU Immortals were feeling happy, the Two Heavens Alliance felt solemn, all the GU Immortals were fearful. How can this be? Even after using Zhongxing, we cannot turn the situation around. The humans are really strong. This is the foundation of the 5 regions, we chose to invade them so abruptly, we were simply too hasty. HMPH, even if we do not take action, these humans will still go after us. For the last few million years, they have been treating us variant humans like so. Indeed, we can only have any hope of surviving by taking the initiative. We cannot interfere in a battle of such a level, we can only hope that Lord Wu Shuai can claim victory. The variant human GU Immortals continued to converse, their expressions were grim as their gazes turned uncertain. There were many rank 8 GU Immortals among them. They had high cultivation and generally were characters of Ancestor level in their respective Grotto-Heavens. But after witnessing this terrifying battle, nobody dared to participate. "Qi Ancestor, you have been arrogant for too long." Right at this moment, Dragon Palace rose up. Shuai's voice came from within. The Immortals watched as Dragon Palace flew towards Qi Ancestor like an orange-gold meteor. Qi Ancestor's Qi current surged and blocked it, but the effect was mild. Dragon Palace rode the waves and advanced further, charging with great momentum. A Dream Path killer move was used, a trace of smoke shot towards Qi Ancestor. "Be careful!" Seeing this, many human GU Immortals shouted while feeling very anxious, despite knowing their voices could not reach the battlefield. Right now, Dream Path was invincible in the world. Qi Ancestor had to dodge the attack as he retreated. This time, Shuai gained the upper hand. The variant humans quickly became overjoyed while the human GU Immortals let out sighs of relief. Qi Ancestor was not hit by the Dream Path killer move. That was an ideal outcome. The battle between Qi Ancestor and Shuai concerned all of the GU Immortals in the world. Each clash shook people's souls. It would directly affect the future of the 5 regions. As the two sides continued to fight, the Immortals heard loud noises from the west. The loud sound came imposingly, with an unstoppable aura like a torrential flood. The GU Immortals heard this and quickly shifted their gazes. They saw that Qi tides were approaching the battlefield from far in the horizons. During this crucial battle, the Qi tides actually came to wreak havoc. "Quickly retreat. If we get hit by the Qi tides, our immortal apertures will tremor and result in lots of losses." What about this battle? The GU Immortals were stunned. This was an unexpected development. Junshan Guang's expression sank. "Oh no. Qi Ancestor is an Eastern Sea GU Immortal. He is restricted by the Qi tides. The situation will be severe." But Shuai is a new Dragonman GU Immortal. After the refinement path modification, he is less affected. This information came from Duke Long. During the Fate War, Duke Long secretly used Dragonman extermination but could not end Shuai's life. Back then, he specially told them about this. Humans are like dragons was the GU refinement method created by Duke Long. It could turn humans into dragonmen. The first generation dragonmen were created by this method. Heavenly Court had Duke Long's information and also the method humans are like dragons. They could easily deduce a portion of Shuai's foundation. Thus, when they learned that Shuai was leading the Two Heavens Alliance to invade Eastern Sea, they were not surprised that he could fight. Zhu Xiongxing gritted his teeth. "Qi tides are a Qi tide catastrophe. Qi Ancestor is a Qi path great expert. He definitely has an advantage in dealing with it compared to us. Now, let's see how he deals with this change. It will be the turning point of this battle. Qi Ancestor, even heaven is not helping you. Let's see how long you can last in the Qi tide." Shuai shouted excitedly. He moved Dragon Palace to assist the evil dragon as they attacked ferociously. This sight made the human GU Immortals grit their teeth as they retreated. Many prayed in their hearts, "Senior Qi Ancestor, you must persevere." At the next moment, Qi Ancestor laughed loudly. "Shuai, you fell for it. I was waiting for you to fall for the bait." As he said that, the Qi waves turned around. Like a blossoming flower returning to a bud, they encased Qi Ancestor and Dragon Palace before condensing into a dot, vanishing. In the battlefield, only evil dragon Di Zongsheng was left growling and roaring. What battlefield killer move is this? At the crucial moment, Senior Qi Ancestor actually trapped Shuai in a battlefield killer move. This is too amazing. So Qi Ancestor had been plotting all along. Shuai is trapped in a Qi path battlefield, isolated from the evil dragon. He is at a disadvantage now. That might not be true. Qi Ancestor's Qi path battlefield is going to face the rushing Qi tides. If the battlefield is destroyed, Qi Ancestor will suffer backlash. He might end up in a disadvantage too. Now, it will depend on whether Qi Ancestor is able to break into Dragon Palace first. If not, when his Qi Path battlefield is destroyed, Wu Shuai will gather with the evil dragon, Qi Si Ancestor will be in huge danger. The GU Immortals on both sides were very worried. They could not personally watch such a crucial battle. Not only that, they had to retreat away from the Qi tides, otherwise, their losses in the Immortal aperture would be huge. Right as everyone was thinking about the Qi Path battlefield and how intense the battle would be, Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were relaxing and drinking wine in Dragon Palace. Other than wine, there was also food. Fang Yuan's clone and his main body were in harmony, the atmosphere was relaxed. Wu Shuai clone gave the incomplete human seed to Fang Yuan's main body. After receiving it, Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai clone started to discuss their plans for the future. Chapter 1989. Demon Judgment Board Lord. Beside him was a female immortal of Heavenly Court. She was by Kang Shuai. She said with deep meaning, "Isn't that a good thing?" Besides them, Gu Fangjing was also here. These three Gu Immortals were currently inside Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. They were not in Central Continent, they had entered Immemorial Black Heaven. Gu Fangzheng's expression changed slightly. He knew the deeper meaning that Bai Kang Shuai was pointing out. He could not help but think back to the instructions and arrangements that Qin Dingling gave him before leaving Heavenly Court. You and Gu Fang Yuan were born together and counter each other. You are the arrangement of the Heavenly Tao. Even if Fang Yuan changes his body, this relationship will not change. Precisely so, you will lead the expedition this time, bring Prince Fengxian and Bai Kang Shuai to launch a sneak attack on the headquarters of the variant human Grotto-Heavens in the two heavens. Qin Dingling cultivated luck path. She placed great importance on Gu Fangjing, knowing that the lucks of Gu Fangjing and Fang Yuan were tightly connected. She could sense that they countered each other. And facts proved this. Qin Dingling's awakening, the discovery of the Dragonman Blessed Land, they were all variables that suppressed Fang Yuan. Right now, Heavenly Court lost in the Fate War, Duke Long died, Feng Ju betrayed them, the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed, while star constellations will had no response. The Great Heavenly Court was at its weakest moment for the last 1,000,000 years. Qin Dingling temporarily led Heavenly Court. She naturally had to make use of all the available strength to defend themselves and resist enemies. Thus, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the more focus Qin Dingling placed on Fangjing. In order to nurture Fangjing, Qin Dingling spared no expense on immortal materials. She even let him lead this expedition to train his leadership skill. Fangjing was not a youngster anymore. He knew that this was an unprecedented opportunity that was rarely seen in thousands of years. Even though Heavenly Court lost, their foundation was still unfathomable. With such a huge organization supporting him, he had to grasp it. Fangjing still had rank 7 cultivation level now. He had not reached the condition to join Heavenly Court, thus, his rank 7 blessed land was not handed over to them. The truth was, Qin Dingling needed him to grow stronger, thus, even when he becomes a rank 8 Gu Immortal in the future, as long as he still had room for improvement, Qin Dingling would not make him give up his Immortal aperture. After all, the Gu Immortal's growth would almost completely halt after getting a phantom aperture. Senior Bai is right. Currently, with Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai stuck in battle, it is our best opportunity to launch an attack. Let's go now. Gu Fangzheng spoke as he acted swiftly. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was immediately activated. It turned into a blood-colored meteor that pierced through the Grotto-Heaven wall with a loud sound, entering Great Wisdom Grotto-Heaven directly. The three Immortals in Demon Judgment Board looked at Great Wisdom Grotto-Heaven. It had a beautiful scenery of lush mountains and flowing rivers. Ink men lived here harmoniously. They had peaceful lives. There were many people here. It was a flourishing habitat. A thick blood-red light spread out rapidly from Demon Judgment Board, spreading throughout the world. The essence of an Immortal Gu house was Immortal Killer moves. It was constructed using Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu. According to the different Gu worms used, with different structures, Immortal Gu houses had their own specialties. Demon Judgment Board had great might. It showed a solid performance during the Fate War. It was able to fight directly and managed to survive the war. This showed that Demon Judgment Board was one of the top rank 8 Immortal Gu houses in the world. At this moment, Demon Judgment Board was unleashing an information path ability that had not been used in the Fate War. Wherever the blood red light went, all sorts of information gathered into Demon Judgment Board like a waterfall, before entering the minds of the three Immortals. Prince Feng frowned, showing a look of hatred and disgust. The ink men here actually captured humans secretly and exploited them as slaves. They truly deserve death. These variant humans should all die. Let's kill these ones here and soul search them first. But Bai Shuai shook her head. These are just mortals. Even if we soul search them, they would not know many secrets of the higher-ups. We should give them a taste of their own medicine. Let's enslave them all and sell them as slaves in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not only can we replenish Heavenly Court's reserves with this, it can also display the authority of our Heavenly Court. Fang frowned on the inside. He had once lived for many years in Lang Ya Blessed Land with the hairy men due to Fang Yuan. He experienced the culture of the variant humans. Even though these ink men treated humans as slaves, he was still unwilling to kill the innocent. But Fang did not rebuke the two Immortals. Instead he said, these mortal ink men are not important. The key now is to rapidly kill the Inkman GU Immortals here. Let's take a look at this list of the Demon Judgment Board. A new list on the Demon Judgment Board appeared. The names of the Inkman GU Immortals inside Great Wisdom Grotto-Heaven were clearly written on it. Let's go! Fang shouted resolutely, activating Demon Judgment Board. They followed the connection to rapidly find the closest Inkman GU Immortal. This Inkman GU Immortal had already sensed something amiss. He secretly went to gather with the other Inkman GU Immortals. Seeing the approaching Demon Judgment Board, he flew desperately, but how could his speed match a rank 8 Immortal GU house? With a pitiful cry, this Inkman GU Immortal was directly killed by the charging Immortal GU house. Blood red light captured his soul. It was brought to the three Immortals. The three Immortals quick led you soul search to gain lots of precious information. Within this great wisdom Grotto-Heaven, there were many Inkmen and cities. The biggest city was at the center of the Grotto-Heaven. It had the largest number of Inkman GU Immortals gathered there. Of course, at this moment, there were still a few Inkman GU Immortals scattered outside. Demon Judgment Board Lord, what do we do now? Bai Shuai asked Fang. Fang did not hesitate. We will immediately attack that immortal city. Demon Judgment Board tore through the sky with outstanding speed, reaching the immortal city in a moment's time. During this period, the Inkman GU Immortals of the Grotto-Heaven had already gathered. Heavenly Court! We have no grudges with each other, but you launched a sneak attack on us. Can you still consider yourself righteous? Within the immortal city, an Inkman GU Immortal shouted. Prince Feng laughed heartily. Heavenly Court upholds the justice of humanity. Your entire Inkman group is full of evil demons. You deserve to be purged by everyone. What's the point of arguing with them? Fang acted more directly than Prince Feng. He sent Demon Judgment Board to crash down on them. The Inkman GU Immortals gritted their teeth and shouted, then you will have a taste of our great wisdom Grotto-Heaven's main formation. At once, fog appeared and dyed the sky pitch black. Demon Judgment Board entered the fog and could not find its directions. It was completely trapped. Not only that, the dense black fog was seeking to infiltrate the immortal GU House Demon Judgment Board. Fang did not fluster. He first tried to use killer moves to probe it. Lumps and lumps of blood flames spread out. Wherever they went, black fog dispersed, but soon, the black fog seemed to have adapted. It devoured the blood flames aggressively. Fang tried to attack several times, but he failed each time. Demon Judgment Board flew around the place but could not find any opening. It could not fly out of the black fog. After thinking for a while, Fang used the strongest method in Demon Judgment Board, causing wanton destruction everywhere. After a few minutes, a large amount of immortal essence was expended. Fang saw the black fog dispersing as they saw daylight again. But the immortal city was already blown to bits. The surrounding 1,000 li were in ruins. Countless life forms died from Demon Judgment Board's attacks. The defending Inkman GU Immortals were mostly dead. Only one was still alive, holding his final breath. He looked at Demon Judgment Board with a gaze of deep hatred. He gritted his teeth. How laughable! The Great Heavenly Court is actually using blood path methods. You slaughtered these innocent people with no sense of guilt in your heart. You are truly the most vile demons of the demonic path. Prince Feng snorted coldly, replying in disdain, blood path is only a method. When used on you, it shows humanity's righteousness. The owner of our great wisdom Grotto-Heaven will not let you off. The Inkman Gu Immortal said before dying. It's over? The person who caused this situation and claimed victory, Fang Zheng, stared with wide eyes in disbelief. Bai Shuai knew how he felt. She smiled, bored lord, you think this is the fate war, where intense fighting would happen that persists for months. Fang Zheng heard this and had a realization. He sighed, so that's it. The fate war was at the peak of the world in terms of battle strength. After Fang Zheng participated in it personally, his impression of fights between Gu Immortals was elevated to a great degree. Right now, he was fighting against rank 6 and 7 Inkman Gu Immortals using the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. He realized it was so easy. It was too simple. Then, what do we do now, Board Lord? Prince Feng asked. Fang Zheng pondered before answering. Right now, the owners of these variant human Grotto-Heavens are with Shuai in Eastern Sea. Since we already won this fight here, we still have time to attack the other Grotto-Heavens. This assault is a great chance, we need to make good use of it. Senior Bai Shuai, stay here, guard the place and collect our loot. For the sake of the ordinary ink men, Fang Zheng did not let the more racist and violent Prince Feng stay here. He chose Bai Shuai. Bai Shuai and Prince Feng looked at each other, seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Fang Zheng's performance as the leader of this trip was quite commendable. Be it his decisions or mindset, he was dependable and had the aura of a great general. Then I will stay here. Please be careful yourselves. Bai Shuai expressed. Fang Zheng nodded with a solemn expression. Senior, don't worry, I will not underestimate the enemies. I have not forgotten the most important point, that is the actions of Shuai's force. Bai Shuai felt relieved upon hearing these words. They took their leave. Eastern Sea. The Qi tide had just subsided. The Dragon Palace with a damaged appearance crashed into Xia clan's headquarters. Oh, Lord Shuai is back. What was the result of the battle? Lord Alliance Leader, you got injured? The variant human Gu Immortals entered Dragon Palace. They saw Shuai, who had a pale expression and was covered in bloodstains. Qi Ancestor is formidable. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Shuai coughed out mouthfuls of blood. The variant human Gu Immortals were pale, overwhelmed by fear and panic. Shuai snorted coldly. Don't worry, I used up a major portion of human C and unleashed human path methods. The Qi Ancestor is also severely injured. The variant human Gu Immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out the battle had ended in a draw. Right at this time, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's expression changed as she cried out in alarm, oh no! My Great Wisdom Grotto-Heaven was attacked, it is in imminent peril. Chapter 1990. Shuai's healing. Soon, they reacted to the news. We need to save them, these are our headquarters. Great Wisdom, do you know who invaded your Grotto-Heaven? Heavenly Court. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had a dark expression, gritting her teeth in hatred. The invading Gu Immortals used Demon Judgment Board. It is a Heavenly Court rank 8 Immortal Gu house. This cannot be faked. HMPH, so it is Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court is simply too shameless. They actually attacked without a proper declaration of war. Heavenly Court is an organization made by demons to begin with. The past primordial origin Immortal Venerable was the biggest demon in the world, far beyond Fang Yuan in fact. These are the records that our races have clearly left behind. While the Immortals berated Heavenly Court, there was a sudden sound as Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Shuai as she called, Lord Alliance Leader, please help us uphold justice. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knew in her heart that she had no ability to save it. Just that rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board alone was an obstacle. That was not including the hidden Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu Immortals in Demon Judgment Board. Shuai acknowledged her words, Great Wisdom, no need to worry, stand up first. He seemed to have a livid expression, but he did not find this strange at all. Heavenly Court's actions were within his expectations. During the 500 years of his previous life, Heavenly Court had similarly done such an invasion. Wu Shuai said resolutely and solemnly, "Great wisdom is one of us. Now that great wisdom Grotto-Heaven is attacked by Heavenly Court, we need to save it. Not only that, we need to take revenge for the damage that Heavenly Court has caused to great wisdom Grotto-Heaven. We will not let this go." "Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother felt relieved. She stood up shakily. She already had the appearance of an old woman. At this moment, she looked even more pitiful as she asked, "When will we set off?" Wu Shuai pondered, "This is a huge matter. We need to make plans first. We cannot panic and lose our rationality. We need to save Great Wisdom Grotto-Heaven, but we also need to defend our Eastern Sea Xia clan territory. Even though I fought evenly against Qi Si Ancestor this time, Eastern Sea's righteous path will not let this go. They will retaliate. We worked hard to gain this territory. We must defend the fruits of our labor. Thankfully, we did not use any Merman earlier. In the following battle, the Merman Imperial Court can support us secretly as spies." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up from the crowd at this moment, reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, "I am willing to defend Xia clan's headquarters. If the Eastern Sea Righteous Path attacks, I will do my best to defend this place. They will not pass until I die." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were very heroic and grand, but in his heart, he was trying to avoid conflicting with Heavenly Court. There were many variant human GU Immortals with similar thoughts. They all sighed now. They had been too slow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made a move before them. Among them, some of the variant human GU Immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt happy internally. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch defended the base, they would definitely be chosen to stay with him. After all, he could not defend the location alone. "Very good." Wu Shuai nodded. He looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with admiration. "Ice Crystal, you are very strong and have a vigilant nature. You are a powerful general in our alliance. I will be assured if you are defending it. After I recover from my injuries, you will defend Xia clan's territory for me." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard this and became anxious. "You all are talking so much, but why is nobody talking about the departure timing?" She started to urge again, "Lord Alliance Leader, fellow allies, there is no time. Great Wisdom Grotto-Heaven's crisis is at hand. We need to save it immediately." Wu Shuai sighed. "After this battle against Qi Si Ancestor, not only are my injuries severe, the healing is very troublesome. I need a lot of immortal materials to heal my physical body. The reason is because my Dragonman body is different from Duke Long. I modified it and innovated upon the original version. When refining this body, I used a lot of rare immortal materials and paid a huge price. My healing will also require the same cost. Regrettably, I lack a lot of immortal materials now. I need to make purchases in Treasure Yellow Heaven." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had also heard rumors regarding the humans are like dragons method. She did not suspect his words as she asked, "May I ask Lord Alliance Leader how many immortal materials you require to heal your injuries?" "We can provide it." Wu Shuai listed out the materials for her. After hearing his words, all the variant human GU Immortals took in sharp breaths. The price was too huge. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was tongue-tied as she gasped, to think that Lord Alliance Leader's body is so valuable and expensive. Wu Shuai smiled but did not speak. He only glanced towards GU Tribe's leader. GU Tribe's leader immediately said, "I can testify for this. Many of my people have turned into dragon men. We expended far more immortal materials than this." This was a lie, but GU Tribe's leader and Wu Shuai were very close. Because he was an Eastern Sea rank 8, his words carried huge trustworthiness. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had naturally suspected that Wu Shuai was extorting them, but she did not dare to question him. The situation was not within her control. After hesitating for a while, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother gritted her teeth as she said with difficulty, "Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to fund and contribute the immortal materials to help you recover quickly." The variant human GU Immortals quickly took action, gathering the immortal materials. Wu Shuai accepted the immortal materials but shook his head. "Even with all the immortal materials, I need at least 3 days and 2 nights to heal." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard his words and almost fainted on the spot. She was extremely anxious. She was about to speak, but Wu Shuai waved his hand. She could not say anything. Because at the next moment, Wu Shuai added, "As the Alliance leader, no matter which of your headquarters get attacked, I will definitely save them. Heavenly Court is our common enemy. But the situation is indeed tough now. How about this? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance leader, lead a group of people to save them in Black Heaven first. Try your best to preserve the foundation of great wisdom Grotto-Heaven." What? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes, showing a difficult expression. To think that this matter still ended up being delegated to him, he quickly thought about it but found that he could not refuse. He gritted his teeth. "I will go. But I am too weak and powerless. I do not want to ruin the expedition. I would like to borrow Lord Alliance Leader's Dragon Palace. With it, I can definitely complete my mission." But Wu Shuai shook his head. "I cannot lend Dragon Palace. I need it to heal my injuries." "Is that so?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to speak. But Wu Shuai's expression changed as he said grimly, "Everyone, the situation is urgent now. We cannot talk about it further. Great Wisdom Grotto-Heaven is only the first target. Will your Grotto-Heavens remain untouched? You need to save yourselves. Were I not the Alliance leader, when faced with this situation, would you surrender to them? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, I order you to go save them immediately. You can choose 5 people here to go with you." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. He could only lower his head and accept the order. He chose 5 GU Immortals from among the people here. They were all rank 8 GU Immortals. These were all leaders of forces close to him. There was no choice. Resisting Heavenly Court to save Great Wisdom Grotto-Heaven was too dangerous. He did not want to get into trouble from internal strife. However, right when they were about to move out, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suddenly froze as she said dejectedly, "It's too late. My Great Wisdom Grotto-Heaven has been completely taken down by Heavenly Court." The GU Immortals gasped in unison. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother fell to the ground as she knelt before Wu Shuai, sobbing, "Please take revenge for me, Lord Alliance Leader. My tribe has been doing its best to collect the fragments of the Qiankuan crystal wall. We have more than 50% now. If we can find another 10%, we will be able to excavate the racial inheritance of our Inkman race." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly exposed the racial inheritance of her tribe. The intention was obvious. She was trying to use benefits to lure Wu Shuai. After hearing about the racial inheritance, the other GU Immortals' eyes started to shine. At this moment, another GU Immortal shouted in panic, "Oh no, my Grotto-Heaven is being attacked by Heavenly Court. Quick, quick! Go and save it!" Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch imposingly. "This is an urgent matter, aren't you setting off?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He brought a number of GU Immortals to return to immemorial Black Heaven. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and another pitiful GU Immortal went back to reinforce the invaded Grotto-Heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest also went there. Within Dragon Palace, less than half the GU Immortals were left. The remaining GU Immortals had ugly expressions. Most of them were shell-shocked. After all, they could be the next target at any time. Wu Shuai ignored them. He ordered them to defend Xia Clan's base as he shut the door of Dragon Palace, attending to his injuries. "These variant human GU Immortals are truly not our match, he. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was among the GU Immortals. He was the only person here who had peace of mind. All these Grotto-Heaven GU Immortals don't have any interaction during normal times. They even guard against each other and think that they should keep more secrets to themselves. With such precaution against each other, how can they make any change? Even if they work together, they are still a disunited bunch. My decision to join Heavenly Court was right after all." After this matter, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was even more sure of his intention to work for Heavenly Court. After parting with the Immortals, he secretly informed Heavenly Court of this expedition. Wu Shuai had created the Two Heavens Alliance Agreement. There were restrictions upon it naturally. But the information path Dao marks on Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had already been removed by Zhu Xiongxin and the others. Thus, even though he was a traitor, no backlash had occurred. In Heavenly Court Central Great Hall, Qin Dingling soon received news of this. She thought about it but did not inform Eastern Sea's righteous path. Instead she told Fang. Fang was already about to take down the second Grotto-Heaven. The remaining GU Immortals in the Grotto-Heaven were still well hidden. Fang was anxious to find them. After thinking about it, he decided to ask Prince Fengxian to stay here and clean up the situation. He would bring Demon Judgment Board to the third Grotto-Heaven and assault it. At the same time, Eastern Sea, Qi Ancestor had a pale expression. He sat at the main seat as he looked at Xia Ruiji and the rest. The representatives of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces were all here. Qi Ancestor looked at Xia Ruiji as he asked, "In this battle, I had the upper hand at first, but that Shuai actually managed to use a human path method. This method was very powerful. It could create countless flying human figures. According to Shuai, this is the foundation of your Xia clan. Is it an artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth?" Chapter 1991. Ancestor is righteous and mighty. After a while, he answered vigilantly, reporting to Ancestor, "My Xia clan was indeed creating an artificial human path secluded domain. It is called Human Sea. But this secluded domain does not have any offensive power. The reason why we created it was to deal with the future chaos and have a method to revive our Xia clan GU Immortals." Xia Ruiji spoke vaguely, but he did not lie. The reason why Xia clan was creating Human Sea was to revive their GU Immortals. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan remembered that when Xia clan's GU Immortals died outside, they were not truly dead. They could revive from Human Sea. Although their immortal GU and immortal apertures accumulations would be lost, they would still retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea Xia clan gained a huge reputation because of this. For the following period of time, they invaded Southern Border. Southern Border's GU Immortals fought against Xia clan. Over time, they learned about Xia clan's background and foundation. Eventually, Chai clan mimicked Human Sea and created their own human mountain secluded domain. Qi Ancestor stroked his beard. "It seems that the reason why Shuai led the two heavens GU Immortals to invade your Xia clan was because of this Human Sea secluded domain." All of the present Xia clan GU Immortals looked at each other. Xia Ruiji frowned as he muttered, "Was my Xia clan invaded because information got leaked and the allure of the Human Sea secluded domain caused enemies to attack? But this Human Sea secluded domain has not been completed yet." Qi Ancestor had a grim expression. "If Shuai did not have a complete Human Sea secluded domain, does that mean that after he completes it, he will have an actual Human Sea and his human path killer move will be even stronger?" Xia Ruiji smiled. "Ancestor, don't worry. The creation of Human Sea originated from an ancestor of my clan. It was refined by generations of descendants. Shuai does not know of its profundity. If he tries to complete it, Human Sea will only dwindle and shrink." Qi Ancestor shook his head. "Shuai is an old monster of the past. He made use of Fang Yuan's power to revive successfully. This person is too scheming and crafty. He takes action with certainty. Each time he strikes, he is resolute and will always make great gains. Since he knew about your Xia clan's Human Sea secluded domain, he might also know a way to complete it." Xia Ruiji's smile became more forced. "This possibility is not likely. Only the top 3 supreme elders of my clan know about the creation method of Human Sea. Right now, they are all here. Don't tell me we have a traitor among us." Qi Ancestor sighed. "It might not be a traitor. Don't forget that Shuai controls Dragon Palace, which has Dream Path killer moves. He might have targeted you in your dreams." This? Xia Ruiji's smiling expression froze entirely. If it were any other path, Xia Ruiji would still feel some confidence. But against Dream Path methods, he could not be certain. "Lord Xia Ruiji, friends from Xia clan." At this time, a Tang clan GU Immortal spoke. "Should you still be hiding it? You should tell us the creation method of Human Sea. Let us refer to it and find out a weakness of Shuai's human path method." Xia clan's GU Immortals were stunned. The creation method of Human Sea was the deepest foundation of Eastern Sea Xia clan. How could they expose it like this? Tang clan's GU Immortal was merely after Human Sea himself. Tang clan's member chuckled. "Pardon my words, but friends from Xia clan, what are you still waiting for? Your territory has been lost. You want to create a brand new human sea secluded domain from scratch. Do you know what the most important thing is now? When Ancestor and Shuai fought, it ended in a draw because of that human path killer move. As long as we can deduce this human path killer move, would we have to fear Shuai and his army? By then, wouldn't you get back your homeland? Xia clan's GU Immortals gritted their teeth in anger. Tang clan was an Eastern Sea super force. They bordered Xia clan and had much conflict in usual times. Thus, they decided to make things difficult for Xia clan at this moment. However, even though they were causing problems intentionally, their words made sense. This was something even Xia clan's GU Immortals had to admit. Xia Ruiji thought about it before making up his mind. The method to create human sea is our Xia clan's secret. We will not announce it publicly. I am only willing to contribute this human path essence to Ancestor alone. Qi Ancestor got injured from fighting Shuai. Xia clan's hopes were all on Qi Ancestor now. Because the two heavens were led by Shuai, Eastern Sea only had Qi Ancestor able to resist the evil dragon and dragon palace collectively. Xia Ruiji was trying to gain Qi Ancestor's favor now. He was making plans for his own clan. But Qi Ancestor shook his head. I am only asking this to confirm the situation. Your Xia clan can keep this human sea creation method. I have no foundation in human path. Even if I get it, I cannot deduce Shuai's methods. Xia Ruiji became anxious and wanted to speak, but Qi Ancestor waved his hand to interrupt. Xia clan does not have to worry. Shuai is a dragonman. The Two Heavens Alliance is also made up of mostly variant humans. They are public enemies of the 5 regions. If they invaded the other 4 regions, so be it, but they chose Eastern Sea after all, so as a human, I will resist these variant humans with all my effort. Ancestor is righteous and mighty. The GU Immortals present called out in unison. Qi Ancestor added, but now, I have injuries from the battle. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. As for Shuai, his injuries are more severe. He will not take action during this period of time. There is no need to worry. Qi Ancestor paused before continuing. When I recover, I will need you all to cooperate and gather an army to fight against the Two Heavens Alliance. We will listen to Ancestor. With Ancestor leading us, Eastern Sea has nothing to worry. Without Ancestor, Eastern Sea would have suffered great losses already. It is truly Eastern Sea's blessing to have Ancestor defending it. This is the blessing of the people. The Eastern Sea GU Immortals continued to flatter him without stopping. But Xia Ruiji had a worried expression. He and Xia clan's members were currently homeless. During this period, they could not reclaim Xia clan's territory. Where were they going to go now? Qi Ancestor smiled lightly. Before we attack, friends from Xia clan, you may stay in Qi as guests. Xia clan's GU Immortals instantly became overjoyed. Xia Ruiji cupped his fists and thanked. Xia clan will remember Ancestor's warm hospitality. We will definitely repay you in the future. The other clan's GU Immortals looked at Xia clan's GU Immortals with different expressions now. Other than disdain and sympathy, they also felt envious and jealous. Was this Xia clan's fortune after a disaster? They were able to stay closely with Qi Ancestor. As time passes, their relationship would deepen. They would be able to gain the backing of a great expert. If they knew the truth, who knew what expression they would show? After finishing their discussion, Qi Ancestor went to recuperate in closed cultivation. The other Eastern Sea GU Immortals also went back to their bases to make preparations for the upcoming battle. Mermaid Lian Kuxin was feeling nervous at the moment. The Merman Imperial Court had already joined the Two Heavens Alliance, but Shuai did not expose their identity. They were currently spies sent to gather information. Feeling the cold breeze in the sky, Lian Kuxin calmed down slowly as sorrow emerged in her heart. Now it seems that Eastern Sea will be peaceful for this period of time without any fighting. But this is the calm before the storm. Sigh, during the battle in the future, I wonder what action my Merman Imperial Court should take. Lian Kuxin was one of the 3 immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She had high status and authority, but now she felt helpless and fearful. The 5 regional walls vanished, everyone knew that the 5 regions were going to become chaotic and turbulent. But the chaos had just started. Lian Kushin already felt like she was in treacherous waters, her future was bleak and dark, she could not see the light or hope of survival. If she was careless, then the entire Merman Imperial Court would even get completely devoured. After hearing the report, Shen Songsheng learned of Qi Si Ancestor's decision. It seems that Eastern Sea is currently led by Qi Si Ancestor after all. Shen Songsheng sighed, if Ancestor Shen Shong returned, it would be different. Letting a secluded cultivator lead the entire righteous path. Shen Songsheng shook his head. He had ambition, he wanted Shen Clan to be the overlord of Eastern Sea, as the #1 force. Different from the other righteous path clans, Shen Clan had Shen Shong, he was someone who could compete with Qi Si Ancestor. But Shen Shong's whereabouts were unknown. Shen Clan had searched for him with full effort but they made no discoveries. Shen Songsheng felt a huge headache regarding this. Oh Ancestor, where in the world are you? At the same time. Divine Emperor City, Painting Path World. Hong Yi and Yi Fan walked side by side on the bustling street. At the corner of an alley, a group of muscular men surrounded a person as they kicked and punched. Stop! Hong Yi could not watch anymore, he quickly stopped them. After seeing the situation, Yi Fan was also furious. Are you guys really hitting him? So many of you are bullying one beggar. The group of muscular men turned around. Stupid kids, don't meddle in others' affairs. This lunatic is courting death, he scared my young master's precious horse to death, my clan's young master also fell to the ground. We will not rest until we beat him to death. Hong Yi sighed, you went overboard. Boom boom boom. Hong Yi and Yi Fan made their move, the group of muscular men were sent scrambling and escaping. The beggar was curled up on the ground, he was covered in bruises, his body shivered as he muttered nonsensical phrases. He really is insane. Hong Yi sighed. Sigh, even if he is crazy, he is still human. He did not mean to scare the horse, right? Yi Fan also felt some pity. Come, let's help him, we can't leave him here like this. The two brought the beggar into a secluded alley as they got him a few buns, placing it beside him. After that, they left. What they did not know was, after they left, the beggar regained his sanity. Where am I? Damn it, the black fire wreaked havoc, I went mad again. This beggar was the person that Shen Clan had been desperately trying to find, Shen Shong. Chapter 1992. Foundational Pillar of Human Path. Wow! This is the world inside the painting. It is incredible. Everything seems so real. Sun Yao's body shook as her vision widened. After entering the painting, she could not help but shout in amazement. The surrounding people looked towards this young lady with perplexed gazes. But Sun Yao did not notice it, her eyes were wide open and shining as she looked around, filled with curiosity and excitement. Sun Yao was a Spirit Affinity House GU Master, she was chosen as a GU Immortal seed by the sect and was given much assistance. Spirit Affinity House's original nominee was Feng Jin Huang, but because of Feng Ju Ji's betrayal, Qin Dingling hesitated. Spirit Affinity House thus changed their nominee, Sun Yao took over Feng Jin Huang's position. However, the sect's nurturing was different from what she expected. Spirit Affinity House only told Sun Yao about the background of this painting before sending her in. Sun Yao moved around the different shops on the streets, having a lot of fun. She had grown up in Spirit Affinity House, she only had senior brothers or sisters around her, they were all cultivators and according to the rules of the sect, they did not interact with the outside world very much. Everything that happened here was very exciting and interesting to her. She spent Primeball stones to buy many sticks of candy, she ate them as she looked around. She saw paper-cutting artists in the alleys, where pieces of red paper were quickly transformed with scissors into lifelike butterflies and flowers. She went into the theater to enjoy the opera, she saw the people with their painted faces, their exaggerated dresses, and their long, high-pitched singing. She stopped at a corner of the street and saw two strong men putting up a performance of smashing rocks on their chest. Suddenly, she was tapped on the shoulder. Sun Yao turned around and saw a young man, with a squarish face and an honest appearance. Before Sun Yao could open her mouth, this young man with an honest and righteous air smiled sheepishly and said, "Are you from the 10 great ancient sects?" Sun Yao suddenly stared with wide eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother, you too." The young man then nodded his head and introduced himself with cupped fists, "I am Chen Diejiang of Wind Cloud Manor." "So it's senior brother Chen." Sun Yao was shocked. She returned the greeting in succession. Chen Diejiang was the current generation #1 disciple of Wind Cloud Manor. Sun Yao had already learned of his name before this. Sun Yao had the feeling of seeing a celebrity. When Chen Diejiang had first gained fame, she was nothing more than a follower of Feng Jin Huang. Like Sun Yao, Chen Diejiang was a recommended candidate from Wind Cloud Manor and was sent to the world of the painting. The two of them met in a strange place, and even though it was only the first time they met, there was a natural closeness between them. "Senior brother Chen, I wonder what other arrangements the sect has made by sending us here for training?" Sun Yao inquired. Chen Diejiang shook his head, "I don't know anything about that either. I originally thought that by entering here, I would be able to get guidance on the next step of my cultivation. I didn't expect that the sect would not have any arrangements." The two of them had a fruitless conversation and decided to travel in companionship. "Give me some food, please. Our mother hasn't eaten for 3 days. Please give some money, please help us. My father is gone. I am selling myself to raise money for his funeral. I beg for your help." The two wandered aimlessly into a street, but all they saw were starving people. There were many yellow-skinned people leaning on the corner wall. Many people were begging, cupping their hands or holding up broken bowls. Pedestrians on the street, on the other hand, were in a hurry and avoided them, rarely stopping to give alms to anyone. "How is this happening? They are just 2 streets apart." Sun Yao was greatly surprised when she saw this scene. Chen Diejiang analyzed, "This is the painting world of Divine Emperor City. Every major scene that happened in the history of Emperor City is merged into one painting. It looks like this is what happened in Emperor City during one of the famine disasters of history." Sun Yao couldn't help but overflow with sympathy. "Senior brother Chen, even though they are only people in the painting and not real existences, they are so pitiful, I still want to help them." Chen Diejiang was impressed by Sun Yao's words. He smiled readily. "This might sound funny, but I also have the same idea. Why don't the two of us act together?" "Awesome!" Sun Yao jumped at the chance and agreed to do so. The two of them contributed money and effort, not only giving out Primebal stones, but also purchasing porridge, buns, and other food to deliver to these beggars. "Kind people. Thank you, benefactors, we will never forget your act of kindness. Benefactors, please allow me to follow you too in return for your kindness." The people in distress were grateful and appreciative. Just then, a shrill voice cut in, "What are you guys doing?" When Sun Yao and Chen Diejiang turned their heads, they saw a GU master wearing a white robe with a jade belt at his waist. His posture was as straight as a sword, an air of arrogance could be felt between his brows as he walked towards them. "So it's brother Xiao Qixing of Spirit Butterfly Valley?" Chen Diejiang greeted with cupped fists. Sun Yao gasped. Xiao Qixing was also a well-known figure. She said in a panic, "Spirit Affinity House's Sun Yao greets brother Xiao." Xiao Qixing sized up Sun Yao. "Are you the candidate of Spirit Affinity House this time? It seems that Feng Jin Huang has indeed been suppressed. This is not surprising at all. Her father has openly betrayed Heavenly Court. This outcome is only natural." As soon as this was said, Sun Yao frowned. Senior sister Feng wouldn't care about these things. She is indeed arrogant. Pity, what a pity, a fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken." Xiao Qixing revealed a mocking smile. "You guys are actually helping these beggars again? They're not real people, why are you doing this for?" "No reason, we just feel like helping them." Chen Diejiang smiled. Sympathy." Xiao Qixing shook his head in disdain. "That means you don't know the importance of this journey, you're wasting your time here." "Oh." Chen Diejiang's eyes lit up. "What does brother Xiao know?" Xiao Qixing looked at Chen Diejiang. "There is no harm in telling you, this painting world is so vivid because it is the effect of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's contented lifestyle killer move. We were all nominated by our sects to be trained by Heavenly Court and sent here for further nurturing. As I'm sure you've noticed, there are also GU masters cultivating here, but they cultivate mainly human path. What the sect wants is for us to cultivate human path. We will strive to ascend to become immortal using human path as our main path. Although this world is not real, the cultivation of human path is not fake. All the human path GU worms we get from here can also be taken outside and used. So that's how it is. Sun Yao's eyes widened, but soon she expressed some doubt. But why didn't the sect tell me? Chen Dajiang, on the other hand, simply asked, where did Brother Xiao learn about this inside information? Xiao Qixing smiled slightly. He puffed out his chest and said proudly, even Spirit Butterfly Valley has not informed me of this inside information. I had gone to ask my great-grandfather to find out. Chen Dajiang nodded understandingly. Seeing that Sun Yao was still puzzled, he explained, Brother Xiao has a noble status and a wealth of knowledge. His great-grandfather is Lord Gu Immortal Xiao Bai Hong. Oh, so that's how it is. Sun Yao's gaze towards Xiao Qixing changed again. All right, I have to head to the military base now and join the city guards. I've already investigated it. Only city guards can get Soldier GU, Sergeant GU, Lieutenant GU, Captain GU, and others. These human path GU worms are very useful. They can build a strong foundation in our human path cultivation. We should go together. We can take care of each other. Xiao Qixing suggested again. But Chen Dajiang shook his head. Brother Xiao, go first. I'm not done helping the beggars here. Xiao Qixing looked at Chen Dajiang and nodded. You're still the same as before, so what about you? He looked at Sun Yao. Sun Yao hesitated and shook her head as well. No, Senior Brother Xiao, I plan to help Senior Brother Chen. Ha ha. Xiao Qixing laughed as he showed a smile with deep meaning. Then I will not disturb the two of you in your good work. He left straight away, laughing coldly in his heart. These two idiots have no idea what kind of opportunities they are missing out on. Xiao Qixing could not help but recall the words that his great-grandfather had instructed him. Oh Qixing, this trip into the painting world is an unimaginably great opportunity. If possible, you can even inherit Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and become the Lord of Divine Emperor City. You must do your best to grasp this opportunity. Remember, you must hurry up. You are only the first batch of candidates. Heavenly Court will also arrange for some rank 6 GU Immortals to enter next. These people are also elites that Heavenly Court is focusing on nurturing, but the chi tides have not settled yet and they are all still resting and recuperating. After you enter the painting world, you will have to race against time and try to establish an early advantage so that you can deal with those GU Immortal opponents in the future. Don't be afraid, these GU Immortals can only follow the rules in the painting world. Inside it, Immortals and Mortals are basically equals. Xiao Qixing's heart beat rapidly every time he recalled these words. This was an unparalleled opportunity. Of course he wanted to grasp it. Sun Yao and Chen Dajiang did not know the inside story, so Xiao Qixing wanted to coax them to help himself out. It was a pity that these two actually wanted to do good deeds. They were really not qualified to work with him. Xiao Qixing saw through this and was unwilling to waste precious time and energy on them. We brought steamed buns and porridge. Eat slowly and don't choke. Sun Yao placed a bowl of porridge and steamed buns in front of Shenshong. Shenshong was still covered in injuries and resembled a beggar, sitting in the shade at the corner like a stone statue. Sun Yao also did not pay attention to it. After all, there were many such silent beggars. She did this to help others, not for the sake of listening to some words of gratitude and praise. Shenshong's eyes contained bright light as he looked at Sun Yao, who was close to him, and also at the back of Xiao Qixing, who was about to disappear in the distance of the street. These people are all Heavenly Court's GU Immortal seeds. In order to face the tides of the Great Era, Heavenly Court has made long-term plans. Xiao Bai Hong is too short-sighted and doesn't even know that he has harmed his own great-grandson. Sun Yao and Chen Dajiang were previously kept in the dark, but now, although they learned some of the inside story, they still upheld their nature and acted according to their desires. These two will definitely benefit greatly if they continue. Sheng thought to himself. Although these three people were transmitting their conversations, they could not hide it from a character like Sheng. Sheng sighed in his heart. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement is truly vast and grand. I really admire him. In history, the greatest human path true inheritance is the Legends of Ren Zhu. Even though this book seems shallow, it is profound to the limit. Only a small group of people can actually comprehend its true essence and create human path killer moves. However, to establish a path, these killer moves are too few and rare. They are like the moon beyond the clouds. Normal people cannot reach them. Even though human path has such great potential, it has no foundation set upon it. It is unable to develop until now. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created this painting world. He used the scenes of the mortal world for the past million years to derive the foundations of human path. He is making an immense contribution towards the development of human path. He is truly the foundational pillar of human path. The human path developments here are also very helpful to me. I wonder what happened when I was in a state of madness. How did I end up in here? It is a pity I cannot contact Fang Yuan's Fang Di Chang clone. What is happening over on his end? Sheng was the one who had previously collaborated with Fang Di Chang and successfully unraveled the Venerable's human path methods, adding a significant weight to tilt the balance of the battle in the Fate War. Sheng knew that Fang Di Chang had refined Divine Bean Palace before. He had a large level of authority over it. If they could collaborate once again, it would benefit both of them. Chapter 1993. Fang Yuan within the mist. In a valley, Shuai leaned over to check out the stone mushrooms within the valley. If these stone mushrooms were in good condition, they would be 5 feet tall, shaped like a small tree with a cover like an umbrella. However, these stone mushrooms were short, just like stumps left behind after a tree was cut down. And instead of a healthy grey stone color, their bodies were covered in a distorted multicolored color, and one could tell at a glance that they were not normal. These stone mushrooms are ruined. After Shuai finished his inspection and confirmed this, his expression was quite ugly. Although his cultivation was only rank 6, he was valued by Fang Yuan and arranged to lead the Rockman tribe in mini-southern border. Shuai held Fang Yuan in high esteem and was dedicated to developing the Rockman tribe in order to live up to Fang Yuan's expectations. This stone mushroom field was a medium-sized resource point that he had personally constructed for the sake of the Rockman tribe. In order to build this resource point, Shuai had specifically requested many immortal materials from Fang Yuan's Time Path clone as the initial investment. At that time, he even vowed and guaranteed that there would be desirable returns. As a result, reality was like a slap in the face of Shuai. What is happening? I clearly followed the records of the tribe to carefully cultivate the stone mushrooms without any mistakes. Shuai was very confused. A few days ago, these stone mushrooms were all growing normally and everything was fine. But after a few days had passed, these stone mushrooms had become like this. How can I explain this to Lord Fang Yuan? Shuai furrowed his brows and sighed. At this moment, light flashed and Fang Yuan's will was transmitted over in midair. The will was solid and lifelike. Shuai gasped and immediately bowed. Subordinate pays respect to Lord. Fang Yuan's will waved his hand. I already know about your situation here. The stone mushroom field was destroyed. No one can blame you. It was a natural disaster. You should go back for now. Another batch of immortal materials will arrive in a while, and you can just build a second stone mushroom valley. Shuai was overjoyed and thanked him, but also wanted to say something. Fang Yuan's will revealed an understanding smile. Are you thinking of asking what caused these stone mushrooms to be destroyed? Shuai nodded. Lord is perceptive. I would like to ask if these stone mushrooms can still be recycled in some way. It would be a pity to just throw them away. The initial investment in building the stone mushroom valley was huge. It was certainly nothing in Fang Yuan's eyes, but in Shuai's opinion, it was an astronomical investment. Together with the effort and time he had invested in this place, he did not want to see all his efforts go up in smoke. But Fang Yuan shook his head. You don't need to think about the details. If I can solve it, you will have no worries. If I can't solve it, it's useless for you to know. As for these stone mushrooms, none of them can be used. Even if they are used as materials to refine GU, they will only cause more harm instead. You can leave now. Yes, my lord. Cheng took his leave respectfully. He was worried in his heart. Why do we have such a big problem? According to his tone, it may not be possible to resolve the matter. Cheng left. Only Fang Yuan's will remained in this valley. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He scanned the entire valley first. The countless stone mushrooms in the valley had become twisted objects, the originally smooth surface forming countless creases. The colors were bright, like a gathering of poisonous creatures, giving people a sense of terror. This was of course just the appearance. In Fang Yuan's eyes, he could see that the original earth path Dao marks in these stone mushrooms had been disrupted and washed away. Many different Dao marks from other paths, including wind path, lightning path, poison path, dark path, fire path, and so on, were added instead. Because of this, these stone mushrooms could only be discarded as waste material. At least currently, Fang Yuan had no means to utilize them. Heaven's will. Fang Yuan's will suddenly sneered and discovered Heaven's will lurking in the valley. With a loud sound, he transformed into a field of clouds and mist that covered the entire valley, pursuing and intercepting Heaven's will. A confrontation between wills soon came to an end. Fang Yuan was victorious. He had managed to completely clear the Heaven's will lurking in this place, but of course, the price paid was not small. After his will had gathered again, it was no longer as lifelike as before, but illusory as a shadow, giving the impression like it was going to fade away at any moment. Fang Yuan sighed. This victory only resolved the problem but not its fundamental cause. A new problem would occur again. The Stone Mushroom Valley was not just an isolated case. Recently, there had been Heaven's will lurking all over the sovereign immortal aperture. Many resource points had been destroyed. Fang Yuan's main body had obtained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks as he was the person refining GU, managing to destroy fake GU for good. These Dao marks did not belong to him and were imposed on him. The Heaven Path Dao marks transformed on their own, causing the various environments of the sovereign immortal aperture to change, becoming more and more balanced and stable. In the long run, this change would naturally do more good than harm, greatly increasing the development potential of the sovereign immortal aperture. However, if one looked at the immediate future, it would cause Fang Yuan to suffer heavy losses. Fang Yuan was not a super force. All his possessions were in the sovereign immortal aperture. A great loss in this foundation of his would definitely affect his battle performance. Fang Yuan did not want to fall into the trap of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He had been working hard to command the humans and variant humans in the Grotto-Heaven, constantly fighting against natural disasters. At the same time, he had successively retrieved the Thousand Wish Tree and the Incomplete Human Sea, using Human Path to restrict the Heaven Path effects. With such a two-pronged approach, the situation of Sovereign Immortal Aperture was greatly improved. However, Fang Yuan did not expect that the natural development of the Heaven Path Dao marks would produce Heaven's will after some point. The Heavenly Dao was impartial. It had no malicious intent against Fang Yuan. Changing the environment was just a natural step of development. But this was not the case for Heaven's will. Heaven's will was produced from the Heavenly Dao. It was more flexible and resourceful. The Heavenly Dao was unable to eliminate Fang Yuan, the otherworldly demon that affected the balance of the world, so Heaven's will went one step further and began deliberately destroying the various resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. Heaven Path Dao marks could transform into other paths, so Heaven's will used this ability to completely disrupt the Dao marks of the various resource points, turning them from orderly to a complete mess. Stone Mushroom Valley was just one of them. I have the killer move Heaven's will dissipation, but the sovereign immortal aperture is too huge. The Heavenly Dao is constantly deriving new changes. It can produce Heaven's will anywhere in the entire Grotto-Heaven. It is too difficult for me to clear out all this Heaven's will. Even if I do my best, the efficiency is low. Fang Yuan was clear that the way to settle the fundamental cause was to directly refine these Heaven Path Dao marks, so that they truly belong to the sovereign immortal aperture and himself. But what the method to go about it was, he had no idea. He had never heard of anyone cultivating Heaven Path before. The only known way was to use human path methods to suppress Heaven Path. Fang Yuan thought for a long time and found two possible ways out. The first one was Emperor City. Emperor City was carefully arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has now become the sacred land of human path. If I can obtain it, I will definitely be able to greatly restrain the heavenly Tao. The second way was in Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave was set up by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years. The 8th layer contains the derivations of the heavenly Tao. In Crazed Demon Cave, the demonic sounds are rampant, driving life forms mad. All kinds of immortal materials turn into trash as Tao marks are messed up. The situation is exactly the same as the stone mushrooms and other resources. If I can grasp all the secrets of Crazed Demon Cave, I should be able to improve my situation. But these were two dangerous options. Emperor City was located in the center of Central Continent. If Fang Yuan were to go there, he would definitely have to fight Heavenly Court. With his current strength, he would be able to defeat Heavenly Court. However, Fang Yuan's fear was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had schemed against him, causing him to lose his clone Fang Di Chang. When using luck inspection earlier, he did not find Fang Di Chang's luck. It was likely that he had perished. The likelihood of his death was great. Red Lotus Demon Venerable also schemed against him. If not for the Heaven Path Tao marks, how could heavens will be produced in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture? Of course, Red Lotus was also plotting against Spectral Soul. The Heaven Path Tao marks were both dangerous and also a fortuitous encounter for Fang Yuan. It was also his protection. At the least, Spectral Soul could not use his hidden methods because of these Tao marks. If Fang Yuan wanted to take Emperor City, he would have to face the methods of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for Crazed Demon Cave, it was also filled with danger. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics had promised to join the Fate War to Fang Yuan, but during the battle, none of them had shown up. Fang Yuan had tried to contact them, but they had completely vanished. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave that caused the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics to mysteriously disappear? Fang Yuan guessed that Longevity Heaven might have taken action. Fang Yuan realized that the consumption of Wisdom GU was part of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's scheme. Giant Sun's single attack also made Fang Yuan realize that he was keeping some trump cards after all. Now that Fate GU was destroyed, it was possible for Venerables to revive. If Fang Yuan went to Crazed Demon Cave, it was likely that he would need to face the methods of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. There was one more thing that worried Fang Yuan. There were changes happening in the River of Time. Ever since the destruction of Fate GU, the water of the River of Time had become extremely violent, vicious, and dangerous. Even if Fang Yuan used Myriad Year Flying Warship, he could only barely enter the river and last for a moment before having to return to the 5 regions. He was unable to explore it for long. Fang Yuan understood the reason. In the past, the River of Time could move forward smoothly because everything was fixed. Everything moved according to the path set by fate. No matter what existed, they had a specific trajectory of life experiences. This was why Time Path GU Immortals could often predict things by watching the downstream segments. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to plot the destruction of Fate GU by observing the downstream events and learning many secrets of the future. But now, once Fate GU was destroyed, everything no longer had a fixed path and could change at will. As a result, the River of Time has become extremely violent. Everything has become turbid and chaotic. With such a change in the River of Time, Spring-Autumn Cicada could no longer be used for the time being. Before, Spring-Autumn Cicada could move through the river because the water was gentle. Now that the river had become violent and chaotic, once Spring-Autumn Cicada was activated and entered the river, it would definitely be smashed to pieces by the river water. Unless Fang Yuan developed some other killer move that could use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Although the river water is troublesome, it's actually not a big problem. What I'm really worried about is still Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He's the one who had built the Stone Lotus Islands in the River of Time. I don't know what other arrangements he has in the River of Time. Fate GU was destroyed at long last. Fang Yuan had finally gotten free of the Sword of Damocles hanging above his head. However, the journey ahead of him was filled with mist. He was walking in a dangerous valley. Within the mist, which area could be explored, which area would lead to a cliff? Would his path to eternal life, his lifelong ambition, be hidden within the mist? If it existed, where would it be? Chapter 1994. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch fights Fang. These GU Immortals had outstanding cultivation level. They were all rank 8 variant human GU Immortals. The leader was a GU Immortal with pale skin and blue hair. He had a grim expression. It was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had received orders from Shuai to reinforce the headquarters of the Grotto-Heavens to resist the invasion of Heavenly Court. Along the way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart was filled with worry. This is not the same as my expectations. I made Shuai the alliance leader so that he would be the vanguard. But in the end, to deal with Heavenly Court, I was the one sent out instead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had the intention to reject this order, but the situation back then did not allow him to use any excuses. Shuai suffered injuries against Qi Ancestor. In a way, he was indeed used by us to resist Qi Ancestor. As the Vice Alliance leader, I need to put in some effort too. It makes logical sense for me to reinforce them in Black Heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to face Heavenly Court directly. Regardless of win or loss, he would become an eyesore from Heavenly Court's perspective. Currently, he wanted Shuai to attract the attention of the enemies. But the world was not as simple as he thought. Society was vicious to everyone. Right now, he was pushed forward as the vanguard. I am truly unable to go against the tides. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed deeply to himself. He definitely had to go save them, but the way to go about it was something that he could determine himself. Vice Alliance leader, we found a large number of GU Immortals ahead. The investigative GU Immortal suddenly spoke. They are our allies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded in response, unsurprised. Go meet with them. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch regretted his Vice Alliance leader position, it was already too late now. He could only take full advantage of the authority he had. Before setting off, he had already used his status as Vice Alliance leader to order the remaining Grotto-Heaven forces to help each other out. In order to chase away Heavenly Court, they had to contribute their strength. The two groups of GU Immortals gathered. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the reinforcements. He felt rage building internally. Chaotic Rock Grotto-Heaven sent an immemorial rock monster. Rotten Egg Grotto-Heaven sent 6 Eggman GU Immortals. They could form the ancient battle formation. Rotting Smell Vicious Cloud formation, while Strange Hair Grotto-Heaven brought an incomplete Immortal GU house, Black Emperor building. These 3 Grotto-Heaven forces that were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch brought their trump cards along with them, but other than them, the other forces were simply not putting in effort. Especially those human forces, they only dispatched several rank 7 GU Immortals without much sincerity. The enemy is right ahead, but these Grotto-Heaven forces are still trying to preserve their strength. Sigh, Grotto-Heavens are too far apart. We do not have much interaction normally. Even if we cooperate, it is only due to external pressure. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's anger soon turned into helplessness and dejectedness. In that case, I should conceal my own strength too. Let's just put up a superficial show. After all, the people I brought amount to quite a force already. Heavenly Court was powerful. If possible, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to face them head-on. He knew his own limits. If he really charged forward fearlessly, he might not return alive. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was thinking about this, his expression changed as his eyes widened, almost spewing fires of rage. The other GU Immortals saw Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression and turned around. Someone asked, Vice Alliance leader, what happened? Have Xia clan's headquarters fallen? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. Xia clan's headquarters have Lord Alliance leader. How can they fall? My Grotto-Heaven has been invaded by Demon Judgment Board. My tribe's GU Immortals are currently fighting them to the death. We need to reinforce them now. This Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was still thinking of saving her Grotto-Heaven. She was hesitant. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared at her. Your Grotto-Heavens have already fallen into the enemy's hands. The outcome has been decided. But my Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven is still resisting them. There is hope. We need to return to reinforce them immediately. If anyone does not help, I will report it to Lord Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made use of Wu Shuai's name, and because the variant human GU Immortals close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch expressed their support, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and the rest had to follow this order. The Immortals did not conceal their traces anymore, they flew towards Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven with their fastest speed. The Grotto-Heaven entrance opened as Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch flew in anxiously, while the rest followed. Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven was already in chaotic battle. Demon Judgment Board flew around like a meteor, slaughtering everything in its path, totally unstoppable. The rank 6 and 7 Snowman GU Immortals in Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven were nowhere to be seen. They were controlling the formation to unleash a blizzard on Demon Judgment Board, but the effect was very minimal. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shot out a sharp blood-red light that landed on the control area of the formation. The Snowman GU Immortals quickly put up their defenses. The blood-red light seemed to be reflected by a mirror as it changed directions and shot elsewhere. Boom! There was a loud sound as heaven and earth shook. The blood-red light exploded as the sky turned red. For the radius of several thousand li, the snowy and icy plain got completely obliterated. Ah, my blizzard icy plain! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and became overwhelmed with anger. This icy plain was the largest gathering spot of the snowman race in Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven. Now that it was destroyed, nearly 10 million ordinary snowmen died a terrible death. The blizzard icy plain carried special significance to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch personally. His coming-of-age ceremony was held in this blizzard icy plain. Back then, his father had brought the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to the periphery of the icy plain. You are an adult now, my son. The icy plain you see here is the location of your trial. You need to survive 7 days here to pass the trial. You will be qualified to become a GU Master and awaken your aperture. The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at this vast plain and felt lost. Fear appeared in his eyes. His father observed his expression and said, "Fear is normal because you might likely die here. The trial is fair. You need to experience the danger of death in order to be qualified to become a GU Master. Even as a GU Immortal, I cannot protect you from this. I can only give you a suggestion." "What is that?" the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. "It is too difficult to live alone in the icy plain for 7 days. There is barely any hope." His father shook his head, "But there are many snowman tribes in this icy plain. If you can follow the traces to find them, they will protect you." "But I don't know these people." The young Ice Crystal was worried. His father explained meticulously, "Don't worry, the snowman tribes will protect every person who is stranded, because these people will end up protecting the entire race in the end. They will definitely help you, my son. If you succeed the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will need to protect our entire race. This is how a snowman lives." As expected, the young Ice Crystal survived for 3 days and nights in the icy plain, chasing after the traces of snowman tribes. At the moment of life and death, he crawled his way to a hunter's tribe near the periphery and was discovered, managing to survive. The tribe took him in and healed him for free, welcoming him to become a member of their tribe. Even though the young Ice Crystal left in the end, his experiences in that tribe were deeply etched into his heart. It affected him for the rest of his life until now. After he became rank 8 and inherited the title of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, becoming the owner of the Grotto-Heaven, he developed the blizzard icy plain and made the sparse icy plain grow abundant with resources. The lives of the snowmen living in it improved greatly, their numbers increased gradually. But now, it was all ruined. All ruined by a killer move of a strong foe that affected the entire blizzard icy plain. Not only were Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's efforts ruined entirely, his memories also became just memories now. He could no longer find them in real life. Anger and hatred rose in his heart, burning intensely. For a moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became silent. He took in a deep breath. The air in Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven was always so cold. It was still extremely cold now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly remembered his father's teachings. "The tribe will definitely help you, my son. If you succeed in the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will need to protect our entire race. This is how a snowman lives." "Indeed. It is time for me to protect my race." Rumble. At the next moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura erupted, creating an intense blizzard as he charged towards Demon Judgment Board. All of the GU Immortals behind him were shocked. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was actually so courageous. Reinforcements from the two heavens are here. Inside Demon Judgment Board, GU Fang took in a deep breath as his expression turned grim. Many people had arrived, among which were various rank 8 GU Immortals. GU Fang was only rank 7, but he was not flustered. All of his battles before this had tempered his own confidence and determination. But the bigger reason was also the fact that he had absolute confidence in the rank 8 Immortal GU House, Demon Judgment Board. You created a grand commotion, but can you fight Demon Judgment Board? GU Fang smiled coldly. Instead of using any killer move, he directly used Demon Judgment Board to charge ahead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He was forced to retreat. He was an Ice and Snow Path GU Immortal. He did not cultivate Transformation Path or Strength Path. How could he resist an Immortal GU House with his body? Let's join the battle too. Quick, work together and help Vice Alliance leader. The two Heavens Alliance shouted and attacked at once. Seeing this, GU Fang moved Demon Judgment Board away to retreat from them, pulling some distance agilely. Blood red light flickered in Demon Judgment Board. Killer moves were unleashed. The immemorial rock monster became slower. The Eggman GU Immortals were covered in blood. They had to save themselves instead of assembling the ancient battle formation. The incomplete Black Emperor building from Strange Hair Grotto-Heaven was also waiting at the back, not daring to contest Demon Judgment Board directly. The other GU Immortals were even less useful. Even though there were many rank 8 GU Immortals, they were all scared about losing their lives, only using long-ranged killer moves instead. Once the enemy got close, they would prioritize escaping first. It was a disunited bunch. This phrase appeared in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's mind. He felt angry and anxious. Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven had nothing to do with them. They would not risk their lives for it. The only person that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could rely on now was himself. I can only use that move now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made up his mind. Master, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group is about to lose. Should we help them? Soul Path GU Immortal and Zheng asked Spectral Soul secretly. On this occasion, Soul Pacifying Grotto-Heaven sent him here. Spectral Soul came along and lurked in secret. They fought like this despite having so many rank 8 GU Immortals. The two Heavens Alliance is a joke. Spectral Soul laughed. No need to be anxious. That Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch has other tricks up his sleeve. Let's wait for now. Chapter 1995. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Around him, countless traces of frost energy gathered, whipping up a storm. Such power surpassed ordinary rank 8 killer moves. Once Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch succeeded in activating it, the power would definitely shake heaven and earth. Fang sensed this. He wanted to use Demon Judgment Board to obstruct it. Let's lend Ice Crystal a hand. Stop Demon Judgment Board. The GU Immortals of the two heavens were not that useless after all. They quickly went ahead to block Demon Judgment Board. At once, all sorts of killer moves were unleashed. It was like a display of fireworks. Demon Judgment Board was obstructed by the bombarding killer moves, but at the crucial moment, a flash of blood-red light shot out, about to land on Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still activating his killer move. He did not move. At the crucial moment, Zheng opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out an immemorial soul beast. The immemorial soul beast moved quickly, standing in front of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and blocking the blood-red light entirely. With a loud sound, an explosion occurred. The immemorial soul beast growled in pain. Half of its body was destroyed. It fell towards the ground. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately looked towards Zheng with gratitude. The aura on his body was calming down. He had evidently passed the most dangerous moment. His killer move preparation was already done. Immemorial soul beasts have no blood. Demon Judgment Board's blood path killer move had little effect. Zheng was very excited as he said, Master, if not for your reminder, I would not have been able to block this blood-red light. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch would have been in trouble. No. Spectral Soul analyzed. The killer move that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is using contains deep profundity. During the activation process, he gains an increased level of defense. Even if he was hit, he would only be injured. The killer move activation would not fail. Heavenly Court. I'll let you have a taste of my race's unique killer move, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted as all of the aura surging around him became completely concealed. At the next moment, his entire body exploded and spread out into countless frost lights. The frost lights shot out with extreme coldness. Everywhere they went, air would freeze into ice crystals before falling to the ground. Fang felt something amiss. He wanted to activate Demon Judgment Board, but how could his speed match the frost lights? Almost at the same moment, Demon Judgment Board got hit by countless extreme ice crystal lights. Crack crack! Every crystal light that hit Demon Judgment Board turned into a small piece of ice attached to Demon Judgment Board. Countless crystal lights shot towards it from all directions. Demon Judgment Board had nowhere to dodge. Instantly, layers of ice started to form all over it. Fang Zheng's heart sank. He activated Demon Judgment Board and used a killer move to melt the ice layers. But his speed could not match the rate at which the freezing was occurring. Very soon, ice that was 5 feet thick formed all over Demon Judgment Board. Oh no, the thicker this ice layer is, the greater the effect of the frost lights that land. Discovering this, Fang Zheng turned pale with shock. This move was unavoidable from the start. It was quite powerful, but its true strength came much later. The longer it dragged on, the stronger this move would be. Fang Zheng quickly tried to move Demon Judgment Board, expending the remaining rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate Demon Judgment Board's strongest killer move. Blood-red light spread out, a layer of ice quickly melted. Next, the frost light seemed to react. They quickly went towards the area that Fang Zheng was trying to break out from and made Demon Judgment Board's ability much weaker. The GU Immortals were all stunned. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is actually so powerful. He actually sealed Heavenly Court's rank 8 Immortal GU House Demon Judgment Board with his own strength. This is incredible. What is the name of the move? Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. At once, all of the Immortals muttered the name of this killer move, engraving it to their heart. This is the unique killer move of the snowmen from ancient times. To think that they have actually obtained a racial inheritance already. Spectral Soul, who was inside, and Zheng laughed lightly. And Zheng understood after hearing this, so this is a move from the snowman racial inheritance. No wonder it is so strong. Wait, no, can ancient killer moves still be used in the current era? The world now is very different from the past. Wouldn't such antique moves be outdated already? Spectral Soul chuckled. Back then, when variant humans ruled the world, they had countless killer moves. Those moves that were specially chosen to be kept in their racial inheritances are naturally more outstanding in many ways. Taking this Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin for example, its core is not an immortal GU but the variant human using it. Spectral Soul's depth of knowledge was not ordinary. He had once searched countless souls in the door of life and death. Many of these souls came from the Olden Antiquity or Remote Antiquity era, some were even from the Immemorial Antiquity era. Thus, Spectral Soul had a lot of information about these eras. Even though his attainment levels had all fallen to rock bottom, his memories were still intact. Like what Spectral Soul said, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was somewhat similar to Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind killer move. When using Unlimited Wind, Wu Yong would expend his own wind path Dao marks. As for Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin, not only would it consume Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice and snow path Dao marks, it would also cost him his lifespan. As the core killer move of the Snowman GU Immortals, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was not very affected by the progression of eras. At the same time, any other race's GU Immortals could not use this move even if they had it. Fang Deng's forehead was already covered in sweat. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch displayed battle strength that far surpassed Fang Deng's expectations. The Great Demon Judgment Board was actually sealed in ice. There was little hope of escaping. Even if Fang Deng wanted to fight Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, he had no way to do so. Because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already turned into countless frost lights, this was the superiority of Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. Seeing as Demon Judgment Board was about to be completely sealed in ice, at this time, a phoenix cry could be heard. Following a loud sound of crashing waves, Prince Feng and Shuai arrived. It turned out that while fighting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Fang had already informed Heavenly Court's Prince Feng and Shuai. Shuai was originally cleaning up the battlefield, she could leave immediately. As for Prince Feng, he gave up some gains there and rapidly came to reinforce Fang. The two rank 8 GU Immortals saw Demon Judgment Board which was trapped. They shouted as one unleashed torrents of golden flames, while the other sent out huge waves. The ice was attacked from the inside and outside. It could not last any longer as the external layer of ice quickly cracked. Demon Judgment Board which was inside got ready to retaliate. The two Heavens GU Immortals saw this and wanted to attack, but Prince Feng and Shuai suppressed them instead. Even though they had many more rank 8s than Heavenly Court, it did not matter. In GU Immortal battles, numbers were not the most crucial. Even though the two Heavens had many people, they could not cooperate. Their killer moves often interfered with each other. About half of their strength was limited because of this, even before they hit any enemies. But if they were to fight alone, they would be fearful and cowardly. They would focus on preserving their own lives, unwilling to take any risk or get into danger. Of course, the other reason was that Prince Feng and Shuai were elite rank 8s with excellent battle strength. They were able to become Heavenly Court members. They naturally surpassed other rank 8s. The situation was in a deadlock. Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the ice layer was weakening. He instructed Zheng, quickly let out the Soul Beast army. Lend your Immortal GU to me now. Yes, Master. Zheng did not hesitate. He quickly followed the instructions. The Soul Beast army came out and attacked. Prince Feng and Shuai did not care about them at first. They used two killer moves in succession, but the Soul Beast army split up and moved fluidly like water, dodging most of the killer moves' effects. Next, from the Soul Beast army, 3 immemorial Soul Beasts flew out to attack Prince Feng and Shuai. As the two sides fought, the immemorial Soul Beasts were naturally unable to resist the two Heavenly Court Immortals, but the immemorial Soul Beasts had the army to support them. At crucial moments, killer moves would help them out as well. Even though Shuai and Prince Feng had the upper hand, the Soul Beast army successfully restrained them. They could not help Demon Judgment Board like before. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's Frostlights began to regain their footing. This Soul Path rank 7 Immortal is quite talented. I will go kill him. Prince Feng and Shuai communicated. The former moved as he spit fire, creating a path within the Soul Beast army as he charged towards Zheng. Zheng turned pale with fright, shouting, "He is coming, protect me." The two Heavens GU Immortals knew that Enslavement GU Immortals were most vulnerable to direct attack. They quickly responded. Prince Feng charged without stopping. He broke through all of the obstacles, but because of these obstruction, Zheng managed to pull some distance between them. You cannot escape. Prince Feng smiled coldly as he charged again. Spectral Soul would not personally take action in this public environment. He controlled Zheng's body to retreat while using the other GU Immortals to obstruct Prince Feng. Prince Feng's advancement was ferocious. The two Heavens Immortals were all shocked by his aggressiveness. But Shuai shouted, "Feng, quickly kill him." Prince Feng gritted his teeth. He did not expect Zheng to be so hard to catch. At this time, the Frostlight successfully trapped Demon Judgment Board again. The thick ice coffin sealed the rank 8 Immortal GU house at its center. Oh no! Seeing this, Shuai and Prince Feng's heart sank. Seeing that Heavenly Court's side was in danger, at this time, heaven and earth shook. Chi current surged as the world roared. Chi tied again. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven had already been broken through when Prince Feng and Shuai attacked. It was connected to the outside world. At this moment, Chi tide surged in the outside world, instilling into the Grotto-Heaven harshly. The Chi tides implicated the battlefield. Wherever it reached, people fell to the ground. Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven's defensive immortal formation could not last any longer. It shattered. Many Snowman GU Immortals fell into mortal danger. The frost light around Demon Judgment Board flickered as it hesitated for a moment. But immediately, the ice crystal lights shot towards the Snowman GU Immortals as they turned into countless ice tubes that protected them. But this way, Demon Judgment Board's pressure lifted greatly. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Shuai saw this and quickly made their move, breaking the remaining ice layers and saving Demon Judgment Board. The two Immortals went into the Immortal GU house. Demon Judgment Board left the battlefield rapidly while resisting the turbulent chi tides. Chapter 1996. Big or small, chi harvest fruit. Spectral Soul sighed deeply. This was really a pity. He wanted the two sides to fight to their deaths before he reaped the rewards. Devouring GU immortal souls was much more helpful than absorbing soul cores after all. But his scheme was ruined by this chi tide. I do not have Dang Hun Mountain, I lack guts GU, I can only devour soul beasts and soul cores. But this takes time to digest. It is not like guts GU which can directly raise my soul foundation. Why the coincidence? Not long ago, when Chi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai fought, a chi tide appeared. This time, another chi tide showed up. Thinking about this, Spectral Soul had a realization. Don't tell me that fighting between GU Immortals will attract chi tides. Spectral Soul was only making a guess, he was not certain. It is a pity that my chi path attainment level is just ordinary. Otherwise, I will be able to come to a conclusion. He had soul search and soul devouring methods, but these methods could not directly raise attainment levels. The only way to instantly raise one's attainment level was through absorbing true meaning. The attainment levels that Spectral Soul had at his peak were all gained through actual cultivation from the memories he had soul searched. It was not easy to reach that level. Forget it. And Zheng performed well this time. With such achievements, he might likely receive Wu Shuai's audience. By staying in his body, I can get closer to Wu Shuai. There might even be a chance to enslave Wu Shuai and take Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's current plan failed. He quickly came up with a new plan. He had a deep desire towards Dragon Palace which contained Dream Path Immortal GU. Amidst the surging chi tides, frost lights gathered into Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura was weak, his face was pale. The price to activate Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was very high. But he had almost single-handedly sealed Demon Judgment Board. He was the biggest contributor to this victory. The two Heavens GU Immortals came to visit him. Their gaze was different from before. Strength was the determining factor towards one's status. Undeniably, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, who had Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move, far surpassed the other rank 8 GU Immortals of the two Heavens in battle strength. Even though I saved Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven, our race's unique killer move was exposed. Even though he forced Heavenly Court to retreat, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not happy. Right now, he could only console himself that this move was very hard to counter. It could still be his trump card for the time being. Friends, I am not injured, I only need to rest. I hope everyone can help to protect my Grotto-Heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said. Sure. We are all part of the Two Heavens Alliance, this is not a problem. Everyone, we will do our best to defend Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven. The GU Immortals of the Two Heavens resisted the surging chi tides in the Grotto-Heaven while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch focused on repairing the hole created in the Grotto-Heaven's aperture wall. Even though the chi tides were powerful, with the cooperation of all the GU Immortals, they soon settled down. Because they had taken action swiftly, the chi tides did not cause much losses to Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven. Vice Alliance Leader, take a look, we found something. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother flew over to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with some unexpected news. A moment later, the Immortals of the Two Heavens also arrived at the area. They saw a fruit that was the size of a hill floating in the air. This fruit was translucent, it was completely formed from heaven and earth chi, it was shaped like a gourd or a peanut. This is a chi harvest fruit. After the chi tides appeared, people often found these chi harvest fruits produced. If GU Immortals get them and use them in the Immortal Aperture, they can rapidly soothe the Heaven and Earth Chi and hasten the progress of the Heaven and Earth Chi fusion. But ordinary Chi harvest fruits are just as large as a horse carriage. Why is this Chi harvesting fruit so huge? The two Heavens Immortals discussed but could not come up with an answer. Master, is this really a Chi harvest fruit? And Zheng asked Spectral Soul, if it is, isn't this ice crystal Grotto-Heaven benefiting from a disaster? As long as it absorbs this huge Chi harvest fruit, will Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's Immortal Aperture be modified completely? He will no longer be affected by the Chi tides. This is a Chi harvest fruit indeed, but whether it is a blessing or a disaster is unknown for now. Spectral Soul chuckled to himself. As expected, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried to take this Chi harvest fruit, he was shocked to find a deeper secret. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression turned even more pale. This Chi harvest fruit is still growing, it is absorbing my Grotto-Heaven's Heaven and Earth Chi to grow further. If I take it away now, it will cause a huge commotion in the Grotto-Heaven, living beings will die, and an even more turbulent Chi tide will appear. The Immortals gasped. After getting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's permission, they quickly used investigative methods. We cannot let this Chi harvest fruit continue to grow. Who can help me get rid of this hidden threat? I will not be stingy on rewards. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a solemn expression. But the GU Immortals looked at each other. They were all helpless. Almost everyone could pull out the Chi harvest fruit by force, but that was harmful to Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven. Its foundation would be affected. And according to their deductions, directly destroying the Chi harvest fruit would create a new Chi tide that would create a second Chi harvest fruit later. This way, to get rid of this threat permanently without harming Ice Crystal Grotto-Heaven, the difficulty was very high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suggested, we can't do it because we do not cultivate Chi path, but what about Lord Alliance Leader? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a look of worry. He sighed deeply. Right now, we can only ask Lord Alliance Leader for help. Shuai soon received Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request for help. My memories are limited. I did not know that the Chi harvest fruit would become like this. Maybe the main body knows more things. Shuai quickly reported the information that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gave him to Fang Yuan's main body. Oh? The hidden threat of the two heavens Grotto-Heavens have been found. This is much earlier than in my previous life. Fang Yuan's main body naturally knew about this. In the 500 years of his previous life, the two heavens GU Immortals had also worked together. They attacked many places and caused a lot of trouble for the 5 regions. Due to the Chi tides, the 5 regions GU Immortals were greatly restricted. But the two heavens GU Immortals were able to move around. They were less affected by the Chi tides. Furthermore, when GU Immortal battles reach a certain level, Chi tides would occur. Even though the two heavens GU Immortals had low battle strength, with the help of the Chi tides, they could defeat the 5 regions GU Immortals. But good times did not last long. Soon, the two heavens GU Immortals found that Chi harvest fruit started to appear in their own Grotto-Heaven headquarters. These Chi harvest fruits used the Grotto-Heaven's Heaven and Earth Chi to grow. They were like stubborn pests. If left unattended, they would grow endlessly and eventually destroy the entire Grotto-Heaven world. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch fought against Heavenly Court and caused the Chi tides to appear in his Grotto-Heaven. That is the reason why Chi harvest fruits appeared earlier than the previous life. Fang Yuan sent the information to Shuai. Suddenly, he had a thought as he gained a burst of inspiration. Wait! Maybe I can use these Chi tides to deal with Heaven's will. His situation was really bad now. The main problem was the Heaven Path Dao marks. He could not refine them in the short time, while these Dao marks generated Heaven's will. The Heaven Path Dao marks had no ill intentions towards Fang Yuan, but Heaven's will wanted to kill him. It tried all sorts of ways to destroy his sovereign immortal aperture. And worse was that if Fang Yuan did not get rid of the Heaven's will, after accumulating to a certain level, even if the sovereign immortal aperture remained shut, the Grotto-Heaven's Heaven's will could resonate with the 5 regions' Heaven's will and expose his identity. Once Fang Yuan's location was exposed, if he stayed in Chi Si, his cover as Chi Si Ancestor would be blown. However, it was difficult for Fang Yuan to get rid of Heaven's will. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Fang Yuan did not know where to start. He could not predict the natural developments of the heavenly Tao, he could not know where heavens would be created. I should try to let the chi tides rampage in my sovereign immortal aperture. Like a washing machine, they might be able to cleanse all of the heavens will away. As Fang Yuan thought about it, he found that this was a very possible idea to execute. It seemed dangerous, but it was possible to use the two threats against each other. With his chi path and wisdom path foundation, it was a realistic solution. Of course, whether this method could succeed or not, until it was used, Fang Yuan could not know for sure. If only I still had Wisdom GU, that would be great. Wisdom GU provided unlimited inspiration. With the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan could quickly and efficiently develop a killer move that could make use of the chi tides. At the same time, in Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven. This is the center of the Grotto-Heaven. Luo clan's 3 GU immortals were all injured. They reached this place after much difficulty. What an incredible chi harvest fruit! Luo Muzi was lost for words. The other 2 immortals were filled with shock. According to the 3 immortals' deductions, the center of Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven should contain the most valuable thing in the entire Grotto-Heaven. At this moment, the 3 immortals saw that there was a tiny and exquisite chi harvest fruit here. It was extremely vivid. The surface had flowing lights that flickered dazzlingly. It was the size of a good, but it contained genuine rank 9 immortal material aura. It had surging waves of vitality resembling the ocean. It pressed down on the hearts of the Luo clan GU immortals. This chi harvest fruit is not ordinary at all. It contains deep secrets. We need to research upon it. Strange, chi harvest fruits are produced by the chi tides. Why is it hidden by demon immortal Chi-Ju and kept here? Unless he predicted that in the future, there would be disasters like the chi tides. Take action! Luo clan's 3 immortals were talking when suddenly, they heard a shout. Several variant human GU immortals showed up and attacked. Luo clan's 3 immortals were caught off guard. They were swept into a battlefield killer move instantly. Oh no, an ambush! Someone else found Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven. Who are you? Luo clan's 3 immortals shouted. The leader of the variant human GU immortals was about the size of a thumb. There were translucent wings behind him. This was a Miniman GU immortal. HMPH, Luo clan immortals, Xiao He Jian, found this place 20 years before any of you. The Miniman GU immortal smiled coldly as he said, attack, kill them all. Chapter 1997. Both sides seek reinforcements. Wu Yong stood at the peak of a mountain. He slowly opened his eyes. In front of him were 3 mortals. They were all tied on a wooden pole. They were all unconscious. Immortal killer move, farewell friend wind. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. His preparations were completed. He unleashed this peculiar killer move. Without the emergence of any unique wind, the 3 mortals in front of him started to disintegrate, their skin, flesh, and bones scattered with a natural breeze. In an instant, even the clothes of these mortals vanished. Nothing was left. Wu Yong showed a satisfied smile at last. During this period, he had modified Farewell Friend Wind. The results were quite good. Farewell Friend Wind was a wind path killer move with human path effect. It originally needed the user to touch the target's body and say some parting words. But now, these limitations were all modified by Wu Yong and removed successfully. Even though the current Farewell Friend Wind still needed the user to become friends with the target before usage, the range had greatly increased. It was much more usable now. Wu Yong had lost a lot of his wind path Dao marks during the Fate War from using the killer move Unlimited Wind, and his foundation fell. But during this period of recuperation, he made some gains instead in terms of comprehension. His wind path attainment level rose to a new level. Because of that, he could modify Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was not just satisfied with modifying Farewell Friend Wind. The rise in his attainment level also meant a comprehensive rise in power. Farewell Friend Wind was just one of the aspects. Next, I will modify the other killer moves, an even clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. After modification, my battle strength will rise back to normal. It can even surpass my former level. Right when Wu Yong thought about his future, an information path GU worm flew towards him. Wu Yong took it and read the information. His brows rose as he showed a surprised expression. He was originally going to stay in closed cultivation for some time, but after receiving this information, he halted his plan. Returning to his guest hall, he met with the two GU Immortals that were looking for him. These two GU Immortals had the same clothing. They wore deep green short-sleeve shirts and long black pants. They also had jade-colored leg bindings. Any GU Immortal familiar with Southern Border's GU Immortal world would know that this was Luo clan signature attire. Of the two Luo clan GU Immortals who came, one was an old man with a bitter expression, another was a middle-aged GU Immortal with a pale face. He was evidently injured. Luo Zhu, Luo Ran, pays respects to Lord Alliance leader. Luo clan's two GU Immortals saw Wu Yong and immediately paid respects. The Southern Alliance was created long ago. Wu Yong was the leader of this alliance. Of the two Luo clan Immortals, Luo Ran was a general of Luo clan. He was a space path expert with peak rank 7 battle strength. He was an arrogant person. As for Luo Zhu, he was a person of authority. He was the current first supreme elder of Luo clan. These two were so respectful to Wu Yong now, it was clear that they needed his help. Wu Yong nodded. We can sit and talk. After the two Luo clan GU Immortals sat down, Wu Yong asked directly, what is the matter with Qiju Grotto-Heaven? Luo Zhu breathed in deeply before explaining the entire situation. In summary, when a GU Immortal of Luo clan explored White Heaven using an Immortal GU house, he discovered Qiju Grotto-Heaven by chance. Luo clan had been exploring it for many years. Finally, with the help of the Qi tides, they made a breakthrough and entered the central area of Qiju Grotto-Heaven. But when they were about to obtain Qiju's true inheritance, they were ambushed by variant human GU Immortals. The three Luo clan GU Immortals exploring it were caught off guard. The situation did not look good. Thankfully, their leader was the space path expert Luo Ran. He used his trump card and escaped with the other two Immortals. The variant human GU Immortals did not let them go. They pursued these three Luo clan Immortals. After Luo clan was informed, they immediately sent their Immortal GU house to reinforce them. The two sides fought intensely at the Heavenly Wind Qi Wall. Even though those variant human GU Immortals did not have high battle strength, their leader, the Miniman GU Immortal Xiao He Jian, was very outstanding. At the same time, the variant human GU Immortals had an Immortal GU house too. Luo clan was forced to escape back to Southern Border pitifully. After passing the Heavenly Wind Qi Wall, the variant human GU Immortals were afraid that Southern Border's GU Immortal world would gang up on them. They gave up on the pursuit. Luo clan's Immortals were defeated. They returned to recuperate in their headquarters, feeling angry and helpless. After discussing for some time, they felt that they could not obtain Qiju Grotto-Heaven themselves. They should get the help of other forces. After hearing their explanation, Wu Yong understood the situation. Due to the rampant Qi tides, the Grotto-Heavens in the two heavens are exposed. This created the Two Heavens Alliance. The alliance mainly comprises variant humans. They have Wu Shuai as their leader. This group of variant human GU Immortals that defeated Luo clan must have a close relationship with the Two Heavens Alliance. The Two Heavens Alliance first occupied an area in Eastern Sea. Wu Shuai fought with Qi Sea Ancestor. After that, Heavenly Court attacked them. Their vice-alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced Demon Judgment Board to retreat, creating a huge commotion. If Luo clan looks for Hu clan or Yao clan, even though they are super forces, they cannot deal with the colossal Two Heavens Alliance. When the situation aggravates, they will still have to look for me in the end. Thus, they came to me from the start. Thinking so, Wu Yong smiled, promising them, our Southern Border's righteous path is united. Now that Luo clan has faced a setback, as long as you are part of the Southern Alliance, we will help you out. As the leader of the Southern Alliance, I, Wu Yong, will lend my strength as well. Luo clan's Immortals quickly responded, Alliance leader is righteous and mighty. But there was no joy on their faces. This concerned a huge treasure like Qiju's true inheritance. Wu Yong was sure to agree to help without doubt. The important things were how to get true inheritance of Qiju. How would Luo clan and Wu clan cooperate? If they obtained the true inheritance, how would they split it? Those were the true details to discuss. While Luo clan's Immortals and Wu Yong were negotiating, Wu Shuai also received the audience of a GU Immortal. The one asking to see me is a Miniman GU Immortal named Xiao He Jian. Wu Shuai squinted. Yes. The reporting GU Immortal explained, this Immortal has extraordinary strength, his reputation is long established, even though the GU Immortals of the two heavens do not interact much with each other, we have all heard of this Xiao He Jian. His strength is likely on par with Vice Alliance leader. The Vice Alliance leader was naturally Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. This time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used his Immortal Sealing Coffin killer move to defeat Heavenly Court, his reputation surged, everyone in the Two Heavens Alliance knew about it. What is the reason for his request to meet me? Wu Shuai asked purposely. This subordinate does not know. The reporting GU Immortal lowered his head. He says that he has a huge fortune to give to Lord Alliance leader, he wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Wu Shuai smiled. In the past, he did not know, but after the main body sent him some information of the previous life, he learned about this person. This Xiao He Jian was quite a formidable figure in the 500 years of his previous life, he was indeed an expert among the variant human rank 8 GU Immortals, he was able to contest Heavenly Court's members evenly. Speaking of which, in the 500 years of his previous life, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not have much reputation. In terms of battle strength, Xiao He Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were on the same level. Even though the Two Heavens GU Immortals were not very outstanding, they still had several incredible experts. If not for this, they would not have caused problems to the 5 regions in the previous life. Xiao He Jian explored Qiju Grotto-Heaven, he probably got into a conflict with Luo clan. Now that the Southern Alliance was created in advance and Luo clan suffered a loss, they would definitely find their allies, they might approach Wu Yong. Xiao He Jian has several Grotto-Heaven forces allied with him, but how can he resist the Great Southern Alliance? Thus, he came to me, by joining my Two Heavens Alliance, not only can he protect himself, he can also use my strength to resist the Southern Alliance and obtain Qiju's true inheritance. But this Qiju Grotto-Heaven is a dangerous area. In my previous life, Qiju Grotto-Heaven self-detonated, killing countless GU Immortals in the process. The Two Heavens Alliance also suffered a huge setback from this, the losses were so severe they never recovered. Wu Shuai guessed that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch died during this Qiju Grotto-Heaven explosion, otherwise, with his strength, he would not have stayed so low profile the entire time. Considering this, Wu Shuai smiled coldly, thinking, this Xiao He Jian is crafty, he wants to borrow our strength and use us to kill his enemies, since he wants my help, let's have a good negotiation with him. Go. Wu Shuai stopped thinking about it as he sat on his main seat, telling the GU Immortal, tell Xiao He Jian to come in. Chapter 1998. Exploring Qiju Grotto-Heaven. Great winds howled, killing intent gathered. 2 immortal GU houses faced each other. One was a majestic palace shining in golden light, it was elegant and grand, this was Dragon Palace. The other was a 2-story bamboo building, it was filled with vitality and looked delicate but exquisite, this was Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. The 2 rank 8 immortal GU houses contained many GU Immortals inside them. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat with 2 rows of GU Immortals from the Two Heavens below him. On his left was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others, while on his right was the recently joined Woodpath Great Expert, Miniman GU Immortal Xiao He Jian. As for Lady Cold Ash, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, and others, they were mixed among these 2 groups. Not long ago, Wu Shuai met with Xiao He Jian. After some negotiation, they set off for Qiju Grotto-Heaven. On the other side, Southern Alliance's Wu Yong also knew the importance of speed, he quickly mobilized Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, bringing Wu Clan's and Luo Clan's Immortals to immemorial White Heaven. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was much faster than Dragon Palace, Wu Yong left later but arrived earlier, yet Qiju Grotto-Heaven could not be easily entered. While Wu Yong and the rest waited, Wu Shuai arrived with Dragon Palace. The 2 sides met in White Heaven, they immediately got into a deadlock. Wu Yong. Wu Shuai spoke within Dragon Palace, his voice resounding in the battlefield, Chi-Ju's true inheritance is in front of us. Why don't we each send 3 people out to fight? The winner will be the side which has 2 victories. They will get the true inheritance, while the loser gets the Grotto-Heaven. How is that? Wu Shuai, why are you being so cowardly now? Wu Yong snickered from within clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Let the person fortunate enough under the circumstances get Chi-Ju's true inheritance. Let's fight for it using our respective abilities. As he said this, clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building shot out like a rainbow, piercing into a certain opening within Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven. Wu Yong had waited for a long time. He finally found an opportunity to get inside. Even though Wu Yong brought clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building with him, and had Wu clans and Luo clans elites around him, in terms of scale, he could not match Wu Shuai. Not just in quantity, but the quality of their high-end battle strength also differed greatly. If they really used the rules Wu Shuai set to determine a victor, in one-on-one combat, Wu Yong's side would be disadvantaged. Furthermore, when GU Immortals fight, Heaven and Earth Qi would be disrupted, Qi tides would appear. By then, the 2 Heavens GU Immortals would be less affected, their advantage would rise again. Wu Yong was a formidable leader. How could he let his side fall into a disadvantage from the start? Lord Alliance leader, there is no time to waste, let's set out. Xiao Hejian urged anxiously. Wu Shuai looked at the openings in Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven. Even though these openings varied in size, they were all milky white in color, formed from moving Qi currents. Earlier, clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building had gone through the largest opening to get inside Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven. After looking at it for a while, Wu Shuai understood some of its profundity. These openings vary in size, they are increasing in numbers. I'm afraid this is the immortal aperture entrance of Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan's main body and clones had varying amounts of memories, but they shared the same attainment levels. Wu Shuai also had the main body's Qi path attainment level. He could see it more clearly than others. Just these holes alone made Wu Shuai's eyes brighten as he felt some comprehension. Normally, immortal aperture entrances are closed, only used to connect the inside world and the outside. Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven's entrance is unique. It is the most efficient way of maximizing the effect of that connection between worlds using the immortal aperture's entrance. I wonder what gains I can make inside. Thinking so, Wu Shuai's curiosity rose as he moved Dragon Palace towards the openings. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven was destroyed by self-detonation. It greatly affected the 2 Heavens alliance and caused it to falter in the future. Many rank 8 GU Immortals died during this event. Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven was dangerous. This was also why Fang Yuan did not take the initiative to explore it before the Fate War. But now that Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven was exposed, with an alluring true inheritance of Chi-Ju inside and Dragon Palace's protection, Wu Shuai also had nothing urgent to attend to. He could put effort into this now. Dragon Palace got past the narrow opening, rapidly arriving inside Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven. The Immortals saw that all around them, there were white-colored Qi currents that surged and moved. Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven's structure is quite special. It is not like ordinary Grotto-Heavens. There are white Qi currents everywhere. These Qi currents form into tunnels, and countless tunnels turn this Grotto-Heaven into a maze. It is like the intestines of a giant. We need to get through these tunnels quickly and find the correct path to the central area. Chi-Ju's true inheritance is hidden there. Xiao Hejian explained when they got in. All the Immortals inside the palace listened attentively. Xiao Hejian did not say everything he knew earlier, to prevent Wu Shuai from leaving to snatch the true inheritance alone. After getting the information, he had kept many secrets. He promised Wu Shuai that he would explain the situation after they arrived. Dragon Palace moved around in the white Qi current tunnels, quickly reaching a crossroad. On the left and right were 2 paths. They were identical in size and shape. How do we determine the correct route? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. Xiao Hejian replied, I cannot be sure about it either. We need to test the paths. The only rule here is that the closer we get to the center, the more valuable the monsters and resources within the Qi current tunnels. At the most central area, the Qi harvest fruit has reached rank 9 level. What about Luo clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked another crucial question. Luo clan does not have a more accurate method either. In fact, their exploration speed was far slower than us. It was because of the chi tides that they gained an opportunity to get past many difficulties and reach the central area rapidly. Looking at our previous progress, my tribe was extremely close to Chi Ju's true inheritance. We were just 2 obstacles away. Xiao Hejian sighed. He felt somewhat of a pity regarding it. The Immortals heard this and relaxed slightly. In that case, even though they came inside first, in terms of advantage, we have the upper hand. Great wisdom, Immortal Mother analyzed. Don't be careless, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is much faster than us. Wu Shuai said plainly. He chose a random path and moved Dragon Palace along it. Along the way, the chi current tunnels became wider and taller. Many chi path living beings were in them, creating special living environments that were isolated from each other. Roar! Suddenly, a group of chi monsters emerged from the thick tunnel walls surrounding Dragon Palace. These chi monsters had all sorts of strange forms, resembling bulls, goats, fish, or birds. However, their colors were similar, being close to orange-yellow. These are chi monsters created from luck chi. Xiao Hejian said, even though there are no immemorial chi monsters, they are quite troublesome to deal with. Without luck path methods to protect us, if we kill them, our luck will fall. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. At the next moment, a gush of smoke flew out from Dragon Palace. Wherever it went, all of the luck chi monsters were swept away, suppressed within Dragon Palace. Ah! Xiao Hejian was stunned, but he soon reacted as he said respectfully, a dream path killer move, truly worthy of Dragon Palace. As they continued, they saw an immemorial chi monster. It was pitch black like a whale. Its body was colossal. Xiao Hejian had a grim expression. Be careful, this is an immemorial chi monster created from hard chi. Thankfully it is sleeping now. I'd suggest that we detour around it. Let's not. Boom! At the next moment, Dragon Palace accelerated and crashed into the immemorial chi monster. Dragon Palace shook intensely, but the immemorial chi monster was pierced through. It retaliated in anger. Dragon Palace charged and crashed into it again and again. The immemorial chi monster broke apart, turning into lumps of black hard chi. Next, Wu Shuai stored the hard chi in his palace. You can all split the spoils. Wu Shuai kept most of the gains and passed the rest to the GU Immortals. Alliance leader is mighty. All hail Dragon Palace. Subordinate thanks Lord Alliance leader. With Lord Alliance leader here, so what if they have Wu Yong? At once, the Immortals expressed their gratitude as all sorts of praises erupted. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled as he looked at Xiao Hejian, saying with deep meaning, try not to be shocked at these minor situations, it will cause us to lose face. Xiao Hejian had to nod in acknowledgement, but he still felt deep shock internally. Even though I saw the Fate War, I can only see how powerful Dragon Palace is after witnessing it in action personally. If Dragon Palace is so strong, what about Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Feng Ju Ji? At once, Xiao Hejian's emotions became rather complex. On one hand, the stronger Dragon Palace was, the more hopeful he was. But on the other hand, as a great expert, seeing such a difference between them and seeing such a powerful existence made him feel some dejectedness. Along the way, wherever they went, Wu Shuai took all of the loot that they could gather. Qiju Grotto-Heaven was really the land of treasures for Chi Path. It was like the Chi Sea of ancient times. Not only were the Chi Path resources here in huge quantities, they also varied greatly in variety. There was basically anything one needed here. Wu Shuai purposely displayed his might to intimidate Xiao Hejian. As a result, he exposed more secrets. According to him, when exploring this place, he found a Chi Breath Peak. Qiju Grotto-Heaven actually had such an extinct Chi Path resource, but regrettably, Xiao Hejian only took a glance at it. He did not have the ability to take it. This is the center of Qiju Grotto-Heaven. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had just arrived at the destination. Before Wu Yong could rejoice, his pupils shrunk. HMPH, they weren't slow at all. Behind clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Dragon Palace arrived. At the center of Qiju Grotto-Heaven was a huge hollow sphere. The sphere had many chi pillars that interweaved with each other, creating countless tunnels. clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and dragon palace entered this area. It was like two flies had entered a beehive. The chi pillars continued to move around, some were fast while others were slow, they even affected each other. Under Wu Yong's control, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building moved carefully and avoided the chi pillars, taking sharp turns along the way. These chi pillars are special, they are at least rank 8 immortal materials. We cannot touch them easily or unnecessary problems will occur. Xiao Hejian quickly said. This place was not suited for fighting, thus, in order to kill the 3 Luo clan immortals, Xiao Hejian had arranged a battlefield killer move. But in the end, Luo clan's Luo Ran was a space path GU immortal. He brought the other 2 immortals away by piercing through the battlefield, using this special terrain to get free from Xiao Hejian and the rest, escaping. No need for such trouble. Wu Shuai waved his hand. At the next moment, a dragon roar was heard, the evil dragon descended. Boom boom boom. The evil dragon charged ferociously, wherever it went, chi pillars broke and shattered, it created a path for Dragon Palace to move along from behind it. Wu Yong frowned. Xiao Hejian's mouth was open, he became dumbstruck. Chapter 1999. Qiju, Shi. Lord Alliance Leader is so powerful. This is the power of our 2 Heavens Alliance. The morale of the immortals within Dragon Palace surged, they quickly cheered. Evil Dragon charged ahead with an unstoppable might, Dragon Palace followed behind it casually. This Dragonman brute! The eyelids of Luo clan's first Supreme Elder Luo Zhu were twitching as he gritted his teeth. The 2 clans' GU immortals within clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building felt immense pressure. Evil Dragon was charging relentlessly like a mobile mountain range. In comparison, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was very delicate and small. And most importantly, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had to dodge the chi pillars, its advancement route was long and winding. But Evil Dragon moved forward in a straight line without obstruction, the distance between them was shortening. What do we do now? The Southern Alliance's GU immortals turned pale. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Wu Shuai uses strength to suppress others, he is making full use of his advantage. If I were him, I would do the same. Everyone, after the Fate War, not only was clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building fully repaired, I even strengthened it further, we can block Di Zhongsheng for a period of time. Even though they are strong, we do not need to bother with them, we just need to get Qiju's true inheritance before them. Lord Alliance Leader is right. The immortals nodded in agreement. Any sort of conflict had its goal, Wu Yong could clearly see that their objective was Qiju's true inheritance. Whoever gets it would be the winner, even if they suffer some losses while competing, so what? But the evil dragon was really too strong. It was the immemorial desolate beast with the strongest battle strength. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, there were less than 5 people who could fight this evil dragon head-on. While Wu Shuai and Wu Yong were chasing after their goals, a 3rd rank 8 immortal GU house stealthily arrived outside Qiju Grotto-Heaven. It was Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was controlled by Fang. Not only did Prince Feng Xian and Bai Kang Shuai come along, even Che Wei, who had recovered from his injuries, and Information Path great expert Zhu Xiongxin were here. Fang took the initiative to attack the 2 heavens previously, even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced them away, their gains were still huge. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Kang Shuai obtained abundant loot from plundering the 2 Grotto Heavens. Even though Fang lost in battle, he had only lost some reputation of Heavenly Court, they did not lose benefits. Heavenly Court was originally not sure of Qiju Grotto-Heaven's event. After all, immemorial White Heaven was huge. Even during the Qi tides when Qiju Grotto-Heaven exposed itself, Heavenly Court could not find it immediately. But don't forget that Night Heavenly Wolf Lord under Wu Shuai had submitted to Heavenly Court. The fact that Xiao Hejian joined the 2 Heavens Alliance was not concealable. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord learned of Qiju Grotto-Heaven's secret and informed Heavenly Court as a result. Demon Immortal Qiju was very famous in history, he was a terrifying great expert who opposed limitless demon venerable. Especially when he cultivated Qi Path, in the current environment where Qi tide surged, all new Qi path resources were emerging in huge quantities continuously. The 5 regions' forces wanted to research more into Qi path. Heavenly Court was no exception. Even though they had primordial origins true inheritance, if Heavenly Court could gain Qi Ju's true inheritance, it would mean that other forces could not get it. With this difference, Heavenly Court would have a great advantage against others. Thus, Fang did not rest for long. He received Qin Dingling's orders and brought for rank 8 GU Immortals to move to White Heaven using Demon Judgment Board, arriving at this place. This should be Qi Ju Grotto-Heaven, but what is going on? Fang had just arrived, but he saw a shocking change. He saw countless holes appearing, milky white Qi currents surged endlessly as they moved around, the many new openings started to connect the Grotto-Heaven to the outside world. These openings increased in numbers and continued to surface. There were too many of them. This would be a fearsome sight to others. After more than 10 breaths, a huge silhouette of Qi Ju Grotto-Heaven appeared. On the surface, there were countless white Qi currents surrounding it. Within the Qi currents, there were countless holes breathing in and out. The surrounding air was sucked into the Grotto-Heaven by a terrifying formless force. As for the loud noise that it created, the Heavenly Court Immortals felt deafened all of a sudden. A huge change is occurring in Qi Ju Grotto-Heaven. Wu Shuai and Wu Yong might have fought in the Grotto-Heaven. What to do? Prince Feng Xian and the rest looked towards Fang. He was still their leader in this expedition. Fang felt pressured. The choice in front of him was a difficult one. At this moment, he fell into hesitation. What should he choose? At the center of Qi Ju Grotto-Heaven. Boom boom boom. Qi pillars continued to break and shatter as noise erupted endlessly. The evil dragon destroyed everything in its path, but such a sight did not last long. After the Qi pillars were destroyed, they turned into strong Qi currents that intertwined together, surrounding the body of the evil dragon as they pressured it, trying to attack and kill it from all directions. The evil dragon roared, but its speed continued to fall. It was facing an unprecedented pressure from ahead. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Dragon Palace were not having an easy time either. These Qi currents were like tsunami waves that constantly attacked. These 2 rank 8 Immortal GU houses were like small rafts trying to float in this treacherous storm. Huge Qi currents collided and caused the 2 Immortal GU houses to shake. Sometimes, the Immortal GU houses even spun around on the spot. There was a shot of deep blue Qi current. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building quickly tried to dodge it. But the deep blue Qi current was too large and fast. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building exerted all of its strength before leaving and escaping after 3 breaths of time. Lightning Qi. Southern Borders GU Immortal gasped, I've never seen such colossal lightning Qi. This quality is on par with rank 8 Immortal materials. Lightning Qi could only be collected during stormy weather. It was not hard to collect lightning Qi, but high-ranked lightning Qi Immortal materials were very rare. Rank 8 lightning Qi was even rarer. If the situation were not so urgent, Southern Borders GU Immortals would want to collect the lightning Qi. This is all Wu Shuai's fault. By causing rampant destruction, Qi Ju Grotto-Heaven has gone into a berserk state. Luo Zhu gritted his teeth. Wu Yong's expression turned dark. Qi Ju's true inheritance is our primary goal. The lightning Qi from earlier caused Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to lose some GU worms. Wu Yong quickly replenished them. These immortal materials had incredible dense Dao marks. This environment was very dangerous. If there were wind path Qi current immortal materials, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building would have an incredibly good time here. The change in Qi Ju Grotto-Heaven's situation made the environment much more dangerous, but on the whole, Wu Yong's situation had actually improved. Because Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building suffered much less obstruction compared to Wu Shuai's side. Dragon Palace was much slower than Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. There were Sharp Blade Qi, Black Hard Qi, Dark Death Qi, all sorts of Qi currents were all at rank 8 level. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth as he drove Dragon Palace forward, resisting them by force. The evil dragon was left in the dust already. Its body was too big, it was resisted by at least 10 air currents or more, it could no longer be of use here. This is the foundation of Qi Ju Grotto-Heaven. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. He had the disadvantage now, but the situation had not been decided. The two Heavens GU Immortals were also speechless at the moment. If not for Dragon Palace's protection, who would dare to travel in this dangerous place? Many Rank 8 GU Immortals felt their own weakness and insignificance at this moment. Demon Immortal Chi Ju is truly worthy of being the person who rivaled Limitless Demon Venerable in the past. The two Rank 8 Immortal GU houses did not give up, they moved towards the center with much difficulty, trying to obtain Chi Ju's true inheritance. But outside the Grotto-Heaven, Fang Zheng no longer had to hesitate. Let's retreat first and observe the situation. Fang Zheng ordered. Demon Judgment Board quickly retreated. Prince Feng Xian and the rest were silent, they agreed with this decision. Because right now, a change occurred again, raging chi currents appeared all over the place, a new chi tide had begun. Fighting during a chi tide would cause the GU Immortals to suffer backlash, even Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were no exception. It seems our earlier deduction was right. The Heaven and Earth chi in our immortal apertures differ from the outside world, thus be it opening the immortal aperture entrance or fighting intensely, when it hits a certain level, a new chi tide will occur. Demon Immortal Chi Ju is a 5 regions GU Immortal, because of his foundation, now that his immortal aperture's entrance is basically wide open, along with the fight between Wu Shuai and the Southern Alliance inside, they created a gigantic chi tide. Let's watch by the side and try to reap some benefits from the outcome. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals conversed as they kept a close eye on Chi Ju Grotto-Heaven. The powerful chi tide went through the openings and rapidly entered Chi Ju Grotto-Heaven. Wu Shuai and Wu Yong instantly felt huge pressure as the wild chi currents became even stronger. Even though the Rank 8 Immortal GU houses were powerful, these chi currents made them helpless, they were often blown away to random places. Bang, bang, bang. As the two Immortal GU houses approached the center, they started to hear loud thumping sounds. What is going on? What chi currents are causing these sounds? No, this is someone's heartbeat. Quickly look. The two Immortal GU houses arrived at the center of Chi Ju Grotto-Heaven. All of the GU Immortals saw this sight. At the point where all the countless chi currents merged was the eye of the storm. This place was completely tranquil and safe. In this tranquil environment, there was a tiny and delicate chi harvest fruit. It continued to absorb the surrounding chi currents. Countless chi currents of all types got absorbed into the chi harvest fruit and their traits were assimilated, becoming a part of the fruit. Different from the previous situation, there was the form of a baby inside the chi harvest fruit. The chi harvest fruit was like a woman's womb, a human baby was curled up inside, growing and getting larger by the second. What is happening? What in the world is going on? This is a monster. It is actually absorbing Rank 8 immortal materials endlessly to strengthen itself. It is about to be born, quickly stop it. The Immortals' expressions changed. Wu Shuai wanted to unleash the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke, but the Chi Harvest fruit seemed to have sensed it, it shook and self-detonated. The baby was successfully born, he had tiny arms and legs like he was malnourished. At this time, the silhouette of a concave land appeared above his head. This concave land contained deep profundities, it gave off a rank 9 aura. But this aura was far more perfect and refined than the incomplete human sea that Wu Shuai had previously. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The baby raised his arms, he seemed to be using both arms to carry the silhouette of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. He shouted out in a long tone. At the next moment, all of the surrounding chi currents moved into the silhouette of the secluded domain of heaven and earth like river tributaries returning to the ocean. The chi currents moved with incredibly shocking speed. Within a few breaths of time, all of them went into the mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Shuai and Wu Yong could not even sense a single chi current around them anymore. In the sky, only the baby and the two Rank 8 Immortal GU houses were left. We're outside again. Luo Zhu found himself in the outside world. No, the whole of Chi Ju Grotto-Heaven turned into chi currents and got absorbed by him. Wu Yong was unable to conceal his shock, everything was unexpected in this situation, he felt like he was used. This was someone's scheme. Who are you? Shuai shouted from within Dragon Palace. The baby had grown into a boy. He breathed in deeply. The silhouette of the secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head went into his nose. Next, he looked around and saw Dragon Palace and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He also found the hidden demon judgment board. The boy smiled as he started to recite, Chapter 13:19. Climbed mountains to seek immortality, danger present in every step. Dust specks float like light, dark gu lurk in heart. A dream like golden jade, thousands of years of loneliness. 5 regions and 9 heavens, everything is in one breath one. As he recited, his voice was young but his tone was aged. Who else can I be? Yours truly, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The immortals were all shaken. Wait, if he is Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, then the secluded domain of heaven and earth from earlier, it is cheap from the legends of Ren Zhu. Within Demon Judgment Board, Zhu Xiongxin suddenly had a thought. The legends of Ren Zhu had 2 very mysterious secluded domains of heaven and earth. There was little description regarding them. One was who, the other was she. Chapter 2000. Might of the Demon Immortal. The mysterious Gu Immortal stated his own identity. The entire place went silent. The 3 sides Gu Immortals were shaken. According to history, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was someone who had been evenly matched with limitless Demon Venerable in battle at some point. Shuai, who was inside Dragon Palace, frowned. He realized many things. It seems that in my previous life, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju failed to revive. Otherwise, there would not have been 0 information about Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's revival. There are 2 possible reasons. One is that Fate Gu was not destroyed then. The second is that Spectral Soul succeeded in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. From all the signs known, he had already infiltrated Heavenly Court and gained complete control of the situation. He would not allow someone like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to revive. Thinking of this, Shuai snorted coldly as he willed. Roar! At the next moment, the evil dragon moved. Earlier, because of the countless chi currents obstructing it, the evil dragon was covered in injuries. But now that the whole of Chi-Ju Grotto-Heaven was absorbed by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju using an unthinkable method, the evil dragon regained freedom. It charged towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju with imposing aura again. Once it moved, wild wind started blowing. The evil dragon's colossal body was like a moving mountain range, engulfing heaven and earth. Forget about Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's tiny child body, even the great Dragon Palace could not match the evil dragon's body. He, come. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's vision was filled by Di Zhongsheng. He was not flustered, instead he smiled calmly. He did not dodge, he directly extended his small hand towards Di Zhongsheng. Immortal Killer Move, Great Chi Grasp. With a loud sound, endless white chi currents shot out of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's body, forming a giant hand with 5 fingers. The hand was only the size of an Immortal Gu house at first, but it slowly inflated to the size of a hill. 3 breaths of time later, the entire chi current hand had expanded to the size of the evil dragon's head. But the milky white chi current hand continued to grow. Di Zhongsheng had already reached it. Bam! The 2 sides collided, but out of everyone's expectations, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's chi current hand was easily destroyed in one move. Di Zhongsheng did not slow down, continuing to pursue Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not dodge, he continued to face Di Zhongsheng casually. Di Zhongsheng only charged for a few seconds before slowing down. It growled loudly like it was in great pain. My great chi grasp can form and scatter at will. It can grab mountains and seas if it takes form, but it can also invade organs when it scatters. How will you deal with it? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stood arrogantly and said. The immortals were shocked. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju used one move to subdue Di Zhongsheng. He had true pseudo-venerable battle strength. Another demonic path expert. Sigh, with the destruction of Fate Gu, the world will go into chaos. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had died more than 1,000,000 years ago. That source of chaos Fang Yuan gave him the chance to revive. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Heavenly Court's Immortals gritted their teeth. They had ugly expressions. After the Fate War, the righteous path fell while the demonic path surged. Duke Long, who was the pillar that held up Heavenly Court, died. Feng Ju, whom they entrusted their hopes to, betrayed them, while Fang Yuan, who was the culprit behind the destruction of Fate, still remained scot-free. And now, there was this demon immortal Qi Ju. There were sad cries as Heavenly Court's GU Immortals realized that the future of the 5 regions and 2 heavens became much bleaker now. They did not even think of recruiting demon immortal Qi Ju. Although in history, he had opposed limitless demon venerable, there was also no possibility that he would ever join the righteous path. Demon immortal Qi Ju, just the demon in his name stated the obvious. After all, the saying goes, there are only wrong names, not wrong titles. Xiao Hejian, what are you really up to? You created such a huge enemy for our 2 heavens alliance. Within Dragon Palace, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly shouted. Xiao Hejian could not rebuke him, his face turned pale. He felt a lot of lingering fear but also relief. He was relieved that he joined the 2 heavens alliance, otherwise, with just himself, he would have become the sacrificial lamb of demon immortal Qi Ju's revival already. This is a scheme, I am a victim too. Xiao Hejian voiced his innocence. This is a scheme, demon immortal Qi Ju's scheme. At the same time, Wu Yong sighed within clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Luo Zhu sighed deeply. Demon immortal Qi Ju is a Qi path cultivator, but he actually predicted the events a million years into the future? What sort of level did he reach? Wu Yong frowned slightly. He looked through clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building towards Dragon Palace. He could understand demon immortal Qi Ju's arrangements, but he had some doubt in his mind. Did Wu Shuai know about this secret? Now that Wu Yong recalled it, Wu Shuai had been controlling the evil dragon to create destruction all over the place. Was it because he was straightforward and wanted to use brute force, or was he purposely trying to destroy demon immortal Qi Ju's arrangements? Evidently, it was because of the evil dragon's rampant destruction that demon immortal Qi Ju was revived ahead of time. Wu Yong was a formidable person with a sharp mind. The more he thought about it, the more he suspected Wu Shuai's actions. It is possible that Wu Shuai knows about demon immortal Qi Ju's existence. After all, he has some sort of relationship with Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is not strange that he knows some secrets. Wu Yong thought of Fang Yuan. Did Fang Yuan come here? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were guessing. Fang Yuan was a person who had been reborn. If he knew about the secret of demon immortal Qi Ju's revival, he might likely hide somewhere to make his move. Precisely because of this concern, Demon Judgment Board did not take action. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was also waiting for something to happen. But demon immortal Qi Ju did not want to let them off. Today is the wonderful day I revived. Come, let me see what methods the GU Immortals of this current era have. Demon immortal Qi Ju had the appearance of a boy, but his tone was that of a man proud of his experience. He actually attacked again. At once, milky white Qi currents gushed out, filling the world with a tsunami. Heavenly Court, the Southern Alliance, and Wu Shuai's side were all enveloped. HMPH. Old scoundrel Qi Ju, don't be too arrogant. We are not afraid of you. We are just wary that Fang Yuan might be hiding somewhere. Wu Yong spoke, using clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to retreat immediately. Fang Zheng's voice resounded from Demon Judgment Board. Precisely. Demonic Path Senior, even though you are famous in history, you cannot compare to the #1 demon in the current world, GU Fang Yuan. This person destroyed my Heavenly Court's fake GU. Without him, you would not have revived. Fang Yuan? I will remember this name. Demon immortal Qi Ju stretched his arms, Qi currents shooting out rapidly, but none of you will escape. He was like a bottomless hole, constantly shooting out milky white Qi currents. These Qi currents were unique. Ordinary immortal killer moves could not destroy them. At once, 3 rank 8 immortal GU houses fell into a predicament. Their speeds fell drastically. Wu Shuai snorted. He controlled Dragon Palace to advance instead of retreating, attacking demon immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed loudly. Good, someone with actual guts. A trace of smoke flew out of Dragon Palace. Immortal Killer move, dreamy light smoke. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not dodge it, he was hit by the smoke, instantly disappearing. Shuai had a perplexed expression. He was like a fisherman spreading his web. He used all his strength to cast the web, but in the end, he only caught some bubbles without any fish. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's body appeared again. This time, he was far away. He looked at Dragon Palace deeply with an expression of wariness. Good, I'll remember this. He gave up on Dragon Palace. He went to attack Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Demon Judgment Board instead. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building emitted wild winds while Demon Judgment Board shot out powerful blood-red lights. They both displayed their might. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's moves were mostly grand and wide-ranged. He managed to suppress the two Immortal GU houses. After more than 10 rounds, bright light shined in his eyes as he shouted, Good, 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 to think that people have already created Wind Path and Blood Path. This is truly exciting. I did not waste my effort in arranging for my revival in this great era. Other than you people, who else is there in this world? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju asked. Yong smiled coldly, ignoring anyone else. Eastern Sea has quite the formidable person. He also cultivates Chi Path. His battle strength is definitely higher than yours. He stays in Chi Sea. He calls himself Chi Sea Ancestor. He is the undisputed leader of the current Eastern Sea Righteous Path. Oh? There is a Chi Path cultivator? Back in my day, Chi Path was already declining. To think that it would still linger until today. Very good, it seems I will need to meet him. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed loudly in joy. Yong continued, other than Chi Sea Ancestor, there is also a Sound Path demonic immortal named Feng Ji. He has also defeated the evil dragon in one move with much greater ease than you. In the battle earlier, he betrayed Heavenly Court openly and now his whereabouts are unknown, but Heavenly Court does not dare to release an arrest warrant for him. Feng Ji? Good, I'll remember him. Anyone else? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's eye shined. Shuai interrupted at this moment, get past us first, old man. As he said that, Dragon Palace flew over again. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju smiled lightly as he pointed, lower Chi. Milky white Chi currents gushed out and caused Dragon Palace to fall in altitude. At this time, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building carried a storm with it as it charged towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed another finger, upper Chi. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was swept away by the Chi currents, flying upwards uncontrollably. Demon Judgment Board arrived in front of him. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stretched out 2 fingers as he pointed at this house, upper-lower breathless Chi. Demon Judgment Board erupted with a loud sound as it stayed stationary in midair. The GU Immortals inside had changes of expressions. The immortal essence that they tried to instill became choppy. This rank 8 Immortal GU house was like a dying old man who could not take proper breaths at this moment. Juniors, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Go and spread the word, tell Fang Yuan, Chi Sea Ancestor, and Feng Ji that I will visit them soon. They can't hide from me. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had just said this when his figure vanished. He did not appear anymore. All of the Immortals were wary now. After getting rid of the remaining milky white Chi currents, they confirmed that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had truly left the scene. Do we pursue him? Someone within Dragon Palace asked. Shuai snorted coldly. Where did he go? Why don't you tell me? The GU Immortal who asked turned pale. He lowered his head, not daring to say another word. Let's retreat. Yong smiled, not forgetting to salvage the morale. Even though we did not have much gains this time, fighting against someone like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju is worth the trip after all. Sigh. After Fang Yuan comes Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. I really do not know which great expert will revive next. Fang Zheng was filled with worries. He mobilized Demon Judgment Board to quickly leave the battlefield.